What if a 20-cent pack of instant noodles could change your entire life? When Xu Xing woke up one morning, he discovered something unbelievable. He could travel between two different worlds. One was modern Earth, ordinary, crowded, and expensive. The other was a mysterious world filled with magic, rare treasures, and powerful nobles. At first, Xu Xing didn't think much of it. He simply brought a few everyday items with him. But then something unbelievable happened. A simple bucket of instant noodles from Earth became the most incredible delicacy in the other world. In fact, someone was willing to trade him something priceless for it. A beautiful girl with fair skin, long legs, and a gentle personality, who soon became his wife. That's when Xu Xing realized the true potential of his ability. Glasses from Earth could be traded for pure gold. Perfume could buy entire cities. And spicy snacks could even exchange for mysterious power fruits. Acting as a middleman between two worlds, Xu Xing's wealth exploded overnight. On Earth, he quietly became a billionaire. And in the other world, he rose through the ranks until he became a powerful duke. All starting from one simple trade: a pack of instant noodles, worth only 20 cents. This is the story of a man who turned the smallest trade into an empire across two worlds. He traded 20 cents instant noodles, and got a wife from another world. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven. Young master, how about this? A goblin-like humanoid creature gazed obsequiously at the elegantly dressed young man. Xu Xing glanced around, muttering under his breath, "Is it really legal? Will she really obey?" The goblin quickly patted its chest. "By the god of fairness, may even the slightest lie be struck by lightning." Xu Xing looked at the frail girl in the cage, a wave of guilt washing over him. Finally, desire overcame reason, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Deal." The goblin was overjoyed. "Young master, this is a master-servant contract. Once you press your fingerprint, she's your personal property." Even if a god came, he couldn't change that fact. Xu Xing wasn't sure if it was true. After all, this guy had the face of a shrewd businessman, spouting nonsense, and constantly talking about gods and ghosts. Who would believe him? But it didn't matter. It was just a few bowls of instant noodles. Failure wouldn't affect him much, but if he succeeded, Xu Xing, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, simply couldn't imagine. Xu Xing endured the pain, bit his finger until it bled, and pressed his fingerprint. A contract flashed through his mind, and a thought struck him. He stared incredulously at the girl in the cage. This is actually real. The goblin wore an expression of utter entitlement, a hint of pride rising within him. So what if they're nobles? They're all grown up and still have to sneak around buying a maid. They'd rather be free. "Young master, how was it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Shouldn't you pay the reward?" Xu Xing snapped out of his daze. Oh, he said, pulling out 5 bowls of instant noodles and handing them to him. "Keep it a secret. These are all for you." The goblin looked understanding. "Young master, you're so generous. I, Gabuta, know nothing." He clutched the noodles, his mouth practically watering. Such delicious food. He was overjoyed to have traded a bowl for this frail girl. It was much better to trade with these rich, foolish, noble young masters. Back in his tribe, with this exquisite food, who would dare look down on him? Perhaps he'd even receive a title from he. A comical scene, 2 people of different races, both daydreaming about the future. Finally, Gabuta was the first to recover. Seeing the valuable items in the hands of the wealthy man before him, he couldn't help but ask, "Young master, how much can I exchange these for?" Xu Xing curiously took Gabuta's list of items. 100 gold coins, power fruit, whale swallowing technique, high-grade yellow rank sun-chasing bow, profound rank inherited spirit archer, female only. 5 items. Xu Xing was stunned. Putting everything else aside, just the first 100 gold coins? He considered the weight. It was at least 10 kilograms. Even if he sold it for a mere 200 yuan, it would still be $1 million silver dollars. Forget a few buckets of instant noodles, even a truckload would earn him hundreds of thousands, albeit with tears in his eyes. Gabuta, seeing the young master deep in thought, assumed he didn't like his things and grew anxious. Finally, he gritted his teeth and pleaded, "Young master, I know these things are somewhat unworthy of you, but I promise I'll give you something better next time." Xu Xing interrupted him, handing him 4 packs of instant noodles, 2 boxes of Dove chocolate, 2 bottles of cola, and a tall glass. "These are for you, yours is for me." Gabuta's eyes welled up with tears. "Young master, you're such a good person." Xu Xing's lips twitched. "Just come back to trade with me next time, an equal exchange." Absolutely. Gabuta clutched the things in his arms tightly, determined to bring even better things for the important client next time. He couldn't afford to lose this big customer. Just the instant noodles in his hands alone, back in the clan, would fetch at least 10 gold coins per cup. And that exquisite, crystal clear goblet, those 2 items alone would cover his costs. not to mention the reputation they would bring to his shop. As for the other items, they didn't matter. At worst, he'd just keep them as souvenirs. Of course, he didn't believe they wouldn't sell, the beautiful packaging alone was enough. By the way, young master, if you don't mind, this place is yours. Afraid he'd refuse, Gabuta quickly pulled out the keys and handed them over with both hands. Shu Xing was taken aback, thinking, goodness, just what I needed. This goblin knows how to play the game. Shu Xing accepted without hesitation. He should cherish his things here and couldn't reveal too many flaws. Young master, please continue your business. I'm at the westernmost end of the village ahead. Just let me know if you need anything. Gabuta, carrying the food for the trade, bowed respectfully to Shu Xing and prepared to leave. Wait, take more of these gold coins next time. They're quite pretty, Shu Xing quickly added. Okay, definitely. Gabuta was puzzled as to why a viscount would be interested in gold coins, but he didn't care. If the young master needed them, he would buy them. After Gabuta left, Shu Xing and Gabuta were left alone. One stood there in a daze, while the other huddled up, her face filled with unease, secretly observing her master. Shu Xing came to his senses, looking at the little girl before him, feeling an indescribable sense of guilt and excitement. She was dressed in a dirty, patched, oversized garment. A thin rope was tied around her waist, and she was curled up inside. A lotus-shaped mark on her forehead radiated an unusual beauty. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, with large, blinking eyes, and her slightly rough skin couldn't hide her delicate features. Shu Xing looked at her anxious eyes, somewhat at a loss, and quickly opened the cage. Come out quickly. Okay. The girl obediently stepped out of the iron cage. Master. Hearing the soft voice call her master, Shu Xing felt uneasy. Ahem, call me young master. Yes, young master. After saying that, she quickly lowered her head, her expression tense. She had heard that being sold to a noble family and having a bad master could lead to a very, very terrible fate. Suddenly, a coo-coo-coo sound broke the awkward silence between them. Shu Xing looked up at the girl before him, her face flushed with embarrassment, and smiled gently. Are you hungry? Wait a minute, I'll go see if there's any hot water in the room. He also had a bowl of braised beef noodles and a ham in his bag. Although Shu Xing wasn't extremely wealthy on Blue Star, his family was comfortably middle class. As the first college student in the Shu family, her living expenses were more than enough. He wouldn't have given her instant noodles if they weren't currently out of food, they were too unhealthy. This was her future. Pushing open the door, the layout was extremely simple: a 2-meter-long wooden bed, a stone table in the center, 2 stone stools, and a pottery set. Shu Xing had been here for several days, and this was the first time he'd carefully observed the place. Luckily, there was a well outside. He rolled up his sleeves, took out the pottery set resembling a kettle, went to the well, and threw the wooden bucket down. Splash! Shu Xing huffed and puffed as he pulled it up. Thankfully, the bucket was small, or he would have been incredibly embarrassed. Hua Xo, who was standing nearby, quickly ran over. Young master, let me do it. How can you do such rough work? Shu Xing shook his head, amusedly looking at her small frame. Sit down, wait for me a moment. Hua Xo couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, is this the legendary nobility? Looking at the gentle-faced young man, she sat down beside him almost unconsciously, propping her head up with her hand and watching him work. A smile crept onto her face without her realizing it. This master seems pretty good. A month ago, the village that had taken her in was experiencing famine. Already a refugee, she was forced to wander again. So thin and weak, even passing bandits refused to kidnap her. Finally, a goblin gave her a bite to eat, preventing her from starving to death, though she knew she would be sold again. She never expected that this master would not only be young and wealthy but also exceptionally handsome. Serving him seemed quite pleasant. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, a smile spreading across her face, her 2 dimples looking incredibly cute. Shu Xing took out a lighter from his pocket, lit a fire to boil water, and prepared instant noodles and sausages. Looking at the girl, pale and thin from hunger, he felt a pang of pity. Such a beautiful woman, if she took better care of herself, she would be far more beautiful than any of the big stars on earth. A few minutes later, Shu Xing poured water into the instant noodles, and a rich aroma wafted out, filling the entire stone house. It smells so good. Hua Xio's eyes were filled with longing. She hadn't eaten for days. Let alone such exquisite food, she rarely even had a simple cornbread. Here you go, be careful, it's hot. Shu Xing handed her the instant noodles. Hua Xio waved her hands repeatedly. Young master, I wouldn't dare. Shu Xing saw the longing and fear in her eyes, his heart trembled, and he said gently, eat quickly, I have plenty. Hua Xio reached out her hand, but quickly withdrew it. Shu Xing sighed, picked up a fork, vigorously stirred the noodles, gently blew on them, and said sternly, open your mouth. Ha! Hua Xio's face was full of confusion, then her pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Aren't you going to listen to me? Hua Xiao shook her head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. She then closed her eyes and slightly parted her dry, chapped lips. Shu Xing looked at her amusedly, blew on the noodles again, and put them into her mouth. Eat it, or I'll spank you. Hua Xiao instinctively covered her back, staring at him with wide eyes, her face flushed. Under threat, she angrily chewed the instant noodles in her mouth with large mouthfuls. The sensation on her tongue, the aroma filling her mouth, made her forget herself for a moment. She felt that being able to eat such delicious food in this life was enough. Unconsciously, her eyes welled up with tears, her gaze misty as she watched the gentle young man feeding her bite by bite, his movements soft and warm. Young master, why? Hua Xiao stammered. Shu Xing tapped her head gently, annoyed. Don't talk while you eat, open your mouth. Okay. Hua Xiao responded instinctively, focusing on her instant noodles. The young master's movements were gentle. If it were her, she would have finished long ago, but she didn't dislike being pampered. Shu Xing fed her a bowl of instant noodles and a sausage for a full 5 minutes, then, under Hua Xiao's concerned gaze, he unhesitatingly poured the leftover broth onto the floor. Here, drink some water. Hua Xiao instinctively opened her mouth, looking at him. Shu Xing paused, looking at the water he had handed her, and couldn't help but smile. Hua Xiao also realized what he meant, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She quickly took the ceramic cup and drank it all in one gulp. Cough, cough. Naturally, the somewhat clumsy and adorable girl choked. Shu Xing patted her on the back. He had to admit, she was just a cute, soft girl. If it were a man, let alone a burly guy, even those appas, would he take care of them? He'd refuse even a 10,000 yuan offer to pour them a glass of water. Are you full? Hua Xiao shook her head, then quickly nodded. Yes, I'm full. Shu Xing looked at the girl who had regained some color. Don't be shy, say whatever you want. I won't hurt you. By the way, what were you saying while you were eating? Shu Xing asked curiously. Hua Xiao looked at him and whispered, why? I'm just a servant, I have no value whatsoever. Shu Xing smiled. Because I thought, besides, you're so beautiful. Hua Xiao's pretty face flushed, but looking at her thin frame, you really think I'm beautiful? Of course. If young master doesn't mind. As she spoke, Hua Xiao untied her corset, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Shu Xing was startled and quickly turned around, saying, no, hurry up and get dressed. Hua Xiao was taken aback, her eyes dimming. I knew the young master wouldn't have taken a liking to me. How could someone like me possibly be qualified to take care of the young master? What nonsense. Shu Xing turned back, took off his coat, and put it on her. Don't even think about running away. I paid for this. Who will take care of me if you run away? But what but? Just tell me if you want to stay or not. Of course I want to, but. Hua Xiao hurriedly began. That's fine then. From now on, you'll be my maid. I'll take good care of you, and you won't have to be afraid of anyone but me, understand? A few days ago, Shu Xing woke up to find himself in another world. The striking green goblins that greeted him nearly scared him to death. Unexpectedly, the goblin reacted even more intensely, immediately kneeling before him and begging for mercy. Although he didn't know why, fortunately, they could communicate, and through the goblin's help, he learned quite a bit about this other world. Humans, elves, beastmen, beast-eared girls, demons, countless races coexisted. This was a contradictory other world, both magical and primitive. Magical in its existence were the various legendary items, rare treasures, strange creatures, and revelations and contracts. But equally primitive were its feudal system, backward technology, and primitive agriculture. Extraordinary power, ironically, further polarized this world. The powerful became kings and nobles, while the weak were forced into labor for survival. Humans, one of the most powerful forces in this world, were ruled by an empress who was decisive in her actions and dominated all sides. Among humans, there are nobles and commoners. Once one enters the nobility, their descendants enjoy immense wealth and power, ruling their territory and dominating their lands. Even other races must avoid human nobles. After all, nobility belongs to the empress's lineage. Upon waking up, he seemed to have taken over the identity of a fallen noble youth in this world. This was why Gabuta knelt before Shu Xing. The goblin race was simply not worthy of respect among human nobles. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he now possessed a maid. Even more so, in the future, legendary beast-eared girls, elves. He might even have the chance to obtain them. This was a wonderful world, the place where his dream of becoming Shu Xing began. What's your name? Shu Xing still didn't know her name. Hua Xiao wasn't as reserved as before, whispering, young master, my name is Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao, that's a nice name. You know how to choose names. Shu Xing nodded. By the way, let me ask you something. How do you determine a human's nobility? For example, am I a noble? This was what Xu Xing most wanted to know. With the contract in his mind, she couldn't possibly betray him. Hua Xo tilted her head, thought seriously for a moment, and said, because nobles all have specific runes. The lotus mark on young master's forehead is proof. And the mark on my forehead is also thanks to young master. From now on, I belong to young master. Xu Xing touched his forehead, feeling no different from before. He hadn't noticed it when he returned to Blue Star. Young master is a viscount, a high-ranking nobleman, with a noble status. Hua Xo looked on with longing. Xu Xing smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. It seemed that Goblin was an honest man, he hadn't lied to him, or rather, this noble status prevented him from lying. Here, take this. You should know how to use it. Xu Xing handed her an A4-sized scroll. Hua Xo looked at the Xian rank inheritance scroll, Spirit Archer, in her hand, her mouth agape, waving her hands repeatedly. This is too precious, how can we waste it on her? Xu Xing's face hardened. If you don't learn, who will protect me? Hua Xo, somewhat tempted, protect the young master. Can I do that? Xu Xing was speechless. Even if you don't know it, you have to know it. He thought, am I supposed to let this weakling from Blue Star do it? Even if he had a divine inheritance, he wouldn't know how to use it. He couldn't even bear to kill a chicken, let alone expect him to immediately go kill monsters. It was unrealistic. Luckily, he had a good start, he was a noble, so aside from mindless monsters, there shouldn't be any other creatures threatening his life. Besides, this inheritance scroll was only for women. Alright then, thank you, young master. I will protect you with my life. Hua Xo nodded vigorously, biting her finger and pressing it onto the scroll. A radiant light enveloped the girl, dazzling starlight shimmering around her. Xu Xing squinted slightly. He thought, so that's how it's used. No wonder it's a fantasy world. He just didn't know what the Xian rank was: heaven, earth, profound, yellow? He still only had a vague understanding of this world, he could only learn slowly later. He didn't have any grand ambitions. His only thought was to raise her into his perfect girlfriend, fair-skinned, beautiful, gentle, obedient, understanding, and powerful. In short, he was a gigolo young master. Xu Xing. Of course, this is impossible in the real world, even 3 pillows wouldn't create such a beautiful dream. In reality, as a man, one must strive for improvement, otherwise, forget about a wife, you can't even survive. The light faded, and the ugly duckling transformed into a swan. Exquisite azure armor, slightly yellowed hair billowing in the wind, a height of about 1.6 meters, she stood there, stunned. Thank you, young master. Hua Xio's face was filled with excitement. She never dreamed this day would come. A Xian rank inheritance. A priceless extraordinary item, instantly transforming her from a beggar refugee into a human-level martial artist. It's alright, we're all on the same side. How was it? Did you succeed? Hua Xio nodded, cautiously walking to his side and opening her information panel. Name, Hua Xio. Master, Luo Yi Xinglan. Inheritance, Spirit Archer, Mystic rank. Strength, Human Wheel 1 star, level 10. Strength, 60. Agility, 70. Constitution, 62. Skills, Perfect Basic Archery, Ice Triple Strike. Xu Xing stared in astonishment at the holographic projection-like interface before him, filled with emotion. He never imagined he would actually see a holographic world in his lifetime. It was so similar to Sword Art Online from several years ago. The difference was that he was a cheater, starting with a cute girl and a noble status much more comfortable than Kirito's arduous pursuit of his wife. Luo Yi Xinglan. Was that the name of his world? This was good news, at least he wouldn't be clueless when he encountered acquaintances. Here, this is for you too. Remember to protect me, okay? Xu Xing handed her the sun-chasing bow. Hua Xio solemnly accepted it, her little face serious. Don't worry, young master, I'd rather die than let you get hurt in the slightest. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't keep saying die or death in the future, it's bad luck. I'm counting on you to take care of me. Hua Xio blushed deeply, clutching the hem of her clothes, a sight that pleased Xu Xing. Looking at the time, Xu Xing estimated it was already 5 or 6 o'clock outside. He was somewhat troubled. What would happen to her if he left? What if he woke up and returned to this world, only to find her kidnapped or in some other accident? He would be furious. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Cutting off a mansion's servants is like. Suddenly, he thought for a moment, Xio, if anything unbelievable happens later, don't scream, understand? Seeing the young master's serious expression, she nodded, her whole body tensing, thinking some enemy had arrived. Xu Xing suddenly grabbed her slightly rough little hand, silently chanting, exit. The moment Hua Xio was grabbed, her whole body trembled, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Is the young master unable to resist? If I don't resist, will the young master think I'm a reckless girl? But if I resist, will the young master be unhappy? Shu Xing had no idea about the girl's wild thoughts. He hadn't been idle these past few days. After repeated experiments, he discovered that anything he could hold and that wouldn't resist could be taken back to Blue Star. Since the system here recognized her as one of his, maybe he could take her back. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the figures of Shu Xing and Hua Xo, one tall and one short, slowly disappeared, leaving behind the silent stone house. Blue Star, Wangjiang City, Happiness Community, Room 1601. Shu Xing opened his eyes, clenched his small hand tightly, and was overjoyed. He looked up at the petite figure beside him. Heavens, you've truly been kind to me. Xiao, welcome to my world. Hua Xiao's eyes were dazed as she looked around at the unfamiliar layout, the buildings, everything. Except for the young master beside her, everything else felt cold and unfamiliar, filling her with unease. Don't be afraid, just follow me. Wait, why didn't your equipment disappear? Can you turn back to your original form? Hua Xiao snapped out of her daze, a thought flashing through her mind, a little embarrassed. Young master, I don't have any clothes. Oh, wait a minute. Luckily, he had the foresight to move out of the dormitory as soon as he could enter the other world, renting an 80 square meter apartment closest to the school. Anyway, he was already a junior, so nobody cared about him. 60 points is enough, any more would be a waste. He found his own clothes and handed them to her. I only have my clothes at home. Wear these for now, I'll take you to buy new ones tomorrow. Go take a shower first. Come on, I'll teach you. Hua Xiao followed him blankly. A shower? Is it a bath? This is a completely different world. Take your time learning. This is a show ad. Shu Xing moved the switch, and water gushed down. Hua Xiao covered her mouth, watching him operate it intently. This is hot water, the other is cold water. Lift it up to turn on the water, press it down to stop. Try it. Shu Xing said gently, appearing very patient. This is shower gel, for washing your body. It depends on your situation. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. My sister will teach you these things in a while. And this is shampoo, for washing your hair. You should wash your hair properly. It's such beautiful hair, take good care of it. If you don't mind, come out and I'll help you wash it properly. Finally, he briefly introduced the bathroom, and seeing her nod, he left. Sitting on the living room sofa, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, he fell into deep thought. That day, he woke up to find he had the ability to travel between two worlds. Within a few days, he had brought back a beautiful girl, the kind that was 100% obedient. He pinched his thigh hard, the pain told him it was real. Incredible. When Hua Xiao came out, an hour had passed, and Shu Xing was already asleep on the sofa. She walked over, squatted down, rested her chin on her hands, and stared blankly at the young man before her, a slight smile playing on her lips. Mother, thank you for your blessing. Young master is a different person, he's very good to me. I will definitely live on, carrying your share. Shu Xing seemed to sense something, opening his slightly drowsy eyes. He saw a graceful girl wearing his short-sleeved shirt and jeans, her wet hair flowing, barefoot, and smiling broadly. You're all washed up? Here are slippers. Put them on, the floor is cold. Hua Xiao looked at the elegant slippers in front of her, wiggled her toes, and obediently put them on. Young master, my information panel isn't working, my backpack isn't working either, and my armor is still in the bathroom. It's alright, it's normal that it's not needed here. As for the armor, we'll do it later. Shu Xing got up, walked into the bathroom, bent down, and prepared to put the armor in her bedroom. Shu Xing's muscles tensed, her face flushed, and finally, the azure armor on the floor remained motionless. Seeing this from outside, Hua Xiao couldn't help but chuckle and quickly ran over. Young master, let me do it. You can't do such rough work. She easily picked up the armor with one hand, leaving Shu Xing dumbfounded. Is this something only you can lift? Hua Xiao shook her head. No, it's just a bit heavy, about several hundred pounds. Shu Xing clicked his tongue. Okay, your strength is still there? Yeah, except for not being able to access the system panel, everything else is fine. Ring ring. The sudden doorbell startled them both. Seeing Hua Xiao almost drop the armor to lift it, he quickly said, Don't move, it's okay. It's just the delivery guy. Go to the bedroom, that room, put the armor in there, and then come out to eat. Shu Xing remembered that he had ordered 2 servings of barbecue and 2 large glasses of mango pomelo sago, costing him a total of 500 yuan. One meal cost 10 days worth of living expenses, but for her, it was worth it, especially since there were still 100 gold coins left to spend. The roasted meat was laid out, and the two sat facing each other. Hua Xiao gazed at the table full of meat, inhaling the enticing aroma, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The young master truly lived up to his viscount status, he was incredibly wealthy. Everything here exuded the young master's noble status. She had once had the privilege of meeting the Baron, and even his attire and refined speech paled in comparison to the young master's. And then there was the exquisite, luxurious room, the food. She would believe it if you told her the young master was royalty. Xu Xing arranged dishes of barbecue sauce, cooking oil, salt, etc., then took a lettuce leaf, sandwiched various slices of meat, dipped them in the sauce, and placed them inside. Finally, he added some pickled cabbage and shredded white radish, folded it in half, and rolled it up. Here, have a taste. Ah, young master, how could you? Xu Xing didn't wait for her to finish, feeding her the lettuce leaf with the meat filling. Take it. Hua Xo nodded, indicating she understood, and took it with both hands, eating it in small bites. Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction and continued wrapping the next one. Don't just eat, watch how I wrap it. Learn slowly, I'm counting on you to take care of me in the future. Hua Xio's chewing paused, her eyes widening as she watched Xu Xing's movements. This made Xu Xing laugh. Learn while you eat. There's a lot you need to learn here, no rush. After dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. He cleaned up the dishes, calmed her down, and let her watch TV in the bedroom. However, he clearly forgot that she wasn't just from another world, but also a girl with off-the-charts combat skills and a lack of security. Going to the balcony, Xu Xing found Wang Shui's phone and dialed the number. Hey, brother Xing, what's up? Get lost, Xu Xing said with a laugh. I have something to do tomorrow. No, I might have something to do for the next few days. Cover for me. What the heck, brother Xing, are you completely giving up? Not coming for days? I can't handle this. If you can't cover it up, so be it. Just don't let the counselor call my parents. I believe you can definitely do that. Bro, what's wrong with you? You didn't really find a girlfriend, leaving me a single dog? Wang Shui's voice on the phone was filled with grief and indignation. Xu Xing glanced into the room. Ahem, maybe he found one. Damn, impossible. Get lost. Ah. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the polite exchange between Xu Xing and Wang Shui. A moment of complete silence fell over Wang Shui on the phone, followed by a muttered whisper. How is this possible? He really found a girlfriend? And they're even in a hotel? Playing around like that? Xu Xing, however, was startled. A loud bang followed, causing him to immediately hang up the phone and rush inside. The 44-inch wall-mounted TV that his parents had just bought at great expense was now billowing black smoke, with a huge hole in the center, and crackling electricity. Xu Xing stared at the TV, several meters high, then at Hua Xio, who looked like she had done something wrong, and froze on the spot. Putting down his phone, he swallowed hard. Ahem, what's wrong? Hua Xio looked bewildered. That person is dangerous. I'm afraid he'll hurt young master. Xu Xing covered his face. Okay. Hua Xio clutched her clothes, her voice trembling with tears. Young master, did I do something wrong? No, it's just, Sai, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. Xu Xing was both amused and exasperated. There was nothing he could do, she was doing it for his safety. If it's broken, it's broken. Out with the old, in with the new. Xu Xing thought for a moment, then said gently, it's safe here. There are many magical items. Don't be alarmed, and don't act rashly. If anything happens, tell me. Don't do anything yourself, understand? Xu Xing looked at the pitiful television on the wall. If it were a person, oh my god, they'd vomit their insides out. The consequences of innocent people injuring others in Xia are unimaginable, let alone killing. Her inhuman power is terrifying. Seeing her nod earnestly, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned off the power, cleaned up the debris, and smiled at her. You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa outside later. Tomorrow I'll take you shopping for clothes and tell you about my hometown. But the obedient Hua Xio shook her head repeatedly. Young master, I understand your kindness, but I'm just a maid, how can I sleep here? She wasn't stupid, this was clearly the main house, and she couldn't overstep her bounds. It's alright, go to sleep. Xu Xing didn't care much about these things, it didn't matter where she slept. Hua Xio's face was firm. Young master, you must sleep here, but... She looked up shyly at Xu Xing and whispered, if you don't mind, I can sleep next to you. Ah. Xu Xing swallowed hard, looking at the girl in the loose short-sleeved shirt revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and quickly shook his head, dispelling the strange thoughts in his mind. This isn't quite right. I know I'm not good enough for you, young master. Stop. Didn't I tell you not to say these things? Let's sleep together then. I'll go get another blanket. Yes, thank you, young master. You're the best. Xu Xing smiled wryly, his mind filled with the girl's heartfelt happiness. He could only marvel at his good fortune. In reality, aside from sharing a bed with his younger sister when he was little, the poor guy had never slept with any other girl, not counting elders. From childhood to adulthood, he had never had a girlfriend. The only time he had ever held a girl's hand was during the elementary school broadcast gymnastics exercise where boys and girls held hands. Fate is cruel, Xu Xing sighed sincerely, looking at Hua Xiao's joyful face, his heart filled with tenderness. Hua Xiao finished making the bed, mustered her courage, and took small steps forward. Young master, please help me change. Ah, really, you don't need to. No, this is what a maid should do, unless the young master dislikes it. Xu Xing's head throbbed. Ahem, then, you do it. Okay. Hua Xiao was overjoyed. The young master didn't dislike her, that was wonderful. Closer to the young master, inhaling his unique scent, she raised her trembling hand, preparing to help him change. But looking at the clothes she had never seen before, a hint of confusion crossed her eyes. How do I take these off? Extremely anxious, this was her first time taking care of the young master, and she couldn't even do something this simple right. It was all her fault for being so inexperienced, she'd never seen such exquisite clothing before. Xu Xing looked at Hua Xiao so close to him, watching her fluttering, dark eyelashes, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from the young woman, and was completely captivated. So girls really do have a natural scent, was the thought in Xu Xing's mind. The unique fragrance was definitely not the scent of his shower gel. Hua Xiao's mind was in turmoil. She didn't know what she was thinking, her hands nervously groping Xu Xing, searching for an opening in his clothing, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. This completely bewildered Xu Xing. The pleasant itch on her skin was incredibly tempting. Looking at Hua Xiao's anxious face, he suppressed his urges with great willpower. Ahem, Xiao, this is a zipper, just unzip it. If he touched her any longer, he couldn't guarantee he could resist, it was just too torturous. Hua Xiao's face flushed as red as a ripe peach, her eyes hazy, as if she were about to cry. Hearing Xu Xing's voice, she hurriedly and clumsily undressed. Young master, let's sleep. Xu Xing also breathed a sigh of relief, quickly turned off the light, and lay down on the bed, his heart pounding. Hearing the rustling of Hua Xiao undressing, he covered his head, unable to think any further, or he would have to run to the bathroom. Hua Xiao carefully lay down beside Xu Xing, looking at her young master with his back to her and his head covered, a smile appearing on her face. Her young master was even more shy than she was. The night passed without incident. The warm morning sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating it brightly. The two on the bed were, somehow, face to face, pressed together. Xu Xing opened his eyes and looked at Hua Xiao, who was standing close to him. She stared at him intently, then quickly sat up. No, I'm sorry. Hua Xiao looked at Xu Xing with amusement. Good morning, young master. Ahem, good morning. Hua Xiao lifted the covers, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Blushing, she helped the young master to his feet. Young master, let's get dressed. Xu Xing stood there, stunned, letting her do as she pleased, inhaling the girl's fragrant scent. After dawdling for over half an hour, the two finally got out of bed. After Xu Xing showed him how to wash and groom himself, he enjoyed royal treatment, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and getting ready, all at Hua Xiao's service. This filled Xu Xing with guilt, as if he had deceived a naive beauty, forcing her to serve him. Xiao. What's wrong, young master? Well, actually, girls like you here are free. Let alone serving boys, if you were. Hua Xiao shook her head and said softly, young master, although I don't know where this place is, in my world, to meet a master like you is an incredible honor. So, you mustn't say these things. I'm doing this willingly. In fact, someone like me is completely unworthy of you. Being your maid is enough for me. Xu Xing gave a wry smile. Alright, get ready, I'll take you out shopping. After we go out, stay close to me. No matter what you see, don't shout or scream, especially don't attack. Stay quietly by my side, understand? Xu Xing stood at the door, giving her further instructions, afraid something might happen. The internet age is fraught with danger. Given Hua Xiao's display of strength last night, if someone were to film it, she'd be in serious trouble. After she put on her slippers and dressed in her own clothes, Hua Xiao looked quite charming. Her delicate and fragile appearance made one want to protect her. Let's go to Wem first, a large shopping mall, they have everything. Blue Star wasn't just boasting, for Xu Xing, who had witnessed the harsh conditions of their other world, this was paradise, a paradise of depravity. In the early morning, the neighborhood was lush with vegetation, the fresh air invigorating, and a gentle summer breeze brought a touch of coolness as the two walked side by side. To be honest, this was the first time he'd ever taken a girl shopping on his own initiative, especially since she looked so delighted, which gave him a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Hua Xiao followed closely behind Xu Xing, tilting her head slightly, pursing her lips as she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes filled with doubt and awe. Exquisite and beautiful houses, each one taller than the last, some tens of meters high. A steel monster that emits no spiritual energy, yet can run. This is our house, people live in it. Shu Xing explained in a low voice as he led her toward the shopping mall not far away. Shu Xing followed Hua Xiao's gaze to the car, smiled, and explained, "That's a car, our unique mode of transportation, similar to your horse-drawn carriages. You can think of it as stuffing a horse inside, the horse carrying the metal shell. Those are various shops, selling all sorts of things. Our currency is called RMB, and it's very valuable. Here, as long as you have RMB, you can have as much of that food and drink as you wanted last night." Speaking of food, Hua Xiao couldn't help but swallow, looking like a true foodie. Reaching the intersection, Shu Xing pointed to the traffic light hanging high across the street and said seriously, "That's a traffic light. You can only cross when it's green. That's the law here, and you must obey it." Shu Xing looked at the man in police uniform in the middle of the road and continued, "Those are our law enforcement officers. Remember, if you can't find me one day or run into trouble, you can ask someone wearing this uniform for help. Never, ever lay a hand on them, never, ever." Two figures, one tall and one short, stared at the traffic light flashing red and green, one speaking seriously, the other listening intently. They looked like two people who hadn't taken their medication and had escaped from a hospital. Finally, they even attracted the attention of traffic police, and Shu Xing had to quickly lead her across. Before they came into view was a magnificent, luxurious shopping mall, the most extravagant mall in the area, bar none. Although expensive, the quality and variety of goods, as well as the service, were excellent. Actually, as a complete shut-in, he shouldn't have known any of this, especially about online shopping. He usually stays home, ordering whatever he needs online and having it delivered to his school. Thankfully, a few months ago, his great-aunt, whom he hadn't seen for several years, came to visit. For years older than him, she was beautiful, kind, and academically gifted, the epitome of every boy's dream girl. Seeing that he still hadn't found a girlfriend, she looked at him with obvious disappointment and began to teach him how to pick up girls. His great-aunt took him shopping, to eat all sorts of delicious food, taught him how to coordinate outfits, and helped him identify various cosmetics. His great-aunt stayed for 3 days, teaching him a lot, but also exhausting him considerably. It gave him a clear understanding of what girls meant by shopping, going out for a day, 8 hours of shopping, walking 70,000 steps, shopping from morning till night. The feeling was incredibly tiring. If shopping was physically tiring, he felt it was mentally exhausting. His great-aunt mostly spent her time in cosmetic stores, and the sheer variety of products made him dizzy. She could recognize hundreds of cosmetics, and more importantly, she could accurately name them all. To Shu Xing, this was simply outrageous. It was much harder than memorizing high school English vocabulary. In 3 days, under his great-aunt's threat that he would never find a girlfriend, he barely managed to memorize a dozen or so common and easily recognizable cosmetics, such as foundation, liquid foundation, eyebrow pencil, mascara, blush, lipstick, and BB cream. Looking at Hua Xiao beside him, he was truly grateful to his great-aunt. He would repay her in the future, but for now, he would focus on cultivating his stunning girlfriend and then take her to meet all his relatives and friends. Shu Xing led her straight to the clothing store on the second floor. "Which ones do you like? Pick a couple." Hua Xiao had never seen such gorgeous and exquisite clothes before. Her eyes widened, filled with longing. Young master, are these very expensive?" "It's all right, money's no object. Cough cough, call me Shu Xing outside." Luckily, her voice wasn't loud, otherwise she might have attracted strange looks. "Young master, you pick them out for me, I'm fine with anything." Shu Xing covered his face, reluctantly walking over. A pure white off-shoulder long dress caught his eye, made of silk, adorned with sparkling crystal beads. It looked quite nice. However, the off-shoulder design made him frown slightly. He enjoyed seeing other beautiful women wear such clothes in public, but he didn't want Hua Xiao wearing them to impress other men. Buy it and wear it at home. Shu Xing thought for a moment but still bought it. He could see the love in her eyes for the dress. Finally, he bought 2 loose-fitting pajamas with Pikachu prints, a pink jacket, and a pair of white sneakers, then went to the counter to pay. "Sir, that'll be 1,249 yuan in total," the counter lady said with a smile. Shu Xing paid readily. Most clothing stores here were this price range. Luckily, he had saved up quite a bit of money beforehand, otherwise, his 2,000 yuan monthly allowance wouldn't be enough. After paying on his phone, he looked at his balance, 2,126. He gave a wry smile. There were still so many things to buy, it seemed he needed to quickly spend his gold coins. "Come on, let's buy you toiletries, then we'll go eat." Hua Xiao nodded obediently the whole time. A set of toiletries, 1 bottle each of face wash, shower gel, and shampoo, plus a set of luxury skincare products. Shu Xing paid 1999 yuan with tears in his eyes, then took 2 large portions of beef fried noodles and returned home with her. Half of Thursday had passed, and Shu Xing was completely relaxed, having forgotten he was still a junior in college. After dinner, Hua Xiao automatically cleared the table. She seemed to know exactly what Shu Xing did, very clever. Shu Xing, meanwhile, sat at his desk, writing and drawing. Hua Xiao's identity was a problem, but that wasn't urgent. The police shouldn't notice him for a while, provided they behaved themselves. Then there was the other world, the extraordinary power, he had to master it. What man wouldn't want power? Trading Earth's goods for resources from the other world gave him an unparalleled advantage. As long as he played it safe and didn't overextend himself, he could become invincible in both worlds. But looking at his phone balance, 83. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. The most important thing right now was to sell his other world gold coins. He couldn't go to the other world to buy goods without capital. He thought for a moment, then opened his phone's contacts. Beep beep beep. Taki, let's grab lunch. Good heavens, you finally called me. Otherwise, I was going to call the police. What have you been up to these past few days? Wu Yulong's voice was full of worry. Xu Xing smiled. Nothing, just taking care of some things. See you at our usual spot at noon. I need to talk to you about something. Okay, see you at noon. Xu Xing hung up the phone, feeling a slight sense of relief. Wu Yulong should be fine with the gold. That guy was a genuine rich second generation, the kind whose family had at least $500 million. Interestingly, their acquaintance actually started with copying homework. Young master, who is he? A close friend of mine. I'm having lunch with him. You should come too. Hua Xiao obediently nodded, okay. At noon, Xu Xing brought Hua Xiao, dressed in a pink coat, to the Dahe restaurant on the food street, to private room 306. Inside the room, Wu Yulong, who was sitting with his legs crossed, heard the door open, looked up, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hua Xiao, dressed in modern clothes, was like an elf descended from heaven. In this materialistic, technological age, she stood out remarkably: a delicate face, a gentle temperament, pure eyes. Wu Yulong secretly clicked his tongue. A girl like this was practically a national treasure in this era. Is this your sister-in-law? Wu Yulong looked away, stood up, and smiled. Xu Xing replied irritably, this is your sister-in-law. What do you think? Pretty, isn't she? Tisk tisk tisk, though I hate to admit it, she's really beautiful, a beauty one in a million. Hua Xiao, standing nearby, blushed instantly upon hearing her young master's words, her head steaming like a steam engine, her mind filled with the thought of sister-in-law. Hello, I'm Xing's good brother, Wu Yulong. Wu Yulong turned and greeted her. Oh, I'm the young master's servant. Ahem, she's my girlfriend. Xu Xing was startled and quickly interrupted Hua Xiao. Then he took her hand, lowered his head, and whispered, what did you say when you left? Hua Xiao looked apologetic, her head bowed, fidgeting with her fingers, remaining silent. Wu Yulong stared at Xu Xing with a strange expression, thinking, young master? Servant? Maid? What's Xingzi up to? Xu Xing chuckled dryly, let's eat. He pulled Hua Xiao to the table to order. Pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles, sweet and sour pork, peanuts. Just 3 dishes, Wu Yulong complained. Why didn't you say you were bringing your girlfriend? Xu Xing waved his hand. Didn't I want to give you a surprise? A surprise? That's true. Wu Yulong clicked her tongue in amazement and quickly asked, how did you meet? Xu Xing smiled without answering. I'll tell you later. Now's not the time. By the way, do me a favor. I knew you wouldn't come here unless you needed something. What is it? Xu Xing took a gold coin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Can you handle this? I can't say where it came from, but I guarantee it hasn't violated the laws of the great Xia dynasty. Wu Yulong rubbed his eyes, picked up the antique-looking gold coin, and said, Xingzi, did you dig up your own ancestral grave? Get lost. Can you handle this? Wu Yulong thought for a moment, then said seriously, sure, but if you don't tell me where it came from, my friend might offer a price that's a bit. That's all right, the price is negotiable. How much do you think you can sell it for? I'll take a picture and send it to my friend first, and ask around for you. Wait a minute. Wu Yulong didn't waste any time and immediately made a phone call to inquire. 1 minute later, 210. The gold coins are of pure color, good quality, but the risk is relatively high. That's the most he can offer. What do you think? Wu Yulong said. Xu Xing nodded. Of course, but how many can he take? As he spoke, Xu Xing opened his backpack and poured out the remaining 99 gold coins. Wu Yulong stared wide-eyed. Damn, Xingzi, what's wrong with you? Don't go astray. Go ask quickly, the food will be served soon. No problem, he wants as many as he has. What do you say? Sell them all, 100 of them, weighing 10.1 jin, 5 caddies, each, let's say 5,000 grams. You handle the transaction for me. Xu Xing said calmly. Wu Yulong was stunned. 1.1 million? Just give it to me directly? Xu Xing laughed. What, a rich second-generation heir with millions in assets would covet my 1 million? Alright, give me your account. It should arrive tonight. Congratulations, newly minted millionaire, young Master Shu. Absolutely. It's my treat today. Come on, now that the small matter is settled, let me formally introduce you. Hua Xo, my girlfriend. Why you, hello. Hua Xo stood up somewhat awkwardly and said softly. Wu Yulong stood up, holding out her drink. Hello, just call me Longzi. Knock knock. Alright, we're all family. The food's served. Let's eat. Xiao, please wrap up the gold coins for Longzi. Shu Xing heard the knocking and got up to open the door. No, I can do it myself. Wu Yulong smiled at Hua Xo and began tidying up the gold coins. The food was served, its aroma filling the air. Shu Xing tore open a disposable bowl and chopsticks, filling her bowl with food, then began to eat heartily. These past few days, exploring the other world had meant fast food or instant noodles every day, which had been tough on his stomach. Hua Xo glanced at Shu Xing, mimicking his small bites of food. How was it? Did you enjoy the food? These are all Xing's favorites. I didn't know you were coming today, so I apologize for neglecting you. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. As he spoke, Wu Yulong glared at Shu Xing. It was the first time he'd brought his girlfriend to dinner, and she hadn't even told him beforehand, causing him to order only 3 dishes. I told you it was fine, but really, Xiao, how was the food? Was it good? Shu Xing asked. Hua Xiao nodded vigorously, revealing a sweet smile. It was delicious. Every dish the young master had taken her to eat was an absolute delicacy, incredibly delicious. That's good. Eat as much as you like. I'm going to the restroom. Xingzi, want to come along? Wu Yulong wiped his mouth and winked at Shu Xing. Shu Xing sighed helplessly and told Hua Xiao, sit still, I'll be back in a bit. Hua Xiao's eyes darted around nervously. She put down her chopsticks and bowl, her fingers gripping Shu Xing's sleeve tightly. Young master, don't leave me. Don't worry, I won't. I'll be right at the door, Shu Xing said gently, stroking her hair. Wu Yulong's lips twitched. I'll wait for you at the door. Shu Xing followed him out. Don't go any further. She can't hear you. Ask her quickly if you have anything to ask. I don't want to leave her sight. Wu Yulong frowned. What happened? Do you need help? Shu Xing felt a warmth in his heart and patted his shoulder. Really, nothing's wrong, but I can't say right now. I'm doing very well, better than ever before. Really? Of course, I'm a model student. Nonsense, alright, it's good that you're alright, but you're really playing around. Young master? I'd be His Majesty. Shu Xing chuckled dryly, but for future convenience, he forced a smile and said, I just like this kind of thing, so what? Wu Yulong gave a thumbs up, 666, as expected of you. Let's go back to eat, or your sister-in-law will rush out. Wu Yulong pouted, looking at Hua Xiao's anxious face and sighed, her tone slightly sour. Hee, aren't you envious? Shu Xing boasted, but then immediately realized. Pa, call her sister-in-law. Dear Shu Xing, Wu Yulong initiated a remittance of 1,100,000.00 to your Daxia bank account ending in on November 5, 2120. Please check your account. Shu Xing, who had just returned to his rented apartment with Hua Xiao, received the payment notification. He knew without a doubt that Wu Yulong had advanced the money 1.1 million. He gave it away so readily. This friend was still the same as before, trustworthy and reliable. Xiao, what's lacking in your world? Now that they had the money, they naturally needed to quickly gather supplies to trade in the other world. The most important thing in trading was understanding the difference in resources. What was rare in another world might not be rare here. Young master, what's lacking? The clothes you bought for me today, the food, everything is scarce in the Lost Lands. Hua Xiao answered with some confusion. Never mind. Here, come here. Shu Xing thought for a moment and went to the kitchen. He took out 250 of common table salt, dipped his finger in it, and handed it to her. Here, is this kind of salt common where you are? How much does it cost? Hua Xiao's eyes lit up at the mention of salt. She carefully took it, looking at the pure white salt without a single impurity, and exclaimed in amazement, Young master, this kind of salt is unheard of in our Lost Lands. Its price is immeasurable. Just tell me how many gold coins this bag can be exchanged for, Shu Xing asked. Hua Xiao was taken aback. Why did the young master like gold coins so much? And his noble friends seemed to like them too, but gold coins weren't rare even among human nobles, let alone in the Lost Lands. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You can't possibly not even get a single gold coin, can you? Shu Xing looked at the silent Hua Xiao, somewhat annoyed, thinking it couldn't be possible. Hua Xiao was startled, her heart filled with fear. She knelt down with a thud. Young master, this servant deserves to die. How dare I presume to guess your thoughts and actions? Shu Xing was taken aback. Hearing her words, he felt a deep sense of helplessness and pity. He couldn't imagine what life was like for other servants in this other world. Just a moment of distraction, and she was already kneeling and begging for mercy? Shu Xing helped Hua Xiao up, holding her trembling body tightly. He murmured, "Xiao, remember my words. From now on, no one can hurt you." And also, Shu Xing held her head, their eyes meeting, his expression serious. "Xiao, tell me seriously, are you willing to follow me for the rest of your life?" Hua Xiao nodded vigorously, choking back tears, "As long as young master doesn't despise me." Shu Xing gently wiped away her tears. "Then will you listen to me?" "Of course," Hua Xiao replied without hesitation. "Then remember this well, you're not allowed to kneel, and you're not allowed to hurt yourself. Even if you do something wrong, I'll be the one to punish you, understand?" "Yes, yes. Also, if you encounter other dangers, like other nobles trying to harm you, don't be afraid. Be sure to tell me, and I'll handle it." "Yes, yes." Hua Xiao nodded happily. This master was so good, gentle, handsome, and protective. Although he had many secrets, she didn't care. She only knew that this was her favorite master. "And another thing is that I'm a little weak." She vowed to herself that she would cultivate diligently, becoming stronger by any means necessary, to protect the young master. Until the young master's family guards arrived, no one could harm him. "Alright, such a pretty face. I'll be unhappy if you cry." Puffed. Hua Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled. "Young master, you're so kind." "Of course, I think so too. By the way, you haven't said how many gold coins this bag of salt can be exchanged for." Hua Xiao took the salt, weighed it in her hand, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, 10? No, that's too few. It should be at least 20. Of course, this is just the price in the Lost Lands. If the young master takes it to a big city, it should be around 40 gold coins. Hua Xiao added, afraid that Shu Xing would think it was too little. Shu Xing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A bag of salt costing 2 yuan, even if exchanged for 10 gold coins, would be 100,000 yuan. Although trading with instant noodles and other food items went well before, small quantities were fine. However, large-scale sales, especially with the great Xia characters on the packaging, would bring him endless trouble. This other world was a supernatural world, and he didn't even know about top-tier martial arts. If someone could fly, teleport, move mountains, or fill seas, then once exposed, even nuclear weapons might not be able to protect him. Do you lack salt there? If I were to trade this salt with that goblin long-term, what price should I set? Is it safe? Shu Xing continued to ask. Hua Xiao was somewhat incredulous, but still answered seriously, young master, even coarse salt in the Lost Lands is extremely scarce. As for your refined salt, even human nobles lack it. If you really intend to trade with that goblin, I'd like to ask first, what is the cost of your salt? How much can you produce each month? Shu Xing rubbed his nose, the cost is negligible. As for the month, about 100,000 bags should be no problem. Considering regulations, Shu Xing was being conservative. Hua Xiao's mouth dropped open. Although she had been somewhat prepared, she still couldn't hide her shock. Young master, I suggest a bid of 22 gold coins per bag, with a maximum of 100 bags per month. Ah, that's far too little. Hua Xiao, noticing Shu Xing's confusion, explained, young master, although the goblin is currently respectful to you, if he learns that you possess a top-tier secret realm with unlimited production of rare items like salt, he might take the risk. I suggest you sell 100 bags of salt for gold coins to buy a territory, recruit soldiers, then seal off the territory and heavily train guards until your family's guards arrive. Secret realm? Family guards? Young master, although I don't know what happened to you, I'm certain you are a viscount, and your family is very powerful. The lotus noble mark on your forehead comes from a peerless master at the divine will realm. Before Shu Xing could speak, Hua Xiao continued. I suspect you were ambushed and lost some of your memories, and were transported to the Lost Land. Your best course of action now is to utilize your family's secret realm to acquire goods, trade with that goblin, and await the arrival of your family's guards. My goodness, Shu Xing was at a loss for words. Injury and amnesia? Blue star equals secret realm? Her little brain was really good at making connections, it saved him the trouble of explaining himself. Then why didn't you say so before? Hua Xiao blinked, looking pitiful. Because I'm so stupid. I only realized the aura of the mark on your forehead came from a divine will expert after I finished digesting the inheritance within me, and that's when I learned about the existence of a special grade secret realm. Shu Xing tapped her little head with his finger. If you're stupid, read more books. Is there anything else you should be careful about? Hua Xiao giggled. No, nothing. If not, come over and continue helping me check the items for sale. Shu Xing rolled his eyes and rummaged through the kitchen for other seasonings. Hee, okay. Hua Xiao stuck out her tongue and replied happily. Having resolved her inner conflict, she was no longer afraid or hesitant, and her courage had grown considerably. Shu Xing was happy about her change. The contract in his mind made her someone he could be closest to. Mr. Xu, your 10 boxes of table salt, 100 boxes of floral water, and 1 set of custom-made protective clothing have arrived. Early in the morning, outside the rented apartment, a JD.com deliveryman stood waiting for Xu Xing to sign for the package. Xu Xing glanced at the goods, signed his name after confirming there were no issues, and instructed, put them inside and arrange them. Okay, please wait a moment, the deliveryman replied with a smile, then waved and quickly moved to work with the 3 burly men behind him. They didn't normally offer a 4-person moving service, but they had no choice. This customer was giving too much 30,000 yuan worth of goods, but he'd paid a whopping 50,000 yuan. With a buyer like this, they wouldn't complain even if they were made to clean toilets. After all, they were in the business for money. Who would turn down money? Less than 10 minutes later, Mr. Xu, it's done. Would you like to take a look? Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you can go back now. Alright, Mr. Xu, please feel free to place your orders in the future. Xu Xing nodded and locked the door immediately after they left. Young master, is this the salt delivered by express? Hua Xo stared in disbelief at the salt piled half the room. Although the young master had given her a brief introduction to the Great Xia dynasty last night, she still couldn't quite believe it easily obtaining thousands of kilograms of high-quality fine salt, along with other things she'd never even heard of before. Only a legendary top-tier secret realm could accomplish something like this. A treasure so rare it would be a once-in-a-millennium event, and now she was fortunate enough to witness it. Thinking of this, Hua Xio's face filled with happiness as she looked at Xu Xing with adoration. Not only salt, but also floral water and armor. Get ready, we're going to that little house in the Lost Lands. Xu Xing opened his specially made protective suit and put it on. As for why he only bought 1 piece, it was because Hua Xio already had extraordinary armor, even better than his. Hua Xio returned to her room and put on her armor. Xu Xing tore open bags of salt, mixed them with prepared soil and sand, and poured the mixture into colorless, transparent bags. Then he diluted the floral water and poured it into water jugs. Using these 2 items to trade with the goblins was currently the best option. As Hua Xio put it, the people of this other world were used to salt mixed with soil and sand, and as for the floral water, too much fragrance wasn't good. These 2 items weren't cheap, and they could at least explain the origin of the goods, preventing them from attracting the attention of powerful forces. Xiao, take this big bag of salt and get ready to go back. Xu Xing held her hand tightly, his other hand supporting the jug of diluted floral water. Anything he touched could traverse between the 2 worlds. Hua Xiao nodded, her expression serious as she stared ahead. This was the moment of entering and exiting a top-tier secret realm. She had to observe carefully, perhaps she could comprehend a secret technique. The air in the rented room suddenly distorted, and in the blink of an eye, Xu Xing and his companion vanished. Another world, the capital, the former residence of General Chingling the Duke's mansion. A beautiful woman, clad in silver armor, exuded a chilling aura, her killing intent soaring to the heavens. She coldly asked, "Has the young master been found?" The hundreds of servants kneeling below trembled. "General, we haven't found him, no, but..." "Speak." The woman's icy face was filled with anxiety. He was the general's only descendant, her only hope for the future. "General, we found the residual aura of a large-scale forced teleportation array in the young master's room. We suspect that the young master, he was sent to, a lost land millions of miles away." "What? General, spare our lives." "Spare our lives? A bunch of useless trash." The woman swung her sword, severing the right hands of hundreds of people simultaneously. The sword froze instantly, shattering without a trace. "Find them. Find them at all costs." 1 day later, no news, kill them. Get out. The woman looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Why?" A dignified general protecting the nation, the only duke's mansion, ancestors killed on the battlefield, leaving only the young master. The Chingling family almost died out. To protect the young master, she had already yielded so much, even making him a viscount. But even so, were they still not satisfied? The woman closed her eyes, then opened them again, her gaze sharp and devoid of emotion, coldly sweeping across the magnificent palace in the distance. The Empress. She leaped into the air, her voice chilling, "Huang Yu, come out here." The palace fell silent. An old woman inside roared in fury, "Who dares to challenge me? You're courting death." The Empress, who was having her evening meal, wore a bright red bathrobe, her long, black hair loosely draped, her snow-white skin exposed. She was momentarily stunned to hear someone call her by name. In this day and age, such people were few and far between. Sensing a familiar presence 100 miles away, she frowned slightly, then looked up at the figure in silver armor, now 1,000 meters away, radiating killing intent. "General Chingling, what business do you have with me?" The Empress's voice was clear and calm, showing no anger at the man's words or actions. "Young master is missing. Give me an explanation." Upon hearing this, the Empress almost laughed in anger. "What's it to me? That scoundrel is probably off gallivanting off to some brothel again. Xinglan, clad in armor, ignored her and continued, the Xinglan family is full of loyal martyrs, except for young master, who is the only heir. 3 years ago, to protect young master, I privately demoted his title to Viscount. Yet, in these 3 years, some villains have still attempted to assassinate him. I thought that with me here, no one would dare to go too far. But today, young master was ambushed and forcibly teleported to a lost land millions of miles away, his fate unknown. Huan Yu, the great general has conquered half the empire for you, and I can use necromancy to destroy the other half. Tell me, if young master is gone, who among you is confident you can survive my necromancy? Guess again, do I dare, or do I not? Xinglan Ying, clad in armor, floated in the air, her face expressionless as she spoke, her calm voice sending chills down the spines of every minister in the capital. General, think it over, think it over. Who dares to plot against the young marquis? Don't get us all killed. Your Majesty, investigate thoroughly. Quickly rescue the young lord. Yes, my Gongsun family has absolutely no involvement in this matter. If we are lying, may we be punished by the gods. My Wan family is willing to make a divine vow to help General Xinglan find the young master. We hope General Xinglan will reconsider. After all, the young lord will need your protection in the future, won't he? The Empress frowned. I understand. I will immediately dispatch 100,000 troops to assist you in finding him. What do you say? Xinglan coldly swept her gaze over the people below. If there is still no news of the young master in one day, or if anything happens to him, they will all be buried with him. West of Fallen Leaf Village in the Lost Lands, Xu Xing, pulling Hua Xo along, arrived at the small wooden cabin carrying a bucket of perfume. Hua Xo, clad in azure armor, her long, black hair flowing freely, effortlessly carried over 100 pounds of table salt in her right hand. Young master, you're amazing. Hua Xo gazed at Xu Xing with adoration. To freely enter and exit a top-tier secret realm, covering thousands of miles in an instant, was practically a miracle. Being praised by such a beautiful young woman, Xu Xing was in high spirits. Of course, otherwise, how could I be your young master? Hee, the way young master is now, in the words of the young master's secret realm, is shameless. Heh, I spent all night teaching you yesterday, and all you learned was to slander young master? Xu Xing poked her rosy cheek with his finger, speaking with a hint of annoyance. Hua Xio's face flushed slightly, a surge of secret joy welling up inside her. The young master's occasional affectionate gestures filled her heart with happiness. Young master, I'll go fetch you some water. Unable to bear Xu Xing's intense gaze, Hua Xio quickly ran out. Xu Xing smiled and shook his head. Having such a gentle, obedient, and beautiful girlfriend was truly a blessing from heaven. By the way, young master, don't eat that red power fruit on the table. Hua Xio, who had just stepped out, noticed the power fruit on the stone table and decisively turned back to give him a serious instruction. The young master had lost his memory, she had to be extremely careful and couldn't jeopardize his future martial arts cultivation. Xu Xing was startled. Looking at the red fruit and the brass-colored book on the stone table, he suddenly remembered that these were the 2 items left over from his transaction with the goblin yesterday. If Hua Xio hadn't reminded him, he would have completely forgotten about them. Why? A power fruit, it should be a good thing to increase strength, right? Xu Xing was somewhat puzzled, he dreamed of becoming stronger. Hua Xio turned back, still worried, and stuffed the fruit on the table into her pocket before patiently explaining, power fruits can indeed increase strength, but this is only a low-grade yellow-rank power fruit. As a nobleman, you absolutely cannot eat this kind, because each person can only eat 1 attribute fruit per cultivation level. A low-grade yellow-rank power fruit only increases strength by 100 jin, a world of difference compared to the 500 jin of a high-grade yellow-rank fruit, not to mention the legendary divine fruits. Young master, if you eat this stuff, when you return to your clan, your family will tear me to pieces. Hua Xio said, her face filled with lingering fear. Xu Xing, then what about this secret technique called the whale swallowing technique? It's not just a low-grade yellow rank, is it? Hua Xio shook her head. High-grade yellow rank, that's quite good. Hua Xio looked at the pensive young master, as if she could read his mind, and quickly added, it's very good for commoners, young master, don't even think about it. Xu Xing felt incredibly frustrated, the extraordinary hope that had just welled up in his heart instantly shattered. Xio, do you think I might have some hidden power within me, but I've forgotten how to use it? Xu Xing looked at Hua Xio with hopeful eyes. After all, he seemed to have replaced Luo Yi Xinglan, Xu Xing, in this world, and might have inherited his power. Unfortunately, Hua Xio shook her head mercilessly again. Young master, no, your body, is very slender and delicate. Xu Xing glanced expressionlessly at Hua Xio, who was suppressing a laugh, thinking, just say it directly, your body is extremely weak and frail, a complete waste. Ahem, young master, if you really want to become stronger, we can exchange the floral water for some rare and precious herbs and cultivation techniques without side effects later, Hua Xo said quickly, feeling a pang of sympathy for the disappointment in her young master's eyes. Shu Xing's eyes lit up. Really? Hua Xo patted her flat chest, confidently assuring him, of course. Fallen Leaf Village, one of the many villages in the Lost Lands. Most of the inhabitants are refugees and orcs. Despite their different races, they seem to live together harmoniously. The village streets are lined with various goods, coarse salt, iron ore, animal bones, exotic flowers and herbs. The sounds of hawking and selling fill the air. Although everyone is dressed in rough linen and appears impoverished, most have smiles on their faces, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Shu Xing, eager to become stronger, entered the village early in the morning with Hua Xo. Looking at the legendary races, he secretly marveled, minotaur warriors, cat-eared girls, slimes. Why aren't there any elves or angels? Shu Xing asked Hua Xo, somewhat puzzled. Hua Xo. She stared at Shu Xing in shock, thinking that the young master's injuries were indeed quite severe, and he had lost a significant amount of his memory. However, she was also relieved, if the young master hadn't lost his memory, she wouldn't have become his maid. Hua Xo coughed lightly and explained softly, young master, we're in a remote, lost land. How could a high-ranking race like the elves be here? As for the angels the young master mentioned, I've never heard of them, but they're probably not a low-ranking race, after all, they're a race the young master remembers. Shu Xing. He had only asked casually, since he was injured and had lost his memory, it didn't matter if he didn't understand. This village looks quite large. How many people are there? Hua Xo thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, tens of thousands, I guess. They're all people who have migrated here due to war. The village is only about 10 years old. Shu Xing's lips twitched. Good heavens! Tens of thousands of people in one village. He remembered that his hometown village only had 78 households, at most a few hundred people. Young master, the Lost Lands cover 1,000,000 miles, with countless mountains and valleys, and are scarce in resources. Yet, in recent years, the population has not decreased but increased, now reaching tens of millions. Why? Shu Xing asked casually. Hua Xio's eyes dimmed. Because they are refugees, lower-class races. As soon as we leave the Lost Lands, we are burned, killed, looted, humiliated, and enslaved by the various nobles. Shu Xing opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could only hold her small hand tightly. He couldn't and dared not guarantee that he could change the fate of tens of millions of people here. Don't worry, from now on, you'll live the high life with me, and no one but me will bully you. Hua Xio's dim eyes instantly brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Young master, let's go make the deal. Young master will be in charge of putting on airs, I'll handle the transaction. Observe more and listen less, don't forget. Shu Xing touched his nose and smiled, I couldn't be happier. Also, if there's any danger, be sure to teleport back to the secret realm immediately. Don't worry about me. Hua Xio suddenly turned around and said seriously. Shu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the girl skipping and jumping ahead as if nothing was wrong, he shook his head and smiled wryly before quickly following. At the west end of Fallen Leaf Village, Gabuta sat with his legs crossed in front of the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, enjoying the gentle service of 4 mermaid maids massaging his back, giving him a massage, peeling fruit. The life of a noble lord filled him with uncontrollable excitement. All of this was thanks to the young nobleman of the human race who traded with him yesterday. As soon as those goods returned to the clan, they attracted countless people to pursue them. Especially that instant noodle dish, once filled with hot water and seasoning, its aroma filled the entire tribe, eventually attracting even the tribe chief. He was incredibly proud. Unfortunately, there were only 9 packs of instant noodles. The chief arrived and immediately took 8. Luckily, he was quick and ate one first, otherwise he would have lost a fortune. Goods worth a few hundred gold coins were exchanged from that noble young master for several thousand gold coins in a single transaction, all of them priceless extraordinary items. He secretly decided that tomorrow he would bring his best goods, shamelessly trade with Shu Xing again, no matter the cost. To get a few more packs of instant noodles it was just too tempting. While daydreaming, a knock sounded at the door. Gabuta frowned. He had posted a notice yesterday saying he was closing down. Why was someone still bothering him? Go see who it is. Never mind, let them in, Gabuta ordered. A happy occasion puts one in high spirits, and he was pleased today, so he decided to calm his excited heart. Yes, one of the mermaids, with a human head and a snake tail, replied, then swam off to open the door. The door opened, and Shu Xing's eyes lit up at the sight of the mermaid. This was a rare sight indeed, though her face was rather ordinary, and her figure. Hua Xio, seeing her young master staring intently at the mermaid, frowned and muttered, ordinary mermaids aren't even as pretty as me. Although she was a human refugee, she was also a refugee with half-elf blood. While she couldn't compare to those noble princesses, she was still prettier than this half-human mermaid. Young master, let's go in. Hua Xo tugged at Shu Xing's sleeve. Shu Xing gave an awkward smile. Excuse me, is this the Gabuta family's residence? The mermaid Lisa, looking at Shu Xing in his elegant attire, bowed her head respectfully and said, yes, master is inside. Please come in. Gabuta, who had been lying in the courtyard eating crystal grapes, heard the familiar voice at the door and quickly sat up. His initially uncertain gaze cleared instantly upon seeing the figure at the entrance. He hurriedly ran over, smiling obsequiously, young master, I didn't know it was you. My apologies. Gabuta imitated the etiquette of human nobles, bowing and scraping in apology. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of the four mermaids around him, and their attitude became even more respectful and proper. Gabuta didn't want to leave a bad impression on this nobleman. If this young master blamed him for this and refused to do business with him, his newly begun idyllic life would turn into a life of wandering. After all, a group of elders in his tribe were still waiting for his instant noodles. Shu Xing nodded calmly. It's nothing, just a bit bored, came to see you. Gabuta didn't care whether he was genuinely moved or not, feigning deep gratitude, and said, young master, please take a seat. What are you waiting for? Quickly brew a pot of the finest kui shui tea. Oh, and bring up the dragon fruit and the fire beef as well. Gabuta personally tidied the table while gently instructing the maid. From their first meeting, he could tell that this young master was kind-hearted and disliked mistreating or beating servants. In front of this young master, he had to be a kind-hearted goblin as well. Young master, what brings you here today? Gabuta asked tentatively after Shu Xing sat down. Gabuta was afraid Shuxing would say, I'm very dissatisfied with the last shipment. Shuxing, unaware of Gabuta's inner turmoil, was about to speak when Hua Xo spoke first. Young master is going on his first long journey for training and doesn't have enough money. He'd like to exchange some common currency with you. With that, Hua Xo casually tossed out a small bottle of floral water. Gabuta's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He quickly caught the small, crystal-clear bottle with both hands. Even if this young master had casually picked up a stick from the ground, Gabuta would have believed it contained a hidden treasure. A super-rich second-generation heir backed by a divine will realm expert, his knowledge far surpassed that of lower-class races like theirs. Gently uncorking the bottle, a delicate fragrance wafted out, making Gabuta's whole body tremble. This is the legendary, priceless, a noble perfume? The perfume rumored to be worth a fortune for wealthy ladies? This scent, this fragrance, this crystal-clear liquid, it's dozens of times better than ordinary perfumes on the market. He estimated that even the perfumes used by royalty weren't this good. Young master, what do you mean? Gabuta couldn't help but swallow hard, asking with a fawning smile. Although he knew this young master wouldn't be stingy, this was still a pleasant surprise. Knowing that the easiest money to make in the world comes from women and children, students, this young master can produce one bottle, and he can produce a second, a third. Shu Xing smiled slightly, as you can see, perfume, transaction. Shu Xing looked up at Gabuta, whose face was full of longing, yet whose eyes held no greed, and was somewhat surprised. He strongly agreed with what a certain scholar on Blue Star had said, or rather, a famous saying. If a commodity has a 50% profit margin, the seller will dare to take risks. With a 100% profit margin, he will dare to trample on all human laws. As for a 300% profit margin, he will dare to commit any crime, even risking the gallows. Their first transaction already yielded a 300% profit, and this perfume transaction will far surpass that. This was also why Hua Xo was initially worried about his safety, but now it seems her worries were unnecessary. Shu Xing guessed that perhaps Gabuta was simple and cautious, or perhaps the intimidating presence of the divine will realm guards behind him was simply too terrifying. After Hua Xio's reminder, he indeed discovered that besides Hua Xio's contracted divine sense, there was another extremely vague contracted divine sense in his mind. Perhaps due to the great distance, he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't carefully meditated. This inexplicable transmigration, this inexplicable noble status, he couldn't understand it, and didn't want to think about it. Having a free super-powerful henchman was simply fantastic. Young master, how about the transaction? What do you need? Young master, young master. Gabuta, seeing Shu Xing's dazed expression, thought he might change his mind and not sell to him, so his voice became somewhat urgent. Hua Xio gently nudged Shu Xing's shoulder. Young master, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. Shu Xing snapped out of his reverie, looking at the anxious Gabuta, and said, You talked to Xio, I'm hungry. This jerky tastes very good. Shu Xing wasn't lying. The jerky served on the table tasted comparable to instant noodles and ham on Earth, practically top tier in this other world. And, most importantly, this jerky seemed to strengthen his body. He felt warm all over, with a gentle power slowly flowing within him. Gabuta looked at Hua Xio, his eyes filled with a kind smile. She was no longer the destitute he could so easily dismiss. Miss Hua, is this how you address me? Hua Xio frowned, her face expressionless. It doesn't matter. Gabuta didn't seem to care, instead asking with a slightly ingratiating tone, "Miss Hua, I'm willing to offer 100 gold coins for this small bottle of perfume, and the same for every subsequent bottle, no less, as many as you have, how about it?" Hua Xo glanced at him, not answering, but instead asked, "What about the gold coins young master asked for yesterday?" Gabuta was taken aback, but reacted quickly. "Miss Hua, wait for me." Gabuta hurriedly ran to the west wing, laboriously dragging out a square wooden box about 1 or 2 meters long. "Young master, I've been buying them everywhere since I got back yesterday, but as you know, this is a poor, remote place, and gold coins are inconvenient to carry. So far, I've only bought 300 gold coins." As he spoke, Gabuta lifted the wooden lid, revealing thumb-sized gold coins covering the box, glittering and extremely pleasing. Hua Xo stepped forward, inspected them, and nodded to Xu Xing. Gabuta seemed oblivious, a broad smile on his face as he awaited Xu Xing's instructions, secretly relieved that he had taken the time to pay the high price last night. Xu Xing suppressed his excitement. 300 gold coins was 3 million. However, he was now a nobleman, and couldn't appear like a country bumpkin. He smiled calmly and said, "Very good, I'm very satisfied with your efficiency." Gabuta was overjoyed. "Thank you for your praise, young master. It's my honor to serve you. By the way, I brought quite a few rare items yesterday. I was planning to deliver them to you personally tomorrow, but since you're here now, I'll have someone deliver them to you later." Gabuta's mind was now filled with thoughts of perfume. If he could secure this deal, sacrificing some items would be completely worthwhile. Besides, Hua Xo had a bag of other items. Whatever they were, he would try his best to acquire them all. Xu Xing nodded without ceremony. Why not take advantage of it? Any item here would be incredibly valuable on Blue Star. Seeing Xu Xing nod, Hua Xio's expression softened considerably. She said to Gabuta, "1 bottle, 120 gold coins, 50 bottles per month." Gabuta's mind raced. 1 bottle, excluding the glass jar, was about 50 G. Although a bit expensive, the exquisite glass packaging made him decide immediately. Whatever Miss Hua says goes. 120 it is. But isn't the monthly production a bit low? Hua Xio sneered, "You think this is cabbage?" If it weren't for the young master's desire to build a career on his own during this training, coupled with insufficient preparation and lack of funds, he wouldn't have ended up selling his belongings. Otherwise, why would he give it to you so cheaply? Gabuta awkwardly scratched his head. Some noble young masters did indeed enjoy training to prove their abilities. He felt somewhat relieved after hearing this. No wonder the first transaction with the young master involved rare foods he'd never seen before. They were the young master's private stash. Gabuta inwardly congratulated himself on his good fortune. Thankfully, he'd met this young master that day. Gabuta's eyes darted around as he glanced at the bag, his desire growing even stronger. Knowing it was all the noble young master's private stash, he was even more determined not to give it up. The fact that they had brought it meant they intended to make a deal. Thinking of this, Gabuta gritted his teeth. "Miss Hua, let's not beat around the bush. Could you sell me the bag of items too? After all, I was the one who brought you and the young master together. Even if I didn't do anything special, I certainly put in some effort, right?" "Ha, effort." Hua Xio looked at him with disdain. "Don't you know what kind of merchant you are?" Hua Xio had lived in this malicious world for 18 years, suffering for 15 of them hunger, cold, pain, insults. It could be said that, apart from the young master, she couldn't feel any goodwill towards anyone in this world. However, Hua Xio's tone changed. She still needed to rely on this goblin merchant. For the sake of the young master, she could temporarily forget the malice of the man before her. Gabuta was immediately excited. "But what? Miss Hua, please tell me what you need. I will do my best to help." Hua Xio glanced at him. "After all, you gave me food and saved my life. Later, when I met the young master, it was indeed thanks to you that I didn't report your misdeeds to him." Gabuta's expression changed, but he finally steeled himself and lowered his head, saying softly, "Thank you for your magnanimity, Miss Hua. I know I have wronged you in the past. That's why I searched so diligently for the beauty elixir yesterday, to make amends to you." As he spoke, Gabuta suppressed his reluctance and slowly handed over a delicate, palm-sized sandalwood box with trembling hands. Hua Xio raised an eyebrow and accepted it without ceremony in front of the young master. Opening the sandalwood box, a grape-sized vermilion pill appeared. A beauty elixir? And a mid-grade Xian level 1. Hua Xio was somewhat flustered and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gabuta, his face contorted with a grimace, forced a smile and said, "It's a mid-grade Xian rank beauty-preserving pill. After taking it, not only will it beautify and nourish the skin, but it will also maintain one's peak appearance for 20 years. Beauty is the eternal pursuit of women everywhere. This mid-grade Xian rank beauty-preserving pill is comparable to a high-grade Xian rank or even a low-grade D rank treasure, a rare item even among nobles. It said that the year the human empress ascended the throne, the Grand General of the state paid nearly 10 million gold coins to present her with a heaven-ranked beauty-preserving pill. Xiao, if you like it, accept it, Xu Xing said casually. A treasure that preserves youth for 20 years, that's a wonderful thing. Who wouldn't want their wife to stay 18 forever? Yes, accept it, Miss Hua. Although this can't compare to the young master's treasure, it's mainly a token of my appreciation, Gabuta said with a smile. The beauty-preserving pill is good, but it's only a one-time sale, unlike the continuous business of perfume, which could even help him curry favor with this young master. Hua Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the beauty-enhancing pill. She could never repay the young master's kindness, even in 10 lifetimes. Accepting the pill meant that in future transactions, the young master would have to concede some profits. She knew that the upcoming salt business alone would involve tens of thousands of gold coins per transaction. Conceding even a small amount would mean a loss of hundreds or thousands of gold coins. Hua Xiao shook her head. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. The main purpose of this trip was to serve the young master wholeheartedly. Gabuta, here are 10 bottles of perfume. Here you go. The remaining 40 bottles will be given to you tomorrow. Now I need to buy some things, please try your best to find them. Gabuta carefully accepted the package, waved it to the mermaid beside him, and said seriously, Miss Hua, please speak freely. I have some influence here. Items below the earth rank are generally no problem. Health cultivation techniques, natural treasures without side effects, the higher the quality the better, as many as you can get. Gabuta frowned. No side effects whatsoever. Hua Xiao nodded. Better to have less than to have bad quality. No rush, collect slowly. Okay, I'll do my best. Also, a detailed map of the entire Lost Lands is needed. Keep an eye out for rare and precious natural treasures and inheritance beads as well. Okay, no problem. The map wasn't difficult. As for the natural treasures, once he completed this deal, he would obtain enough innate pills from his clan. After breaking through to the innate realm, he could freely acquire whatever he wanted. That's all for now. Next up is another deal. Hua Xiao pointed to a bag beside her, her expression solemn. Gabuta rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excitement. He was eagerly anticipating the upcoming transaction. Have your men leave first. The salt was of utmost importance. Hua Xiao had to be extremely careful. Gabuta's expression shifted. What item required such caution? You all go out and guard the door. No one is allowed to approach, Gabuta ordered. After the guards left the courtyard, Hua Xiao took out a small bag of salt, handed it to him, and said calmly, be prepared. Gabuta was inwardly astonished. Was this more precious than perfume or instant noodles? Opening the bag, Gabuta's heart skipped a beat, somewhat incredulous. He pinched some salt, soil, and all, and put it directly into his mouth. 2e. Gabuta wiped his mouth, his face lighting up with surprise. It really was salt, and such fine, pure white salt that far superior to the best premium salt on the market. My goodness, Miss Hua, what does the young master mean? Gabuta licked his dry lips, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the large bag in Hua Xiao's arms. A salt business. This was truly a tremendous surprise. No wonder he was a noble young master with divine protection. His generosity grew ever greater. Salt, after all, was a strategic resource, an essential commodity for any nation. In impoverished territories, soldiers might lack rice and flour, but they could eat coarse grains, mixed grains, even grass and tree bark. But without salt, it was truly a disaster. A week without salt, no matter how strong a warrior or soldier, they wouldn't be able to hold a weapon. At that point, forget about defending against enemies, even escape would become a problem. In the entire Lost Lands, salt was extremely scarce. A family of 5 was considered wealthy if they could afford a pound of coarse salt per month. As for the nouveau riche and lords who didn't lack money, their livelihood depended on status and prestige. Having seen the fine salt enjoyed by nobles outside, who would want to eat this coarse salt? If he could acquire such a large bag of fine salt and return to his clan, combined with his previous merit, he could easily advance to elder, let alone innate realm. Hua Xiao smiled gently at Gabuta, who was swallowing hard. You should know the value of the salt the young master brought. Do you want it? As she spoke, Hua Xiao opened the bag, revealing a large amount of fine, snow-white salt. Gabuta couldn't help but swallow, gritting his teeth. Miss Hua, just tell me how much. The salt can be traded to you, and there will even be more in the future, but... Hua Xiao paused. Gabuta, his expression excited, patted his chest vigorously and assured, just give the order, I'll go bankrupt to arrange everything. Xu Xing, who had been watching the scene unfold, waved his hand. It won't come to that. Let Xiao talk to you slowly. Xu Xing used stainless steel chopsticks to elegantly pick up some dried meat and feed it to him. Gabuta thought, this is what a nobleman should be like. Compared to the young master before him, he felt like an uncivilized savage, too crude. He secretly memorized Shu Xing's movements, planning to practice them later so he could eat like that from now on. Miss Hua, there's no one else here. Can you state your conditions? Now he understood why Hua Xiao was being so cautious. Hua Xiao parted her red lips slightly and slowly uttered, territory, castle. Gabuda's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, kill nobles? Seize territory? He dared not do this. If discovered, it would mean the execution of his entire family. Hua Xiao shook her head, speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just asking you to spend money to buy a rich territory. It's still here in the Lost Lands. As long as the price is right, I believe many people will be willing to bid. Gabuda breathed a sigh of relief. Buy a territory? What does young master need it for? Hua Xiao's eyes narrowed. Gabuda waved his hands repeatedly. Don't misunderstand. Mainly, I need to decide what kind of territory to buy. Is it for leisure and sightseeing? Or for collecting iron ore and timber resources? Or perhaps for war? Gabuda's voice noticeably softened at the end. Hua Xiao's eyes flickered. I'll take a bit of everything, she said. Mainly for sightseeing and to raise troops. Young master is going out to gain experience, wanting to make a name for himself and prove himself to his family, so, Gabuda nodded, understanding immediately. This was just for show, a way to gain prestige, he knew it. By the way, the territory should be somewhat remote. Young master prefers tranquility. Gabuda nodded with a wry smile. This perfectly suited the requirements of a noble young master, eccentric and capricious. Others would love for a bustling territory for trade and development. But him? Remote and quiet? Was he afraid his territory's prosperity would be disturbed? Any other requirements? Gabuda asked speechlessly. Hua Xiao thought for a moment. That's all. Find a suitable seller according to the requirements. Money isn't a problem. Consider this 100 caddies of salt a deposit. After the deal is done, you can also have the right to buy and sell the salt. Gabuda was overjoyed. No problem. Give me 3 days, no, 1 day. Arrange everything by tomorrow night and visit the young master with the territory deed. However, Gabuda hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and asked, Miss Hua, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Hua Xiao looked at him curiously. Go ahead. After the sale, what will happen to the local people? Will they all be killed? Or? Gabuda looked cautious as he said this. That's easy, Hua Xiao said with a gentle smile. Young master said that their decision to stay or leave is voluntary. Those who stay, as long as they are obedient and don't cause trouble, will be exempt from taxes for 6 months. As for those who possess a skill, young master also said that as long as they serve him, he guarantees everyone will have enough to eat every day. Those who are capable will be rewarded, and he will never mistreat them. Gabuda was speechless for a long time. Exempt from taxes? Full meals every day? Is this really a nobleman? Even the supposedly greatest and kindest elves wouldn't go to such lengths. However, looking at Shu Xing eating, Gabuda felt a surge of anticipation. This was the gentlest and most aristocratic young master he had ever met. Perhaps he really could do it. Although he didn't consider himself a good person, he couldn't bring himself to kill innocent people, especially innocent civilians from his territory. If this person treats ordinary citizens so well, wouldn't those who can help him in his training and create value for him have a great chance to follow in his footsteps, openly and legitimately leaving the lost land to live in the vast and prosperous world outside? Thinking of this, Gabuda's heart burned with excitement, but when he thought of his wife, children, and elderly relatives, and the innate pills guaranteed by the elders, he finally sighed deeply. Now was not the time. Miss Hua, leave the territory matter to me. I guarantee the young master a definite answer before sunset tomorrow. Hua Xiao nodded. Don't try anything funny. The young master isn't petty, understand? Gabuda gave a wry smile. Miss Hua, please rest assured. I'm not stupid when it comes to guards at the Divine Will realm. That's good. Hua Xiao snorted coldly, turning back to Shu Xing's side. Her icy face immediately softened, and she said gently, Young master, it's settled. We'll have an answer tomorrow night. Shu Xing nodded indifferently. You make the decision. No need to report. I trust you. Here, have a piece of meat, it's quite delicious. With that, Shu Xing picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks and fed it to Hua Xiao's red lips. Hua Xiao's pretty face flushed slightly, but she didn't refuse. She gently opened her mouth and chewed the beef, her lips curving into a crescent shape. Whether from the meat or from the person, it was hard to tell. Gabuda watched the two's intimacy, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't been too harsh on this girl before, otherwise, this deal might have been very difficult to predict. Gabuda waved his hand, leading his servants back into the house, not wanting to disturb Shu Xing and Hua Xiao's display of affection. Young master, let's just pack it up and take it home to eat. Hua Xiao didn't want to stay here. Back to the wooden house? Yes. Hua Xo nodded. Although it was dilapidated, it was where she and the young master had met. Alright, let's go back then. Shu Xing affectionately pinched her nose. Hua Xiao's eyes were full of smiles as she carried the remaining roast beef on the table and the box of gold coins on the ground, following behind Shu Xing. The mermaid who had opened the door for Shu Xing earlier, seeing the two preparing to leave, got up and quickly hugged the wooden box her master had given her, closely following 5 meters behind Shu Xing. Hua Xiao glanced at it indifferently, knowing this was probably the other gift Gabuta had mentioned, and didn't pay it any mind. In the courtyard, after watching Shu Xing and the other leave, he excitedly hugged the salt bag and ate it twice, not caring at all about the dirt. A full 100 caddies of refined salt, worth at least 4,000 gold coins. This is just a deposit. With this money alone, he could acquire a rich territory spanning 10 miles in the central region. As for more remote areas, with proper management, he could acquire a territory spanning 100 miles. Although the maid Hua Xiao was helping the noble young master, she had overestimated the prices in the lost lands, or rather, underestimated the value of refined salt. After all, Hua Xiao was just a refugee, it was already quite good for her. However, Gabuta had no intention of ripping off the noble young master. He would do his best to prepare the best territory for him, and asking for a few dozen more kilograms of refined salt wouldn't be unreasonable. He realized that the young master was far from short of money. As long as he diligently completed his task, money was a piece of cake. Moreover, his biggest gain today was boarding the young master's ship and obtaining access to perfume and refined salt. As long as he remains loyal and serves the young master well, he might gain the young master's favor in the future and lead his family out of the lost lands. Currently, it seems that the young master likes beautiful women. Although he isn't a beauty himself, he can continue to send beauties to him. The entire lost lands has a population of tens of millions, and there are quite a few beautiful girls comparable to elves. Someone, prepare a carriage. We're going back to Yang City. He needed to transport this bag of refined salt back to his tribe as soon as possible, its value was too great. If discovered, given his current mediocre strength, surrendering might save his life. Moreover, Yang City also had information about the territory the young master needed a win-win situation. Yang City, a colossal city spanning tens of thousands of miles. After an afternoon of riding, Gabuta finally arrived at the city gate before sunset. Little Gabuta, coming so late to buy goods, the burly pig-headed soldier at the city gate asked with a smile. Brother Hong, what can I do? Business is tough these days. I need to make money quickly. Besides, I missed my son and daughter-in-law, so I took this opportunity to visit them. Gabuta scratched his head and chuckled in response. Zhu Hong nodded. It's not easy for anyone. Go in quickly and give them my regards. Of course. I'll treat Brother Hong to a drink in a few days. Gabuta led his horse through the city gate and secretly slipped a gold coin into Zhu Hong's pocket. Zhu Hong accepted it without batting an eye, his smile becoming even more genuine. He added in a low voice, things haven't been very peaceful in the city these days. Be careful with your valuables. Gabuta's expression hardened, he nodded slightly, and strode into the city. Inside the wooden house, Shu Xing held a yellow paper scroll containing the secret technique whale swallowing technique, his face filled with despair. He couldn't recognize a single character in the scribbles on it. Why were the words the same, but the writing different? Would he have to learn a whole new language to cultivate this secret technique? Shu Xing shook his head violently, the memory of being dominated by English in high school resurfacing. Why, God, Shu Xing sighed, looking up at the sky, his expression utterly dejected. Beside him, Hua Xiao looked at him with concern, gently helping Shu Xing, who was lying on the bed, to sit up. Young master, it's all right. If you don't want to learn the writing system again, you don't have to. Once the territory is settled, we'll exchange perfume for some inheritance beads. Languages, cultivation methods, secret techniques, you can learn them all at once. Shu Xing's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, Hua Xiao nodded earnestly. Shu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and gently embraced Hua Xiao. Xiao, you're so good. Hua Xiao trembled, her face flushed a captivating blush, her eyes glazed, and her body limply nestled in Shu Xing's arms. Shu Xing nuzzled Hua Xiao's delicate cheek, leaned on her shoulder, and inhaled her unique fragrance. He felt that with such a wife, what more could he ask for in life? Hua Xiao bit her lip, her eyes darting furtively at Shu Xing, her heart yearning for the warmth of his embrace. The warmth of his arms was intoxicating. Young master, take me. Hua Xiao stammered, almost biting her lip until it bled, her voice barely a whisper. As soon as the words left her lips, she was too ashamed to face anyone, burying herself in Shu Xing's chest. Shu Xing's body stiffened instantly, his already turbulent heart churning with intense emotion. He lowered his head, gazing at the delicate body in his arms, a thin white shirt, slender, fair legs, the air thick with the scent of hormones. Shu Xing bit his tongue hard, suppressing some of his primal desires. Now wasn't the time. This was his future wife, the best he could ever have. He couldn't treat her so casually. A man shouldn't take advantage of someone and leave them alone, even if she belonged entirely to him, wouldn't resist, wouldn't care about status. But he cared. One should be content. He knew in his heart that meeting her was his good fortune. On Blue Star, how many men could have a girl like this? A gentle, beautiful, and unwavering wife? No exaggeration, probably only Xu Xing. Yao Yao, I can't wrong you. Let's wait until everything is ready, and then I'll marry you in style. How about that? Xu Xing asked gently, whispering in her ear. Hearing the resolute words in her ear, Hua Xo slowly raised her blushing cheeks, gazing intently at Xu Xing's handsome face. Her large eyes unconsciously welled up with tears, which then streamed down her face. Xu Xing panicked instantly. Xiao, what's wrong? You don't want to? Hua Xiao shook her head hastily, not even bothering to wipe away her tears, and said urgently, Of course I want to, but I'm just a maid. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but hearing her words, she felt utterly helpless. She deliberately put on a stern face and said, Do you even listen to the young master? Yes, whatever the young master says is what I say. Then why do you still say you're just a maid? I. Hua Xiao stammered, somewhat at a loss. Remember this well, from now on you are my girlfriend, my future wife, understand? Okay. Hua Xiao blushed and whispered. Yes, once things are settled here in the territory, you will come with me to Great Xia, which is the secret realm, to get married. Hua Xiao lay in Xu Xing's arms, her eyes filled with happiness. No matter what the future held, with these words from her young master, she had no regrets in this life. She knew very well that once her young master returned to his family, his relatives would never allow him to marry a commoner like her, at least not as his principal wife. But she didn't care. As long as her young master had her in his heart, even just a tiny bit of status was enough. Young master, are you thirsty? I'll go get you a cup of hot water first, then we'll go check Kabuda's gifts, perhaps there are treasures inside that can make you stronger. Hua Xiao wiped away her tears and hurriedly got out of bed. Xu Xing leaned against the bed, watching the busy Hua Xiao with a smile. Life is good. After Hong Ji's reminder, Kabuda didn't even go home, heading straight for his tribe's territory. Only elders could guard 100 caddies of refined salt. As for whether handing it over to the elders would result in a deduction of merit, it certainly would, but it wouldn't be excessive. Most races in the Lost Lands were very united. After all, the Lost Lands were resource scarce, and in this chaotic world, weak and disunited races mostly disappeared into the dustbin of history. Kabuda led his horse across dozens of streets to a courtyard covering nearly 1,000 square meters. This was their tribe's main base in Yang City, where a mid-stage innate realm elder was stationed, making it very safe. Kabuda easily lifted the 100 caddies of refined salt, quickly pushed open the several-foot-long vermilion gate, and shouted, Uncle Yan, I have good stuff, the kind I can't keep safe. Kabuda, you'd better not lie. A muffled thunderous voice came from inside, sending chills down one's spine. Kabuda pouted. Uncle Yan, you don't need to scare me. I'm your own nephew. This was also one of the reasons Kabuda didn't hesitate to hand over the salt to the elder. He knew the resident elder for this month was his uncle, Ge Yan. Uncle, let me in quickly. Kabuda, holding the refined salt, stood at the bedroom door. A tall figure inside waved his hand, and the wooden door opened. Kabuda scurried in, beaming. Uncle, I brought some good stuff this time. Maybe it'll help you advance further. Ge Yan glared at him, stood up irritably, and shoved Kabuda hard in the face. Drunk? Who gave you the nerve to come here and spout nonsense? And don't think that just because you got a few buckets of noodles yesterday and pleased the chieftain, you can take advantage of me. Kabuda wasn't angry. He stood to the side, grinning foolishly. He'd lost both his parents at a young age, and he owed his success entirely to Uncle Yan. Uncle Yan was all bark and no bite. He was afraid Kabuda wouldn't be ambitious and might go astray. Without a word, Kabuda tore open the packaging, revealing a large amount of fine, white salt. Uncle Yan, are you sure you don't want it? Ge Yan snorted. I want to see what kind of trinkets you've brought this time. Hiss. Kabuda looked at the shocked Uncle Yan, secretly pleased. Uncle Yan, want to try some? Ge Yan gave him a disapproving look. As a master of the innate realm, he immediately recognized the contents as top-quality refined salt, but unable to resist his curiosity, he reached out and pinched some into his mouth. Tui, good salt. It melted in his mouth, intensely salty. Ge Yan looked at the large bag, weighed it in his hand, and was greatly shocked. He stammered, this, brat, where did you get this? Hundreds of pounds of refined salt could be exchanged for thousands of pounds of coarse salt, and thousands of pounds of coarse salt could sustain their medium-sized goblin tribe of 1,000 for over 3 months. Uncle Yan, the source is inconvenient to disclose, but it's no trouble, you don't need to worry. Same origin as that noodle dish. Ge Yan instantly connected the dots. Instant noodles. Gabuta said with a smile, tacitly admitting it. Good lad, not bad, very good. Ge Yan laughed loudly. This 100+ pounds of refined salt was far superior to those few buckets of instant noodles. His nephew was indeed a born businessman, worthy of being his elder brother's child. He'd really made something of himself. What do you plan to do with it? Ge Yan asked Gabuta after his initial excitement. To be honest, he did want the bag of salt. With it, the clan's spiritual herb would definitely be his, and he could certainly advance further. But it belonged to his nephew, and he didn't want to take it by force. If possible, he would choose to acquire it through a trade. Gabuta scratched his head. Uncle, this stuff's too hot to handle. I definitely won't sell it myself. So, why don't you buy it? Ge Yan was taken aback, a touch of emotion welling up inside him. It seemed all his years of spoiling him hadn't been in vain. All right, name your price. Uncle will sell everything he owns to raise the money. I won't let you suffer a loss. Gabuta had already thought it through on the way here. Without mincing words, he said directly, Uncle, help me buy a remote but fertile territory. It needs to be a good location, beautiful scenery, abundant resources, and a territory where I can train powerful soldiers. Of course, all of this is based on its remoteness. The more undiscovered, the better. Ge Yan looked at his nephew with an expression of utter disbelief. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? Would you sell this kind of territory? Gabuta rubbed his nose. Uncle, it's normal for it to be difficult. Otherwise, do you think this refined salt just falls from the sky? Ge Yan frowned. You mean, he gives you refined salt, and you give him this kind of territory? Of course, Gabuta answered matter-of-factly. Ge Yan, Uncle, this is just a deposit, don't tell me you can't handle it. Gabuta spoke slowly, not worried at all that Uncle Yan would refuse. Sure enough, Ge Yan's eyes turned red when he heard it was just a deposit. A deposit? How much will you give me if we find it? That depends on how good the territory we find is. I reckon if the owner is satisfied, he can easily get another 100 caddies. Gabuta said shamelessly. Damn. Ge Yan's eyes immediately turned red. Hey, Uncle, don't try to take advantage of my owner. He has the divine will guard behind him. Gabuta quickly added. Ge Yan's eyes widened even more upon hearing this. A divine wheel? Gabuta nodded firmly. The divine wheel's contractual divine sense. If that person hadn't signed another contractual divine sense right in front of me, I wouldn't have discovered it. My goodness. Ge Yan knew his nephew wouldn't joke about something so suicidal. Alright, I understand. Gabuta, when does he want it? Tomorrow. Ge Yan's face darkened, almost swearing. Uncle, I trust you. At worst, we'll just rob him. Gabuta said nonchalantly. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Ge Yan was also taken aback. That's true. Within this vast area, I really have nothing to fear. But won't your supplier mind? Nobles are very concerned about their reputation. If they find out the territory was forcibly sold and then back out, they'll be the ones in trouble. Gabuta shook his head. Let's handle this properly and not let him know. In the end, we must make the other party voluntarily hand over the territory. A peaceful transaction would be best. We can give them a little more money. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to give them everything. This concerns your promotion, Uncle Yan, and also my relationship with that young master, so we must do it well. Ge Yan's eyes flickered for a moment, then he made a decision. Damn it, I happen to know a territory that perfectly fits the requirements. What a coincidence. Gabuta looked incredulous. Ge Yan revealed a meaningful smile and slowly said, It is indeed a coincidence, Chingling Mountain perfectly meets your requirements. On June 20th, in the year 666 of the human calendar, in the medium-sized goblin tribe of Yangcheng, Ge Yan broke through to the late stage of the innate realm. Simultaneously, Ge Yan's nephew, Gabuta, also broke through to the innate realm, becoming the youngest elder in the tribe, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Yangcheng goblin tribe. On the same day, at night, the spider-faced clan, lords of Chingling Mountain, 1,000 miles east of Yangcheng, vanished overnight into the dustbin of history. A few days later, rumors spread that the spider-faced clan had consumed infants, an act against all reason. The Yangcheng city lord personally led dozens of innate realm cultivators and over 1,000 masked figures in a surprise attack on their territory. The spider-faced king died on the spot, filled with resentment. June 21st, early morning, outside the stone house. Gabuta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing respectfully outside the door, waiting for Hua Xo to wash up. Last night, after a surprise attack that wiped out the Spider-Man clan, he rushed back to Fallen Leaf Village with the contract in hand. After a brief rest and tending to his injuries, he went to the stone house to wait for his transaction with Hua Xo. There was no other way, refined salt was simply too precious. He wanted to acquire it as soon as possible while the young master was in a good mood and unaware of the local prices. Seeing Shu Xing emerge, Gabuta immediately perked up, eagerly claiming credit. Young master, I searched through hundreds of territories overnight, and after much effort, I finally found a territory that perfectly matches your requirements, Azure Spirit Mountain. Young master, take a look. This is the contract, and this is the basic information about the territory. Gabuta then handed over 2 yellowed paper documents. Hua Xiao took them, first glancing at the territory contract, then nodded to Shu Xing behind her. Shu Xing was genuinely surprised. Looking at Gabuta, whose face was exhausted and whose lips were stained with blood, he thought, this guy is too dedicated. He's been working tirelessly all night, completely disregarding his own health. Just give me a brief overview of the territory. Never mind, just take me to see it. We can explain things along the way. Shu Xing thought that as long as the territory wasn't too bad, he'd buy it. He really couldn't bear to refuse his younger brother, who was so exhausted he was practically spitting blood. For him, it was just a matter of losing a few hundred coins. In the Great Xia dynasty, buying a house for a few hundred coins? He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Gabuta was overjoyed, almost jumping for joy. Okay, young master, I'll arrange a carriage right away. Okay, go ahead, no rush, Shu Xing said. He had never ridden in a carriage before, and this was a good opportunity to experience it and see this strange world. Young master, I'll go pack my luggage. Hua Xiao turned to go inside. Shu Xing pulled her hand. What's there to pack? We're penniless, don't bother with anything. Ah, that's too wasteful. Don't worry, young master has plenty of money. Come, let me style your hair. It took me ages to learn. Shu Xing pulled Hua Xiao to sit on the stone bench outside and took out the peachwood comb he'd brought the night before. Shu Xing held the comb in one hand and gently lifted Hua Xiao's slightly dry, smooth hair with the other. Hua Xiao asked softly, young master, wouldn't it be better to cut it shorter? Long hair takes a lot of time to wash and style, and it's not good for protecting young master. Shu Xing immediately disagreed, gently stroking her hair and smiling, such beautiful hair, you absolutely can't cut it. Besides, hair is every girl's most precious possession. Shu Xing lowered his head, leaned on her shoulder, and took a deep sniff. How fragrant! It smells so good, it makes me happy. Hua Xiao nodded shyly. Does young master like long hair? Of course. Long hair flowing down your back looks beautiful. Don't you like it? I don't care. If young master likes it, I like it too, hee hee. Hua Xiao giggled foolishly. Shu Xing sighed helplessly. This was a pitiful, silly girl. Young master, the carriage is ready. Gabuta rushed over excitedly, interrupting the young couple's intimacy. Shu Xing glanced at Gabuta, nearly scared to death. Shu Xing smiled gently, I know, wait a moment. Okay. Gabuta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this young master was truly extraordinary, far superior to those vampires who only knew how to eat, drink, be merry, and exploit the common people. Alright, let's go. Shu Xing quickly styled her hair, then stood up and pulled Hua Xiao towards Gabuta. A short while later, Shu Xing noticed 2 carriages by the roadside. The carriages were entirely wooden, worn and dilapidated, exuding a strong sense of antiquity. Gabuta said awkwardly, young master, this is a small place, please forgive us. There were only 3 carriages in Louis village. There was no other way. The poor people walked all year round, who would want to waste money on a carriage? Riding in an ox cart would be more suitable. It's all right. Shu Xing didn't complain and pulled Hua Xiao into one. Gabuta then voluntarily got into the other carriage. Young master, we're setting off. It should take 2 or 3 hours. Shu Xing nodded. This place wasn't like Daxia, where cars and airplanes flew everywhere. The carriage wasn't spacious, only a little over a meter wide. It was a bit cramped for 2 people. A simple layer of fur was laid on the floor, and there was a small wooden table next to them with a plate of roast beef on it. The carriage began to move slowly. Shu Xing initially enjoyed it, chatting and laughing with Hua Xiao, admiring the pristine scenery outside, and eating the roasted beef that Hua Xiao fed her. But as time went on, Shu Xing started to feel uncomfortable. Accustomed to her phone and the internet, Shu Xing began to regret not bringing some storybooks or novels. After a while, the carriage seemed to accelerate. Shu Xing's bottom swayed violently, the entire carriage vibrating constantly. Even driving over a tiny pebble on the road caused the carriage to groan as if it were about to fall apart. Even with the fur cushions, Shu Xing's bottom still ached from the vibrations. Hua Xiao noticed her young master's discomfort and felt a pang of sympathy. Young master, why don't we rest for a while? Shu Xing waved his hand. Bear with it. By the way, aren't you feeling unwell? Do you usually travel like this? Hua Xiao shook her head and whispered, carriages are for the wealthy. We commoners can only walk. Shu Xing was speechless upon hearing this, but instead comforted her, saying, it's alright, it'll all pass. Hua Xiao smiled nonchalantly. Young master, I'm not that delicate. I'll give you a massage, it'll ease your discomfort a bit. Ignoring Shu Xing's objections, Hua Xo knelt behind him and gently massaged and patted his back. Unable to refuse, Shu Xing silently began to enjoy the massage. Time flew by, and 5 hours later, Shu Xing and his group arrived at their destination. Shu Xing gazed at the patches of wheat fields beside the muddy road. In June, these fields should have been an endless expanse of lush green wheat, but instead, they were barren wastelands where one could only search for wheat amidst weeds. Looking ahead at the earthen walls and tiled roofs of the city, less than 2 meters high, Shu Xing thought it was fortunate he hadn't had high expectations. This place was indeed remote and exceptionally large, but he couldn't see any signs of prosperity. With so much land, why not grow crops? Shu Xing asked Gabuta speechlessly. Gabuta blinked and replied matter-of-factly, it's not worth it. Natural disasters, pests, and so on. The yield is pitifully low, far less profitable than mining or gathering herbs. Mining? Gathering herbs? Gabuta explained, this territory has a hematite mine, plus abundant muscle-producing herbs, which can easily feed thousands of people. My lord, what is it that you're dissatisfied with? Gabuta noticed Shu Xing's unpleasant expression and asked cautiously. Although he considered the territory quite rich and beautiful, and remote enough, Gabuta knew very well that it wasn't up to his opinion, but rather his young master's. If his young master said it was acceptable, then it was truly acceptable, otherwise, it was all nonsense. Beside him, Hua Xo gently tugged at Shu Xing's sleeve and whispered, Young master, I've roughly looked at the territory's information. This place is quite prosperous, he wasn't lying to you. Both the iron ore and the regenerative herbs were invaluable. Shu Xing nodded calmly. Alright, if I don't want to work hard, this is fine. Gabuta was overjoyed, doing business with this man was so straightforward. Young master, shall we go and take over the territory now? Alright, let's go in. The carriage entered Chingling city. The environment inside was too much for Shu Xing to bear looking at directly. The mixed smells in the air made him frown. However, looking at the unchanging faces of Hua Xo and Gabuta, he knew this was the norm in this world. Shu Xing looked at the thin, lifeless people lining the road, his eyes numb and devoid of life. Gabuta sighed softly, Young master, meeting you is their blessing. Shu Xing didn't deny it. Meeting them might also be his own blessing, who knew what the future held? Continuing to drive the carriage, they soon arrived at a thorny castle. Young master, dismount. I'll gather all the people in the city to prepare for officially taking over the territory. Gabuta ran to the castle and vigorously rang the large bell. In front of the castle was a vast, open square, which soon gathered over 1,000 people. Shu Xing vividly remembered the last time he faced so many people was when he received his grades progress award in high school. In the blink of an eye, he was already a junior in college. He wondered how that girl was doing. Young master, almost everyone's here. I'll begin the announcement. Shu Xing nodded. From Hua Xo, he already knew that inheriting a territory only required 2 steps. First, the contract he possessed. Second, a guarantor from a major city. Undoubtedly, Gabuta, as the youngest elder of the Yangchang Goblin clan, was qualified to act as a guarantor for the territory transfer. Ahem, Gabuta straightened his clothes, his face turning serious as he spoke. Fellow citizens of Chingling, this is your new lord, Lord Shuxing. We know you have just experienced the grief of losing your previous lord, but we also know of the cruel tortures and taxes he imposed, the unbearable suffering you endured every day. Fortunately, heaven had mercy, and he died suddenly yesterday. Today, this Lord Shuxing will bring you a new life. As long as you are obedient and work diligently, he will exempt you from most of your taxes. Shuxing's eyelids twitched as he listened to Gabuta's calm words. The seemingly honest and simple Gabuta had suddenly murdered the previous lord of this place. No one would believe it wasn't related to him. As expected, Hua Xo was right. He couldn't rely on others, he needed to quickly develop his own power. He couldn't always return to Blue Star to hide whenever danger arose. Besides, even if he hid on Blue Star, the dangers of the other world wouldn't disappear. If someone camped his corpse, he'd still be finished, unless he gave up the wealth and power of the other world. After finishing his explanation, Gabuta posted a copy of the transfer agreement on the notice board. Then, he approached Shu Xing, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Young master, would you like to say a few words? Shu Xing didn't object. He stepped forward, suppressing his slight nervousness, and straightened his posture. Just as he was about to say a few words, Gabuta whispered behind him, Young master, waiving some taxes is a way to win people over. You can change it back later. Although Hua Xo said the young master would waive all taxes, Gabuta still didn't believe it. In his view, this was just to establish the young master's lofty image. Waiving half was already a great favor. Shu Xing nodded calmly, cleared his throat, and said, From today onwards, I am your new lord. I don't ask for much, just that you obey. I can guarantee that as long as you obey and diligently develop this territory, I will directly exempt you from all taxes for 6 months. As soon as Shu Xing finished speaking, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. Gabuda was stunned at first, then gave a wry smile. As expected of him, he always surprised him. It seemed the people here were truly fortunate. The crowd below erupted in uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. Some even started fighting, saying, "This must be a dream. Exempt all taxes? I feel this is even more absurd than the previous lords. I'd rather he said he'd raise taxes. Sigh, he's definitely just fooling us. He made such good promises at first, and then suddenly he raised taxes. I just hope this one is even slightly better, otherwise our family really won't survive. A rich territory, a blood-sucking lord, cruel nobles, each one more ruthless than the last. Shh, keep your voice down, or you'll bring trouble to your family." The murmurs of thousands of people were all unanimously disbelieving, their words revealing undisguised disgust for the lord and the nobles. Xu Xing was utterly speechless. He said to the people below, "Go down for now." Gaining their genuine trust was a long and arduous task. Hua Xo looked at her young master with some worry. She was furious that he had been scolded, but these people below were so similar to her in the past, living tragically yet stubbornly in this world. "Young master, they are too foolish. Please don't take it to heart," Hua Xo whispered, her head bowed. Xu Xing smiled and squeezed her hand, saying softly, "Don't worry, I'm not angry. I'll handle it. Gabuda, write a guarantee, find a few respected and literate people in the city, and simply appease them. Will that be enough to convince them?" Xu Xing asked Gabuda, who was standing beside him. Gabuda shook his head. "Young master, you've already done enough. Don't worry about them. They'll understand your kindness in time. Of course, if you really want to appease them and gain their trust as soon as possible, I do have a method, but it might be a bit expensive." "How many gold coins? 500? 1,000? Xu Xing frowned. He wouldn't want too much either. After all, 1,000 gold coins would be worth tens of millions of RMB back in Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Gabuda immediately wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and chuckled dryly. "Young master, a few dozen gold coins will suffice." 1,000 gold coins? Even if you bundled these thousands of people together and sold them, you wouldn't get that much. He truly had a noble young master's concept of money. "What method?" Xu Xing pressed. "A few dozen gold coins was just a matter of buying a bowl of instant noodles, a piece of cake." Gabuda explained in detail. "Young master, you'll hire a group of people to work for you. They can farm, cut down trees, anything. You just need to pay them in front of them. You can give them a little more, like 5 or 10 copper coins per person per day. After a few days, they'll gradually trust you. Not too much. If they get too much, they won't feel safe," Gabuda quickly added, realizing this was someone who wasn't short of money. He was worried that if these commoners only paid 1 gold coin for cutting down a tree, people would think it was a life or death transaction. Xu Xing nodded. "Understood. When you come tomorrow, bring some copper and silver coins. I'll exchange them with you." "All right," Gabuda readily agreed. It wasn't difficult. "Then, young master, is the territory settled like this?" Gabuda handed over the contract with both hands, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Xu Xing chuckled and patted Gabuda on the shoulder. "It's confirmed, the deal went smoothly. However, I didn't bring any salt with me. Come get it tomorrow, the guards will bring it over first thing tomorrow morning." As he spoke, Xu Xing deliberately glanced behind him. At the same time, he secretly activated his teleportation ability, slightly opening a portal and causing spatial fluctuations. Gabuda's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a fawning smile. No problem. I'll come to bother you again tomorrow, young master. By the way, is there anything else you need, young master? I'll bring it along, since getting around here isn't very convenient." Xu Xing rubbed his nose, saying nonchalantly, "You can decide for yourself. Have Xiao receive it and exchange it for the corresponding amount of refined salt and perfume." "Okay, young master, then I'll be going." Gabuda bowed, got into the carriage, and returned the way he came. The vast medieval castle was empty except for Xu Xing and Hua Xo. The servants who had previously served there were nowhere to be found. Well, it was probably for the best. They could always find some reliable and agreeable replacements later. "Xiao, I need to return to Great Xia, back to the secret realm to bring back the salt and perfume. I also need to take care of some things. Want to come back together?" Xu Xing asked Hua Xo beside him. Hua Xo naturally wanted to go back with her young master, but for his future, she gently shook her head. "Young master, you said the secret realm is safe, so I won't go with you this time. I need to clean the castle, organize the territory's data, and prepare to recruit soldiers." She had so many things to prepare for her young master. "What about your safety?" Xu Xing was worried about her safety. In this feudal and barbaric otherworld, there was no law to protect them. Hearing her young master's concerned words, Hua Xiao's eyebrows curved into a smile. It felt so good to be cared for and protected. However, she was now incredibly strong. She smiled gently at the young master, revealing her small, fair hand, and forcefully clenched it, striking the stone table in front of her. With a crack, the round table, over half a foot thick, shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Shu Xing swallowed hard. In the past 2 days, he had almost forgotten that this was a girl who possessed extraordinary powers from a novel. Young master, I've broken through to the mid-stage of the human will realm. My punch has the force of 1,000 jin, and my speed is comparable to a late-stage human will realm cultivator. I'm perfectly safe dealing with those civilians, Hua Xo said proudly. Shu Xing patted her head. Then be careful. If you really encounter danger, prioritize saving your own life, understand? Yes, I understand, Hua Xo nodded obediently. With everything settled, Shu Xing, carrying 200 gold coins, prepared to travel back to the Great Xia dynasty. During his days of traveling back and forth, Shu Xing unexpectedly discovered that his teleportation ability didn't seem to be unlimited. Traveling once a day caused no physical discomfort, but if he traveled more than once within 24 hours, his body seemed to lose some unknown components, resulting in significant weakness. While pondering this, Shu Xing blinked back to his rented apartment. The familiar layout brought him a sense of security. After a quick wash, Shu Xing sat down at his computer desk and began noting down the items he needed to purchase. Now that he had the territory, the next step was to develop it, train soldiers, and establish his own power in this other world. For the foreseeable future, Chingling Mountain would be his place of refuge. The people there can cultivate. Even ordinary people have strength exceeding 100 jin. So, the most urgent task is to protect myself and Hua Xo. As the saying goes, only by living can one have a future. Shu Xing realized that this other world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Gabuta had wiped out the Chingling Mountain Lord overnight just to trade salt with him. That was a native lord who controlled an area of 100 miles. He certainly didn't believe he wasn't protected by powerful figures, yet he was still wiped out by Gabuta in a single night. He couldn't trust Hua Xo, who had only recently begun cultivating, to protect him. As for the unknown family guards, in that wild and backward alien world, it was uncertain whether they could even find him. His own life and fortune were in his own hands, he couldn't rely on such unreliable luck. So this time, upon returning, he needed to find a way to acquire some special items, especially guns. Even if he didn't know how to use them or could aim accurately, he could still use them to intimidate others. According to Hua Xio's description, those at the human will realm, and even those at the innate realm and above, were still considered human. Anyone hit by a gun would either die or be maimed. We also need to prepare some cold weapons, armor, bows, and crossbows. Given the average strength of 100 jin per person in this other world, as long as he recruited a group of strong men, trained them simply, and each wore armor and carried a large sword, even a human will realm expert could be easily cut down. He had witnessed the craftsmanship of this other world. It could be said that besides extraordinary power, that world was utterly useless. Its craftsmanship and social development were inferior even to the prosperous Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. It was feudal, barbaric, and extremely backward. Purely violent aesthetics, whoever had the greatest strength and power was obeyed. Let's get these sorted out first. After finishing writing, Shu Xing rubbed his head and sighed softly. He was a model student in the Great Xia dynasty, he wouldn't break the laws. He was looking forward to the new year, to bring Hua Xio home in style to pay respects to his grandparents and parents. However, he could try to deal with things like the underground black market. He believed Wu Yulong would have connections. The Great River Hotel. Shu Xing sat opposite Wu Yulong, a large wooden box in front of them. Why haven't you gone back to school yet? Wu Yulong asked helplessly. After their last meal, Shu Xing had disappeared again, as if he had vanished into thin air. Shu Xing's close friends in class had all called him, saying they couldn't reach Shu Xing and the counselor was about to call the police if he didn't go soon. But he couldn't reach Shu Xing either. Desperate, he had to drag his father to see Shu Xing's counselor to cover for him, saying Shu Xing was interning at their company. Now, seeing Shu Xing acting like nothing had happened, he was incredibly frustrated. Shu Xing shrugged indifferently. You already took care of it for me, just don't let my parents know. His mind was completely occupied with the other world, he had no time for anything else. What brings you here this time? Don't tell me it's selling gold again? Wu Yulong joked. There aren't that many gold coins in the world, even tomb raiders wouldn't dare to find millions of gold coins every time. To his surprise, Shu Xing nodded. You guessed right. Help me process these two, split at 20/80ths. I can't keep bothering you. Shu Xing gently opened the wooden box, revealing a pile of gleaming, thumb-sized gold coins. Wu Yulong stared at the sight, his mouth agape, managing to stammer, amazing. What's wrong with you? Are you short of money? Want me to lend you some? Wu Yulong couldn't help but ask. He didn't have many true friends, and he didn't want to see Shu Xing fall into the abyss. Disappearing for a week and ending up with millions of gold coins who would believe there wasn't something fishy going on? Shu Xing shook his head. I'm fine. Help me sell these, and buy some things while you're at it. Wu Yulong frowned. Buy things from him? He had a bad feeling. What things? High-definition cameras, real bulletproof vests, crossbows, machetes, armor, as well as pistols and grenades, Xu Xing said calmly. Wu Yulong's eyes widened. He thought to himself, this person in front of me is definitely Xu Xing, but why are his words and actions so outrageous? He lowered his voice. What do you need all this for? Your life has just begun. Even if not for yourself, you should think about your parents and grandparents. No matter what it is, I'll try my best to help you solve it. Let's use legal methods. Don't be thinking about mutual destruction. Xu Xing looked at Wu Yulong's worried face, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was touched but also helpless, but he could only offer a lie. He couldn't very well say, I've transmigrated, I can freely travel between worlds. Yulong, I'm going up the mountain with some people. I need some self-defense. Don't you know who I am? How could I possibly commit murder and break the law? Wu Yulong sighed in relief. Then we don't need guns, let alone grenades. How about I try to get you some crossbows? Daggers? Xu Xing shook his head in refusal. Given the martial arts prowess of this other world, someone like him wielding a crossbow would be useless. He was buying crossbows for the soldiers he would recruit later, to give them combat capabilities sooner. But pistols were different. They were fast at close range, had high lethality, and besides, the people in this other world didn't even know what a pistol was. There might even be some idiots who would just stand there and let him shoot them. Trust me, I won't do anything stupid. I desperately need these things. I'll make up the difference next time if I don't have enough money. Get lost. Do you think I care about money? How about I give you an extra 5 million, and you can come back to school normally? Wu Yulong said irritably. Tisk tisk tisk, this young master doesn't accept handouts. Seriously, I need these things. Xu Xing said earnestly. Wu Yulong frowned, gave Xu Xing a deep look, sighed, and said helplessly, I know. I'll give you a contact number. You go and make the transaction yourself. My dad won't let me touch those things. Be careful. You've been my classmate for 3 years in high school, and also my savior. Don't die. Xu Xing laughed, I don't want to die young. I'll definitely be back safely within 3 days. I'll treat you to barbecue. Okay, if you don't hear from me in 3 days, I'll call the police. As she spoke, Wu Yulong pulled out a pen and paper, wrote down a phone number, and handed it to Xu Xing. Call this number. When it connects, say you're being transferred to a human operator. Remember the operator's number, that's the real seller. When you call back, say you were introduced by Lao Hei. Choose whatever you want to buy, but don't go overboard. Xu Xing gave her a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Professional. I knew you had connections. Pa. Oh, you've got quite a lot of gold coins this time. I've been needing some gold lately. I bought it for 3 million. Don't think it's too little. Wu Yulong gave him a disgruntled look, laboriously carrying the wooden box, and turned to leave. Xu Xing waved. Take care. Come with your sister-in-law for barbecue in 3 days. Heh, we'll see if you come back alive. After Wu Yulong left, Xu Xing stood alone, clutching the note in his hand, a smile on his face. As a friend, Wu Yulong had done everything in her power to help him, even secretly buying 3 million gold coins without hesitation after learning what he was going to buy. Although she had saved his life once, saving him back then was also saving herself. No rush. Once she had established herself in this other world, she would repay kindness and settle scores here. Wanzhong City, the pitch-black night enveloped the entire city. The bustling streets were teeming with people. Xu Xing randomly found a small eatery, finished a large bowl of fried rice noodles, paid by scanning a QR code, rented a car, and, carrying the remaining salt and perfume jars from her rented room, headed to an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. This was an abandoned warehouse left behind by his aunt's previous business. He happened to have the key, so he'd use it for now. He had no choice, there was a lot of stuff to do, and his rented room in the city was too small. Plus, there were many security cameras around. If he were discovered, he'd be in deep trouble. That afternoon, he called the number listed. The person on the other end didn't ask many questions and simply sent him a mini program to place an order. When he clicked on it and saw the goods, he was genuinely shocked. Firearms, crossbows, sedatives, even yellow. They had everything, adding insult to injury. With limited funds, he didn't look too closely. He chose 2 Z516 pistols with low recoil and less prone to jamming. The downsides were a range of less than 100 meters and a slow reload. 120 rounds of ammunition, 4 magazines, 4 grenades, 2 sets of bulletproof vests, a high-definition surveillance system, plus 20 crossbows, 20 unsharpened broadswords, and 20 sets of simple armor, totaling 2,600,000. Since it was Wu Yulong who introduced them, security wasn't a major issue, so he had them delivered directly to a warehouse in the suburbs. Looking at the 10 large metal crates in the warehouse, Xu Xing felt a little uneasy. If he got caught, he'd be stuck for life. In just half a month, his life had changed drastically. With everything ready, Xu Xing first gripped the metal crates containing the weapons. He couldn't handle so many crates with both hands, so he planned to transport them in batches, prioritizing the important ones. Anyway, it would be another day in a few minutes, and he could always travel back and forth again. 11:55. Xu Xing closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was already in a vast, empty castle. Thankfully, the seasons and time zones in the two worlds weren't too different, otherwise, the constant back and forth would have taken a toll on his body. In the empty castle, Hua Xo curled up by the window, lost in thought. Without her young master, she felt as if she had returned to her previous lonely days. She feared that everything she was experiencing now was just a dream, and when she woke up, her young master would be gone. She was starting to regret it. What if her young master didn't want her anymore? What if he didn't come back? She should have selfishly stayed with him. Xu Xing gazed at Hua Xo curled up by the window, her unease and fear flashing through his mind. He remembered how, before he left, this young woman had feigned determination for the sake of the territory's development, and his heart ached. He thought, I should take her with me wherever I go. I can't let this silly girl suffer. His wife, of course, deserved his love and care. Xu Xing was about to quietly embrace her from behind, giving her a surprise, when he forgot about the 4 iron chests beside him. The clanging sound echoed through the empty castle. Hua Xo, standing by the window, shuddered in fright. She turned and grabbed her bow and arrow, ready to shoot the invading enemy. It's me, Xio, Xu Xing quickly called out. That arrow was no joke, it carried the force of 1,000 pounds and could pierce even pig iron. Young master. Hua Xo recognized him and excitedly dropped her bow and arrow, rushing towards him. Xu Xing smiled gently and caught her petite figure. How are you? Did you miss me? Hua Xo nodded vigorously. Yes, I missed you so much. I thought, young master. What are you thinking about, silly girl? I won't leave you behind next time. I didn't think things through this time, Xu Xing said gently, stroking her hair. Hua Xo didn't refuse, she didn't want to be alone anymore. Young master, you brought so much stuff this time. Hua Xo looked at the rows of metal crates on the ground, somewhat surprised. Xu Xing patted his head. Seeing you made me so happy I forgot about the important things. Come on, we still need to go back one more time. We haven't finished moving everything yet. You can help me move some more. Hua Xo nestled shyly in Xu Xing's arms. The young master was happy to see her, he still cared about her. The two returned to the abandoned warehouse of the Great Xia dynasty and moved the remaining 6 metal crates. With Hua Xio's help, Xu Xing felt much more relaxed. He watched as Hua Xio effortlessly stacked 2 metal boxes together, one in each hand. These boxes contained armor, crossbows, and the table salt and perfume jars from the rented room, making each one weigh at least 300 pounds. Xio, I've been wondering, isn't your cultivation speed a bit too fast? Won't something bad happen? Xu Xing was incredulous. Could someone gain the strength of over 1,000 pounds in just a few days? He suspected it was related to the Xian rank inheritance she had received, but was there really no side effect to this inhuman cultivation speed? Hua Xio turned around, feigning nonchalance, and said, Young master, this is a precious Xian rank inheritance. Of course, there's no problem. Hua Xio was well aware of the consequences of receiving such an inheritance, sacrificing one's potential to rapidly break through realms and gain immense power, until reaching the limit of the inheritance, after which one would never progress further. The endpoint of the Xian rank inheritance was the innate realm, but she didn't care about the price. Breaking through to the innate realm in a short time was essential to protecting her young master's safety, and she was willing to do so. Even if she had to choose again, she would accept the inheritance without hesitation. Besides, as refugees, they had no choice. Most of them wouldn't even reach the threshold of the human reincarnation realm in their lifetime, meaning her young master was willing to give her the precious profound rank inheritance. Now she had no other desires, there was no need for her young master to worry about her. Xu Xing looked at Hua Xio with suspicion. Really? Of course. Hua Xio nodded seriously. To divert her young master's attention, she patted the box on the ground. Young master, what are these? Xu Xing didn't ask any further questions. He smiled mysteriously and said with a hint of pride, Good stuff. Come, let me show you. Xu Xing first took out a crossbow, loaded the bow and arrow, casually aimed at a wooden window, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow struck the edge of the wooden window, nearly veering off. Xu Xing sighed, even this missed. He was truly remarkable. Hua Xio's eyes lit up when she saw this. She quickly ran over, admiring the deeply embedded iron arrowhead. Xio, what do you think? With weapons like this, can we quickly train a group of archers? Xu Xing was confident. Hua Xio's eyes shone. Of course, young master. With these, even farmers can become excellent archers. Hua Xiao picked up a crossbow, quickly assembled it like her young master, and aimed at a fly on the wooden window. One arrow, and the other world lost one of the 4 pests. Shu Xing's eyes widened. Xiao, have you ever learned archery before? Hua Xiao shook her head innocently. No, bows and arrows are too expensive. She couldn't even afford food. How could she possibly afford to practice archery? The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. It's a universal truth. Your archery skills are incredibly accurate. Shu Xing was quite taken aback. Was the difference between people really that great? Hua Xiao tilted her head, as if she understood something, and explained with a smile, young master, don't forget, I received the inheritance of a Xian rank spirit archer, that's why I'm so accurate. This Xian rank inheritance looks pretty powerful. Should I accept one too? Shu Xing muttered to himself, stroking his chin. No way. Hua Xiao reacted immediately, her heart pounding with anxiety. The young master, being so precious, absolutely could not accept such a self-destructive path of martial arts. Shu Xing put on a stern face, feigning displeasure. What? You're trying to hide something good from the young master? To keep it all for yourself? No, that's not it, young master, I. Hua Xiao panicked, flailing her arms and legs, unable to explain herself. Shu Xing sighed softly. He knew that kind of inheritance had side effects. This silly girl was truly doing it all for his own good. Xiao, what are the side effects? Are they serious? Shu Xing stepped forward, his tone gentle. At this moment, Hua Xiao realized she had been tricked into revealing information. The young master was truly wicked. Thinking of her awkward attempt to explain earlier, her face flushed red. She stomped her foot in dissatisfaction and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Shu Xing. Shu Xing chuckled. This silly girl finally knew how to get angry. It wasn't easy. Xiao, don't hide it from me, tell me, okay? Or give up the inheritance. The always obedient Hua Xiao shook her head without hesitation. Young master, you shouldn't ask. For your safety, I won't give it up. Besides, the only side effect is that I can only reach the innate realm from now on. That's all. Hua Xiao said lightly. To her, the innate realm was truly wonderful. Shu Xing hugged Hua Xiao tightly, speechless for a long time. No other side effects? Especially regarding lifespan? After a while, Shu Xing confirmed. No, really, and breaking through to the innate realm will even extend my lifespan by 50 years. Hua Xiao said, gazing longingly at her young master. 50 more years of life meant 50 more years to spend with him. How wonderful. Shu Xing felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. Thankfully, it only meant he couldn't break through his cultivation level. However, he believed that nothing was absolute. As long as he rose high enough and gained enough power here, he could definitely overcome this side effect. It was too cruel that someone who had grown up in this world where cultivation was possible had their future cultivation cut off because of him, especially since this person was his girlfriend, his future wife. By the way, young master, I explored the territory today and roughly determined its situation. Hua Xiao only then remembered that she hadn't reported her mission to her young master. No rush, we'll talk about it slowly in bed later. Shu Xing grinned mischievously, rubbing her delicate cheek, and got up to hide the boxes first. Hua Xiao's face flushed crimson, even her beautiful eyes seemed to brimmy with shyness. She pursed her lips, head bowed, following behind Shu Xing. Shu Xing stopped there, not daring to tease her any further. Looking at her flushed face, her unsteady gait as if she might faint at any moment, he watched as she moved the iron crates. After all, he still needed her to carry the metal crates. He, who struggled even to carry water jugs, simply couldn't manage it. It was embarrassing, but that was the truth. Besides, living off a woman was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? Like everyone hated CAO, yet everyone wanted to be CAO. Ahem, perhaps that's not quite the explanation. The night passed without incident. With Hua Xiao's help, Shu Xing washed and dressed. Today, he would begin recruiting soldiers and building the city. Chingling City was not as prosperous as Yang City. In fact, its population was even smaller than that of Louis Village. This was mainly because the previous lord disliked large populations, had a bad temper, and paid poor wages. Over the years, most of the villagers had left, leaving only those who had signed indentured servitude contracts or were old, weak, or disabled. Led by Hua Xiao, the two arrived at the square. Dozens of middle-aged men were gathered in the square, their faces filled with anxiety, awaiting the person in charge. Yesterday, the lord's maid had approached them, offering to hire them for cleaning, at 2 copper coins per hour. To be honest, they initially didn't believe it. After all, could such simple work really be paid so well? But in reality, Hua Xiao had prepaid each man 2 hours' wages, a full 4 copper coins each, enough for a family of 5's meals for the day. For their families, for the money, they gritted their teeth and agreed. While working, feeling indebted to Hua Xiao, they all scrubbed the floor with all their might, wishing they could scrub it through. They scrubbed from midday until night. Although no lunch was provided, no one complained. Looking at the 10 copper coins in their hands, their eyes were bloodshot, and they wished they could keep scrubbing until the next morning. Having earned 10 copper coins for just half a day of cleaning, they felt a surge of curiosity and gratitude towards their new lord. The copper coins they received made them decide to try interviewing soldiers today. After all, if they passed, each would receive at least 100 copper coins a month. 100 copper coins. It wasn't that they were unambitious, it was just that the new lord was offering too much. If the salary was real, it wouldn't be impossible for them to be sent to the battlefield. These days, how much is a commoner's life worth? 100 copper coins? Or 200? Young master, they're here to apply to be soldiers. Hua Xio's expression wasn't pleasant. After all, only a dozen or so had come. Yesterday, she'd paid them over 1,000 copper coins just to appease them. Yesterday, hundreds of them went home happily with their money, and this morning only a dozen or so showed up. They weren't even willing to come and watch? They really didn't appreciate her kindness. For such a noble family as the young master to be willing to recruit them was practically a blessing. Xu Xing waved his hand. Let's go up and take a look. They look pretty good, big and burly. He didn't mind the small number, they'd only just arrived. Once they were more familiar with each other, it would depend on his mood. He had everything he needed, why would he be afraid of not being able to recruit people? Xu Xing led Hua Xio towards the plaza. Inside the plaza, one of the ragged, burly men, upon seeing Hua Xio and the elegantly dressed youth beside her, knelt down without hesitation, bowing, "Greetings, Lord." The other middle-aged men exchanged glances, then quickly followed suit. Xu Xing chuckled. He hadn't expected to find an oddball among a group of simpletons. Such decisive and pragmatic kneeling was exactly like Gabutta's when they first met. "Get up. You don't need to kneel before me anymore," Xu Xing said, helping the first burly man to his feet. "What's your name?" Xu Xing asked curiously. Tai Niu, the 1.8-meter tall burly man replied in a deep voice. Xu Xing almost burst out laughing. The name sounded dated, yet strangely familiar. Not bad at all," Xu Xing said insincerely. Tai Niu was completely bewildered. Although he didn't know what was going on, the lord seemed quite satisfied with him. He quickly said, "My lord, may I become your soldier?" He was desperately short of money. His injured 60-year-old father and his young brother practicing martial arts both required vast sums. Hua Xio's arrival yesterday had given him immense hope. "Yes, sir, we're not afraid of hardship or fatigue. As long as there's money, we'll accept even death," another middle-aged man said through gritted teeth in a low voice. Xu Xing looked at the dozens of people before him, many of them his father's generation, raggedly dressed, wearing straw sandals, their eyes filled with a thirst for money. "My name is Xu Xing, your new lord. As I said yesterday, as long as you listen to me, everything is negotiable. Since you obeyed Jiyao's words and came here to participate in the conscription assessment, as the first batch of people to pledge allegiance to me, congratulations. You have all passed the assessment and are now my soldiers." The sudden recruitment left the dozen or so men stunned. Before they could react, Xu Xing continued. "I know you're concerned about salary, so I'll be frank. Normally, soldiers receive 100 copper coins per month, plus 2 meals a day. But as my first batch of soldiers, you will each receive 200 copper coins per month. How about that?" Xu Xing smiled, awaiting their reply. Sir, is this true?" Tai Niu stammered, his face full of disbelief. Xu Xing nodded affirmatively. "I've only just arrived, so I understand your lack of trust. However, I hope that after today, you will unconditionally obey my every command." With that, Xu Xing waved his hand. Hua Xio stepped forward, opened a box in her bosom, revealing gleaming silver coins. "Young master is kind-hearted and knows you are all struggling. As his first batch of soldiers, he has decided to personally pay your wages for half a month. Here, 100 copper coins per person, which is 1 silver coin." Hua Xio patiently distributed 16 silver coins to each person. After distributing the 16 silver coins, the housekeeper Hua Xio felt a pang of heartache. She knew that other lords, even with food provided, only paid their basic soldiers 30 or 40 copper coins per month. But with the young master, the salary was several times higher, and it was said that the soldiers would even have meat once a day. Even a guard at the human wheel realm wouldn't be treated this way. Although she knew these people were poor, the young master shouldn't be so sympathetic. His money was hard-earned too. She made up her mind to go back and have a serious talk with the young master. He couldn't let them squander money like this. The dozen or so men who received the money smiled like children, tears welling in their eyes. Each silver coin represented a wager, according to their previous lord, requiring them to mine 200 jin of iron ore, deliver 20 jin of herbs, or sell hundreds of jin of wheat. Tai Niu slapped himself hard. The pain on his face told him it was real. From now on, his father's illness and his younger brother's martial arts training might both be possible. The future seemed bright. Thinking that this was brought by the Lord before him, Tiny knelt down again with a thud, kowtowing fiercely and shouting, "I, Tiny, swear to protect the Lord with my life, to kill all the invading enemies, and to safeguard your safety." The others also knelt down, their faces flushed, and roared, "We swear to protect the Lord with our lives, to kill all the invading enemies, and to safeguard your safety." Xu Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. You can all go back and settle your affairs at home today. Assemble in the castle's backyard before dawn tomorrow to begin training. The training will be tough. From now on, anyone who is late or lazy will be dismissed from the barracks. I'm not raising you for nothing." The others' faces hardened upon hearing this, and they replied solemnly, "Yes, sir. Such good pay and benefits, and no fighting involved. If they were fired, they might as well just find a place to bury themselves." You may leave. Tai Niu, stay behind." Xu Xing waved his hand. The other dozen or so men looked at Tai Niu with envy, wishing they had been the first to pledge allegiance. Given the Lord's generosity, they might even have received a raise. "My lord, what brings you here?" Tai Niu asked, somewhat puzzled. He had only pledged allegiance because he was short of money and hoped the Lord would hire him. He hadn't thought much of it. Xu Xing looked at the burly man before him and smiled gently. "Nothing much. Ji Yao said you were born into a knightly family. I wanted to ask if any of your family members would be willing to pledge allegiance to me." A knightly family was far superior to Hua Ji Yao's simple Xian rank inheritance. Martial arts in this world are simply divided into two types: those who absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and those who inherit the same lineage as Hua Ji Yao. Martial artists have unlimited potential, but the resources they need are unimaginable. Without family support, relying solely on the scarce essence of heaven and earth, even with exceptional talent, one can only reach the innate realm in decades, at most the earth wheel realm. Without a great opportunity, one is destined to never reach the heaven wheel realm. As for the inheritors, they can advance through realms daily, expending minimal resources to acquire maximum power. The cost, of course, is the depletion of all their potential, preventing them from breaking through to higher realms. The inheritance system is broadly divided into three types: knights, archers, and wizards. Inheritance contracts, like rare and precious materials, are divided into four ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The higher the rank, the higher the inheritor's upper limit. Originally, inheritors were individuals, but 1,000 years ago, one person, through a legendary heaven rank inheritance, broke through to the divine will realm, shattering this boundary and forming a bloodline-like mark that could be passed down to descendants. Inheritance families are absurd entities whose descendants can obtain inheritances without an inheritance contract. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they can all awaken their bloodline upon reaching adulthood, receive the inheritance, and strengthen themselves. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the constraints of the heavenly Dao's fairness, most descendants of such inheritance families awaken low-ranking bloodlines, only achieving yellow-rank inheritances and never reaching the innate realm. A few may obtain profound-rank inheritances, and as for earth rank, perhaps one appears every few decades. Even so, this made their family renowned throughout the world. They were among the best choices for guarding the homes of various noble families. Tinyu's eyes lit up at Xu Xing's words, but his hope shattered instantly when he thought of his family's circumstances. His father was disabled, his younger brother was mentally challenged and could eat 10 pounds of meat in one sitting. Even though they were a family of knights, he was only a yellow rank inheritor, his younger brother hadn't awakened yet, and of the three in the family, 2 were useless, plus him, a half-finished product with low potential. It was rare for an inheritor family to end up like this. Tiny smiled bitterly, dejectedly saying, "Young master, I'm already very grateful that you recruited me, but I don't want to lie to you about my family's situation. One is elderly and injured, the other is mentally challenged, and whether he can awaken is another matter, and he also has a strange illness that makes him eat an enormous amount, consuming far more energy than other inheritors." Tiny turned his head away sadly at the end, gritting his teeth. "Those 2 are useless, I can't recruit them." Xu Xing remained silent, stepped forward, and patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. Even if your brother eats a whole cow in one meal, I can afford to feed him for now. Besides, who says they're useless? Your father was a master of the innate realm, after all. With food and drink provided, it's not unreasonable for him to help me train some soldiers, is it? As for your brother's food expenses, we can deduct it from your salary first, or he can eat the free barracks meals with you. 1 or 2 of the soldiers' immediate family members already get free room and board. The food might not be great, but it'll be enough to fill them up. Bring them over tomorrow. I'm counting on your father to help me train them." Xu Xing finished speaking, patted his shoulder, and left with Hua Xo. "By the way, find me some good recruits when you have time, we have too few soldiers." Tiny stood there dumbfounded, watching Xu Xing and Hua Xo leave until they disappeared from sight. Tiny knelt down alone and kowtowed 3 times towards the castle. Blood flowed freely, but it couldn't hide the joy on his face. He vowed in his heart that from now on, anyone who dared to contradict the Lord would be beaten into obedience, and anyone who harmed the Lord would have their entire family killed. Young master, you're so kind. Hua Xo leaned against the young master's shoulder, gazing at the slowly rising sun in the east, a smile blooming on her face. Xu Xing shook his head. I'm not as kind as you say. If you hadn't said his father was a Xiantian, innate level, cultivator, and that his brother's strange illness might be a gift, with a chance to awaken an earth rank inheritance in the future, I wouldn't have helped him like this. Hua Xo didn't care about any of that. The young master was the best and gentlest young master in the world. By the way, young master, Gabuda is coming at noon today. What should we do? How much salt should we give him? Xu Xing thought for a moment. We gave him 100 jin last time, let's give him another 100 jin this time. We'll also sell him that big bottle of perfume. Won't that be too conspicuous? Hua Xo was a little worried. She could sense that Gabuda had advanced to the Xiantian level. Xu Xing smiled nonchalantly. It's all right, acceptable. They said the new goods won't arrive until next month after this transaction. As he spoke, Xu Xing touched the pistol in his pocket. He wasn't one to be trifled with anymore. He'd even taken the instruction manual and user guide when he bought it, just in case it failed at a crucial moment. Young master, shall we invite him to lunch? Xu Xing was taken aback. This was indeed a problem. Since you're coming at noon, then stay. You've helped us a lot, after all. Come on, I'll cook a meal myself. You can help me. Yes, young master. Yang City, where Ji Yan's courtyard once stood, now belonged to Gabuda. A young elder with the strength of the innate realm, countless halos surrounded him. Since the territory transaction ended, he had taken control of everything in Yang City, acting as the governor of Yang City in place of Uncle Yan. All of this was something he had never dared to dream of before. Thanks to that benefactor. As a merchant, his most successful transaction was meeting him and getting to know him. That young master had profound resources, and every transaction with him had benefited him immensely. Moreover, thanks to his advancement to Elder and Uncle Yan's breakthrough to the late innate realm, he learned some shocking secrets of the outside world. The human empress had dispatched an army of 100,000 to forcefully enter the Lost Lands. The commotion was so great that it was said even the legendary Divine Will Realm expert, the administrator of the Lost Lands, had emerged that day. Unfortunately, the most absurd thing was that their only Divine Will Realm expert, upon seeing the 100,000 Imperial Guards, didn't resist, didn't rebuke them, but instead, ran away. That's right, ran away with their hands on their heads, shouting surrender. If the Imperial Guard leader hadn't spoken up, saying they only needed to enter the Lost Lands for business, their administrators might have abandoned them and vanished without a trace. Then their Divine Will Realm expert, without a care, shamelessly turned back and continued to fawn over the 100,000 strong army, allowing them to swagger into the Lost Lands and do as they pleased. Meanwhile, city lords and great lords throughout the Lost Lands received orders to fully cooperate with the Imperial Guards, and anyone who obstructed them would have their entire family executed. Even more outrageous, rumors circulated within their clans that the 100,000 strong army had entered the Lost Lands solely to find one person, a noble young master of the human race. The chieftain issued a strict order: all goblins within the tribe must behave themselves for the next few days. They are forbidden from touching anything related to humans, including human refugees and slaves. They must not provoke, attack, or verbally abuse any human, and if they encounter injured humans, they must even provide aid. After all, these are the Empress's 100,000 Imperial Guards, each at least at the innate realm. Who in the entire Lost Lands dares to stand against them? The Imperial Guards may be high and might not care about refugees, but that doesn't mean other races can bully humans to their faces. If they displease them, wiping out a goblin tribe is perfectly normal. Moreover, if one of their disciples or followers is incredibly lucky and happens to encounter the very person the Imperial Guards are looking for, it's fine if they've done the guards a favor. But if they've angered or harmed that person, their entire family, even 18 generations, wouldn't be enough to warrant execution. Most of these other races, unable to afford the gamble or the conflict, choose to remain silent. Upon hearing the news, Gabuda clicked his tongue in surprise. Thankfully, he had been busy trading with the young master these past few days and hadn't purchased any new human refugees or slaves, otherwise, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Wait, the Imperial Guards, searching for human nobles? Gabuda couldn't help but swallow hard. That young master, wasn't he a human noble? At the time, he was puzzled as to how a Viscount could possess a divine will protector, but that divine sense couldn't be wrong. Now, he seemed to understand. Uncle Yan, help. These heavenly spirits, mature and stable. Gabuda looked flustered at the moment, didn't even care about wearing shoes, and rushed to the secret room. Yan sat cross-legged, stabilizing the realm he had just broken through, when suddenly his nephew's eager cry sounded in his ears. He got up helplessly, thinking that they were all elders, and he was still so panicked about how to do things. What's wrong? Yan opened the stone door of the secret room angrily. For this nephew, he is still very concerned, not to mention that his nephew is promising now, and he still relies on him to break through the late innate stage so quickly. Gabuta looked at Uncle Yan's tall figure, and his heart was frightened and suppressed a lot, and after he ran into the secret room, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Yan, close the stone door." Ge Yan frowned, pressed the mechanism, and the stone door fell again. What the hell is wrong? Afraid of this? Ge Yan saw that Gabuta's body was still trembling slightly, and couldn't help but ask. Gabuta almost cried, "Uncle, do you think that if we run away now, can we escape the pursuit of the 100,000 Imperial Forest Army outside? Fart, that group of madmen, if you anger them, even if you have the protection of the elves, you may not be able to live." Ge Yan didn't even think about saying it. Suddenly Ge Yan's eyes kept going. "Bastard, why are you suddenly asking this?" Ge Yan suppressed the bad thoughts in his heart and waited for Gabuta's reply. Gabuta heard Uncle Yan's words, his eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. This is the end. If that young master is really the master, then he will pit that person's money. Although the one was trading with him voluntarily, he did make a lot of profits from it. In this world, the human race has always oppressed foreign races, and the aristocracy exploited the bottom. But what he did these days, in the eyes of others, wasn't it just to deceive the noble young master of the human race? Now that the arrival of the 100,000 Imperial Forest Army, won't it be specifically to settle accounts with him? The one with the background of the divine will guard seems to be able to do this easily. Thinking of this, Gabuta only felt panicked all day long, and knelt in front of Ge Yan with a pop. "Uncle, save me. I didn't deliberately pit him, and the young master was voluntary at that time, and I was very happy to see him after the transaction." Ge Yan chuckled in his heart and tried to ask, "The various rare items you brought back these days, even the hundreds of pounds of refined salt, no, were all exchanged from the aristocrats of the human race?" Gabuta nodded and said, "Uncle, he is 17 or 18 years old, wearing fancy clothes, with lotus marks on his forehead, he has the aura of a human viscount in aristocracy, and he still has a divine will contract in his mind." Ge Yan's breathing suddenly became rapid. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Gabuta said aggrievedly, I didn't have any conflict with him during the transaction, and the person who seemed to be really satisfied with my goods was considered a fair deal." "Fair you asterisk asterisk, what kind of instant noodles do I use to exchange you for a refugee? Do you use hundreds of pounds of refined salt and even perfume to exchange you for a remote territory with only a few thousand people?" Change. Gabuta stammered. "Ge Yan, I'll change your uncle." "Wait, you said it was a pleasure to deal with that young master?" No contradictions occurred? Gabuta nodded repeatedly. "Uncle, really, I promise, I will give you what the young master wants. He said that he didn't bring gold coins when he went out, so he used those transactions, which were all voluntary." "Uncle, you say, those Imperial Forest Army won't really come to cut me down?" Gabuta's face was full of worry. Ge Yan frowned, glanced at his nephew on the ground, and sighed, "Little tower, after listening to you, I understood why they went straight to Yangcheng." Gabuta's eyes shrank, he pulled Gian's pants, and wailed, "Uncle, I am your only nephew, and that young master's refined salt is all for you to exchange resources for breakthroughs." Ge Yan's face changed, asterisk. "Bastard, you're mad at me." Gabuta muttered in a low voice, "That's not what you said when you broke through." Ge Yan almost didn't slow down in a breath, panting with a red face. "Uncle, what should we do now? Today, the young master also asked me to collect the final payment for the second half of the territory, and by the way, I also asked him to give him the relevant resources for the development of the territory. Except your uncle, you are a cheater." "Wait, did he really say that?" Ge Yan seemed to think of something, and suddenly turned his mouth to ask. Gabuta nodded very certainly. "Then it seems that the Imperial Forest Army is not here for your little fart. By the way, you have been in contact with him these days, is there not a single guard around him?" Ge Yan helped Gabuta up and asked. Gabuta thought about it seriously, and really, "Uncle, except for the maid Hua Xo, there is really no one else." "Uncle, isn't he the person the Imperial Forest Army is looking for? Or are we going to click him directly?" Ge Yan slapped him and shouted, "Don't pull me if you want to die. If he dies, the entire lost place will be buried. The orphan of the Chingling family, no wonder the 100,000 Imperial Forest Army was dispatched. I am obedient, Xiaotazi, our Ge family is going to be rich." Ge Yan's originally gloomy face suddenly became happy and laughed wildly. "The lotus mark is the inheritance mark of the Chingling family, plus the description in the nephew's mouth, it is 100% him." Unexpectedly, his nephew actually saved the orphans of the Chingling family by chance and saved the future prince of the contemporary human empress, although he was at most a son-in-law, but he was also the son-in-law of the third strongest in the world. "Xiota, you said he wanted to develop Chingling Mountain? Need basic resources?" Gabuta nodded in confusion. "What's wrong with Uncle Yan? Is it because I want to inherit his inheritance and can't help but be too happy?" Ge Yan looked at his nephew whose eyes were gradually dangerous, and he slapped him again. "What are you thinking about? The one you traded with should be the only orphan of the Duke of Chingling in the holy city of the human race." A few days ago, someone dared to plot against that person and forcibly teleported him from the holy city to a place where our birds don't, and then General Chingling was furious and threatened to destroy the holy city if something happened to him. No, now there is this scene, 100,000 Imperial Forest troops are looking for him across thousands of miles and escorting him home. Gabuta was stunned when he heard this, that means he is okay? Didn't the Imperial Forest Army come to cut him? Little Tower, uncle really didn't misjudge you, goblins came out of you, a businessman, fuse Banday. In any case, now that young master is not in danger, and even has a good time, this must have a credit from Xiaota, even if it is a trace, it is enough. Let's go, aren't you going to send resources to that young master? Uncle will take you to buy it and send it over together. Such a good opportunity, I must please that person smiled, and their uncle and nephew directly took 200 years of detours. The manager who didn't see the entire lost land, the great master of the divine wheel, didn't he also lick the Imperial Forest Army? They call those who know the current affairs Junja, not to mention, pleasing this young master is much better than pleasing those migrant workers Yul and June. Although I don't know why the young master wanted to develop Chingling Mountain, a place where birds don't poop. How can that person's thoughts be guessed by vulgar people like them? Today, even if Yangcheng is emptied, that city must be developed. Beef, pork, cabbage, tomatoes, eggs. Xu Xing knew this place was poor, but he hadn't expected it to be this austere. Since he was hosting Gabuta at noon, he figured he should prepare a few extra dishes since he was a guest. But after searching the entire city, he only managed to buy these few items. Unfortunately, he'd used up his time travel attempts for the day. Although he could force his way through, risking unknown dangers for a meal wasn't worth it. Xiao, go boil some water. There are a few buckets of instant noodles in the warehouse, we'll have that for lunch. He found the coarse rice in the castle hard to swallow. Hua Xo covered her mouth and smiled. The conditions here certainly couldn't compare to the secret realm, but eating instant noodles for lunch was a bargain for that goblin. The young master was being too generous. Hospitality was a matter of the young master's reputation, so she didn't object. Hua Xo waved her hand, go boil some water, use mountain spring water. This kind of small task was naturally given to the newly recruited servants. She needed to stay by the young master's side at all times. Xu Xing was both amused and exasperated. This reminded him of his childhood, when his grandmother would make him sweep the floor, and he would make his younger sister do it. Young master, what can I do? Hua Xiao approached, looking up at Xu Xing with expectant eyes. Can you chop vegetables? Xu Xing pointed to the kitchen knife. Of course. Hua Xiao happily picked up the knife. She was happy as long as she could help the young master. She envisioned a wonderful life with the young master in the future, with her doing the laundry and cooking, and the young master earning money to support the family. Thinking about this, the knife slipped from her hand. Ouch! Hua Xiao cried out as blood flowed from her finger. Distracted, she had cut her finger. Xu Xing, seeing this, quickly dropped the washed cabbage. Are you all right? How did you cut your hand? As he spoke, Xu Xing held Hua Xiao's small hand and carefully cleaned the wound. Such a big wound, it needs to be disinfected and the bleeding stopped as soon as possible. Hua Xiao blushed, her eyes sparkling with shyness and joy as she listened to the young master's anxious and concerned words. She whispered, it's nothing, just a small wound. Young master, do you think I'm useless? Hua Xiao suddenly asked nervously. She couldn't even chop vegetables properly, she was utterly clumsy. She was supposed to take care of the young master, but instead, she was the one being taken care of by him every day. Xu Xing, with a stern face, pointed at her little head. What are you thinking about all day? Is there anything here to disinfect and stop the bleeding? Thinking about the young master. Hua Xiao leaned on Xu Xing's shoulder, completely unconcerned about the wound. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. This silly girl had grown bolder, daring to tease him now. Young master, this can be used to stop the bleeding and treat miss. A thin, 15 or 16-year-old girl beside her said weakly. Xu Xing's eyes lit up as she took the black wooden box from the newly recruited maid. Stop the bleeding? How do I use it? The local people wouldn't dare lie to her. The maid lowered her head and explained softly, my lord, this is a healing ointment made from the local herb muscle regenerating grass. After opening it, apply it to the wound. A wound like yours will heal in just a few breaths. There are no side effects, the maid quickly added, afraid Xu Xing would misunderstand. Heal in a few breaths? This wound isn't small, in the Great Xia dynasty, it wouldn't scab over in less than a week. However, this is a fantasy world, perhaps. Xu Xing didn't waste any words. He gently opened the palm-sized wooden box, inside was a pale green, jelly-like substance with a grassy fragrance. Xu Xing dipped his finger in it and applied it to Hua Xiao's wound. Tell me if you feel any discomfort, Xu Xing said to Hua Xiao, still concerned. Yes, but don't worry, young master. Little Ya is right, this muscle regenerating ointment is a holy medicine for external injuries. It's such a waste for such a small injury. Hua Xo held up her injured finger and waved it in front of Xu Xing. Look, young master, it's already healed. Xu Xing had just closed the box when he saw Hua Xio's outstretched hands. They were fair and rosy, without a trace of injury. Hiss. Xu Xing was genuinely surprised. It seemed he needed to take the time to learn more about this new world. His territory was rich in such treasures, and he, as the Lord, only just discovered it. What a failure. Relying on this silly girl wouldn't teach him anything. Little girl, is it? Thank you for the muscle regenerating ointment. Here, I'll have Hua Xio take you to the storeroom later to get 10 gold coins. Consider it as buying this box of ointment, Xu Xing said with a smile. Little girl was startled and waved her hands repeatedly. Sir, I wouldn't dare. 10 gold coins are too much, and besides, the muscle regenerating ointment isn't worth much here. Not worth much? How much can this box sell for? Xu Xing became interested. He seemed to have discovered a lucrative plan. Little girl said seriously, because our Chingling mountain is rich in muscle regenerating herbs, the cost of this box is at most 1 silver coin, and it sells for only 1 or 2 gold coins outside. That's very good. In that case, just selling the muscle regenerating ointment, you'll make dozens of times the profit. But why are the people in the city still so poor? Xu Xing's words had barely left his mouth when he seemed to have already found the answer. Sure enough, the little girl's eyes dimmed, and she said dejectedly, "This is an exclusive product of the former Lord. Every person and family must sell it to the Lord. Anyone who sells it privately will have their entire family executed." Xu Xing sighed inwardly. He didn't ask about the purchase price again. Anyone willing to buy it for more than the cost price must be a kind person. However, it seemed the previous Lord didn't belong to that category. Little girl, I'll give you a task. Help me collect this muscle regenerating ointment. 5 silver coins per box, as many as you can get. For every box you collect, you'll be rewarded with 10 copper coins. How about it? Xu Xing asked with a smile. Of course, he'd take as many of this treasure as he could. Gold coins were the last thing he needed. The little girl's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Really? My lord? Xu Xing nodded firmly. Of course, as many as you can get. Here's 10 gold coins for you to collect. I'm afraid someone will covet more. If he had known about this muscle regenerating ointment, why would he have sold it for gold coins? It's cumbersome and doesn't pay well. He is now a lord of a territory, shouldering the heavy responsibility of developing it and improving the living standards of thousands of people. The expenses in the future will far exceed a few million RMB. Fortunately, the arrival of this miraculous healing medicine solves the financial problems of Great Xia. When the time comes, he can take the muscle regenerating ointment back to Great Xia to study and analyze its ingredients, then search for herbs on Blue Star that can replace the muscle regenerating herb, mass produce it, open a pharmaceutical company, and distribute and sell it. Even if its efficacy is less than half, it will still be far superior to the best hemostatic and healing medicines on the market. This project was too large, he lacked the initial capital and the time to manage it, so he decided to collaborate. Having control of the otherworld, he no longer cared about such things. Exploring the otherworld and embarking on the path of cultivation and immortality was the true path. Giving the muscle regenerating ointment to his good friend Wu Yulong was perfect. With his wealth and power, he could avoid a lot of trouble. It was also a way of repaying the favor of the firearms he had received last time. Yang Cheng, Uncle Yan, isn't this a bit too much? Gabuta never expected that Uncle Yan, in order to please young Master Shuxing, would actually almost empty Yang Cheng. 500 head of cattle and sheep, 100 horses, 5,000 caddies of premium wheat, 3,000 caddies of corn, 100 inheritance beads, and about 100 secret techniques and cultivation manuals. Although most were low to mid-grade yellow rank, one should know that for the entire population of Yangcheng, hundreds of thousands, the total number of extraordinary items combined wouldn't exceed this. And this wasn't all. Finally, there was a young seedling of a high-grade Xian-level spiritual plant, the bloodthirsty vine, a treasure worth a city. Gabuta had personally witnessed Uncle Yan sell all of the family's assets, including everything he owned, to obtain this vine. Dian waved his hand. Little Ta, you were so good at business before, how come you messed up at this crucial moment? That man is the only heir of Duke Xinglan of the human race, and also the future prince of the current empress. 100,000 imperial guards are about to arrive. When they find out that our gifts were too small, they'll think we deliberately humiliated young Master Shuxing. Furthermore, I secretly learned that General Xinglan, the one who slaughtered 100,000 demons 10 years ago, the 10th-ranked female war goddess in the world, seems to have already gone to young Master Shuxing's side, silently protecting his safety. Her current silence might be a ploy to lure out the true mastermind behind the harm to young Master Shuxing. Gabuta listened with increasing alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt incredibly fortunate. Thankfully, during their first meeting, he discovered young Master Shuxing's divine will contract and immediately knelt down without a word. Although the subsequent transaction involved deception, he had done his best for him, without harboring any malicious intent. Now, it seemed he had been teetering on the brink of death these past few days. His survival was largely due to his cowardice in not questioning Shuxing's identity. "Uncle, why don't we just pledge allegiance to young Master Shuxing? I still have 2 slave contracts left." Kabuta never expected that the slave contracts he had kept would one day be considered for him. Gian was stunned, staring at his nephew like a fool, wondering if his nephew had scared him into a ruse. "Young Master Shuxing would even consider us? You know, each person can only sign a maximum of 7 servant contracts," Gian said irritably. "That's true." Kabuta awkwardly scratched his head, but then his eyes lit up. "Uncle, if the young master doesn't like us, then Hua Xo might. From my interactions with her these past few days, young Master Shuxing seems to adore that maid. Why don't we humble ourselves and pledge allegiance to her?" "Uncle, if young Master Shuxing really intends to develop Chingling Mountain, then this is our best opportunity." Kabuta had had this thought before, now it was simply being brought forward. Ge Yan's eyes lit up. "It's worth a try. As long as we can get on that list, it'll all be worth it. It's a pity the time was too short, otherwise I'd like to buy some pretty maids to present to the young master," Kabuta muttered. "Present them to you? Remember, we're now Miss Hua's people. Are you afraid she'll be favored by the young master?" "Why yes, that's true." Kabuta realized he'd misspoke and gave an embarrassed smile. "Let's go. We'll come back to pick up the family after we've finished." At noon, Shuxing leaned back in his recliner, Hua Xo gently massaging his temples with both hands. "Young master, they seem to be here." Hua Xo felt the ground tremble, such a commotion indicated at least 100 ox carts. She hoped it was just a simple transaction. "It's all right, don't worry. If we can't win, we can always go back to the secret realm." Shuxing stood up, stretching. "Let's go see what good stuff they brought. Hopefully, they have the inheritance bead I need." "Not being able to read is terrible," Shuxing muttered. At the territory gate, sensing something was wrong, Tainiu, without a word, gathered the soldiers from the morning, armed them with hoes and wooden sticks, and blocked the gate. Although they knew they couldn't stop them, none of the dozen or so burly men from the morning retreated. They knew that if they retreated, they would be betraying the wages the Lord had given them. The other citizens, eager for a spectacle, jeered. "Idiot, get out of the way. That commotion, it must be hundreds of elite soldiers. Don't throw your lives away for a few copper coins." Tiny snorted coldly, ignoring them, his face solemn as he stared ahead, hoping it wasn't the enemy. "Otherwise, Uncle Yan, we're almost there." Kabuta wiped the sweat from his brow. Ge Yan nodded. Someone's welcoming us." As a late-stage innate realm cultivator, Ge Yan's eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. "Speed up!" Ge Yan shouted to the massive convoy behind them, determined not to keep their young master waiting too long. Shuxing, pulling Hua Xo along, walked briskly for over 10 minutes before arriving at the city gate. It seemed that having such a large territory wasn't a good thing, it was exhausting. Along the way, the idle chatter of the citizens contrasted sharply with the loyal guards at the city gate by Tainiu and his men. A flicker of displeasure crossed Shuxing's eyes. He wasn't a saint, he secretly remembered those who had hurled insults at him, knowing they might one day beg for his help. "My lord, who are those?" Tainiu, relieved to see Shuxing arrive, couldn't help but ask. The caravan of over 1,000 cattle and sheep was an astonishing sight from afar. Shuxing smiled calmly. "It's nothing, they're not enemies. I'm very satisfied with your reaction. Each of you will receive a silver coin as a reward." Shuxing patted the surrounding soldiers, praising them. Then, in front of the onlookers, he took out 2 gold coins and tossed them to Tainiu. "You can divide them among yourselves. Keep the extra for a drink together." "Thank you, my lord." The dozen or so soldiers were overjoyed, their resolve to support their lord strengthened. Learning martial arts and literature to serve a lord's family, this had always been the way. Xiao, remember these people. From now on, they will not be accepted into any recruitment. Shuxing casually pointed to a few people and spoke indifferently. Shuxing felt it was best to settle scores on the spot. 10 years was too late, he couldn't wait. "Yes, young master, I've remembered them all." Hua Xo declared the fate of those people in a soft voice. In the void, unseen by anyone, Xing Lan, clad in silver armor, her black hair billowing in the wind, her eyes like stars, incredibly deep, silently observed everything about the young man below. The legendary goddess of slaughter, whose beauty was breathtaking and whose expression was eternally cold and unchanging, now showed a slight smile. Her slender white hands moved nimbly, adding the words decisive, vengeful to the dense, delicate handwriting. "General, young master is truly beginning to change. Although he lost some of his memories, he also gained access to the legendary secret realm, and he's completely changed from his previous cowardly and idle ways. Perhaps staying here, away from the conflicts of the holy city, is a better choice for the young master." I'm really looking forward to the future. Young master, are you satisfied with these goods? Uncle Ge Yan and his nephew bowed and scraped. Ever since they learned that young master Shu Xing might be accompanied by that killing god, they practically groveled before him. Shu Xing was bewildered and impressed. Why had Gabuta become so cautious again? What are these? Shu Xing looked at the thousands of cattle and sheep behind them, each one plump and healthy, all being given to him for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Gabuta was about to say, young master, your guards have arrived, no need to be so careful, but before he could speak, an immense, suffocating force pressed down on him. The uncle and nephew simultaneously thought, conceal everything from me and what happened outside, act as if nothing happened, don't interfere with his plans, or die. Gabuta's legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel. Fortunately, Uncle Yan, with his strong will, reacted in time and supported Gabuta. Ge Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and laughed, ahem, the weather is really nice today, really nice. Shu Xing was speechless. Since you're Uncle Gabuta, then I'll call you Uncle Yan too. How do you want to trade? Ge Yan's face turned pale with fright, as if he could feel the gaze of death. Young master, just call me Xiao Yan. Your nephew, Xiota, was ignorant before, please don't mind. To be honest, my nephew and I want to pledge our allegiance to young master, but we're afraid you'll look down on our goblin clan, Ge Yan said through gritted teeth. The one who just transmitted their voice was definitely a master of the Divine Will realm, and in the Star Orchid Duke's mansion, only that one Divine Will master survived the demon extermination war. He never imagined he would one day be able to hear her words up close. To defect to me? Shu Xing increasingly suspected that these two had ulterior motives. Young master, we are extremely sincere. Gabuta, seeing the doubt in Shu Xing's eyes, quickly produced the slave contract. Young master, you're now exchanging for the Chingling mountain territory, surely you want to develop this place and achieve something great. We, uncle and nephew, are also eager to make our mark. Moreover, to be honest, the goblin race has a low status. They're all right here, but outside, they're utterly insignificant. Uncle Yan has now broken through to the late stage of the innate realm, but if he wants to advance further, it will be incredibly difficult. Therefore, we hope to receive your help in the future so we can go higher and further. Hua Xo stepped forward, coldly sneering, dream on. Having received the Xian rank inheritance, she was no longer the ignorant refugee she once was. She knew that the young master only had 5 servant slots, and each one after that was extremely precious. Gabuta gave a wry smile. Miss Hua, don't misunderstand. We want to pledge our allegiance to you and serve the young master. For the sake of our past relationship, please have mercy and accept us. After all, we, uncle and nephew, possess innate strength and will not let you down in the future. Gabuta's posture was extremely humble. Hua Xo looked astonished, pointing to herself. Pledge allegiance to me? Of course, we can endure any hardship. From now on, if you command us to go east, we will never look west. And regarding the construction of the Chingling mountain territory, we know this area very well and guarantee to build it into the perfect city in the young master's heart. Hua Xo was somewhat dumbfounded, looking at Shu Xing helplessly. Shu Xing asked Hua Xo softly, is there a problem with the contract? Hua Xo nodded. Young master, there's no problem, but I. Upon hearing there were no problems, Shu Xing was overjoyed. Such a good thing existed in this world. Could he truly be the chosen one of this other world? Although he didn't know why they were so eager to pledge their allegiance, getting 2 innate realm experts for free, one of whom was a skilled trader, was a huge win. Ahem, seeing how sincere you are, Xo, why don't you sign the contract? Shu Xing said. Yes, Miss Hua, we promise to do our best to complete the tasks you and the young master have assigned us. Well, alright then, Hua Xo agreed, still somewhat dazed. To be honest, the fact that 2 innate realm experts were pledging their allegiance to her felt unreal. After signing the contract, Uncle Gabuta and his nephew breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, from now on, they were the young master's men, their safety was guaranteed, and their future was bright. The two felt as if they had instantly ascended to the pinnacle of life. Young master, please have your men make way. I'll have someone bring the goods in. Alright, let Tai Niu help you. As for where to put them, ask Tai Niu. Come to the castle when you're done. We can have lunch together. Shu Xing finished speaking and left with Hua Xo. Okay, take care, young master. Blue Star, Wanzhong University, Wanzhong City, Classroom 2B202. In the Principles of Computer Organization class, Su Shan stood on the podium, lecturing passionately. Looking at the ambitious students below, he almost ran away in exasperation. They were all drowsy, which was one thing, but if he remembered correctly, there were 52 students in this class. Looking at the scattered students below, were they insulting his intelligence? Or did they think he was old and blind? Ring ring. Get out of class had just ended. The old man pulled out a list, chuckled, and said, Class, the weather's nice today, let's take attendance. Raise your hand when your name is called. He then began calling attendants. Xia Miao. Here. Wang Jia. Here. Lan Yaishan. Here. The old man stared intently at each name he called, marking them with a black pen. Wang Shui, sitting in the last row, quickly nudged Chen Dong in front of him. Brother Dong, stand up straight and block my way, I want to call for Xing Xiao. Chen Dong nodded, giving a 666 gesture. Shu Xing. Wang Shui, head down, raised his left hand and called out in a high-pitched voice, here. Su Shen glanced at him expressionlessly, sneered, and ultimately marked Shu Xing. Chang Ziai asked. Here. Wang Shui. When he called out this name, the old man clearly paused. Who in this class did he know? As luck would have it, putting everything else aside, he definitely knew the class monitor, Wang Shui, and that student representative, Shu Xing. The impression was too deep. Sure enough, they weren't birds of a feather flocked together. Such good students back in freshman year. The old man chuckled, staring intently at him. After a moment, he called out again, word by word. Wang Shui. D. Wang Shui looked up at the old man, swallowed hard, and slowly lowered his half-raised right hand. The old man's expression seemed to say, are you Shu Xing or Wang Shui? For his brother, he finally lowered his right hand, making a desperate one-for-one exchange. The old man, though old, was still young at heart. Seeing Wang Shui lower his hand, he sneered. Very good, not bad. Student representative Shu Xing is here, but class monitor Wang Shui isn't. Looks like our student representative is the good student. We'll have to give class monitor Wang Shui a good talking to next time. The nearly 30 students who had arrived remained silent for a moment, then all stared at Wang Shui in the last row and burst into a series of hysterical laughs. Ha ha ha. Great teammate in the rift. That was a close call, a one-for-one trade, not a loss, not a loss. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The classroom was filled with various kinds of laughter. Wang Shui was speechless with embarrassment, wishing he could strangle the guy. At the dinner table, Uncle Gabuta and his nephew, holding the instant noodle bucket, wished they could stuff their whole faces into it. Especially Ji Yan, the first time he ate instant noodles, this taste, this aroma, he couldn't help but feel that his food before was probably not even as good as this leftover soup. Hua Xo, who was sitting next to Shu Xing, had a distressed face, and the two of them ate a total of 6 buckets of instant noodles and directly emptied the inventory. Uncle Yan, Gabuta, don't worry about eating instant noodles, how about trying the food? Shu Xing smiled. Every time Ji Yan heard the word Uncle Yan, his heart trembled, for fear that the killing god above would be unpleasant to hear, so he wiped his neck directly, but he didn't dare to change the young master's approach, so he had to smile flatteringly. Okay, young master, they are all very delicious, I have lived for most of my life, thanks to meeting the young master, otherwise I would have eaten so delicious there. Shu Xing smiled, did not refute, looking at the food was almost finished. Shu Xing said seriously, Uncle Yan, you are here at the right time, I do want to develop the Chingling mountain territory, I need a lot of manpower, can you solve it? Ji Yan quickly wiped his mouth, young master, no problem, how many people you want, but I don't know how the young master wants to develop Chingling mountain. Although I am a big boss, my nephew Xiota has a smart head, and we will definitely build Chingling mountain according to the young master's requirements. Shu Xing picked up the teacup and thought for a while, let's develop in 3 directions in the near future. First recruit manpower, clean the entire city, and accumulate garbage, and then ask each household what they will do, register and report, such as what can farm, mine, and literate, all register and report. By the way, have a better attitude. Ji Yan was stunned, what is this requirement? Shouldn't taxes be raised, mining, cutting down trees and selling money? The corners of Gabuta's mouth twitched and he tugged at Uncle Yan's sleeves. Uncle Yan, listen to the young master. Oh. Ji Yan immediately reacted, young master, I guarantee to complete the task. Second, recruit soldiers, not in the elite is not much, loyalty is the first, there happens to be a group of soldiers tomorrow morning, you train for me. As soon as Ji Yan heard about training soldiers, he immediately became energetic, patted his chest and promised, young master, I have been a soldier before, and I am good at this. Shu Xing nodded and continued. Third, cultivate the wasteland, plant wheat first, and in a few days I will take a new food, your wheat yield is too low, and the food cannot be supplied. If you want to develop the territory, at least you can't let the people go hungry, and only after being full of warmth can you pursue spiritual enjoyment and promote economic development. That's all, you go first, if you finish well, each person will be rewarded with 3 buckets of instant noodles. Ji Yan and Gabuta's eyes lit up, as innate masters, they must have no shortage of food and clothing, but they are extremely lacking in this rare delicacy in the world. Don't worry, young master, we will go now. Well, I may disappear for a while in the next few days, don't worry, wait for me to come back. After Shu Xing finished explaining, he waved his hand to let them go down. It's been more than a week since the journey to another world, and today is on the right track. He also has to go back to Daxia to deal with school affairs, otherwise he will really stab his parents and grandparents, but it will be over. Ji Yao, pack up and prepare to go back to Daxia. Hua Xiao's face was happy, and now she knew that the secret realm was the Daxia in the young master's mouth, and it was much more comfortable than this prosperity. Young master, do you bring muscle growth cream? Bring it, fortunately, you reminded me, otherwise I would have forgotten. Shu Xing couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have a gentle girl around her who thinks about herself everywhere. Get ready, let's go. Shu Xing pulled Hua Xiao and prepared to shuttle. At this moment, in the void, Chingling, who was dressed in a silver and white battle armor, froze, and at the moment when space fluctuations appeared in front of Shu Xing, she became invisible in an unknown way, instantly came to Shu Xing, and gently took his arm. In an instant, Shu Xing and the three returned to the warehouse on the outskirts of Daxia. Chingling immediately let go, just wanted to escape into the void, but was surprised to find that there was no vitality fluctuation here, so she had to use the secret method to continue to hide her figure. Xiao, did you touch my arm just now? Shu Xing asked with some doubts. Hua Xiao's little face turned red. Young master, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't. Shu Xing looked at the shy Hua Xiao and couldn't help but tease him. What are you shy about? You tell the young master, let you touch it casually, no money. Ah, young master, you. Hua Xiao's shy little face turned red, and she pouted and breathed. Haha, I won't tease you anymore, let's go, make money, and take you to eat Daxia barbecue at night, it's much better than instant noodles. As soon as she heard what she was eating, Hua Xiao couldn't care about being shy, licked her lips, and said with a yearning face, really? Is it expensive? Shu Xing rubbed her hair. It's not expensive. After doing this business, we will be free of wealth in the future, eat whatever we want, and play whatever we want. The young master is really powerful. Haha, it must be. On the side, Chingling had a black line on her face, and continued to record expressionlessly young master's personality 112, shameless, bragging. As Shu Xing drove to the rental house in the city, Chingling, who was about 10 meters away, followed closely, and as she entered the city, Chingling looked at everything around her, high-rise buildings, cars, planes, snack streets. Everything in Daxia kept provoking her. A peerless master of the divine wheel, she suppressed the shock in her heart, and quickly wrote in her hand, Young Master's Adventure, Unknown Level Secret Realm, comparable to the New World, extraordinary. However, she didn't think too much. The most important thing at present is to protect the safety of the young master, the unknown world, the unknown danger. She must always guard the young master's side. As for Hua Xiao, the middle of the human wheel, too weak. Back in the rental house, Shu Xing lay on the bed, charging the mobile phone that had not been used for a few days, saying that as a 21st century otaku, he hadn't played with his mobile phone for more than a week, which was incredible. As soon as the phone is turned on, it keeps vibrating. A dozen missed calls, 99 plus WX messages, especially those of Wang Shui, the head of the university class, are simply terrifying, and I can't wait to blow up his message list. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he called Wang Shui now, so he sent him a message. Handsome, at most tomorrow, I will definitely go to school, hold on, and go to the club for a month. Then after reporting the safety of your parents and relatives, quickly turn on the do not disturb mode, out of sight and out of mind. It is very effective. Everything was done. Shu Xing called Wu Yulong's phone. Wu Yulong, you can count as a call, it's okay. Shu Xing, sure, I said hunting, it's okay these past few days, let's have a barbecue together at night. Okay, no problem, is she going? Shu Xing smiled, Ji Yao will definitely go, you should also bring your one, let's say you are getting married soon. Wu Yulong smiled, it's almost over, it's been a few months. Notify me when the time comes, and I will give you a big red envelope. It's necessary, don't find your person then. Wu Yulong didn't speak angrily. Shu Xing smiled sneeringly, no. By the way, are you in charge now? I have a big business, why don't I ask my uncle to discuss it together? Shu Xing put away his laughter. Wu Yulong was stunned, thinking of Shu Xing's abnormal behavior these days, and said tentatively, what a business? Shu Xing wasn't sure, and thought for a while, how many small goals? Maybe it's more than that. Wu Yulong was startled, do you know what you're talking about? A few small goals? Nonsense, otherwise you have to find your father. Wu Yulong swallowed, don't fool my father, I'll help you contact, come to my house now. Okay, don't worry, I won't fool you, the three good students. Shu Xing was sure. Wu Yulong was speechless for a while, and he couldn't do without the three good students? Ji Yao, bring the muscle-growing ointment and go. Shu Xing was dressed in casual clothes and took Hua Xiao to the small villa in the city center. Wu Yulong waited at the door early, and when he saw Shu Xing and the others, he hurriedly stepped forward, talking about business and bringing gifts. Wu Yulong joked, go, this is an experimental subject, you don't believe me. The medicinal effect of muscle growth ointment can only be believed by witnessing it with your own eyes. God, let's go, my dad is waiting inside. Shu Xing pulled Hua Xiao into the room. Wu Yulong's father sat in the living room in formal attire, looking at Xu Xing's face full of kindness. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart for his son, a savior. After all, no matter how rich he was, he couldn't exchange his only son's life. Therefore, even if the other party brings a small business of several thousand yuan this time, he will take it seriously and give some advice. Xiao Xing, don't you come to see me for so long? Do you dislike me for being too busy before and neglecting you? Wu Zhengang had a gentle face and joked. Xu Xing touched his head. No, this is not afraid of disturbing your rest. Xingzi, don't listen to my father's nonsense, come up with your big business. I want to see a business worth a few small goals. Wu Zhengang didn't scold his son, he was also a little curious about Xu Xing's business. After all, he still heard what Xu Xing and Wu Yulong had done these days. Xu Xing smiled and asked Hua Xo to open the black wooden box in his hand, and then under Wu Yulong's astonished gaze, he took out a fruit knife and a big rooster from the extra-large gift box behind him. It's a bit too much next, Uncle Wu, don't mind. Saying that, Xu Xing slashed the rooster's thigh with a knife, and the blood flowed continuously. Wu Zhengang frowned, but didn't say much. Xu Xing's fingers were dipped in some muscle-building cream and applied to the rooster's wound. The big rooster that kept screaming suddenly calmed down in a few breaths after the muscle growth cream was applied. Uncle Wu, look at the wound. Xu Xing lifted the in his hand over. Wu Zhengang's eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity, and the idea that came out of his heart was folk tricks. Wu Yulong didn't care so much, snatched the big rooster, and was amazed. Xingzi, you are too beautiful, a miracle medicine. The blood on the rooster's thighs really can't be true. Uncle Wu, it's a little unbelievable, but this is the truth, it can stop bleeding quickly, and even heal wounds. Speed, you have also seen it, this kind of wound, just a few breaths. Wu Zhengang couldn't help but speak. Xiao Xing, can I try it myself? It was so important that he had to experiment himself. Xu Xing nodded. Of course, after all, this is an unprecedented hemostatic medicine. I'm taking the liberty of saying, Uncle Wu, if you are afraid that there is something wrong with the rooster, you can try to cut yourself gently, or experiment with Takiko, he has a lot of blood and is strong. Wu Yulong glared at Xu Xing and said angrily, why don't you experiment with you? I'm afraid of pain, and I trust you. Wu Zhengang ignored their quarrel, and he gritted his teeth and cut his arm with a knife. Wu Yulong was suddenly shocked. Dad, you are really ruthless, no wonder you can open a company. Xu Xing was also surprised. In the real world, it is unimaginable to cut yourself without hesitation with a knife. For inch-long wounds, apply muscle lifting cream for a few seconds to stop bleeding and scar, and fall off in less than a minute, intact. Xiao Xing, how do you want to talk about this business? Wu Zhengang completely believed it, and his eyes were hot. Such a miracle drug, even if he gives up all his current industries and invests in medicine, he is willing. Finally talking about business, Xu Xing said seriously. Uncle Wu, let's say it first, my box is a special version, Daxia and even the entire Blue Star are the only box. After all, you have also seen the medicinal effect, so I need you to analyze the ingredients and find herbs that can be replaced. Even if it is a weakened version, it will be enough to kill all the hemostatic drugs in the world in seconds. Wu Zhengang nodded. Naturally. But are there any side effects? He couldn't believe the effect of this medicine. Xu Xing smiled and shook his head. I haven't found it yet, you can continue the experiment. Then how to trade? I will come out 3 boxes of muscle growth cream plus the formula, and all other costs and operations depend on you. As for the sharing, I don't know too much, Uncle Wu, you decide. Wu Zhengang couldn't laugh or cry. Let him decide? If you don't have your own son, you can't say that you are detained to death, only caring about business, ignoring love? Wu Zhengang thought about it seriously. How about 55% and 10 million cash? Although the sharing is a bit excessive, I will compensate you with 10 million cash and it will arrive immediately. After all, if the shares are too small, I can't borrow much money, and I can't immediately buy a pharmaceutical company and start participating in research and development. Xu Xing was stunned and quickly waved his hand. No, Uncle Wu, you are too generous. Why don't you give me 10 million in cash, plus 37 shares? You are 7 and I 3? Wu Zhengang glanced at Xu Xing appreciatively. Review and Sankai, the difference in the future is at least 100 million level of wealth. Needless to say, it's decided like this. You and Xiaotaki do this project, you signed the contract with him. I'm old, I can't keep up with your young people's thinking. I will be responsible for giving you a backhand and taking care of the company. After the contract is formulated, let Xiaotaki bring it to you tomorrow. Don't you still have to eat barbecue? Go ahead, leave me alone. Xu Xing smiled dryly and had to agree. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Wu Yulong looked indifferent. He didn't care about a few points. It was nothing more than the difference between 10 million pocket money a month and 5 million pocket money in the future. Anyway, it was enough. What to fight for? Then Dad, we've had a barbecue, you continue to be busy. Go, let Xiao Xing treat and have a good meal for him. Wu Zhengang smiled. A multi-millionaire now, huh? Aren't you going to buy a car and a house? Wu Yulong put his arm around Xu Xing's shoulder and laughed. Shu Xing glanced at the slyly grinning Wu Yulong, immediately guessing his ulterior motive. It's almost the end of the year, you just want to boost Yi's sales, right? Begged me. Pa, you didn't care when you were single, but now that you have a girlfriend, do you expect your sister-in-law to take the bus with you every day? Oh, you're calling her sister-in-law now, not bad, not bad. I appreciate your sincerity. The house and car budget is 6 million, let's have Yi help me choose, I'll just swipe my card. Shu Xing said generously. Money? If it's gone, he'll earn it again. For him now, he'll live however he feels comfortable. Heh, you only call Yi's sister-in-law here, try calling her that in person? Shu Xing immediately fell silent. His brother was a siskin, Su Yi was his childhood sweetheart and older sister, a very mature and sophisticated woman, 2 years older than him. Sister-in-law, how did Xingzi manage to win you over? He got off too easy. Suddenly, Wu Yulong asked the obedient Hua Xo curiously. He was incredibly curious about Hua Xo, girls like her were truly rare. A blush crept onto Hua Xio's bright, smooth face as she whispered, Young master is incredibly good to me. It's my honor to have met him. Young master. Wu Yulong stared dangerously at Shu Xing. Between friends, calling him young master Xing was fine as a joke, but why was he using it so much with his girlfriend? Shu Xing's eyes darted around, too lazy to explain Hua Xio's nickname anymore. He was thick-skinned anyway, and once he got used to it, it was actually quite nice. Xingzi, sigh, forget it, I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Let's go pick up Yi, we'll have barbecue together. This time it has to be your treat. Shu Xing waved his hand generously, no problem. In the city center of Wangjiang, the largest real estate agency handled almost all resale business, high-end luxury cars and villas, low-end second-hand houses, and rental services. Business was booming, and it was quite well known throughout Daxia. The agency was filled with uniformed young women, all smiling brightly, patiently introducing their services to customers. Su Yi was the manager here. At 23 years old, she had been in the industry for 2 years before becoming the manager. Although she had family help, her strong business acumen was undeniable. She wore a black bodycon skirt and flesh-colored stockings that revealed her long, slender legs. Her delicate face and sexy figure created a unique allure. However, she was currently very troubled. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her gaze was filled with disgust as she looked at the young men from the capital city inside the car dealership. Lu Xiao wore a sharp white suit. He was 1.8 meters tall, with an extremely well-proportioned figure and a handsome, fair face. From a distance, he would have looked like a rich and handsome man, but alas, he had lewd eyes and a filthy heart. Watching him grope a female employee, the woman was so ashamed and indignant that she almost cried. However, she didn't have the courage to slap him. She could only look helplessly for help from others. Her gaze swept over the other employees, and they all looked away, lowering their heads in shame. Just as she was beginning to despair, she saw Ms. Su, the manager, slowly approaching. Her eyes immediately lit up with excitement. For the sake of her employee, Su Yi sighed deeply, praying that she could quickly get rid of him, otherwise things would get complicated when Yulong arrived with Xiao Xing. The other party had connections in the capital, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Yulong. Young Master Xiao, which car do you fancy? I'll take care of it, it's yours. Su Yi, in her high heels, approached Lu Xiao with a professional smile. Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the person in charge, and abruptly released the female employee from his arms. Su Yi quickly pulled the female employee away, urging her to leave. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss. The female employee straightened her clothes and ran off without looking back. Lu Xiao's eyes lit up as he brazenly scanned Su Yi from head to toe. Yi, you've become even more beautiful. Su Yi frowned, suppressing her discomfort, and smiled. Young Master Xiao, you're so good with words. I'm just an ordinary girl, how can I compare to the beauties of the capital? Lu Xiao smiled wickedly. I like you just the way you are. He reached out to touch Su Yi's cheeks. Su Yi quickly dodged, her face darkening as she glared at Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, I have a boyfriend, don't go too far. This is great Xia. Lu Xiao scoffed. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I noticed some dust on your face earlier, can't a friend even clean it off a little? Or are you saying I'm not worthy to be your friend? Su Yi took a deep breath, her expression gradually calming. She forced a smile. How could that be? It's an honor for Miu Agency to be your friend. I just hope that next time something like this happens, young Master Xiao, just let me know, and I'll handle it myself. I wouldn't dare trouble you. Lu Xiao looked at Su Yi with amusement, casually saying, I heard Miu Agency is having financial problems. If things go wrong, we might have to compensate our partners hundreds of millions. How about I talk to your boyfriend and ask him to beg his father to take out some money from his family to help you out with tens of millions? Su Yi's face darkened. Lu Xiao, what exactly are you trying to do? She knew very well that Lu Xiao was most likely behind the partner's problems, but she had no evidence and dared not confront him directly. After all, there was still room for reconciliation. Lu Xiao dusted off imaginary dust, looking at the angry Su Yi, still so beautiful and charming. His heart burned with passion. Women who were hard to obtain were all the more alluring. Tell me, if your boyfriend finds out you might be hundreds of millions of RMB in debt, is your wedding in a few months still going to go ahead? Your boyfriend's family has worked hard for generations, and they only own a company worth nearly 100 million. Would he sell everything he has to pay off your debts? Lu Xiao, what exactly do you want? I beg you, please stop torturing me. Yu Long is innocent. Even the strongest girl is still a girl. Su Yi couldn't imagine how she would face Yu Long if that really happened. Su Yi's eyes were filled with anger, but facing the Lu family of the capital, the world's top 500 listed capitalists, Lu Xiao chuckled, a lewd glint in his eyes. Why didn't you talk to me seriously earlier? Come on, let's go have a meal together first. No, I have something to do tonight. Su Yi agreed to have dinner with Yu Long. Lu Xiao was furious. Why was he wasting his breath on her? Did she think he was so great? She wouldn't even have dinner with him? She didn't give him any face at all. You have to go, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I'll take down me a real estate agency right now, and maybe even check out your boyfriend's company. No, no. Su Yi cried out in alarm. Then come with me. With that, Lu Xiao grabbed Su Yi. Tears welled in Su Yi's eyes. She bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with resentment and anger. She could disregard herself, but Yu Long, over at Shu Xing's place, Yu Long, who had just gotten out of the car, saw Su Yi crying, and another man was about to hug her. Wu Yulong was instantly enraged. Damn it, you're asking for it. With red eyes, Wu Yulong rushed over and kicked Lu Xiao several meters away. Yi, are you alright? Did this idiot bully you? Wu Yulong hugged Su Yi, her face full of concern. Su Yi saw who it was, and a wave of grievance washed over her, and she couldn't help but sob. I'm fine, I'm late. Wu Yulong breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she had come. Shu Xing and the other person also rushed over at this moment. Yi, are you alright? Su Yi wiped away her tears. No, I'm fine. Pa. Lu Xiao got up from the ground, spitting out mud from his mouth. Fine, I've never been kicked before in my life. Oh, an even prettier one has arrived. Perfect, let's take them both. Lu Xiao got up and saw Hua Xo, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shu Xing frowned. That mad dog wasn't leashed, it's barking like that. Lu Xiao's veins bulged. Where are they all? Didn't they see their master being beaten? Fight back. Cripple these two men. Lu Xiao roared, his eyes red with rage. As the commotion grew louder, everyone around moved away. People took photos with their cameras, but no one came to help. A very few called the police. Dozens of burly men with scars, wielding clubs, attacked Shu Xing and Wu Yulong without a word. Shu Xing gasped, never expecting the attackers to be so brazen, daring to openly carry clubs and even assault people in public. Hua Xiao's expression tightened. She quickly protected her young master. Young master, run! Although she was at the mid-stage of the human wheel realm, she couldn't withstand so many burly men wielding clubs. Besides, she was alone, she definitely couldn't protect her young master in a fight. Wu Yulong regained some composure. Xingzi, call the police. Call the police my ass. Beat them up. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Lu Xiao had gone mad. A dozen men swarmed forward. Hua Xiao punched 5 or 6 of them away, but unfortunately, she had already taken several blows while protecting Shu Xing. Cough cough. Blood trickled from Hua Xiao's mouth as thick clubs pounded her delicate body. Shu Xing felt like his liver and gall were about to break. His eyes red, he got up and fought back despite his injuries. However, the nerdy Shu Xing naturally took the bruises most of the time, instantly becoming bruised and swollen. On the other side, Wu Yulong was in even worse shape, being hit again and again with clubs. It looked painful. Hua Xiao's pretty face was now filled with murderous intent. She held nothing back, channeling all her inner energy into her hands, unleashing a barrage of punches that roared like tigers, shattering bones and spurting blood wherever they struck. Lu Xiao's eyelids twitched. Was this woman even human? So ruthless? Little Huang, can you win? Lu Xiao asked calmly to someone behind him. A lean man dressed in black looked up, his face expressionless, and glanced at Hua Xiao. There's no one I wouldn't dare fight, as long as the money's right. The man's name was Huang Qi. He had an elderly parent and a young child. He had to raise 500,000 yuan within 3 days. For this, he was prepared to go to hell. He felt he deserved to go to hell. The man had dropped out of junior high school, washing dishes, carrying bricks, mining coal, and collecting garbage. He had done anything for money over the years. Finally, by chance, he received guidance from a street performer, undergoing suicidal training that honed his martial arts skills. After several years, he became infamous throughout the Wangjiang city underworld for his reckless fighting style. If Hua Xo had observed carefully, she would have discovered that Huang Qi's physical body had already broken through the early stage of the human will realm and was faintly approaching the middle stage. Although his muscles were almost necrotic, it was undeniable that in the Great Xia dynasty, without vital energy or systematic martial arts, this person's ability to cultivate his physical body to such a level was nothing short of extraordinary. "You son of a bitch, stop hitting me. I'm willing to pay for my brother's injury." Xu Xing spoke up, his face full of resentment, for Hua Xiao's sake. He was a grown man. If he was injured, he could just lie in bed for a few days, but he couldn't accept Hua Xiao getting injured too. Lu Xiao spat out a mouthful of filth. "Money? I don't care. You coward, hiding behind a woman." Lu Xiao watched Hua Xiao bravely shielding Xu Xing from harm, his heart twisted with jealousy. "Little Huan, it's your turn. Knock out the woman, kill the man." Lu Xiao grew angrier and angrier, and couldn't help but say to Huang Qi behind him. The man called Xiao Huang spoke calmly, "Don't forget what you promised me." Lu Xiao replied dismissively, I know, a mere 500,000. If you drag that guy in front of me to fight, 100,000 per punch." Xiao Huang didn't waste any more words, quickly rushing forward to ambush Hua Xiao. This girl, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, posed a greater threat to him than anyone he'd ever faced before. In a one-on-one fight, he was certain to lose in 3 moves. But how many people fight one-on-one these days? Martial ethics? You expect a thug to have ethics? That's ridiculous. Sensing the force of a punch behind her, Hua Xiao's expression hardened. She turned and retaliated with all her might. Bang! Hua Xiao staggered back 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Huang Qi, however, was in a much worse state. He had underestimated Hua Xiao's strength. Even injured, her full-force attack nearly crippled his right hand. Huang Qi clenched his fist to keep it from trembling. "Attack her together. Stop her." The words had barely left his lips when Huang Qi charged behind Hua Xiao, and delivered a powerful kick to Xu Xing, sending him flying. Cough cough. The kick nearly knocked Xu Xing unconscious. Hua Xiao was furious. "Young master." Ignoring her injuries, she tried to rush forward. "Tisk tisk tisk, young master." Lu Xiao found it amusing. Someone from this place dared to call himself a young master? "Beautiful lady, what's so great about following him? Why not consider me? Let me be your young master." "Bah! I'll definitely kill you." Hua Xiao shouted fiercely, her face full of heartache as she looked at her young master coughing up blood. She hated herself. If she had broken through to the innate realm, how could these people have possibly harmed her young master? Xingling, in the void, hesitated for a moment, then decided to continue observing. These were all ordinary people, their attacks were driven by anger, not murderous intent, and wouldn't be fatal. "Beautiful lady, so worried about your young master, don't you want to save him?" Lu Xiao stopped his men, looking at Hua Xiao with amusement. Hua Xiao didn't hesitate at all. "What do you want? Release the young master, then hit me." "Bullshit, Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xu Xing was furious, as if she were seeing this world for the first time. "Isn't this something out of a novel? Who's so arrogant? What's behind them? Lu Xiao, are you crazy? Things have gotten so big, aren't you afraid?" Su Yi helped up the unconscious Wu Yulong, cursing loudly. Lu Xiao curled his lip. "Scared? Of course I'm scared, but did you see me make a move? Su Yi, I've given you so many days to consider. Let me tell you, I'm out of patience." You, it's just food, I'll go." Su Yi looked at Wu Yulong on the ground, and Xu Xing and the other 2 who had been implicated, feeling incredibly guilty. "Xiao Xing, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. Please look after Yulong for me." Su Yi, her face streaked with tears, slowly stood up and walked towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao laughed heartily. "That's more like it, but it's late now, not enough for a meal." Lu Xiao brazenly scanned Su Yi's graceful figure, then glanced at the pure Hua Xiao, and chuckled, "If you 2 go together, I'll let them go." "You son of a bitch, do you even deserve it?" Xu Xing couldn't help but curse. He didn't believe the other party would dare kill him. This was the Great Xia dynasty. "Young master, it's all right. You can pick me up later." Hua Xiao tenderly touched Xu Xing's swollen cheek, though she knew his intentions. However, to prevent the young master from getting hurt, she had to compromise now. If she really couldn't escape, she'd bite her tongue and commit suicide. Meeting the young master was a blessing she'd accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Being able to share a bed with him for nearly 10 days had truly made her happy. Although she longed for a lifetime. Beep beep beep, the siren sounded. Lu Xiao's expression changed, inwardly cursing the unreliable people inside. Remembering his elder brother's words, he had no choice but to give up, glaring hatefully at Xu Xing. "Kid, you just wait." Xu Xing's eyes were red. "What's your name?" Lu Xiao laughed loudly, pointing to himself. "Want revenge? Sure, kid, my name is Lu Xiao, from the Lu family of the capital. I can stay in Wangjiang City for 3 more days, looking forward to your arrival." "Police, don't move." The scene quickly quieted down. Lu Xiao and the others were naturally taken back to the police station, while Xu Xing and the others were sent to the hospital. Xu Xing and Wu Yulong looked seriously injured, but they were all superficial wounds. Wu Yulong was unlucky, he was hit on the head and suffered a mild concussion. In the hospital room, Hua Xiao looked guilty. "Young master, Xiao is so useless." Xu Xing looked at Hua Xiao. The once beautiful girl now had red, swollen, and bleeding skin. He suppressed his anger and gently stroked her hair. "It's my fault for being useless. You should rest first, and I'll take care of some things." "Young master, I'm fine." You shouldn't seek revenge." She was perfectly fine with minor injuries, but it wasn't worth it for him to offend someone who seemed so powerful for her sake. Xu Xing smiled. "Xiao, remember, I'm not afraid of anyone, especially not now. Having conquered 2 worlds, who could he fear? If he had been bolder earlier, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. If it were just a simple fight, he would accept being outmatched, but not only had the other party injured Hua Xiao, but they also dared to target her. His wife. Anyone who lays a hand on her would die. Dialing the phone number he had used to buy the gun, Xu Xing said coldly, 10 million for 1 life. The other party was clearly taken aback, wondering what this meant. Was he testing their limits? "Sorry, you've got the wrong person." Xu Xing calmly stated, "The guns I bought from you last time, I'm not short of money, 50 million, for 1 person. The other party. Brother, we really don't take this job. 60 million, or I'll report you right now, and we'll all die together." "The other party? Ahem, brother, your request is a bit unrealistic. How about this, tell us who it is first. If possible, we'll cripple him for you." The receptionist felt like he'd been screwed over. This time, a madman had come along, demanding a life for hire, or else they'd die together? What deep-seated hatred! However, someone asking for tens of millions still needed to be taken seriously. A flash of hatred crossed Xu Xing's eyes, and he said calmly, he's Lu Xiao, from the Lu family in the capital. "You should have an intelligence network. Help me check. Send me the photo on WeChat later. I'll confirm it before I act. We can't accidentally hurt ordinary people." The other party. "You're worried about accidentally hurting ordinary people? Wait, a scion of a powerful family in the capital?" The receptionist suddenly realized he couldn't make this decision. "Brother, wait half an hour, I'll ask around for you." The receptionist wasn't about to let this deal slip by. 60 million. That's enough commission for him to live a life of luxury for years. Crippling a person even though it's a powerful family in the capital, the authorities are far away. With that much money, someone in the organization will definitely take it. Xu Xing, yeah, all 5 limbs crippled, especially that thing in the middle. 60 million, not a penny less. The receptionist felt a chill. Cripple a man's manhood? It seems this is truly a fight to the death. I can even pay half the price up front, that's my sincerity. Of course, if you take the money and don't do the job, or run away, you can try. It's just a few tens of millions. The receptionist chuckled dryly. No, don't worry, sir, we're professionals. In their line of work, reputation is sometimes more important than life itself. After all, clients are limited, and they're all big spenders. Although they've always operated on the black market, this was his first time taking on a job involving a cripple, but who could resist the high pay? With only half an hour, the receptionist didn't waste any time, immediately spending 10,000 silver dollars to post a pin task. S-rank limited time task, 15 minutes. Lu Xiao of the Lu family in the destroyer capital, commission, 60 million. Note, the employer requires the victim's limbs to be completely destroyed, especially the 5th limb. Those interested should contact privately. The employer is very sincere and willing to pay half the deposit upfront. Ah, open your mouth. Young master, no need, I can eat by myself. Hua Xiao blushed deeply, such a minor injury was being overreacted. Xu Xing didn't care, grabbing Hua Xiao as she stood up. Will you listen to me? Hua Xiao looked at Xu Xing expectantly. Yes, I will. Then eat quickly. I'll settle the score with you when you're better. Ah, was it because I didn't protect my young master? I definitely deserve punishment. Young master, please hit me hard and scold me, but please don't send me away. Hua Xiao pleaded pitifully, her fingers clenched. If she left her young master, she didn't know what the point of living was. Xu Xing became even angrier upon hearing this. He put down his chopsticks, pulled her into his arms, and slapped her little bottom hard through her clothes several times. Hua Xiao let out a soft, alluring moan. Young master, what are you doing? If someone saw this, how could she face anyone? Shu Xing glared at her sternly. I told you to get out of the way, why didn't you listen? Why didn't you put yourself in my shoes? Maybe I forgot. Hua Xo explained softly, but her tone was weak and lacked any confidence. Even if she had to choose again, she would still stand in front of the young master without hesitation. Then why did you say you were obedient? Shu Xing said irritably. I was obedient. Hua Xo felt the deep concern in Shu Xing's voice and giggled foolishly. Then, young master, after the punishment, will you still chase me away? Chase me away my foot. Who will serve me tea and water if you leave? Who will take care of me? I knew young master was the best. Hua Xo hugged the young master tightly and said sweetly. Shu Xing helplessly held her close, softly asking, does it hurt? Hua Xo gently shook her head, then quickly nodded. Shu Xing was speechless for a moment. He knew he hadn't used enough force. The once innocent Hua Xo had become cunning in just a few days. Shu Xing wrapped his arms around Hua Xio's back, letting her lean comfortably against him. The air was filled with the alluring fragrance of the beautiful woman, her smooth, black hair cascading down like silk. The two remained silent, enjoying this brief, peaceful moment. Well, although I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Wu Yulong, who had just woken up in the hospital room, entered with a white bandage covering his head. Hua Xio immediately let out an ah, and, blushing, buried her entire head in Shu Xing's arms. Shu Xing, thick-skinned as ever, showed no reaction whatsoever, rolling her eyes at Wu Yulong. Come in and sit down, don't faint here. Wu Yulong smiled awkwardly. Xingzi, I'm sorry, it's because of me again this time. Shu Xing waved her hand. What are you talking about? When I dragged you into this, did you ever blame me? Where's Yi Yi? Is she alright? Wu Yulong sighed. She went to talk to my dad. Looks like the other side has considerable power. Normally, Wu Yulong's father would have already sent people to take them down. Wu Yulong smiled bitterly. The Lu family in the capital controls 2 Fortune 500 companies. Looking at the injured Hua Xio, Wu Yulong quickly added, but don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation. Shu Xing shook her head, I'll handle my own revenge. I know Uncle's difficulties, but that doesn't mean I'll suffer this loss. Besides, to be honest, Uncle's actions are just about making the other party pay compensation. Do I need money right now? Since they dared to target Xio and provoke me to this point, they should be prepared to pay the price. Wu Yulong swallowed hard. Xingzi, what are you planning to do? Shu Xing shrugged. 60 million. Just to have someone cripple him. Wu Yulong felt a chill run down his spine. The words he wanted to say to dissuade her stuck in his throat. He thought he understood Shu Xing, knowing that he cared about those around him and was vengeful. When someone had previously ostracized his sister, he directly contacted someone in his sister's class, gave them 1,000 yuan, and the person who had bullied his sister was now the subject of much gossip throughout the class, and no one wanted to play with him anymore. The current Shu Xing is far more capable than before, casually producing millions in gold. This time, he even brought along a priceless muscle-regenerating ointment, spending 60 million to cripple his opponent. Seems normal enough, right? Normal my foot. Videos of the public beating in downtown Wangjiang quickly spread online, but almost none of them mentioned Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao went to the police station and came out in less than 2 minutes. Wu Zhengang couldn't do anything to Lu Xiao, but he arrested everyone else, one by one. Did they really think his son was easy to bully? A mob carrying sticks publicly beating his only son 10 years. None of them would escape. Huang Qi sat calmly in the interrogation room, confessing to his crimes in detail. He had considered the consequences before taking action. As long as Lu Xiao gave his family 500,000 yuan, he wouldn't complain even if he had to stay here for the rest of his life. Whether Lu Xiao would give it or not, he could only gamble. After all, the old man only had 3 days left for surgery. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't raise hundreds of thousands of yuan for medical expenses in 3 days. Besides, his younger sister was about to enter high school, and her grades were 100 or 1,000 times better than his, a hoodlum. The old man had never enjoyed a single day of happiness. With that money, he could get his medical treatment and the two of them could finally live a good life. Outside the police station, an elderly woman in tattered clothes stood with a girl in a blue and white school uniform, anxiously questioning Huang Qi about his situation. The incident had blown up. The girl had seen on her phone that her brother had assaulted someone and been arrested, so she rushed over with her grandmother in a taxi she had never ridden before. The elderly woman was covered in mud, having not yet cleaned herself. She had nearly fainted upon hearing that her son had been arrested. "Officer, did my brother really assault someone in public?" the girl asked incredulously. The girl, Huang Yu, was Huang Qi's 16-year-old sister, a recent high school student. A male police officer sighed and showed them the video footage. The elderly woman, tears welling in her eyes, cried out, "You unfilial son! You unfilial son! Officer, my brother is very filial. He would never assault someone without reason. Don't you think there might be a misunderstanding?" Huang Yu asked urgently. The male police officer shook his head. "Your brother admitted it. Even if there was a misunderstanding, but..." Huang Yu suddenly remembered the 100,000 yuan that had suddenly appeared in her bank account that morning. Her face paled. "Uncle, is my brother's situation serious? The victim's family is very adamant. They won't accept mediation or any compensation. If the maximum sentence is handed down, it'll be 10 years. Upon hearing this, the old woman's legs went weak, and she almost fainted. The male police officer quickly supported her. "Grandma, please sit down. I'll get you some hot water." The old woman grabbed the male police officer's arm. "Comrade, we're willing to compensate. I'm willing to go to jail for my son. Please, let my son go. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you." The male police officer felt a pang of sympathy. Looking at the pitiful old woman, he whispered, "Grandma, go and beg the victim. Maybe there's a chance. Go and beg the parties involved. They're still your senior colleagues. Be sincere." After saying this, the male police officer poured 2 cups of hot water and left. Huang Yu immediately realized what was happening and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, police officer." "Grandma, you stay here. I'll go apologize to them and beg them to forgive my brother." I'll go with you." Huang Yu held her grandmother's hand, forcing a smile. "Grandma, wait for me. Don't worry, I'm 16 now. Besides, if you stay here, you can help if anything happens to my brother. Then be careful, watch your step." "Young Master Long, young Master Sing, there's a girl kneeling on the ground outside the hospital, saying she's looking for you." Wu Yulong's driver, after knocking on the door, stood outside and said respectfully. Wu Yulong looked surprised. "A girl kneeling at the hospital entrance, looking for them? Quickly, make her get up. We're not some big shots, why are we kneeling? Did she say what she wanted?" The driver hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's about her brother, Huang Qi." "Huang Qi? Who's that? Who have I been working with these past few days?" Wu Yulong frowned. The driver, steeling himself, whispered, "One of the assailants, the one who hit young Master Sang." Wu Yulong's expression turned cold. "Get lost. You're reporting this to me? Are you driving idiots? Damn it, just thinking about the beating he received yesterday made him want to kill them all. The mastermind has powerful connections, he can't touch them, but a bunch of thugs can't handle them?" Just like Xu Xing said, if you take action, you have to be prepared for retaliation. It's only because his father has power that he's in this situation. If it were an ordinary person, wouldn't they just get beaten up for nothing? The driver, sweating profusely, respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Xu Xing ignored him, quietly feeding Hua Xo an apple. He was still waiting for news. 60 million to cripple that person. If that didn't work, he'd have to consider bringing in experts from another world. Unfortunately, he didn't have any suitable candidates under his command. Otherwise, why go through all this trouble? His only 2 innate masters were both oddly-looking goblins. If he brought them along, that guy would definitely die, but his strangeness would also be exposed. He didn't want to expose himself so quickly, his wings weren't fully grown yet. He'd wait a little longer. As if on cue, "Brother, codename Zero will take your mission. He used to be a foreign mercenary, crippling someone is no problem for him. Give him 3 days, and he'll definitely get it done." Xu Xing, "Tell him 3 days is too long. I need it within a day. Promise 30 million to be deposited immediately." Less than a minute later, the other side, "Deal. Account number." Xu Xing, "Take a picture to record it. I want to see it with my own eyes." The other side, "No problem. I'll get back to you in a day." But taking action within a day might arouse suspicion. The receptionist didn't finish his sentence. Xu Xing understood perfectly. He couldn't help but sneer, "So what if there's suspicion? Just do it. 30 million. I'll wait 5 minutes." He couldn't wait for Lu Xiao to know that he was the one who did it. Tomorrow morning, he'd return to the other world to find rare treasures to break through Hua Xiao's strength. Once he reached the innate realm, damn it, then let's see who beats whom. Unless the other party just sniped him. "Longzi, transfer 30 million to this account. Have your dad advance it, or deduct it directly from my shares." Wu Yulong smiled bitterly, "Really?" Xu Xing nodded, "To rid the world of a scourge, I'll bear this sin." "Fine, transfer the money to my account, I'll handle the transaction." This matter couldn't withstand scrutiny, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Uncle Wu. Wu Yulong waved her hand, "No need. Be careful these days. Why don't you come to my place for some time?" Xu Xing patted Wu Yulong's shoulder, "You should worry about yourself. I'm perfectly safe. You've seen the changes in me, it's a good thing. I'll tell you when I have a chance." Wu Yulong pouted, mysteriously. What, did you gain superpowers? Or received the inheritance of an immortal, about to become a crooked-mouthed war god? Get lost, I'm even more awesome than that, Xu Xing laughed and scolded. By the way, keep an eye on my family. Lu Xiao will definitely retaliate fiercely without that thing. Wu Yulong patted her chest and assured him, I'll arrange it personally, absolutely safe, nothing will happen. That's good. I'll go back to school tomorrow and get me a company certificate. Starting a business outside, that way the counselor won't worry. I almost forgot, you're still a junior in college, Wu Yulong remarked. 3 years have passed since they graduated high school. Night fell. Due to Hua Xio's advanced human-level physique and the fact that her injuries were mostly superficial, Xu Xing applied a muscle-regenerating ointment and took her back to their rented apartment. Young master, I'm going to take a shower, Hua Xiao said, blushing, as she grabbed her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Through the glass bathroom door, her figure was faintly visible, and the sound of running water filled the air. Xu Xing, sitting on the sofa, smiled bitterly. It seemed he was about to act like a beast again. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Shui's number. Damn it, you still know how to answer the phone? If you don't come to school soon, you'll be expelled. I know, but I had something urgent to do. Thank you for these past few days. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Xu Xing knew he had acted immorally and quickly apologized. Pa, urgent things? It's just that you have a girlfriend and are out partying. Wang Shui looked at him with disdain. He never expected Xu Xing to dare disappear for over 10 days, it was outrageous. Xu Xing glanced at the bathroom, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Think what you will. Nothing much's happened these past few days, right? You have the nerve to say that? Damn it, you'd better treat me to something nice. You'd really be letting me down. I can forgive you for fobbing off the counselor, but yesterday the old man called roll, and I called for you, and I got a bad grade. Ahem, my bad. What do you want to eat? A 5-star hotel, please. These days, a 5-star hotel is practically his home. You've struck it rich? You're talking about 5-star hotels all the time? Wang Shui knew Xu Xing didn't like joking. A 5-star hotel meal costs at least 1,000 yuan, almost half a month's living expenses. Xu Xing chuckled, to CAI, just consider it winning the lottery. Holy crap, really? Of course, I'm going to school tomorrow morning, let's get together at noon. Okay, bring your girlfriend too, I haven't even met her yet. By the way, is your counselor there tomorrow? I need to talk to him. Wang Shui thought for a moment. Yes, he has a meeting at 8 tomorrow morning, you can go to his office at 9. Xu Xing nodded. Thanks, that's settled then, I'll send you the location tomorrow. After hanging up, Xu Xing began to think about how to deal with his counselor tomorrow. He didn't want his dad and the others involved in his affairs. Living in this technological age, his abnormality would be discovered sooner or later, but even if it was exposed, he had the protection of the other world, while his family didn't. Thinking to himself, the bathroom door opened, and the sound of footsteps pulled him back to reality. As soon as he looked up, Xu Xing's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. Hua Xiao, wearing a newly purchased lace nightgown, her long, slender, fair legs exposed to the air, her delicate, snow-white arms swaying coyly, the fragrance wafting through the air intoxicating. He never expected Su Yi to bring Hua Xiao to buy such clothes, it was truly indecent. Young master, where's the hairdryer? Hua Xiao, seeing the young master's reaction, was secretly pleased. It seemed Sister Yi hadn't lied to her. However, just looking at such revealing clothes made her face burn. She had never dared to imagine herself wearing them one day. Oh, it's in the bedside table. I'll dry it for you. Xu Xing, suppressing his burning desire, quickly changed the subject and went to get the hairdryer. Hua Xiao nodded obediently. She wished the young master would dry her hair for her every day. The feeling of being pampered and cared for by him was irresistible. Young master, shall we have tomato and egg noodles for breakfast tomorrow? Xu Xing looked at her amusedly. What? Want to try cooking? Yes, I've been learning for a long time. I don't want to be so useless, unable to help the young master at all. Hua Xiao pouted, looking heartbroken. Xu Xing tapped her head. Who said you're useless? Being pretty, gentle, and beautiful is your greatest asset. Ah, young master, are you praising me or scolding me? Hua Xiao squirmed unhappily. Xu Xing laughed heartily. Whatever you say, we'll have tomato and egg noodles for breakfast tomorrow. Don't poison your only young master. Humph, I won't. Hua Xiao wrinkled her nose, disgruntled. Dry it, go to sleep. Xu Xing smoothed her hair and patted her shoulder. Hua Xiao, carrying a hairdryer and slipping on her sandals, ran into the bedroom. Xu Xing got up, grabbed his pajamas, quickly washed up, and followed. Seeing Hua Xiao covering her face and occasionally stealing glances at him, Xu Xing chuckled. What are you peeking at? Nothing, young master, good night. Hua Xiao's rosy cheeks were incredibly cute. Xu Xing turned off the light and hugged Hua Xiao from behind. Her soft, warm body filled him with satisfaction. Xiao, good night. The night passed without incident. When the alarm rang, Hua Xiao immediately got up. Looking at the still sleeping young master, she smiled slightly, planning to wake him after making dinner. Looking at the young master's handsome face, her heart fluttered. Trembling, she lowered her head and quickly tapped his cheek lightly, then blushed and giggled as she ran off the bed. Xu Xing's lips curled into a smile, his eyes slightly open. He touched the spot where he'd been kissed, surprised that his love had arrived so quickly. A little after 8 in the morning, Xu Xing happily finished his lovingly prepared breakfast and set off for campus with Hua Xiao. After several days, Xu Xing strolled through the lush green campus with a different feeling. If only yesterday's unpleasant incident hadn't happened, everything would have been perfect. Xiao, how's that girl from yesterday? Xu Xing suddenly remembered that yesterday a girl had knelt outside the hospital, pleading for her brother. Hua Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Young Master Yulong said he'd handle it. Should I call and ask? Never mind, sigh. Xu Xing decided to avoid the thought altogether. If it were a few years ago, the girl's kneeling would have softened his heart and let her brother go. But the world had changed his heart. Also, don't call me Young Master Yulong, just call me Wu Yulong. Hua Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled, okay, young master. Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction. When we meet my teacher later, remember not to call me young master. Also, we met while starting a business together. He didn't want to be labeled a student who wasn't doing his job properly. I remember, you can call me Singer. Hua Xiao called out in a pretentious manner. Xu Xing felt something was off, but he didn't pay it any mind. He pinched her cheek, let's go. In the office, their counselor was named Chen Hong, a young and handsome teacher with a gentle personality who was very kind to them. After knocking on the door, Xu Xing pulled Hua Xiao into the office. Chen Hong looked up and saw Xu Xing holding hands with a pretty girl, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Xu Xing, is this your girlfriend? Xu Xing chuckled. Yes, teacher. Chen Hong shook his head with a smile. Young people should be more restrained. Have you had enough fun after being away for over 10 days? Xu Xing was stunned. That scoundrel Wang Shui, didn't he say he'd kept it a secret for him? You're really something, kid. Well, it's good you're back. If you hadn't, I really would have called the police. Ahem, thank you, teacher. Xu Xing thanked him without thinking twice. Thanking him was never a bad thing. What? You don't seem to be here to apologize. Is there anything else? Chen Hong asked. Xu Xing scratched his head. Teacher, I want to apply for exemption from lectures and also stay overnight. Chen Hong raised an eyebrow. Reason? Don't say it's because of your girlfriend, and definitely not because of the postgraduate entrance exam. No, teacher, take a look at this first. Xu Xing confidently pulled out the contract for the wholly owned subsidiary, Xinjiao Pharmaceuticals. Chen Hong quickly flipped through the document, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Professor, we've accidentally developed a new drug and are planning to start a business. Chen Hong's tone was serious. Seriously? Xu Xing nodded confidently. Seriously, and my classmate has joined us. You've probably met him before, it's Wu Yulong, from the Wu Group. Chen Hong tapped his fingers on the table. You need to come to the final exam, otherwise you won't get your degree. Xu Xing was overjoyed. Thank you, Professor. Chen Hong smiled and shook his head. It's good that young people are energetic, but don't be too arrogant. Pharmaceutical research isn't easy, especially since you're a computer science student. Xu Xing explained with a smile, it was mainly my girlfriend who developed it, I'm just responsible for the programming. Never mind you two, you're all adults now. Go back and fill out the application form and submit it. Okay, thank you, Professor, Xu Xing said sincerely. After submitting the application form and leaving the office, Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the teacher would object, but it had gone so smoothly. Young master, is that all? Hua Xiao, unfamiliar with the area, could only follow Xu Xing blankly. Yes, it's all settled. Come on, let me show you around the school. Xu Xing pulled Hua Xiao along, slowly walking through the campus. Before, he had been incredibly envious of the couple strolling hand in hand on campus. Now it was his turn to show off. Walking with such a beautiful girlfriend, seeing the jealous looks in the eyes of every boy, Xu Xing felt incredibly satisfied. Hua Xiao seemed to sense something. Young master, are you happy? Of course. I have such a beautiful girlfriend. Look at the envious faces of the boys around us. This is the pinnacle of life. Hearing this, Hua Xiao's eyebrows curved into a smile. She hugged his arm tightly, pressing her entire body against Xu Xing. If the young master was happy, she was happy too. Good times always fly by, and before they knew it, it was noon. Xiao, we're going to another get-together. Shu Xing felt that in Daxia, it was all about eating. Young master is amazing, he has so many friends, Hua Xiao remarked. Shu Xing smiled and shook his head, unsure how to explain it. In this age of ubiquitous internet, he had far fewer friends than when he was a child. Arriving at the hotel, Wang Shui and the others had already ordered their food and were playing cards. As soon as Shu Xing led Hua Xiao inside, they heard Wang Shui, Uxin, and the others mutter in disbelief. Holy crap, who's that incredibly beautiful girl with Xing's long hair? They look very intimate. I heard before that he has a younger sister who's a few years younger than him. Yes, it must be his sister. Wang Shui said quietly, is it possible she's his girlfriend? The others were stunned, falling into complete silence before exclaiming in unison, impossible, absolutely impossible. It's definitely his sister. Xingzi is so unlucky, we haven't seen him date anyone in 3 years. Exactly, especially this girl who's so beautiful it's unfair, and so gentle it touches your heart. Uxin said seriously, the fortune teller said long hair is my dream girl, gentleness is my first love and virtuous wife, no one can take her from me. Wang Shui, Xiao, remember that girl with the twin ponytails from yesterday? I remember you said you wouldn't marry anyone but someone with twin ponytails. Yeah, the twin ponytails are yours, the long hair is for us. Pa, Tan Wen, you're shameless. You already have a girlfriend, and you're still trying to steal her from us. Damn, what's face? Can it be exchanged for money? Or for a stunning beauty? Shu Xing was speechless. These guys were just too much. Stop dreaming. This is my girlfriend, your future sister-in-law. Saying that, Shu Xing, in front of everyone, hugged Hua Xiao and gave her a kiss. Damn, my heart is broken. Damn it, Xingzi actually found such a beautiful girlfriend behind our backs. Damn it, we were too late. Wang Shui slapped the table, his face turning serious. Be serious. A friend's wife is never to be trifled with, never to be taken advantage of. Don't embarrass yourself. Hello, we are Shu Xing's good friends, I'm Wang Shui. The others stopped laughing and introduced themselves. Hello, my name is Hua Xiao, I'm Xiao's, Xing's girlfriend, Hua Xiao said softly. Alright, let's eat. Look at how successful you all are, Shu Xing said calmly, though he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. If it weren't for Hua Xiao's presence, the others would have spat in his face long ago. Eat, eat. Wangzhong City, a high-end bathhouse. Lu Xiao was enjoying himself, completely unaware of the impending danger. Zero, dressed casually, hid under the bed. The constant vibrations above him were driving him crazy. He muttered under his breath, fate. Lu Xiao roared, then everything went black before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. Zero, who had been hiding under the bed, was now standing in front of it, delivering 3 sharp chops, knocking the 3 people on the bed unconscious. Thinking of his employer's demands, he sneered, a scion of a wealthy family? Tisk tisk tisk. He casually picked up some clothes from the ground, stuffed them into Lu Xiao's mouth, then calmly pulled out a hammer from his pocket and smashed it hard between Lu Xiao's legs. Ouch! The excruciating pain jolted the unconscious Lu Xiao awake. He arched his back, groaning in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ling curled his lip. Don't blame me. I'm paid to do what I'm owed. Although I don't like you either. As he spoke, he raised the hammer again and smashed it into the rest of Lu Xiao's limbs. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was covered in blood. Lu Xiao lay motionless, barely clinging to life. Ling calmly pulled down Lu Xiao's pants, took photos, cleaned up the scene, and quickly left for the airport. After this job, he'd be set for life. It was risky, but when had anyone like him ever lived a peaceful life? Within 5 minutes, Shu Xing received an encrypted photo on his phone. Shu Xing opened it without changing his expression, secretly glancing at the horrifying and disgusting photo, but it made him smile slightly. He quickly replied, the remaining 30 million will arrive in half an hour. Hey, handsome, Xingzi, look. This girl is so pitiful. Suddenly, Tanwen's words drew the attention of the group. Shu Xing put away his phone and took Hua Xiao to look. However, the content on the screen made him frown. Tanwen, damn it, that bastard. Such a pretty girl, who could be so cruel? I saw it too. I heard it was his brother who led a group to beat someone up. The victim's injuries are particularly serious, he might get the maximum sentence of 10 years. She's kneeling on the ground begging for the victim's forgiveness. Ah, her brother is too much. Didn't he consider his family before beating her up? That's right. Apparently, this girl has been kneeling for a whole day and night. The police have been trying to persuade her for several hours. Brothers, I need to take Xiao sightseeing, excuse me for now, we'll meet again later. After seeing the video, Shu Xing quickly led Hua Xiao away from the school. Young master, Hua Xiao looked at Shu Xing worriedly. After seeing the girl plead for mercy, the young master had been frowning the whole way. Even after being beaten, she had never seen him so troubled. Xiao, do you think I did something wrong? Hua Xiao shook her head without hesitation. Young master wouldn't be wrong. Shu Xing smiled bitterly, ruffling her hair, seemingly talking to himself. His brother carried clubs and ganged up on us to beat us. According to the laws here, a prison sentence is normal. Although Uncle Wu might insist on a heavier sentence, he dared to take money to break the law for Lu Xiao and beat us, so I was mentally prepared. But, is young master angry about those comments? Those trolls don't understand, they just bark everywhere. Don't pay attention to them. Young master just needs to follow his heart. Hua Xiao comforted him. Shu Xing looked at Hua Xiao in surprise, not expecting her to know about the internet and trolls so quickly. Young master, I'm very smart. With the help of a voice assistant, I've already mastered several hundred Chinese characters, and going online is a piece of cake for me. Hua Xiao proudly boasted, tilting her head back. Shu Xing looked at her expectant eyes with amusement. Impressive, impressive. Of course my girlfriend is smart and quick-wit. Humph, of course. Well, young master, let's not get angry. Getting angry is bad for your health. Shu Xing was both amused and exasperated. I won't be influenced by those trolls, but, sigh. My friend Huang Qi's parents died in a car accident. Now there are only 3 people in his family, his 80-year-old grandmother and his 16-year-old high school sister. And just the day before yesterday, his grandmother had a stroke and was hospitalized, needing 300,000 yuan for hospital fees. Otherwise, Hua Xiao didn't interrupt her young master, quietly pulling him along. Shu Xing continued bitterly, for money, Huang Qi became Lu Xiao's henchman. For the old man's medical expenses, for my little sister's tuition and living expenses, Huang Qi didn't hesitate to become Lu Xiao's scapegoat. He took the blame and went to jail, but damn it, that idiot Lu Xiao only gave him 100,000. Damn it, it's clearly their fault, but he acts like it's my fault. Shu Xing's sudden outburst of profanity made Hua Xiao burst out laughing. Young master, you're a good person. Hua Xiao understood her young master's meaning and softened. I don't want to be a good person. Shu Xing pouted. Good people always get taken advantage of. Young master, why don't you listen to my opinion? Hua Xiao saw the young master's inner conflict. Go on. I looked at the information young master Wu Yulong sent. This girl went to the same high school as you, has excellent grades, and has even taught herself your major. Her programming skills are quite good. Young master, you can sponsor her hiring in advance. Signing a future computer genius for 300,000 isn't excessive. As for her brother, a year or 2 in prison would be enough for you to get revenge, since the mastermind has already been severely punished. Xiao, you're indulging my soft heart. Shu Xing sighed. Hua Xiao chuckled. Soft-hearted is soft-hearted. If it weren't for young master's gentleness, I'd still be suffering under those goblins. If Kabuta heard that, he'd be too scared to sleep tonight. Hee, young master won't tell him. Shu Xing sighed helplessly. You've gotten bolder. Young master doesn't like it? What do you think? Hua Xiao hummed twice, hugging Shu Xing. Of course he likes it. At the hospital entrance, Huang Yu looked haggard. She knew kneeling like this might exacerbate the online controversy, but she really had no other choice. Her grandmother was old, and if her brother really was sentenced to 10 years, her grandmother might not be able to accept it. She didn't know how long she had been kneeling. Her consciousness was fading when suddenly a gentle female voice sounded in her ear. Get up, young master wants to talk to you. Hua Xiao, afraid the other person wouldn't understand, added, young master is one of the victims. Huang Yu's unfocused pupils refocused, somewhat incredulous. She already knew that both victims were super rich, and the one her brother had beaten was a self-made 22-year-old multimillionaire. Would such a person really want to see her? Following Hua Xiao's gaze, they saw a young man in black. Shu Xing smiled gently at her. He couldn't bring himself to dislike this innocent girl, but her brother was a different story. The fact that he had beaten her was undeniable, and pity couldn't change that. Come on, please beg the young master, he'll definitely help you. Hua Xiao helped Huang Yu up and led her to a pavilion in a park. Hello, my name is Shu Xing, the one your brother beat up. I'm sorry. Huang Yu kept bowing her head and apologizing before Shu Xing could finish speaking. If Hua Xiao hadn't stopped her, she would have already knelt down. Shu Xing had no choice but to say directly, don't worry, I can provide a letter of understanding, but… Huang Yu's eyes lit up. You say so, we'll agree to anything, if it's about compensation. Huang Yu bit her lip. I can work, I'll definitely pay you back later. Actually, she didn't even believe herself. Wasn't this just telling him they had no money and were trying to get something for nothing? Shu Xing smiled and shook his head. I don't want money. Let me ask you a question first. Do you like computers and love programming? I quite like it, mainly because I've heard it can make a lot of money, Huang Yu answered honestly. Shu Xing nodded in satisfaction. I like people who tell the truth. Are you interested in working for me? I'll invest 300,000 yuan in you first. After your college entrance exam, you can work for me during your university years, developing some programs and such. 300,000 yuan? Huang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was uncertain whether she could even earn 300,000 yuan in the future. What, you think it's too little? Xu Xing joked. No, can I really do it? Although she had good grades, there were too many people with good grades, one more wouldn't make a difference. Be confident. I've seen the code you wrote before. To be honest, you're very talented, much better than me. Xu Xing was very self-aware. He could be considered smart, but definitely not a genius. Without this extraordinary encounter, he would just be an ordinary college student, at most a college student who got rich from land expropriation. I'm willing. Huang Yu knew this was her chance. As for whether the other party would deceive her, what could a poor, rural girl like her possibly lie to her about? Her only outstanding quality, her beauty, paled in comparison to Hua Xo. Besides, grandma's medical expenses, plus her brother's 100,000 yuan, still leave a shortfall of 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan? Huang Yu suddenly seemed to understand something. Go back to school and focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Spend your free time coding. I urgently need computer talent. Someone will sign a contract for you tomorrow. As for the money, it will be in your account soon. As for your brother, I'm not a pushover. That kick hurt terribly. He'll stay in there for 6 months. Xu Xing had just left when the 300,000 yuan was deposited into Huang Yu's bank account. Looking at the notification on her phone, Huang Yu bit her lip, her eyes red, and murmured softly, I will definitely try my best to repay you. Young Master Xu, you've got to play the good guy all along, Wu Yulong said irritably. Xu Xing smiled. I was the one who got beaten up by her brother, and I avenged you too. Revenge? More than an hour had passed since Lu Xiao's incident. With Uncle Wu's influence in Wangjiang City, he must know. Wu Yulong hung up the phone and whispered, You're really ruthless. Stay hidden for a while. Lu Xiao has gone mad. He's declared he won't return to the capital until he kills you. Head, Xu Xing sneered. Don't worry about me. Protect my family. Yes, I've already sent people to guard them 24/7. The main concern is you. You really need to be careful. I heard a group of people from abroad has arrived. You must protect yourself. I can't get out anymore. Xu Xing frowned. The legendary mercenaries? They dare to come in? Aren't they afraid of all being trapped in Great Xia? I know you won't be able to see me even if you wanted to during this time. The next time we meet will probably be during winter break. So long? Still the same place? Wu Yulong was already used to his mysterious disappearances. Yes, don't think about me. Get lost. Do you still have enough money? Xu Xing glanced at his balance, only a little over 800,000. Of the 60 million last time, he had lent 10 million, and the rest was covered by Uncle Wu. Xu Xing figured Wu Yulong's working capital was almost depleted. How much more can you give me? Wu Yulong gritted his teeth. At most 1 million, is that enough? Xu Xing smacked his lips. About right. Wu Yulong's lips twitched. Brother, the money you've squandered these past few days is equivalent to 100 years of my allowance. Xu Xing didn't care. Next time I come back, I'll bring you a small-scale business. Alright, that's enough. See you in a few months. After hanging up, young master, back to Chingling Mountain. Xu Xing rubbed his nose. No rush. Let's go on a big shopping spree first. For the next while, we'll focus on developing Chingling Mountain. It wouldn't be too late to swagger back after Hua Xo breaks through to the innate realm. He only had one life, and he was worried about losing it. Come on, buy whatever you see. Young master's rich again. Xu Xing waved his hand generously. Hua Xo bowed and said sweetly, Thank you, young master. The two drove to a large shopping mall and, like bandits, bought everything they saw, box after box. 100 boxes of instant noodles, 100 boxes of Dove chocolate, 100 boxes of spicy strips, 100 boxes of Coca-Cola, and 50 boxes of each type of canned food, totaling 30,000 yuan. 100 bags of northeast rice, 100 bags of flour, 100 boxes of milk, and 1,000 packets of various seasonings, totaling 50,000 yuan. 100 sets of pots and pans, 100 sets of glasses, and 100 wooden kettles, totaling 20,000 yuan. 10 boxes of table salt, 10 boxes of high-end perfume, 10 sets of clothing for 2 people, and 10 boxes of various high-end skincare products, totaling 100,000 yuan. After shopping for most of the day, he realized just how much purchasing power over $1 million was. At this rate, he wouldn't even have enough for 800,000. Xiao, what do you want? I can't possibly use all this money. Hua Xo chuckled. Young master, I don't need anything. However, if we're going to develop Chingling Mountain, I suggest you buy some more bows, crossbows, and other melee weapons. Our military strength must be guaranteed. And the new food the young master mentioned before he came, it should be potatoes, right? Buy some to take back and plant, that should be enough to feed the people. Finally, there's meat. Although they can get a lot of meat through hunting over there, the people of Chingling Mountain are mostly ordinary people now. Sending soldiers who haven't been trained for more than a few days to hunt will not only be inefficient, but will also result in heavy casualties. My suggestion is to convert all newly recruited soldiers into inheritors. With intensive training and a large supply of meat, they can quickly transform into human wheel warriors. After that, we can select talented geniuses to train with. Good, we'll buy it as you suggested. Such great progress in just a few days. Hua Xo smiled and shook her head. The young master had bought all luxuries before. It wasn't that they were bad, but for her, a wanderer who had been a drifter since childhood, stability was the first priority. Bows and crossbows and other melee weapons were definitely not available in the market. Without hesitation, Xu Xing contacted them again and ordered 100 crossbows, 100 large machetes, and 10,000 jin of potatoes. As for whether the other party would buy the rest, he didn't care. As long as the money was there, he believed they would find a way to deliver it. Night, 11:55 p.m., in the abandoned warehouse, Xu Xing, holding Hua Xio's hand, with Hua Xio carrying most of the goods, traversed the other world. Xinglan, hiding around Xu Xing, instantly pulled him back into the other world. This time, Xu Xing didn't even notice anything amiss. His strength at the divine will realm was comparable to that of an immortal. After 2 trips, they finally managed to empty all the items. While Xu Xing and Hua Xio slept, Xinglan sat alone on the castle roof. Her pen and paper moved rapidly, not ruthless enough towards enemies, too compassionate. Xinglan let out a long sigh. She was exhausted from guarding Xu Xing for several days without sleep. However, the gains from this trip filled her with joy. The young master's changes and the wonders of the secret realm filled her with hope for the future of the Xinglan family. One day, the young master's achievements will most likely far surpass those of the great general. As for Xu Xing's other weaknesses, whether they are changed or not is irrelevant. This is enough. No one is perfect, and she is quite content. If the young master isn't ruthless enough, she can be. If the young master is weak, she can kill all the enemies who stand in his way. Holy City. Empress. Xinglan sneered. The great general dedicated his entire life to the royal family, and she didn't want to see the young master suffer the same fate. Amnesia is good, he can stay here peacefully as a carefree lord. With the existence of such a secret realm, the young master will surely regain his glory. Didn't she look down on the young master? The great general's entire career was exchanged for a marriage contract, and she still dared to despise the young master. She eagerly awaited the day the young master reigned supreme, the day Huang Yu. The fascinating expression on Huang Yu's face. She glanced down at the young master, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and smiled gently before disappearing into the sky. She needed to rush back to the 100,000 imperial guards and reclaim the young master's inheritance in the holy city. She couldn't let those filthy vampires profit from it. The next morning, Xu Xing woke up with a startled cry. "Young master, come and see. Is this Chingling city? It's so clean and prosperous." Hua Xio exclaimed in disbelief. Xu Xing rubbed his sleepy eyes, got up, and went to the window. Looking at the distant streets, although still dilapidated, they were remarkably clean. On the streets, transactions proceeded in an orderly fashion, with most people wearing smiles. People at the bottom of society are easily satisfied. As long as they have enough to eat and can earn money, they can be happy and full of hope for the future. Wangjianchin's Central Hospital. A beautiful woman with a pretty face, looking to be in her 40s, with few wrinkles, clearly well maintained. At this moment, she looked at the man on the hospital bed with a face full of worry. "Doctor, how is my Xiaoer?" The middle-aged doctor frowned. "Madam, to be honest, his condition is quite serious. The assailant was extremely vicious. Although his life isn't in danger, but..." The doctor sighed deeply. "I'm afraid we'll have to adopt a child from now on." Lu Xiao's mother was struck dumb, her face drained of color. "We're not short of money. Cure Xiaoer. 1 million, 10 million, even 100 million. Cure him." Lu Xiao's mother shouted frantically. The doctor shook his head, said nothing more, and left alone after uttering, "My condolences." He knew the other party was a big shot in the capital, but even with the emperor's backing, they couldn't save him. Mom. Lu Xiao had just opened his eyes when the doctor's words plunged him into despair. His mother's face was streaked with tears. "Xiaoer, don't worry, if he can't be cured here, we'll go back to the capital. He'll definitely be cured." Lu Xiao shook his head, struggling to sit up, his eyes contorted with rage. "Mom, I want revenge, His mother quickly and gently helped him up, promising, "Revenge, you must get revenge. We've already found out. It's a man named Xu Xing. Lu Xiao's eyes widened, bloodshot, remembering Xu Xing's words, "What's your name?" If only he hadn't been so arrogant, hadn't introduced himself. No, how could he be wrong? It was all Xu Xing's fault. How dare this country bumpkin treat me like this? Mom, kill him, kill his whole family. Xiaoer, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. You focus on recovering. Early in the morning, Ge Yan, his face stern, reprimanded the 20 men in the square. Get up. None of you can even last half an hour. Do you think you deserve the meat you eat? When you eat, you're practically gnawing on your bowls. When you train, you're all limp and lifeless. Those who slack off won't get meat for lunch. As soon as Ge Yan finished speaking, the 20 men on the ground paled. Even though they were drenched in sweat and pale, they didn't hesitate to continue running and squatting with their 100-pound sandbags on their backs. No meat to eat? They might as well be killed. Before, they didn't have meat because they were poor. A day's hard work only earned them a few copper coins, not enough to support their families. Now, they only train every day, and not only do they get paid, but they also get meals with meat every day. Listen up, all of you. The young master will be back soon. If anyone lets me down during the soldier assessment, well, that'll be the end of it. Ge Yan shouted, picking up a stick and lashing it hard against a nearby wooden post. Anyone who performs poorly will get 10 lashes and then go back to the recruits. Of course, if you're not happy, beat me, or go back to where you came from. Look at all those people outside. Who doesn't want to come in? If you're willing to hand this opportunity over to someone else, I have nothing to say. The 20 men below gritted their teeth, desperately squeezing out their last bit of strength. They had finally escaped being recruits and had a chance to become the young master's personal guards. For their families, and even more so for themselves, they couldn't afford to fail. Tai Niu was among them. Originally at the late stage of the human realm, he was nearly breaking through to the innate realm these past 2 days thanks to the abundant meat he consumed. His crippled father, under the young master's special care, was recruiting and training new recruits, earning 200 copper coins a month, enough to support his younger brother. Besides his immense strength, he was useless. He could only train relentlessly to protect the territory for the young master. If he failed even the simplest soldier assessment, his father would surely beat him to death when he returned. Hee, Uncle Yan, don't be so demanding of them. Training should be gradual, Xu Xing said with a smile, pulling Hua Xo over. Ge Yan turned around and quickly bowed. Greetings, young master. What are you all standing there for? Pay your respects to the Lord. Ge Yan reprimanded, turning back. Lord! The group's voices were quite loud, but they were all calling out to each other. Ge Yan's face darkened. A bunch of rabble, good-for-nothings, couldn't even handle this simple task. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't befriend them well. Xu Xing patted Ge Yan's shoulder. It's all right, it's just the beginning. Why are there only 20 soldiers? Didn't I tell you to recruit more? Is the money insufficient? Xu Xing asked suspiciously, not believing Ge Yan would disobey his orders. Ge Yan clasped his hands in a fist salute. Young master, I recruited a total of 100 new recruits, but there were too many rabble. I took the liberty of selecting these 20 elite soldiers to train alone. The other 80 new recruits were handed over to Brother Tai. Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction. So, how much combat strength do these people have now? Ge Yan awkwardly scratched his head. Well, young master, apart from Tai Niu's late-stage human will realm cultivation, most of the others haven't even reached the threshold of human wheel. Ge Yan wanted to bury his face in a hole as he said this. It was too embarrassing. Xu Xing wasn't disappointed. Hua Xo had already spoken to him frankly. You guys continue training. Uncle Yan, come here. Ge Yan dropped his pointer, wiped his hands, and trotted over. Young master, what is it? Xiao said we could select a group of people to directly become inheritors. This would quickly build up combat power. What do you think of this suggestion? Ge Yan glanced at Hua Xo, then lowered his head seriously and said, of course, but just say it. I'm not that petty. It's all for young master's good. Hua Xo saw through Ge Yan's inner thoughts and spoke up casually. Ge Yan chuckled. He should just take this with a grain of salt. If he took it seriously, he wouldn't even know how he died. As the young master's personal maid, Hua Xo directly controlled the lives of the uncle and nephew. Before they achieved anything, no amount of caution was excessive. Young master, yellow rank inheritance beads can quickly help them break through to the human will realm, but only in the early to mid stage. Their foundation is too weak, they stagger when they walk, and they lack vital energy. Xu Xing frowned. He could clearly see the difference between a group of mid-stage human will realm soldiers and a group of late-stage human will realm soldiers. What do you mean? Ge Yan said seriously, young master, the limit of yellow rank inheritance beads is the late stage, or even peak, human will realm. I think it's a waste to give them to greenhorns. Rather than filling in shoddy positions, we should strive for excellence. These elite soldiers, after a month of lavish training and some herbal supplements, will have their foundation almost fully built up. Then, with the inheritance beads, in 3 months at most, young master will have dozens of late-stage elite warriors under his command. Young master, listen to him. I didn't think things through, I almost ruined young master's plans. Hua Xo could distinguish right from wrong. Shu Xing covered Hua Xio's mouth. What's wrong with you? No need to apologize. Uncle Yan, we'll do it your way. The soldiers will definitely have enough meat. My soldiers can't train hungry. By the way, see if these will be useful for your training. Shu Xing recounted the Great Xia military training system. Ge Yan himself came from a military background. Listening to the young master's advice, his eyes lit up. Soldiers' obedience training, physical training, willpower training, individual combat training, field training. Previously, he relied on the young master mostly because of the powerful forces behind him. Now, it seems the young master's intelligence far exceeded his expectations. Compared to the military training model that the young master casually came up with, what I learned back then was simply appalling, too rubbish, too low end. How's Gabuda doing with the task I assigned him? Shuxing Castle is currently full of potatoes, which need to be planted as soon as possible. Ge Yan, his eyes filled with pride as he mentioned his nephew, said, Young master, after he finished cleaning the entire city yesterday, he immediately led the farmers out to till the fields. Excellent. The city is definitely very clean. You all did a great job, there will be a generous reward. Shuxing generously stated. Ge Yan licked his lips. Young master, is it instant noodles? Ha, yes, seeing how diligent you all are, I'll add 3 more buckets to the 3 I promised before, making it 6 buckets each. Ge Yan was overjoyed. Thank you, young master. Is there something you need him for? Shuxing nodded. Have someone call him back. He can come directly to the castle to find me. Yes, young master, take care. Ge Yan waved with a smile. This noble young master was gentle and generous, he had truly chosen the right person to follow. Take this token, go to the stables and fetch a fine horse. Call Gabuda back and tell him to go to the castle to see the young master. Ge Yan beckoned and instructed. Yes, sir. Inside the castle, Shu Xing unpacked the boxes, placing all the food in the bedroom. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about Hua Xio going hungry at night. Her small body ate quite a lot, especially after trying snacks. Xio, put these crossbows in the secret room we went to before. We brought a combination lock this time, so lock them all inside. You should know the password. Hee, it's the young master's birthday, of course I wouldn't forget. Hua Xio easily carried the 100-pound crossbows into the secret room. Categorize them and write the names in the secret script, Shu Xing instructed. Hua Xio gave an OK sign. 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Young master, you wanted to see me? Gabuda, so soon. Come in, Shu Xing said. Gabuda pushed open the door, gazing at the dazzling array of goods in the living room. Aside from the instant noodles and chocolates he'd eaten before, he didn't recognize anything else. He inwardly sighed, the young master's family is truly wealthy, so much exquisite food. Young master, as you instructed, 300 acres of wasteland have been cultivated outside. So much? Shu Xing was somewhat surprised. He'd only been gone 2 or 3 days, time was synchronized between the 2 realms. Gabuda didn't dare claim credit, truthfully replying, Young master, it's not much at all. With meals and wages provided, we easily recruited 500 farmers, plus ox carts for assistance. And that's still a small number. Not bad. What about the talent list? The importance of talent in any region is self-evident. Gabuda smiled wryly, Young master, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In this city, apart from farmers, most people only know how to mine and gather herbs. After all, this is how people have survived for generations. Shu Xing asked directly, how many people are available? Ahem, only 5 people know basic numbers, 10 blacksmiths, 8 doctors, 3 carpenters, and as for merchants, there are quite a few, dozens, but what? Young master, these merchants collude with other lords, reselling grain and arbitrarily raising prices. Most of the city's inhabitants are affected, going hungry. Even our planting plans are affected, they dare to sell coarse wheat for 10 copper coins per pound. If this were in Yangchang, Gabuda would have already taken his uncle and demolished their house. But this was the young master's territory, and he didn't dare make decisions on his own. He was mainly worried that the young master knew the lords behind those merchants, and he would be the one to suffer in the end. Shu Xing's face darkened. Coarse wheat was 10 copper coins per jin? Did they think he was still that newbie who had just arrived? Did he know nothing? Fine wheat was rare here, even 5 copper coins per jin was a rare find. They dared to swindle him from his territory. They had guts. Gabuda looked at his angry young master, a slight smile rising in his heart. He tentatively asked, Young master doesn't like them. Shu Xing glanced at Gabuda. Wasn't that obvious? Who liked parasites ruining their property? Young master, I've been fed up with them for a long time. Leave it to me. Within a day, I'll make the treasury 30% richer. Gabuta had been waiting for this day for far too long. Don't be fooled by his obsequiousness before the young master, it's only because the young master is powerful. He's a master of innate cultivation, capable of dealing with ordinary merchants. Those scoundrels dare to look down on him? With just a word from the young master, he'll have them torn to pieces. Alright, just be discreet. Xu Xing knew exactly what Gabuta was planning. How much food is left in the city? How are the people faring? Xu Xing asked. Gabuta snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, Young master, the situation isn't good. Even with the merchant stocks, we can only last for 2 months at most, ensuring no one starves. 2 months? That should be enough, right? Xu Xing estimated in his mind. Enough of what? Gabuta asked, bewildered, staring blankly at Hua Xo. He didn't dare ask the young master again, and could only look at Hua Xo. Hua Xo pursed her lips, pointing to the potatoes scattered on the ground. This is a new crop the young master brought, the estimated yield is over 1,000 caddies per mu. She knew the potato yield in Xia, 1,000 caddies per mu was easily achievable. 1,000 caddies? Gabuta stared in disbelief. Even though he trusted the young master, he couldn't help but be shocked. Wheat here, a yield of 500 caddies per mu was considered extremely high, a yield of 1 or 200 caddies per mu was the norm, otherwise there wouldn't be so much wasteland. 1,000 caddies per mu? It was simply unbelievable. Hua Xo ignored the surprised Gabuta. It's called potato. It thrives in warm climates, which is exactly where we are. And its growing conditions are extremely simple, just plant it and water it. As for the growing period, Hua Xo estimated uncertainly, considering the weak spiritual energy here, about 3 months. If the spiritual energy is abundant, maybe 2 months. Xu Xing smiled, patted Gabuta's shoulder, and pulled him back to reality. Xio is right. There's 1,000 jin here. Have someone take it down to plant later. Keep it a secret. Don't let anyone covet it. Gabuta replied earnestly, Yes, young master, I'll keep it a secret. If what the young master said was true, then this grain was no less valuable than refined salt. And these perfumes and refined salt, you should process them when you have time and exchange them for some grain. As long as we can last until the potatoes mature, Chingling Mountain will no longer face a food crisis. Gabuta was deeply moved. Young master, the people of Chingling City are truly fortunate to have met you. Xu Xing waved his hand and chuckled, their wealth allows me to become even wealthier. Go ahead, this is a reward for you and your uncle with instant noodles. A soldier who hasn't shed blood isn't a good soldier. Is everyone clear on the mission? Ji Yan's deep voice echoed among the surrounding soldiers. The 20 elite soldiers, led by Tai Niu, nodded in unison. They had long wanted to deal with those blood-sucking merchants. Leave no one alive. Kill them. Ji Yan waved his hand. The 20 soldiers automatically dispersed. For soldiers, former hunters, quickly scaled the high wall, set up their crossbows. The others, clad in iron armor and wielding large machetes, advanced swiftly. They were all agile and moved silently. It was unbelievable that just a few days ago, these soldiers were a group of farmers digging in the fields. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows darted through the air, accurately striking the lookouts. Tiny led the charge, grinning maliciously, and kicked open the vermilion gate. Slaughter these bastards raised on dog food. Behind him, soldiers with bloodshot eyes raised their machetes, and with swift strokes, heads fell. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you attack and kill Lu Deshang? The fat, ball-of-flesh steward at the door nearly died of fright at the sight of the bloody scene, roaring in terror. One of the young soldiers, his eyes red, charged straight at the steward, shouting, You scoundrels, give me back my sister. With a tearing sound, the fat steward fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. The young soldier laughed maniacally, Sister, you wait. I'll make them pay for this. Ignoring the attacks of the courtyard guards, the boy wildly swung his broadsword. His sister had starved to death before his eyes because of these unscrupulous merchants. He hated his past self, a coward who dared not defy these wealthy merchants, a weak and powerless self unable to protect his sister. Die, die, all of you. Tiny frowned, deflecting the sword that was about to strike the boy's head. Go, wake up. Would your sister be happy if you died? Live well, so you can kill all those unscrupulous merchants in the future. Go sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Brother Niu, I understand. Tiny snorted coldly, don't let it happen again. The target is inside. Kill them quickly. There are still several more. Failure to complete the mission will result in court-martial. Yes, sir. The others jolted, remembering the inhuman punishment, and quickly cleaned up the battlefield, rushing into the other houses. In the far west of Chingling Mountain, in a secluded manner, flames suddenly erupted. The one family merchant, covered in soot and carrying a bag of gold bars, emerged from underground, rushed to the stables, and hastily fled on a spare horse. He never expected the new lord to be so ruthless, daring to raid and kill dozens of their merchants in a single night. If he hadn't been cowardly and hadn't prepared 3 escape routes, he would likely be stuck in Chingling Mountain today. A late-stage innate realm expert, new lord, is this your confidence? The one family merchant's face was extremely grim. Looking at the fortune he had built up over a lifetime in Chingling Mountain, he vowed to kill this arrogant young lord. Just then, the Tomo lord to the north, who had long coveted Chingling Mountain, coldly glanced at Shixing Castle. Just wait. Young master, please take a look. Gabuta arrived early that morning with a list of the merchant's inventory from the massacre. These businessmen truly deserved to die, they were utterly ruthless in their pursuit of money. The amount of wealth each person possessed far exceeded his imagination. Of the 16 merchant households in the city, 10 were extremely corrupt and their entire fortunes were confiscated without question. 4 others, though also corrupt, still possessed some conscience, so he only ordered half of their wealth to be seized. The remaining 2, slightly corrupt, were left untouched and even exempted from taxes for a year. A system of rewards and punishments was necessary, otherwise, no one would want to do business here in the future. Xu Xing checked his account. Having used the language inheritance bead, he easily learned the language of this other world. Wine family, 10 spirit stones, 3,000 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, 1,000 acres of fertile land. Holy crap! Xu Xing thought he was seeing things. These were merchants? How could they be richer than him? Lu family, 5,000 gold coins, 500 cattle and sheep, 50 warhorses. Fang family, 1,200 gold coins, 10,000 caddies of wheat, 1,000 caddies of flour. Tai family, 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 caddies of iron ore, dozens of sets of armor and weapons. Huang family, 1,500 gold coins, 1,000 stalks of muscle regenerating grass, hundreds of other yellow-grade medicinal herbs, 1 low-grade unknown elixir. A horse won't get fat without night grass, and a man won't get rich without windfall gains. The ancients were right. Xu Xing was increasingly pleased with what he saw, all of this was now his. Allocate 100 gold coins to the soldiers, and an extra 10 gold coins to the wounded. Continue recruiting soldiers. Do you uncle and nephew want gold coins, or this food? Xu Xing asked with a smile. Gabuta scratched his head and chuckled. Young master, if possible, could you give me some delicious food? There will be many opportunities to make money in the future, but this house full of delicious food is unique. Alright, take 3 items of food each from this room, you uncle and nephew. Gabuta's grin stretched almost to his ears. Thank you, young master. Well, all the grain we've captured this time will go to disaster relief. We don't need to keep the castle. Make sure the soldiers' rations are guaranteed. As for the gold coins, Xu Xing thought for a moment, keep them for now. If we encounter any rare treasures, don't report it, just buy them. Especially those without side effects. Xiao's strength is too low, you need to figure out a way. Xu Xing instructed earnestly. His safety depended entirely on Hua Xo. As for Gabuta and Ji Yan, he didn't want to wake up to 2 burly men every day. Yes, young master. Gabuta silently made a mental note, determined to search with all his might. Mentioning Hua Xiao's strength always weighed on Gabuta's mind. He had bought Hua Xiao's Xian rank inherited spirit archer from him, and the limit of Xian rank was only the innate realm. He feared that the young master would dislike him because of this. Oh, right, young master, there's an auction in Yangcheng tomorrow, inviting dozens of lords from the surrounding area. There must be plenty of treasures. Why don't you take Miss Xiao to check it out? My territory is under my protection, nothing will happen. My uncle and elite soldiers like Tai Niu will ensure my safety. There won't be any problems. Xu Xing's eyes lit up. Sure, you can arrange it later. Since arriving in this other world, he'd only been around lower-level people, and he was very interested in tomorrow's auction for upper-level lords. He hoped the treasures there would bring him a bountiful harvest. Young master, I'll put the rest of the herbs in the warehouse. We don't have any alchemists here. Gabuta felt a pang of regret, so many herbs, he could only look at them without knowing how to use them. No rush, it'll definitely come later. Xu Xing was very confident. Following the development strategy of the Great Xia city, he didn't believe the natives here could resist the temptation. Young master, I'll go now. Develop the territory well. After Gabuta left, Hua Xiao, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, came out, blushing, and whispered, Young master, time for a bath. Ahem, well, I'll just rinse off later. Xu Xing wasn't used to soaking in the bathtub. No, we don't have the conditions for a secret realm here. Hurry up, or the water will get cold. Hua Xiao, blushing, pushed her young master into the room. At dawn, the rosy dawn illuminated the entire Chingling mountain. On the soft bed, Xu Xing felt a tickle in his nose. Opening his eyes, he met Hua Xiao's playful gaze. Her eyes, as beautiful and radiant as the starry sky, shone with a happy smile. Her thick eyelashes fluttered, and her red lips parted slightly. "Young master, you're awake." Shu Xing chuckled, reaching out to hug Hua Xiao. "You slept in today, huh?" "Humph, it's because young master hugged me too tightly." Hua Xiao huffed in dissatisfaction. "You don't like it." Shu Xing playfully pinched her nose. "Hee hee, of course I like it." The way the young master looked at her, 3 parts amazement, 3 parts affection, 3 parts doting, captivated her. "Oh dear, young master, it's already 9 o'clock. Get up quickly, you'll be late for the auction." "I'll go prepare breakfast for you," Hua Xiao said anxiously, glancing at her watch. Shu Xing didn't want to let go. "I don't want to get up. Give me a reward and I'll get up." Hua Xiao blushed, looking at her childish young master, and muttered, "Young master, aren't you ashamed so early in the morning?" Shu Xing didn't care. "Nobody knows." Hua Xiao looked at her shameless young master, lowered her head, closed her eyes, and tapped his forehead. "Young master, get up quickly, let me go wash up first." Before, she didn't care if she didn't brush her teeth or shower for days, but since following the young master, she felt dirty if she didn't brush her teeth for a day, afraid that the young master would dislike her. After nearly an hour of dawdling, the two playfully washed up and ate breakfast. At Hua Xiao's repeated urging, Shu Xing boarded the luxurious carriage before 10 o'clock and headed to Yangcheng. "Young master, let me introduce you to the people attending the auction," Hua Xiao said earnestly inside the carriage. Shu Xing stretched lazily, leaning against Hua Xiao's chest, inhaling the girl's unique fragrance, and casually said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." Hua Xiao blushed deeply. Her young master was becoming increasingly affectionate. She felt both delighted and exasperated, playfully scolding, "Young master, be serious." "I am serious, go ahead," Shu Xing said, surprised. Then young master, don't move around." Hua Xiao patted her flushed cheeks, calming her agitated heart. Shu Xing chuckled, ceasing his teasing. "Young master, there are 103 participants this time, including 68 lords, 30 city lords, and the rest are powerful rogue cultivators." "Powerful? Are there any beyond the innate realm?" Shu Xing asked. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes at the young master in her arms. "Of course not, there are only 7 or 8 at the late innate realm." "So few? Aren't there any Earth Wheel realm experts here?" Shu Xing had never seen an Earth Wheel realm expert before. Hua Xiao shook her head. "Our place is too remote, resources are scarce, and Earth Wheel experts wouldn't even consider it." "How powerful is an Earth Wheel expert? For example, how much power does one punch have? Can they fly?" Shu Xing asked one by one. Hua Xiao gently bit her finger, looking troubled. "Young master, I don't know." Looking at Hua Xiao's adorable expression, Shu Xing chuckled. "It's alright, as long as you know you're cute and pretty." "Ah, young master, I'm ignoring you." Hua Xiao's little face puffed up with anger. She didn't want to be just a pretty face. "Haha, I was wrong, young master, please continue." Shu Xing tilted his head back, smiling knowingly at Hua Xiao's angry expression. There are 23 items up for auction this time: weapons, herbs, inheritance beads, cultivation techniques, demonic beasts, and…" Shu Xing looked at Hua Xiao, who was biting her lip, and said softly, "And what?" "Slaves," Hua Xiao said bitterly. Buying and selling slaves was a common transaction among nobles. "Do you know them?" Shu Xing asked softly. If they were friends of Hua Xiao, he wouldn't mind spending a fortune to buy them back. Feeling the young master's concern, Hua Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. She explained softly, "Young master, she's not my friend, but she is a dark elf. A super beautiful girl." Shu Xing's expression froze. He pinched Hua Xiao's cheek and said irritably, "Are you buying her to compete for your favor?" "I don't care. I just want to be by your side, young master," Hua Xiao said happily. "Silly girl," Shu Xing said helplessly. "I'm not silly, young master. I'm serious. It would be best to buy her. Dark elves are extremely rare, and they are natural-born protectors. Each one is exceptionally talented, possessing extremely keen intuition. They can detect killing intent even from 1,000 meters away. They can protect you well in the future, young master," Hua Xiao said eagerly. She didn't want to miss out on such a perfect protector. She already felt guilty for failing to protect the young master in the secret realm last time. If anything were to happen to him in the future, she would die with regrets. "Young master, please buy it, okay?" Hua Xiao gently shook Shu Xing, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Shu Xing was speechless for a long time, then stood up and gently hugged Hua Xiao. "You only think about the young master, have you ever thought about yourself?" Hua Xiao smiled foolishly. "Me? This is great. I eat and drink well every day, and I can keep the young master company." "Young master, please buy it, and she's also very pitiful." By staying by the young master's side, I'll be saving a girl who shares my plight. Hua Xo pleaded sweetly. Shu Xing smiled wryly. Okay, I'll listen to you, I'll buy it. Hee, I knew the young master was the best. Young master, we've arrived. Ge Yan's deep voice came. Okay, Xiao, get out of the car. Shu Xing helped Hua Xiao up. Hua Xiao was dressed in leather armor, with 2 military knives concealed inside her boots. After alighting from the carriage, Ge Yan tightly protected the young master on either side, while Tainia followed behind, carrying a large wooden crate containing 10 bottles of perfume, the goods from their transaction. A stone wall over 3 meters high came into view, far more imposing than Chingling Mountain. Uncle Yan, I heard you were a guest elder in Yangchang before. It's a disservice to you to serve at my Chingling Mountain now, Shu Xing said with a smile, looking at the solemn-faced Ge Yan behind him. Ge Yan waved his hands repeatedly. Young master, you flatter me. With your abilities, in less than 6 months, Chingling Mountain will be so prosperous that even a horse running in Yangchang couldn't catch up. We uncle and nephew are honored. Shu Xing chuckled. Although he didn't know why they had pledged allegiance to him in the past, he wouldn't let them down. With the backing of the great Xia dynasty, even a cow or a horse could achieve a kind of ancestral rebirth. Let's go inside and take a look. Shu Xing, pulling the curious Hua Xiao along, led the way. Stepping into the streets of Yangchang, the filthy, muddy roads and littered streets made it nearly impossible to find a place to step. The air reeked of various stenches, causing even Ge Yan to frown. Ge Yan thought to himself, is this the Yangchang I used to live in? Even the pigsties on Chingling Mountain are probably cleaner than this. The thought of living here for over 30 years filled Ge Yan with a nauseating revulsion, as if he had eaten excrement. Walking along the street, every corner was filled with shackled servants, each one thin and ragged, staring blankly ahead, their only hope being that their next master would treat them a little better and give them enough to eat. Hua Xiao's expression softened, but that was all. She wouldn't be foolish enough to beg her young master to take in these useless servants. Shu Xing sighed, looking up at the sky. Though the sky was clear, it felt utterly cold, chilling him to the bone. This scene before him was the true tone of this other world. The Platinum Auction House, one of the most renowned forces in the Lost Lands, not because of its strength, but because of its immense wealth rich enough to rival a nation. As the Platinum Merchant Guild's once every 5 years grand auction, the venue, spanning thousands of square meters, was now packed to capacity. The auction was divided into 3 tiers: human, earth, and heaven. The human tier was the lowest, requiring a payment of 10 copper coins for seating in the main hall. Those arriving late had to stand. The earth tier belonged to the various lords, representing the wealthy and powerful. These were seated on the second floor in private rooms, elegant and refined. Ge Yan had purchased this tier for Shu Xing, primarily to avoid revealing Shu Xing's identity. He hadn't forgotten Xing Yan's words about secrecy and discretion. As for the top tier, heaven, only high-ranking officials and nobles were permitted seating. Shu Xing sat in his second-floor private room, looking around through the window. Humans and other races were mixed together, each face radiating wealth. Uncle Yan, how many gold coins did we bring this time? Shu Xing asked. Ge Yan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and whispered, Young master, 8,000 gold coins. In his opinion, this was more than enough for his young master. Besides, they had brought 10 bottles of perfume for auction, bringing the minimum to 10,000 gold coins. In a small place like this, 10,000 gold coins could hire 10 and 8 masters to serve you 24/7, buy a large city, or even acquire legendary Earth-grade rare treasures. If young master wants to buy the dark elf, it'll cost at most 1 or 2,000 gold coins. Ge Yan wholeheartedly agreed with Miss Hua's suggestion. After all, if something happened to Shu Xing, even being whipped on his corpse wouldn't appease Xing Yan's wrath. Shu Xing nodded, asking curiously, dark elves seem very popular, but why is it only this price? Is it a juvenile? Not fully grown yet? Buying a juvenile would be a real torture. Although he liked anime, he was mentally healthy and not a pervert. As for juveniles, he'd rather not. After all, if his father found out, he'd break his legs. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes at Shu Xing. Young master, what are you thinking? I already said she's a great beauty. It's just that for some reasons, many people are afraid to buy her. What reasons? Shu Xing was even more curious. If she dared to sell, why weren't people willing to buy? Ge Yan's expression was solemn. Young master, dark elves are traitors to the elf race. If the elf race finds out someone has adopted a dark elf, the consequences are unimaginable. Shu Xing stared at the two expressionlessly, thinking, what, don't I need to think about the consequences? Seemingly sensing Shu Xing's worry, Ge Yan chuckled, young master, you have absolutely no need to worry. You're a viscount of the human race, and the elves have been on good terms with humans for generations, they wouldn't dare do anything to you. And you're also the orphan of a duke backed by the star orchid god of slaughter. This was the main reason, though he didn't say it aloud. Tap tap tap. Three beautiful young women, dressed in sheer star-patterned dresses, carried golden trays and moved with graceful steps, their alluring figures appearing and disappearing, exuding a captivating allure. Shu Xing suddenly felt Hua Xiao's firm hand gripping his arm. He turned around, almost bursting out laughing. Hua Xiao, pouting, looked utterly unhappy. "They're not as pretty as you." Jealousy seems to be a girl's instinct, and Shu Xing naturally sided with his girlfriend, especially since he spoke from the heart. As expected, Hua Xiao blushed upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Young master, it's time for the auction. Honorable esteemed guests, today's auction officially begins." The girl in the center parted her red lips and began the auction. The first item, 5 taels of gold essence, can enhance weapons, increasing their sharpness by at least 50%. Starting bid, 100 gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 10 gold coins. "I just acquired a precious sword yesterday, haha, I bid 200 gold coins. 240 gold coins. The people on the first floor scrambled and fought, their faces flushed, while the nobles on the second floor watched with disdain, as if amused by a monkey show. "Haha, look at these monkeys, a few hundred gold coins, how pathetic. Hee, those few hundred gold coins might be their entire fortune. They're just farmers, their lives worthless, like pigs, messy and ugly, ha ha ha." The nobles on the second floor spoke without restraint, making the veins on the faces of those below bulge, yet not a single one dared to resist. Resist? A few years ago, there were still resistances, but those who did were immediately labeled as thieves and shot dead with arrows. Shu Xing frowned. He was also of peasant origin in the Great Xia dynasty. While peasants weren't exactly noble, they shouldn't be so easily belittled and insulted. 600 gold coins, Shu Xing said calmly. Ji Yan was stunned. What was the young master up to? Was he standing up for those below? Tengda's laughter abruptly stopped. Wasn't this bidding a blatant slap in the face? While he wasn't a grand lord, he was still a lord who owned 3 mines. What did this unfamiliar lord mean? "Boy, what do you mean? Try bidding again." Tengda suppressed his anger. He figured the other party was probably a newly promoted lord, ignorant and inexperienced. Giving him a way out would also show his magnanimity. Ji Yan, seeing that the other party was only at the early stage of the innate realm and dared to defy the young master, was instantly enraged. "Call me grandpa. The young master is being lenient by acknowledging me. Bid again and I'll kill you on the spot." Ji Yan didn't care why the young master was bidding. Even if the young master simply disliked the other party, it was still the other party's bad luck. The young master did what pleased him. As the orphan of a human duke, a little arrogance was normal. Ahem, Xiao Da, step back. This is Brother Yan, the former honorary elder of Yang City. Suddenly, a young lord spoke up. Upon seeing that it was the second son of the Bai family, Tengda immediately lost his temper and said sullenly, "I was blind, I'm sorry." Bai Xian waved his feather fan and smiled gently, "Uncle Yan, we were inadequate in our hospitality. Since the young master inside has taken a liking to this gold essence, we'll give it to you for free." Shu Xing waved his hand, his tone indifferent, "No need, it's just a few hundred gold coins." Bai Xian was taken aback, gave an awkward smile, and remained silent. He hadn't expected the young master inside to be such a sentimental person. However, someone who could make Uncle Ji Yan and his nephew run away overnight to pledge their loyalty must have a powerful background. He wouldn't offend them for such a reason. Ahem, 600 gold coins, congratulations to young master number 6 for winning. The pretty auctioneer girl in the middle brought down the gavel and quickly began the next item. The second item is a mid-grade yellow-rank spiritual plant star spike rice. 100 caddies of superior seeds, cultivable. Long-term consumption improves constitution and strengthens the body. Starting bid, 500 gold coins, minimum increment, 50 gold coins. 600 gold coins. 700. I'll bid 800. A cultivable spiritual plant, I have to buy some. Shu Xing's eyes lit up. Uncle Yan, can this really improve constitution with long-term consumption? Yes, young master can buy it. Cultivating it will increase yield, and it can be used as a staple food in the castle. Shu Xing nodded and casually called out, 1,000 gold coins. As soon as Shu Xing finished speaking, everyone else, including several lords on the second floor who wanted it, gave up. Offending a late-stage innate realm expert for this wasn't worth it. 1,000 gold coins, congratulations to young master number 6. The third item, a low-grade Xian-level spirit-nourishing liquid, can cleanse the marrow and body, and improve talent. Starting bid, 1,000 gold coins, minimum increment, 100 gold coins. This time, without even asking Ji Yan, Shu Xing directly shouted, 1,500 gold coins. The auctioneer below, Bai Yanner, was speechless. She thought, why is it this guy again? At this rate, this spirit-nourishing liquid won't fetch a good price. Ahem, young master number 6 has bid 1,500. Any other bids? This is a rare marrow-cleansing spirit liquid, a rare find, only seen once every few years. Saying this, Bai Yan'er swayed her hips, patted her chest, and her breasts heaved, accompanied by a charming laugh. Since it's Miss Yan'er's recommendation, I naturally want to buy it. 2,000 gold coins. Chu Qingyang laughed loudly. While others might not know the auctioneer girl's identity, Chu Qingyang knew the Bai family's little princess. 2,000 gold coins, worth it to make her smile. Shu Xing curled his lip. This traitor had made him spend several thousand more gold coins. 3,000 gold coins, brother. I'll let you win that beauty's favor next time. Bai Yan'er covered her mouth and chuckled. Young Master 6, am I really a beauty in your eyes? Damn it, I'm done for. Shu Xing never expected that woman would try to sow discord. Sure enough, Chu Qinjiang's face turned cold. 4,000 gold coins. I just really like this item. If you have the ability, buy it. If not, leave now and don't embarrass yourself. His family had plenty of late-stage innate realm guards. Others might be afraid, but he wasn't. Shu Xing cursed inwardly, idiot. His eyes were only on the woman. 4,000 gold coins. He could have gotten it for 1 or 2,000. 4,005. Shu Xing had just uttered when Hua Xo covered his mouth. Young master, let's not take it, let him have it. Hua Xo knew what the young master was thinking. She didn't have time to be moved and quickly stopped him. Buying a spirit-nourishing liquid for over 4,000 gold coins was a huge loss. Chu Qingyang sneered, you nouveau riche bumpkin, even your maid is so ill-mannered. Shu Xing, who was almost giving up after hearing Hua Xio's advice, suddenly laughed. Whose stupid dog is this, barking everywhere? Oh, it's the stupid dog I just bought yesterday. Everyone, I'm so sorry, I didn't leash it properly, it's an eyesore. Shu Xing apologized sincerely, as if it were genuine. Puffed. A soft laugh came from the third floor. You're quite an interesting person. What's your name? I like it. A woman in a light green dress leaned against the window, smiling sweetly. She was beautiful, with mischievous, bright eyes. Ahem, princess, mind your manners, the maid behind the girl coughed. Chu Qingyang nearly exploded on the spot, but facing the princess, even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to contradict her. His eyes blazed with anger as he growled, this is an auction, not street performances. I don't indulge in idle chatter. Shu Xing ignored him completely, smiling lightly at the girl on the third floor, the legendary princess. Indeed, you are exceptionally beautiful. My name is Shu Xing. I'll visit you again sometime. The princess rested her chin on her hands, beaming, I'll remember that. You must come visit me. Here, take this. Princess, you. The maid's expression changed, but seeing the princess's delighted expression, she sighed and didn't stop her. Shu Xing caught the golden token engraved with a snow wolf. Thank you, princess. It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate, so I'll also give you a small gift. Xiao, give me a bottle of your best perfume. I'll buy you more when we get back, Shu Xing whispered in Hua Xiao's ear. Hua Xiao blushed. With so many people watching, the young master was really something. Knowing his noble status, Hua Xiao immediately offered him the perfume she had been carrying but hadn't yet used. Princess, here it is. Without thinking, Shu Xing threw it forcefully towards the third floor opposite. Having spent so much time in this other world, perhaps influenced by the surrounding energy, his physical abilities had improved considerably. His punch now carried the force of several tens of kilograms, making throwing a bottle of perfume more than enough. The old nanny steadily took it, examined it, and her expression changed slightly. Princess, it's a delicate little trinket. Shu Xing pursed her lips, this wasn't something to be looked at. Princess, press it gently, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Hearing this, the old nanny lightly sprayed some on herself. Even if it were poison, she wouldn't be afraid. The overwhelming fragrance made everyone's spirits lift. This was perfume? This delicate fragrance was no less exquisite than that used by royalty. The princess's mouth formed an O shape instantly, her eyes brimming with surprise. Wow. Special perfume. I love this gift. Shu Xing, remember to come visit me. The old nanny looked at the princess with doting eyes, her gaze softening considerably as she looked at Shu Xing. Child, do you want this spirit-nourishing liquid? Shu Xing said gently, yes, but the princess shouldn't meddle in such trivial matters. It's just a few thousand gold coins. Shu Xing's gaze lingered on the stunned Chu Qingyang. 5,000 gold coins. I lack many things, but I certainly don't lack money. You. Chu Qingyang was so angry he trembled. You stutter even when you speak, what girl would want you? But they'd definitely be after your money. Bai Yan'er's beautiful eyes flickered. Congratulations to number 6, you've won the spirit-nourishing liquid again. She had intended to sow discord and drive up the price, but now she'd shot herself in the foot. With the princess's support, who would dare compete with Xu Xing for anything less than a priceless treasure? Bai Yaner sighed. The fourth item, Heavenly Silkworm Silk, starting bid, 500 gold coins, increments. 500 gold coins. Xu Xing didn't disappoint Bai Yaner, bidding directly. Xu Xing wasn't the type to be easily swayed by beautiful women, he'd retaliate against anyone who cheated him. Bai Yaner gave up the struggle. Next item, 1,000 caddies of Xian iron, 1,000 gold coins. Xu Xing, too expensive, how about 500 gold coins? Bai Yaner, not only did I not compete with you, but you even lowered the price? Have you ever seen a price drop at an auction? Bai Yaner gritted her teeth and said, sold. Next item, I made a dark elf, 2,000 gold coins, increasing by each bid. Xu Xing stood up. Beautiful lady, 1,000 gold coins. Don't worry, I'm out of money. Last item, last item. Xu Xing knew when to stop. Bai Yaner, sold. Xu Xing kept his word and didn't bid again in the following auction, which relieved everyone. Bai Yaner calmed herself, her soft, charming smile radiating endless allure. It is a great honor for the Bai family to have the princess and everyone here today grace us with your presence at this auction. To thank you all for your support, I'll offer you some free information concerning the final, most prized item, a rare and precious treasure. Bai Yaner's words were gentle, her laughter captivating, as if transporting everyone to a world of endless tenderness. Coupled with the bombshell news of the extraordinary fire, it made everyone's breath quicken and their hearts race. Xu Xing sighed inwardly. This woman was formidable, her seductive charm was unparalleled. Even he, a model student steeped in adult films, found her beautiful and alluring. What impressed him even more was that the auction, which had been lifeless after his antics, had instantly become lively with just a few words from her. Having read countless fantasy novels, even without knowledge of this other world, he should know the preciousness of rare and precious treasures. Bai Yaner extended her slender, jade-like finger and gently tapped forward, conjuring a map that floated in midair. The map was incredibly lifelike, depicting mountains and rivers as if mirrored in reality, green hills, clear waters, and winding forest paths, a scene of peace and tranquility. Everyone, this treasure map is the final resting place of a peak earthly wheel alchemist, and it also records information about a rare and precious treasure, the life-giving flame. Before Bai Yaner finished speaking, a clamor erupted below. The life-giving flame? Ranked 63rd among the rare and precious flames of heaven and earth. Don't underestimate it. Its rarity is no less than the top 20 of the 72 rare and precious treasures. After all, it's a strange flame capable of melting all kinds of herbs, a peerless treasure of alchemists. That's right. It's said that obtaining it can increase an alchemist's pill-forming rate by 30%. The more you say, the colder my heart grows. A treasure of this caliber? Is it even possible for us to obtain it? Brother, you're right. In that case, I'd rather it were just an ordinary treasure, that way, we might still have a chance to compete for it. TCH, anyway, those guys on the second floor can't handle it. Without a powerful Earth-Wheel realm expert in your family, getting involved with this kind of treasure is certain death. Don't belittle all the lords on the second floor like that. There are good ones too. And keep your voice down, loose lips sink ships. Coward. They say a good word for you, and you're all set? You have no backbone. You're willing to be a lackey, but I'm not. You. Alright, stop arguing. Xu Xing was somewhat tempted, but considering the manpower around him, he decided to wait and see. Xiao, how much do you think this information about the strange fire is worth? Xu Xing whispered in Hua Xiao's ear, his arm around her. Hua Xiao felt the warmth of his breath on her ear, lowered her head, and whispered, her face flushed, about 10,000 gold coins. Ji Yan, on the other hand, was filled with regret. He hadn't expected such a precious item to appear at this auction. He knelt down with a thud. Young master, I failed in my duty. I didn't bring enough money. If his actions caused the young master to miss out on the strange fire, he would rather die than regret it. Xu Xing waved his hand, it's all right. Besides, I don't necessarily need to buy it. Let's take a look first. Do you really think you, a late-stage innate realm expert, can explore this thing? Of course not. At least a peak Earth Wheel realm expert, or even a divine will realm expert, would be able to handle it. Ji Yan answered without hesitation. There are only 72 kinds of rare and precious spiritual objects on the entire continent. An innate realm expert might be able to lord it over here, but outside, they might not even be worth a dog. That's true. So what if we buy it? We don't have the strength to protect it, are we just doing all the work for someone else? Xu Xing said nonchalantly. If they can't have it, they can't have it, there will be plenty of opportunities later. But you have a divine. Cough cough. Before Ji Yan could finish speaking, he felt a familiar, suffocating aura descend upon him, making it hard for him to breathe. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he frantically apologized in his mind. I'm sorry, Lady Xinglan, I forgot. Hey, Uncle Yan, what's wrong? Shu Xing noticed Ji Yan's unusual condition and asked worriedly. After Shu Xing spoke, the oppressive aura emanating from Ji Yan immediately vanished. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly lowered his head, saying, "It's all right, young master. I think I ate too much, I feel uncomfortable." All right then. Someone's bidding. Let's watch the excitement." Shu Xing leaned against Hua Xo, looking completely content. "Young master, get up now. I'll peel an apple for you." Hua Xo suddenly remembered that her young master hadn't eaten any fruit today. She had spent most of her time studying health and nutrition in Daxia, and she had to ensure her young master's health. "All right, then hurry up." Shu Xing reluctantly released his hands from under Hua Xio's pork bone. Sensing her young master's reluctance, Hua Xio turned back, blushing, and gently tapped Shu Xing's forehead. Ji Yan pretended not to see anything, but Hua Xio's status in his heart rose once again. At the auction, Bai Yaner looked at the bustling crowd and smiled slightly. "Everyone, please be quiet. This is our grand finale treasure, but I'm sure you're all impatient. Therefore, for everyone's sake, we've decided to auction this treasure map ahead of schedule. However, there's one thing I need to clarify. Everyone knows the value of this celestial treasure. Logically, this shouldn't be here. But it has happened. It's not because it's a fake, nor is it a coincidence. To be honest, our Bai family is merely acting as a proxy bidder. And the buyer explicitly stated that there's more than one copy of this treasure map." Inside the princess's private box, the old nanny frowned. "So, the competition for this treasure won't just be among those here, but also among other forces." Bai Yaner nodded, readily admitting, "Senior is right. Even if the information isn't exclusive, the treasure is undeniably real. Ownership depends on each family's strength. The capable shall possess it, an eternal truth." The old nanny nodded. "No problem, let's auction it off. Princess, after buying this, we must leave as soon as possible." The old nanny's expression was solemn. The princess obediently nodded. "I'll listen to mother. Mother, just bid as you see fit." Bai Yaner clapped her hands and shouted sweetly, "Treasure map, starting bid 5,000 gold coins, each bid must be at least 500. 6,000. 6,500? My Huang family isn't afraid of death, let us have it. Bah! A treasure of heaven and earth, do you deserve it? 7,000 gold coins, plus a blood-stained grass. 10,000 gold coins. Chu Qingyang gritted his teeth. This was a task his grandfather had given him. Damn, this guy's got money. Shu Xing exclaimed in surprise when he saw Chu Qingyang bid. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes at the young master. "Young master, you're not allowed to swear." Shu Xing, hee, "I won't anymore." "Ah, open your mouth." Hua Xiao sat on Shu Xing's lap, feeding him with a gentle expression. Ji Yan stood respectfully at the window, listening to his young master's question, and explained in a low voice. "Young master, Chu Qingyang comes from Chu family fortress in the north. His territory spans thousands of miles, and he commands hundreds of human will realm knights and 3 and 8 realm experts. He's considered a local tyrant." Shu Xing nodded. "And the princess?" Ji Yan looked up at the third floor, a hint of envy in his eyes. "A king from the far west, said to be a descendant of an ancient clan from 1,000 years ago. Disliking the outside conflicts, they migrated to the Lost Lands, the only major clan there. The ancient clan is exceptionally gifted. They are born at the human will realm, and breaking through to the innate realm as adults is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. For ordinary members of the ancient clan, the earth will realm is the final destination, while those with good talent can break through to the heaven will realm in no time, and even the divine will realm is within reach. There must be some drawbacks." Shu Xing clicked his tongue. "If there were no drawbacks, the world would probably belong to the ancient clan." Ji Yan smiled wryly. "Young master is wise. The ancient clan's individual combat prowess is unparalleled, but unfortunately, their reproductive capacity is extremely low. After 1,000 years of reproduction, the ancient clan's population has decreased rather than increased. Now, the younger generation of the ancient clan only numbers in the hundreds of thousands. One wrong move and they risk extinction." This. Shu Xing was somewhat incredulous. "A large clan with hundreds of thousands of young people? There are tens of millions of single people in the Great Xia dynasty. Young master, it's said that the ancient clan is a forbidden clan, a clan condemned by heaven." Ji Yan was worried. Shu Xing glanced at the token in his hand. It said, "Everyone who contacted the ancient clan has met with misfortune? Or is there something wrong with this token?" "No, not at all. It's just that most people in the world dislike them." Ji Yan spoke the truth, not daring to let his own personal feelings interfere. Shu Xing stroked his chin. "Outcasts are bound to be ostracized. Let nature take its course." "Yes, sir." Just as Shu Xing and the others were talking, the bidding below had already broken the astronomical mark. 24,000 gold coins. The princess has bid 24,000, is there a higher bid? Bai Yanner's heart pounded with excitement, her hands trembled. This was the first time in over 20 years that an item had been auctioned for more than 20,000 gold coins, and she was the auctioneer for this record-breaking auction. The higher the price, the more advantageous it would be for her to take over the Bai family merchant guild in the future. 24,000 once, 24,000 twice, 24,000 three times, congratulations, princess, Bai Yanner said with a beaming smile. Xu Xing clicked his tongue. This was a true heiress, she pulled out over 20,000 gold coins without batting an eye. Although he could also afford it, he had the backing of the great Xia dynasty, making him a player with extraordinary abilities. He estimated that these 20,000 gold coins might represent the entire savings of his family, a family with a history spanning centuries. Princess, let's go. The old nanny paid the money, hid the map on her person, and got up to return. Although she was a master of the Heavenly Wheel sect, only by returning to her clan could she be absolutely safe. Wait, mother, I want that. Buy it for me. The princess looked on with delight at the next item up for auction. After auctioning off the map, Bai Yanner immediately offered another rare item. My lords, please don't rush off. The following items are the best gifts this year, even I, a humble woman, would love to have them. Bai Yanner's words successfully attracted everyone's attention. Chu Qingyang was also delighted. Since he couldn't get the treasure map, currying favor with Bai Yanner and forming an alliance with the Bai family would be a way to make amends. Item N, 10 bottles of special perfume, starting bid 50 gold coins, single bottle purchase, 1 bottle per person. TCH, I thought it was something special, just perfume. And a purchase limit? 50 gold coins a bottle? Do they think we're fools? Even the perfumes reserved for nobles outside the holy city are only 40 gold coins a bottle. The best gift? Bah! A hint of disappointment flashed in Chu Qinjiang's eyes. Perfume, though precious, was for ordinary people. At their level, unless it was a perfume of the holy city's royal family, it wouldn't attract his attention. Of course, the holy city royal family perfume was a joke. Even if they dared to sell it, he couldn't afford it. That price, 1 bottle could bankrupt his entire family. Bai Yanner listened to the crowd's conversation, smiling but remaining silent. If it were ordinary perfume, she wouldn't care so much. Whether in the Lost Lands or the major holy cities outside, perfumes are generally divided into 3 tiers. Commoners are 3rd tier, lords and nobles are 2nd tier, and royalty is 1st tier. This division isn't based on status, but on price. 3rd tier perfume alone requires silver coins to start, 2nd tier on gold coins, and as for 1st tier, forget about it, it's exclusively for royalty. No more than 100 bottles of 1st tier perfume ever find their way out each year, and each bottle's price is beyond the reach of most. Gentlemen, what's the biggest difference between the perfume we use and the royal perfume? Bai Yanner asked with a sly smile. The difference? My sister told me the royal perfume has a pure, clean scent, mild and not overpowering. Wow, brother, your sister has used royal perfume. The man waved his hands repeatedly. No, I've only heard about it. Bai Yanner clapped her hands, praising, not bad, but you're only half right. Sirs, have you noticed? If your wives don't wash off the perfume promptly, it leaves an unpleasant odor. It's fine when entertaining guests at home, they can wash it off afterward. But when you're traveling, it's inconvenient for your wives to wash it off. Would you still take her out? To marry a beautiful wife, yet be unable to go out in public? And if you have a graceful daughter, are you going to use such cheap perfume on her? Bai Yanner's 3 questions made many men lower their heads in shame, while others retorted, of course we know what you're saying, but even the best perfumes on the market have this side effect, there's nothing we can do about it. Doesn't royal perfume have this side effect? But even if it doesn't, we can't afford it. Bai Yanner, seeing the opportune moment, opened a bottle of perfume, revealing a stunning smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the perfume I received last night. When the client described the perfume's advantages, I was skeptical, but it turns out I was wrong. To verify it myself, I sprayed it on myself yesterday, and it's been over 10 hours now, yet I don't smell at all. I can't find a single flaw in its scent or its fragrance. I could even confidently say that this perfume is no less exquisite than royal perfumes. As the young princess of the Bai family, I have experience using royal perfumes and have a proven track record. Only 10 bottles available. To be honest, I'd rather it went unsold so I could buy it myself. Bai Yanner stated without hesitation. But as the young princess of the Bai family, and as the auctioneer, I don't want to damage the Bai family's reputation. That's all I have to say. Whether you buy it or not is up to you, gentlemen. Oh, right, the consignor also mentioned that these 10 bottles are a promotional offer at a discounted price. We might not be able to say anything about the future. Chingling perfume, one of a kind. Bai Yanner's words made many people's eyes light up. As the little princess of the Bai family, she had no reason to lie to them. If this perfume was really that magical, then 50 gold coins wasn't expensive at all. 500 gold coins, I'll take 10 bottles, Chu Qingyang said with an air of extravagance. Since Bai Yan'er recommended it so highly, he had to give her face, even if the effects weren't that great. Bai Yan'er smiled sweetly and said apologetically, "Young Master Chu, there's a limit of 1 bottle per person." Chu Qingyang was taken aback, awkwardly scratching his head. But he had already called out the price, and taking it back would make him lose face. He said generously, "It's alright, 500 gold coins a bottle. Yan'er highly recommends this perfume, it's worth the price." Tisk. Shu Xing couldn't help but laugh. This infuriated Chu Qingyang. This brat was constantly ruining his plans. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he sneered, "Princess, the perfume that brat gave you is less than 1/10,000th of what Miss Yan'er has. I'll have my men buy some and give them to you. You lot, bid yourselves." "I'll pay," Chu Qingyang ordered. "Chu Qingyang, don't go too far," the other lords protested. As expected of the eldest young master of the Chu family, but with such a huge appetite, aren't you afraid of overeating? 1,000 gold coins a bottle. We naturally trust Miss Yan'er's reputation. Perfect, we'll buy some to give to our little sister, Huang Jingdong shouted. 1,200 gold coins a bottle. Chu Qinjiang's face darkened, but to appease the princess, he gritted his teeth and said, 1,500 gold coins. To his surprise, the princess on the 3rd floor looked disgusted, frowning, and whispering, "Mother, he's a bad person. I don't want his things. Please buy me 2 bottles. The old nanny nodded kindly. "Alright, buy whatever the princess likes. For 1,000 gold coins for 2 bottles. The old nanny's chilling voice rang out, causing everyone below to tremble involuntarily. No one dared to bid again. Besides, 2,000 gold coins a bottle was already an astronomical price. For a bottle of unknown perfume, most people wisely gave up. Seeing the price rise higher and higher, Shu Xing wanted to burst out laughing. Several thousand gold coins for a bottle of perfume, all thanks to Chu Dashan. However, seeing the princess about to buy his perfume, Shu Xing quickly spoke up, "Princess, please wait a moment." The princess, about 14 or 15 years old, had pure and innocent eyes. He couldn't bear to deceive her. Shu Xing took out a pen and paper, wrote a few words, and had Ji Yan attach a dart and throw it over. The princess curiously picked up the note, looking at the scrawled handwriting, and giggled, covering her mouth. "Princess, the perfume below is my own creation, there's no need to bid. Besides, the bottle I gave you is dozens of times better." The princess gently unwrapped the perfume, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Mother, if anyone else bids, I won't bid anymore." She trusted Shu Xing because her heart told her he was gentle and kind. "Princess, I'm sorry, I bid 4,500 gold coins. My girlfriend loves it very much." Shu Xing bid again after a long pause. "How dare you? You dare to try and steal from the princess? Do you even deserve it?" Chu Qingyang was the first to jump out and shout when he saw such a great opportunity. Shu Xing hadn't expected this man to be in such a hurry. He had planned to mock him later, but now it seemed unnecessary. Shu Xing calmly said, "The princess hasn't even spoken, so why are you shouting?" The princess seemed to see through Shu Xing's plan. She smiled slyly, feigning heartbreak. "Oh dear, I want one too, but I don't seem to have enough money." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyang immediately stood up, thumping his chest twice and shouting, "Princess, I have money. 3,000 gold coins a bottle." Chu Qingyang seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, looking at Shu Xing with disdain, thinking, how could a country lord possibly compare to the wealth of the Chu family? Shu Xing scoffed twice, muttering under his breath, "Poor bastard." Although it was a mutter, it wasn't quiet, and since everyone on the 2nd floor was a martial artist with exceptional hearing, they all gave Chu Qingyang strange looks. 8,000 gold coins, I'll buy 2 bottles. Shu Xing shouted, feigning pain. Crack! The wooden chair beneath Chu Qingyang shattered, his face contorted with rage. "Pour my ass. 2 bottles for 10,000 gold coins. Who can beat me?" Shu Xing scoffed. "So what if I let you have 2 bottles? I don't believe you can get each one for 5,000 gold coins." Chu Qingyang laughed. "A country lord? Do you think you can imagine the wealth of my Chu family? 5,000 gold coins a bottle? I'll take them all. Young master, don't rush in. Get lost." Chu Qingyang roared, his killing intent palpable. The guard shrank back. "Yes, young master." Shu Xing clapped his hands. "The Chu family is naturally wealthy and powerful, but I still want to ask, what will happen to Miss Yan'er if young Master Chu can't afford this money?" Bai Yan'er glared at Shu Xing and said irritably, "Naturally, her personal belongings will be confiscated, or she'll have to wait for the family to pay ransom." She naturally saw that Shu Xing was setting a trap for Chu Qingyang, but since Chu Qingyang had already bid, she couldn't save this fool. Bai Yan'er's words sobered up the overly angry Chu Qingyang, but Shu Xing's next words made his face change drastically. Shu Xing shook his head in amazement, as expected of the young master of the Chu family. 50,000 gold coins, bought it just like that. I admire you, I really can't compare. 50,000 gold coins. Chu Qingyang turned pale and slumped to the ground. Young Master Chu, you're not going to be unable to pay and want to back out. Shu Xing continued to prick his heart in disbelief. Ha ha ha, he wouldn't dare, young brother, well done. Old Huang, I'm starting to like you too. Huang, who already had a grudge against the Chu family, laughed heartily. The others stared at Chu Qingyang with strange expressions. They'd heard he wasn't very bright, but now it seemed he wasn't just not bright, he was practically brainless. Oh, right, I almost forgot. The client for this perfume seems to be one of my men. 50,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Chu. It allows my humble territory to advance further. Shu Xing offered his sincere thanks. His words caused the expressions of everyone present to change, including Bai Yanner. Bai Yanner glanced at Shu Xing without changing her expression, lost in thought. Across from him, Chu Qinjiang's face turned from black to purple with rage. He trembled all over, his hands clenching like chicken claws, and he roared through clenched teeth, "You dare to play me? I'll kill you! Attack! All of you, attack! If he doesn't die, your whole family dies." Chu Qingyang roared at his guards like a madman. The guards looked at the Bai family guards around them, struggled internally for a moment, then gave bitter smiles as they faced their deaths and charged toward Shu Xing. Ji Yan swung his sword forward. A bunch of weaklings below the innate realm, how laughable. Don't kill them. He's our wealthy patron, after all, Shu Xing said calmly, sitting in his rocking chair. Ji Yan said in a deep voice, yes, young master. You little brats, go back to where you came from. The young master is kind-hearted and will spare your lives. Don't come here to die. Ji Yan unleashed his full power, swung a door panel, and slammed them all off the building. Useless! Useless! Old Bai, kill him. Go now! Chu Qingyang shouted fiercely. Enough, Chu Qingyang, do you think our Bai family is a pushover? Pay 50,000 gold coins and get out of here with your people. Bai Yanner was no longer as gentle as before, her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. The farce ended quickly. With the Bai family scattered throughout the lost lands, Chu Qingyang dared not renege on his promise and sold all his belongings, barely scraping together 20,000 gold coins. Bai Yanner, being a businesswoman, didn't want to push things too far, so she simply had him write an IOU before letting him leave. In the trading hall, after hastily concluding the auction, Bai Yanner personally handed over Shu Xing's money and goods. Young Master Shu, you are truly a promising young nobleman, Bai Yanner said, looking at Shu Xing's forehead with a gentle smile. A human nobleman with the lotus mark. If it weren't for the elders reminding her, she wouldn't have guessed it was him. Shu Xing modestly shook his head, just luck, nothing more. Here, 50,000 gold coins, and all the items you auctioned. Bai Yanner clapped her hands, and her subordinates brought out exquisite red wooden boxes. Shu Xing accepted the gift without ceremony, wondering where the dark elf he had bought was. Bai Yanner continued, young Master Shu, the dark elf is in the basement. I happen to know her spiritification ritual. Why don't I perform the ritual for you and subdue her? Spiritification ritual? Shu Xing was taken aback. Hua Xo tiptoed and whispered in his ear, young master, the spiritification ritual is similar to a contract, but there's no limit to the number. It's a unique subjugation ritual for elves. Every elf has her own spirit. They value their spirit more than their lives. After all, if their spirit is leaked, they might be enslaved, something most elves would rather die than see. Young master, I originally wanted you to sign a contract with her. Now, not only do we avoid wasting your servant slot, but we also get the spiritified dark elf. Hua Xio's pretty face was filled with excitement. Bai Yanner watched the two's intimate actions, a strange glint in her eyes. Was this really the last surviving member of the Xingling family? Wasn't the change a bit too drastic? Or was he just pretending all along? Young Master Shu, am I not entitled to this honor? Bai Yanner asked sweetly, her face full of sorrow. Vixen, Shu Xing, she wants to seduce you and use you. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from behind. The princess, wearing sandals and with her hands on her hips, looked displeased. The old nanny smiled wryly. The princess was too childish. Bai Yanner's pretty face froze as she looked at the newcomer. It was an extremely cute girl, about 14 or 15 years old, with a delicate, porcelain doll-like appearance, petite figure, and long, smooth, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Bai Yanner recognized the girl before her and forced a smile. Little princess, I genuinely want to be friends with young Master Shu. The princess puffed out her cheeks, angrily saying, I never lie, Shu Xing, who do you believe? The naturally outgoing little princess blinked her bright eyes at Shu Xing. Shu Xing chuckled dryly, thank you for your cooperation earlier, princess. How about we go to my place for a meal first? I brought a lot of local specialties. Meeting is fate, and it's almost noon, Shu Xing invited with a smile. He knew nothing about the spirit transformation ritual, so he took this opportunity to ask Ji Yan or the princess. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hua Xo, but rather that Hua Xio's little head lacked knowledge. She herself probably only had a vague understanding. Okay, the princess smiled brightly, quite charming. Bai Yanner smiled slightly. Then we must try the local specialties that young Master Shu brought. Shu Xing smiled mysteriously. I guarantee you'll rave about them and crave them every day. The old woman was speechless. Princess, we should go back now. The princess pouted, tugging at the old woman's arm and shaking it coquettishly. Grandma, let's have a meal. It's not easy for us to come out. The old woman immediately softened. All right, have a meal before you go, but princess, you can't lie to this old woman again. Hee, I won't. Shu Xing listened to their conversation and found it amusing. Xiao, I'll set up the hot pot. You go wash the vegetables. We'll have hot pot and cola for lunch. Yes, young master. Hua Xiao obediently replied, picking up a large bag of side dishes from the box and turning to fetch water to wash them. Shu Xing then set up the hot pot stand, lit the fire, added purified water, and started making the hot pot broth. Bai Yanner and the princess, one tall and one short, squatted beside Shu Xing, gazing at the exquisite tableware before them: bowls, chopsticks, spoons, knives, forks, goblets. They exclaimed in amazement. The princess, completely at ease, kept asking, Shu Xing, what are all these? They're so beautiful. Shu Xing chuckled, Princess, these are just tableware. I'll get you a few sets if you like. Yes, I'll buy them. The princess said earnestly. Bai Yanner giggled, I want some too. Ahem, here, all of them. Shu Xing shuddered. This woman was naturally alluring, her voice captivating. She couldn't afford to provoke her too much. With everything ready, Hua Xiao swiftly picked up 2 large pieces of roast beef beside her, and with swift strokes, sliced them into thin, translucent slices, placing them into the boiling, spicy broth. Then, she added cabbage, kelp, chicken strips, fish balls, and other side dishes, placing everything in the pot before covering it with the lid. 10 minutes later, Shu Xing added the salt and stirred it evenly with a spoon. Oh my, Shu Xing, isn't it ready yet? The princess smacked her lips, her face full of longing. This unfamiliar aroma made her feel like a fake princess. She had never seen any of the food Shu Xing brought before. Shu Xing unconsciously touched the princess's hair, and by the time he realized it, he was being stared at by several people with extreme shock, especially the old nanny, who almost flew into a rage and chopped Shu Xing with a knife. The princess, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all, or rather, she looked completely enjoying herself. Ahem, alright, let's eat. Shu Xing quickly withdrew his right hand and said seriously. Oh, right, come on, try this first, it's our hometown's happy water. Shu Xing snapped open a few cans of cola. Before it could be handed to the princess, the old nanny snatched it away. The old nanny's face was grim, her cold gaze swept over Shu Xing, and she casually tossed a can of cola to the ground. The brownish liquid spilling from the can bubbled and hissed on the floor. The 3 women in the room stared at it, and an eerie silence fell. Plotting to murder the princess, death. Damn it, Shu Xing's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly explained, it's a misunderstanding. I can explain. Fortunately, Shu Xing had left a kind impression on the old nanny, so she didn't immediately draw her sword and kill him. A master of the heavenly will realm, one strike would likely shatter even the soul, even a god couldn't save him. Shu Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and explained with a dry laugh, This is soda, a common drink where I'm from. Forget it, explaining is too troublesome. I'll drink a can first to prove that the 5 poisons are harmless. Glug glug glug. Burke Shu Xing finished it in a few gulps, choking a little. Bai Yanner giggled, puffing out her full chest. I've always trusted young Master Shu, unlike someone who says one thing and does another. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at the princess. As expected, the princess's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Shu Xing, I apologize on behalf of my mother. I'm sorry. Shu Xing waved his hands repeatedly. No need. We're all friends. It's just a small misunderstanding. Young Master Shu is indeed kind and magnanimous, not holding a grudge against a child. The princess's face grew even colder, and she said, word by word, I'm 16 this year, I'm an adult. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I didn't realize the princess was already 15. Perhaps she's too young, too innocent. Bai Yanner sighed, staring at the princess's flat chest. The princess gritted her teeth. What's the use of being big? It's a burden. Also, I feel sorry for you. How low must a woman stoop to be proud of having a large chest? Bai Yanner wasn't angry at all. Instead, she said happily, of course it's useful. After all, boys like them. Young Master Shu, you must like big ones too, right? Bai Yanner moved closer to Shu Xing, pressing her arm tightly against his. The soft touch on his arm stirred Shu Xing's emotions. Hua Xo sat quietly to the side, a slightly stiff smile on her face. Although she knew this day would come and was mentally prepared, why was she still unhappy? Both the Bai family's little princess and the county princess were far, far better than her, a commoner. They were the perfect matches for the young master. She shouldn't even dare to dream of it. The county princess's face hardened, her heart filled with displeasure. She yanked Bai Yan'er away. "You're not allowed to touch Xu Xing. Xu Xing doesn't like you." He, Bai Yan'er chuckled seductively. How can a child understand love and affection? "Young Master Xu, you haven't answered me yet." Xu Xing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was thinking, don't call me, I don't want to get involved, but he couldn't escape it. Big, small, I. Xu Xing stammered, unsure how to answer. Actually, in his opinion, a woman of exceptional beauty was beautiful regardless of age. However, it's truly a pity for the princess. Bai Yan'er's eyes darted around, and she suddenly spotted Hua Xo beside her. She chuckled mischievously. "Young Master Xu, you must answer seriously. Miss Hua must be very curious too." From the moment she entered, she had noticed Xu Xing. She could tell that Xu Xing was particularly interested in the girl beside him. Hua Xo was immediately embarrassed, her face turning bright red. She lowered her head, not daring to meet the young master's eyes, and whispered, young master can have whatever he likes." Xu Xing's face darkened. He realized that Bai Yan'er was definitely here to cause trouble, probably to retaliate for his earlier disruption of the auction. He couldn't believe that he had conquered Bai Yan'er with just a few words and an aura of dominance. "I like them all, I like them all. Everyone here is a beauty, a feast for the eyes. I am honored to have lunch with 3 such beauties," Xu Xing said earnestly. The old nanny and Gen didn't have a chance to sit. One stood guard at the door, and the other sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Tisk tisk tisk, "Young Master Xu is a bit of a womanizer," Bai Yan'er said, dissatisfied with the answer. However, since he had praised her as a beauty, she didn't press the matter further. "Pa, shameless. Xu Xing would never like you," the princess said, her delicate face sullen, not wanting anyone to steal Xu Xing away. The moment she saw Xu Xing, she sensed his unique aura. Unlike other hypocritical nobles, it was a genuine gentleness and integrity, and his belief in the equality of all things deeply moved her. As a princess of an ancient clan, she dared to love and hate, and disdain lying. However, his current affection for Xu Xing was more of an older brother's respect, dependence, and a simple desire to prevent Xu Xing from being taken away. Come, drink some cola. Trust me, you'll love it." Xu Xing couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer, so he got up, opened a few more cans of cola, and handed them to the 3 girls. Hua Xo quickly stood up. "Young master, how could I let you? Sit down and eat." Xu Xing pressed Hua Xo back down. Then he took 2 more cans of cola, went to the old nanny, and respectfully said, "Senior, would you like to try some?" The old nanny opened her eyes, her aged face softening further. "Young man, you're quite good, very polite. Take this, it might be useful for that little girl." The old nanny took the cola and casually conjured a blood-red pill. A high-grade Xian-level innate pill, combined with spirit-nourishing liquid, can help her perfectly break through to the innate realm and repair some of her internal potential. As for whether she can break through to the earthly wheel realm later, that depends on her fate. Xu Xing's eyes narrowed at first. The legendary spatial ring? But before he could be surprised, the old woman's next words filled him with joy. "Thank you so much, senior. I thank you again on behalf of Xio." The old woman waved her hand. "It's nothing. Once the princess is feeling better, don't deceive her." This was a telepathic message. Naturally, she wouldn't say it to the princess's face. Xu Xing's expression turned serious. "Of course. By the way, senior, you said Xio could break through to the innate realm and reach the earthwheel realm? She once used the inheritance of a profound rank spirit archer." The old nanny patiently explained, "She can break through, but it's much more difficult. The principle of inheritance breakthroughs is simply to accelerate the consumption of internal potential, which can be replenished later." However, the old nanny frowned. The higher the level, the more terrifying the rare and precious materials consumed become. Besides, each breakthrough requires finding a corresponding rank inheritance bead. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could break through, the price was nothing more than a few bowls of instant noodles for him. "Senior, I will remember your great kindness." The old nanny waved her hand. "Go have dinner with the princess. If you don't go, she'll blame me." Xu Xing awkwardly scratched his head, bowed slightly, turned and went to the door, handing the second bottle of cola to Gen. This moved Gen so much that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. For a goblin to receive such treatment, he could die without regrets. Bai Yan'er's beautiful eyes swept over Xu Xing, taking in his every word and action, a slight smile playing on her lips. She raised her snow-white arm, held the cola, and took a small sip. The explosive sensation made Bai Yan'er frown slightly, but the aftertaste was so enticing that she couldn't resist taking another sip. The thrill, the pleasure, and the refreshing sweetness that followed it was truly unforgettable. Having tasted the sweetness of the drink, Bayaner gulped down her cola in a few mouthfuls, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the 3 remaining bottles on the table. "Aren't you going to drink? Then I won't be polite." Bayaner, disregarding all decorum, reached out and snatched them. The princess scoffed, "Dream on." She quickly grabbed her own cola. Judging from her expression, it was definitely delicious. Bayaner looked disappointed. "Tch, stingy." Hua Xo pushed hers towards Bayaner. "Miss Bai, whatever you like." Whether she liked Bayaner or not, she couldn't deny her status. Befriending Bayaner would benefit the young master. Bayaner paused, then chuckled, and pushed the drink back. "I wouldn't dare take yours, otherwise young Master Shu would come after me." Hua Xo lowered her head shyly. "No, I'm glad Miss Bai likes it." Bayaner shook her head with a smile. "Miss Hua, would you mind telling me how much of this cola your young master has? I'd like to buy some." In this era where only honey water existed, this drink was practically nectar, leaving an unforgettable aftertaste. Hua Xo looked troubled. "Well, I don't know, you should ask the young master." Although she had personally witnessed the young master's secret realm having an astonishing quantity of this cola, that meant the secret realm was precious, not that the cola wasn't. The princess took a small sip and was immediately overjoyed. She then ate a piece of meat from the hot pot. "Wow, this is so delicious." The princess was ecstatic. While Bayaner and Hua Xo were talking, she ate heartily by herself. If they discovered this delicious food, they would definitely take a lot of it. She felt no remorse for tricking Bayaner, but she would make it up to the innocent Hua Xo after she finished eating. However, the thought of Hua Xo being by Xu Xing's side meant she was eating this delicious food every day. Damn it! With that thought, the princess channeled her anger into her appetite, ignoring the scalding heat and devouring the food. Huff, huff. As she ate, the princess's face turned red from the spiciness, and she gasped for breath. Bayaner noticed this and immediately reacted. "Little princess, is it really that good?" "No, it's not good at all," the princess said, her face contorted with embarrassment, her words muffled by the spiciness. Children shouldn't lie." Bayaner quickly joined the fray, grabbing the few remaining foods from the pot. Hua Xo simply watched the two with a light smile. She had eaten this many times in Xia, remembering how her young master had fed her on her first trip there. "Miss Hua, eat quickly, or there won't be any left," the princess said, pouting. "It's all right, you all eat. I'll get you more if you're not full," Hua Xo said with a smile. "Wow, it's so delicious. Mother, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Shixing," the princess murmured, leaning back in her chair with a full belly. The old nanny chuckled and said, "Isn't the princess afraid of the master?" The princess pouted, heartless. Bayaner elegantly wiped her mouth, her eyes shining as she looked at the late-arriving Shixing. As the saying goes, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Bayaner's stomach was now completely won over by Shixing's hot pot and cola. She looked at him seductively. "Young Master Shu, will you take me in? I'll serve you tea and water. As for payment, 3 hot pot meals a day will suffice." Xu Xing retorted irritably, "Ha, I can't afford that." Bayaner, heartless. The princess was furious, slamming her hand on the wooden chair. "Don't imitate me." Bayaner was too full to pay attention to the young princess. "Young master, shall I make you another one?" Hua Xo asked, getting up. "No need. Just make 4 packs of instant noodles, 1 for each of us." Xu Xing didn't care about a hot pot meal. "Instant noodles? 4 packs?" Bayaner licked her red lips. "Young Master Shu, I'm still not full." Xu Xing stared at the empty pot, his face darkening. "Have you been starving for days? Such a large pot, even 2 2-meter-tall men in the Great Xia dynasty might not be able to finish it. It's all because your hot pot was so delicious. You fed us such a wonderful meal, we definitely won't be able to eat anything else in the future. You have to take responsibility." Shixing, I want to eat it again. Can you come to my house?" The princess, unusually, didn't argue with Bayaner, looking at Shixing expectantly. Shixing smiled wryly. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, princess. But if you two still want to eat, I do have a way." He wasn't just providing meals for no reason. These 2 young ladies were, one, the princess of the largest merchant guild, and the other, a princess of a kingdom. Doing business with them would cause his Chingling mountain territory to expand at lightning speed. The princess was somewhat disappointed, but still asked, "What method?" Xu Xing looked at the 2 of them and smiled slightly. "Business, of course. You should have noticed that the broth is the most important element in this kind of hot pot." Bayaner jumped up, eagerly asking, "Does young Master Shu have a recipe for the broth?" Xu Xing shook his head. "I don't, but I can get my hands on some and sell it to you. And the perfume from the auction, I can sell you in bulk too." Without a word, the princess pulled out dozens of banknotes printed with 1,000 gold from her bosom, saying generously, "Money, is this enough?" Shu Xing looked at the banknotes equivalent to 10,000 gold coins, his lips twitching. Ahem, that's too much. And princess, I haven't even mentioned the price yet. You'll be cheated. The princess chuckled playfully. You're a good person, you wouldn't cheat me. Shu Xing was speechless. Was she naive or just innocent? Bai Yaner asked directly. Young Master Shu, name your price. Shu Xing thought for a moment. Hot pot base, 100 gold coins a bag. One bag can make 10 pots of this size. Perfume, the kind from the auction, the diluted kind, 100 gold coins a bottle, pure 500 gold coins a bottle. Bai Yaner was somewhat incredulous. It wasn't too expensive, but too cheap. Could it be that he? Bai Yaner immediately agreed. No problem, 100 portions of each to start. Here's a platinum card with a 100,000 gold coin limit, usable throughout the Lost Lands. The princess snorted coldly, feeling outdone. She directly pulled out a purple gold card given to her by her father, Shu Xing. Purple gold card, 1 million limit. Just give me what you think is fair. I want to be able to eat this kind of food in the castle every day. Ahem. The old nanny couldn't help but roll her eyes. The princess had even emptied her coffers. That kid was getting a good deal. Shu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Tens of thousands, even millions of gold coins. Were they made of cabbages? Gentlemen, why are you paying more urgently than I am collecting the money? The goods are still in my territory, Chingling Mountain. There will be more delicacies than just these in the future. Once a trade route is established, I guarantee they will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Bai Yaner nodded. I'm really looking forward to that day. But could you send some over first, especially the cola? Yes, Shu Xing, I'm going back soon. I don't know when I'll be able to come out again. The princess pouted, her face full of unhappiness at the mention of it. Shu Xing smiled wryly. I'll give you both everything I brought with me as a gift. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Bai Yaner giggled. 10 packs of instant noodles, 2 packets of hot pot base, and 3 bottles of perfume. This was all the Daxia goods Shu Xing had brought on this trip. Bai Yaner and the princess were all smiles, grinning as they peacefully divided the goods. For example, Bai Yaner, little princess, listen to your older sister, you're so small, you can't eat much. An 80-20th split is best. Princess, Pa, you old hag. You get 20, I get 80, otherwise I'll have my father send troops to wipe out your little merchant guild. Bai Yaner rolled her eyes. You really are a little brat, calling your parents when you can't win? Nonsense, nonsense, I won't call them. The princess blushed, stomping her foot angrily. Shu Xing chuckled, watching the two adversaries. Ladies, I'm at Chingling Mountain. If you're in a hurry, you can send someone to fetch some first. Hearing Shu Xing's words, the two women each snorted coldly, then said in unison, 50-50 split. That's a good girl, Bai Yaner said, pursing her delicate red lips and stroking the princess's head with her fair hand. The princess dodged without hesitation and glared at her sideways. Shu Xing smiled wryly, then suddenly remembered he hadn't asked her something. He quickly said, give me a brief introduction to the Dark Elves. Bai Yaner was taken aback, her smile fading. She glanced at Shu Xing and muttered softly, being bought by you is the best outcome. Then she began to explain in detail. This dark elf in the basement, or rather, a half-dark elf, was sold to my Bai family by her own father as gambling money. Her father, Falk, was a fallen human knight obsessed with gambling, a regular at casinos. A few days ago, he was tricked and owed hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Desperate, he had no choice but to pawn his elven wife and half-elf daughter to the casino. At this point, Bai Yaner sighed and continued, they were tricked into coming to the casino by that scumbag. After learning the truth, the mother couldn't accept it, and she couldn't bear to see her daughter fall into their hands. She burned her life essence, desperately trying to escape with her daughter, but alas. The princess's eyes blazed with fury. Mother, kill that scumbag. Shu Xing frowned, suppressing her anger. And then? You saved her? Bai Yaner smiled bitterly. How could that be? Although I'm a merchant, I wouldn't sell elves for a few thousand gold coins and offend the elven race. Then why did you sell them? The princess glared at Bai Yaner. Ignoring the princess's questioning, Bai Yaner continued. After the girl woke up, seeing her mother, withered like tree bark, beside her, her spirit collapsed on the spot, almost going mad. Then, a hint of hatred flashed in Bai Yaner's eyes. Her father brought men to find them, along with the girl's mother whose body was barely cold, and came to me, saying he wanted to auction them off. If I didn't accept the auction, he would announce his daughter's spirit, allowing everyone in the world to enslave her at any time. If that day really comes, the elves, who value their reputation above all else, will certainly stop at nothing to erase everyone who has come into contact with them. Rather than that, it's better for me to find her a better master. Bai Yaner's beautiful eyes were fixed on Shu Xing. Shu Xing pointed at herself in disbelief. Me? You planned to sell me all along? Bai Yaner nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. After all, that girl is an elf. If her new master treats her badly, the the auctioneer won't have an easy time either. The princess pouted, looking unconvinced. How do you know Xu Xing is a good person? I know Xu Xing is a good person because I've awakened my spiritual sense. Bai Yan'er turned gracefully. Because I'm smart. Young Master Xu dotes on Miss Hua and respects Uncle Yan, that's enough for me to believe him. Little princess, go back and study. Studying makes one wise, otherwise your spiritual sense will be clouded. The princess narrowed her eyes and sneered, if I remember correctly, Xu Xing bought this girl because I disrupted your auction, didn't he? Would her father agree to buy this girl for 1,000 gold coins? She's an elf girl, after all. Selling her to other nobles for 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins would surely attract many buyers. Bai Yan'er, as if waiting for the princess's questioning, explained with a sorrowful expression, because I already paid that scoundrel 10,000 gold coins in advance and made him write a guarantee not to interfere with the girl's auction. The princess paused, saying nothing more. Young Master Xu, entrusting her to you is the best choice. Are you prepared to sign the spiritification ceremony? She was a pitiful girl, a hot potato, and trusting her to this gentle duke's orphan was the best option. Even if the elves find out in the future, they won't make things difficult for Xu Xing. They might even thank him for saving Fairman. Then what kind of impact will signing the spiritification ceremony have? Xu Xing asked. Bai Yan'er looked at Xu Xing in surprise, thinking, does he still need to pretend in this lost land? Does he really think he's the native lord here? He's being far too cautious. Before Bai Yan'er could explain, the princess ran to Xu Xing, tiptoed, and patted his shoulder. Xu Xing, it's nothing. She's so pitiful. And don't be afraid. Even if the elves cause you trouble, I'll protect you. Thank you, Xu Xing thought to himself. Elves just hearing that name made them seem unapproachable. Sensing Hua Xio's inner turmoil, Xu Xing squeezed her hand, giving her a reassuring look. All right, go ahead. The future was still far off. For now, having an extra talented guard was more beneficial than harmful. Yes, definitely not because she was a stunning beauty. Well done, worthy of my choice, the princess nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the old nanny's next words instantly made her face fall. Princess, it's time to go back. The princess bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and said, Mother, just a little while longer. That girl is so pitiful. I want to see her taken away by Xu Xing with my own eyes. The old nanny stood up, her face full of helplessness. Just a quarter of an hour, otherwise the clan leader will come personally. Ah, the princess was startled. All right, just a quarter of an hour. Xu Xing, hurry up. The princess pushed Xu Xing. The group followed Bai Yan'er downstairs into the basement. Young Master Xu, before the spirit transformation, you'd better promise that girl some things, such as giving her mother a proper burial and allowing her to visit her mother's grave every year. This will increase her sense of belonging and make the ceremony go much more smoothly, Bai Yan'er said softly, tying her hair up. Xu Xing nodded. Okay, thank you for the reminder. Bai Yan'er turned around, her face beaming. I believe you will be his best master, without a doubt. I am a businesswoman, but even more so, a woman. I sincerely hope this unfortunate girl can forget the past and begin a beautiful new life. Xu Xing was silent for a moment, then calmly said, Yes, I promise. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the basement and saw the girl in the cage, her arms wrapped around her knees. In the cage, it was a girl who was almost exactly like a human, with long emerald green hair, pointed ears, and sapphire-like pupils, which was not much different from the elves in the Daxia two-dimensional anime. No, it should be said that it is more beautiful and beautiful. The slender body is very thin, wearing slightly thin but unusually clean clothes, revealing dry and yellowed skin. Seemed to feel that someone was coming, she raised her head slightly, her originally blue pupils were dim at the moment. Xu Xing looked at the numb, emotionless pupils, his heart trembled. What kind of desperate eyes were this? Even Hua Xio at that time was just hungry and panicked, and her eyes were full of panic, but the deeply hidden desire to survive in her eyes was unparalleled. Not only Hua Xio, but even the people of Chingling Mountain, who had been oppressed for several generations, when he issued a new city order and recruited workers at high prices, their desire to survive was the same. As a celebrity in Daxia said, you can beat me, but you can never beat me. He never doubts people's will to survive. A moment of downfall and failure may destroy a person's body, but it is impossible to destroy a person's will to survive, when despair, but if there is a trace of light in his heart, he will not give up his expectations for the future. The light in the heart comes from parents and relatives, from the connection with all things in the world. It was hard for him to imagine that a person could really despair and have no attachment to the world he lived in. He himself is in Daxia, as the only child in the family. It can be said that he is particularly blessed, the preference of his grandparents, the love of his parents and relatives, and the heart-to-heart of fox friends and dog friends. Without her suffering, he has no right to comment. Young Master. Hua Xio felt the shock in Xu Xing's heart and couldn't help but worry. Xu Xing smiled gently. It's okay, Xu Xing looked at Bai Yan'er, let's start. Bai Yanner's pain flashed in the center of her eyes. She nodded slightly, came to the cage, took out the key to unlock it, and said in a soft tone, "Xiaoman, follow him in the future and live a good life." Looking at Farman, whose eyes were dull and unresponsive, Bai Yanner gently stroked her cheek. "He is a good person, follow him, no one will bully you." Unfortunately, there was still no reaction. Farman, as a half-human and half-elf, suffered from white eyes at a young age, and the only relative in the world was her mother, but now she. Bai Yanner's tone was full of gentleness, and she patiently persuaded, "Manman, your mother is watching you in the sky, do you want her to see you continue to be muddled?" Speaking of his mother, Farman's pupils moved, and the corners of his mouth muttered, "Mother?" Bai Yanner smiled gently and struck the iron while it was hot. "Yes, I can't let your mother down. But I don't have a mother anymore, and I can never see her anymore." Farman shed tears silently. The old lady sighed, "Let's start the spiritualization ceremony, so maybe there is a chance to save her." She closed herself off the spirit, which is what we often call the soul, the sea of consciousness. She decided that her mother was dead, and she had no attachment to the world, and the 3 souls and 6 souls in her body were almost dissipating. During the spiritualization ceremony, Shu Xiazi can forcibly break into her sea of consciousness and conclude a soul contract, during which as long as Shu Xiazi can arouse her slightest desire to survive, I can gather her soul for her and return to normal. Of course, if there is no desire to survive, even if the gods come to the world, what they save is nothing more than a soulless body. Shu Xing's face darkened, and he looked at everyone. This task was a little heavy, and he was short of breath in his chest. "Young master, I believe in you. After all, I was also pulled back by you." Hua Xiao hugged Shu Xing and said softly, "Young master Shu, go, we believe in you." Bai Yanner also chose to believe in Shu Xing, who had a unique aura that made people feel at ease. The princess stretched out her hands and gave him a thumbs up. Shu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He had a faint plan in his heart, but he didn't know if he could succeed. He could only pray in his heart that his experience of reading novels in Daxia could be useful, and the truth, goodness, and beauty of compulsory education could be successfully escaped and successfully saved her. "I'll try it. Miss Bai, prepare for the spiritualization ceremony." Shu Xing already knew upstairs that he only needed to stand 3 feet away from the spiritual transformation target. Bai Yanner nodded, took out the gold leaf with countless ciphertext at a moment, and muttered words on his lips. The secret culture is an invisible gold chain, connecting Shuxing and Farman, with Shuxing at one end and Farman at the other end. Shu Xing was in a trance for a while, and came to a dark and silent space, which felt a bit similar to his own shuttle. Shu Xing sighed in his heart. Looking around, the endless black made Shu Xing's heart sink. Black represents the return to silence, which is not a good meaning in Daxia. With the spiritualization ceremony, Shu Xing doesn't have to worry about not finding Farman. He just needs to follow the gold chain in front of him, keep moving forward, and he will definitely find her. After walking briskly for more than half an hour, the dark and silent space, Shu Xing felt a little panicked in his heart. Fortunately, the fantasy of the other world never disappointed him, and after more than 10 minutes, a little bit of light appeared in front of him. Before leaving, looking at the insecure girl with her head lowered and her hands on her knees, Shu Xing sighed softly. "Farman, do you want to see your mother?" Farman raised his head, his blood-red eyes staring at Shu Xing. "I don't have a mother anymore, I'm a liar again, I hate liars the most, go to death." In the silent space, as soon as the girl's words fell, the resentful spirits roared and rushed toward Shu Xing in unison. Shu Xing, a student of the 3 good students, had never seen such a scene. He had never seen a ghost, but this time he opened his eyes, and the resentful spirits surrounded him, which frightened him so much that he almost died on the spot. Zilala. Before the resentful spirit touched Shu Xing, it turned into flying ashes and disappeared. "Damn, I can still do this." Shu Xing was suddenly overjoyed, and realized in his heart that although this was the girl's sea of consciousness, there was a spiritual contract, and the girl couldn't hurt him. Looking at the girl with a hideous face, Shu Xing was helpless, thinking that as long as you are a liar, you will kill him, which is too extreme, although you died from the deception of the scumbag, but there are still many white lies in the world. But this is good, it is better to have emotions than to be lifeless, and if there are emotions, it means that you are still a person, and there is salvation, and the implementation of your own plan is more effective. Shu Xing looked at her intently and said in a deep voice, "Your mother was sold by your scumbag father again because your scumbag father died and didn't even have time to be buried. Your scumbag took the money from your mother's bones and continued to gamble and have fun." Farman's expression froze for a moment, and then he roared up to the sky like a madman. That voice was simply magical, the kind that could scare the children of the city to cry. Shu Xing trembled all over, but in order to save her, he had to bite the bullet and continue. "Your only mother is dead, and your scumbag is still happy outside. Your mother's only hope is you. Who in this world will avenge her except you? You left silently like this, who will avenge her?" Shu Xing's words deeply wounded Farman. Her hair was disheveled, her expression crazed, and the hatred in her heart was uncontrollable. She raised her bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse. "You can help me take revenge. As long as you can help me take revenge, I'll give you anything." With that, she sneered, tearing open her clothes without hesitation, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and a bright red breast wrap. Shu Xing's expression darkened, and she turned away. Although this is the sea of consciousness, an illusory place, a woman's body is the most precious thing. Don't ruin yourself. Farman was stunned, staring at her own body, muttering, "Precious thing? I'd rather use it to save my mother's life." Farman roared furiously, continuing to tear at her clothes in a self-destructive manner. Hearing the commotion behind her, Shu Xing spoke calmly, "Do you still want to avenge your mother?" "Heh, no need to pretend. I'm just this empty shell. As long as I can avenge my mother, what does it matter if I'm your maid?" Farman sneered, completing the final step of the spirit contract. Shu Xing frowned, speaking in a commanding tone, "Put on your clothes." There was no point in lecturing this half-mad woman, a direct order was better. Only after the rustling of clothes falling behind her ceased did Shu Xing dare to turn around. Farman, standing up, was at least 1.7 meters tall, with a cold and beautiful face, a seductive and alluring figure, her tight-fitting clothes emphasizing her ample bosom, and a pair of long, sexy, snow-white legs that were extremely dazzling. Her tattered clothes were even more alluring to men. "Follow me back to reality. I'll give you 2 choices regarding your mother's revenge." Shu Xing finished speaking, her spirit dissipating, returning directly to reality. Farman's expressionless face twitched slightly as she followed. Inside the basement, the old nanny, her hands radiating spiritual light, patted Farman's stiff body repeatedly. Suddenly, sensing a powerful will to live within him, she chuckled, a slight softening on her aged face. "He's back." However, sensing the overwhelming killing intent within that will to live, the old nanny shook her head slightly, saying nothing more. This was Farman's own choice. As long as he didn't regret it, that was enough. Beside them, Yanner and the princess, one with arms crossed, the other skipping and jumping, displayed their joy. Shu Xing opened his somewhat weary eyes, and Hua Xo quickly went over, handing him a cup of hot water that had been prepared beforehand. Shu Xing took the thermos, took a small sip, and smiled, pinching Hua Xio's cheek. "You're so kind." The thought of having the expressionless, murderous-minded Farman serve him, Shu Xing shuddered violently. The image was too vivid for him to bear. Hua's face flushed slightly. "Young master, we're on business." Yanner giggled. "Young master Shu, it seems to be going very smoothly. How did you manage to do it?" The princess was also full of curiosity, waiting for Shu Xing to explain. Before Shu Xing could boast, he heard a hoarse question. "How to take revenge?" Shu Xing shrugged helplessly. "That'll answer your questions." Shu Xing stepped forward, looking at Farman leaning against the wall. "Option 1, pledge allegiance to me for a year, and I'll kill all your enemies for you. Don't doubt my strength. Look, see? Of these people, besides her and me, everyone else is at least at the innate level." Shu Xing, fearing she wouldn't believe him, pointed to Ji Yan at the door. "Uncle Yan, show her your late-stage innate level strength." Ji Yan laughed. "No problem, young master, you wait." Ji Yan was a crude martial artist. The clueless man at the door thought the young master simply wanted to see his strength. Ji Yan continuously gathered his inner energy, his face turning red, then with a hey-ha, his 3-foot-long fiery fist slammed into the impenetrable wall. Bang! The wall, made of unknown materials, shattered, and the entire basement began to shake precariously. The old nanny glanced disapprovingly at the simpleton at the door, picked up the princess, and dashed out of the basement. Passing Shu Xing, the old nanny hesitated, perhaps remembering the bottle of cola, and then casually pulled Shu Xing out as well. Clang! Clang! Before Shu Xing could react, she saw the entire basement crumble and collapse. "Damn it, Xiao." Shu Xing was about to rush in. The old nanny said calmly, "Except for you, it's impossible for something like this to kill them." Shu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but then she remembered that there was still Farman inside, weak and unable to stand, whom she had just rescued. She had gone to great lengths to save him. Could he really be dead already? Speaking of which, could it be that Uncle Yan collapsed the basement? Ahem. While she was thinking, the group broke through the rocks and rushed out. Shu Xing saw Hua Xo first, then Farman, then Yanner, and always at the back was Ji Yan. Stupid. Yanner almost pointed at Ji Yan and cursed, but remembering he was Shu Xing's man, she could only swallow her anger. Ji Yan chuckled sheepishly and knelt before Shu Xing without a word. "Young master, I'm sorry, I almost got you into trouble." Shu Xing was speechless and helped Ji Yan up. "It's alright as long as you're unharmed. It's my fault, I asked you to demonstrate." The burly, 34-year-old Ji Yan shook his head. "Young master, I was too stupid. Miss Bai was right. Young master has been too lenient with us. Compared to other lords, I should have been executed by slow slicing long ago. Let me kneel here and wake up." Ji Yan spoke from the heart. The young master's magnanimity was not an excuse for his mistakes. Fortunately, Ji Yan sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed in to protect Miss Hua, ensuring she wasn't harmed. Bai Yanner, on the other hand, protected the weakened Farman. Get up, apologize to Miss Bai and the others, and serve them tea and water, Hua Xo scolded. Ge Yan was not angry but pleased. He quickly got up and bowed deeply to Bai Yanner and the princess. A young lady of this rank could decide the rise and fall of his goblin tribe for 20 years with a single word. He knew this was Miss Hua giving him a chance to beg for their forgiveness and prevent them from making things difficult for his tribe. The princess waved her hand, go down. Bai Yanner snorted coldly, Ge clan goblin, late stage innate realm, not bad. But since you damaged my basement, let your descendants repair it. Have them report to Steward Huang, is that all right? This was an inquiry, not a demand. Ge Yan quickly nodded, thank you for your appreciation, Miss Bai. Once the young master is safely back in the territory, I will have them come to repair it tonight. Ge Yan thought to himself, is this the power of my young master? Just because he's the young master's man, Bai Yanner held back her insults, and even after he apologized, she gave him compensation from his tribe and actively connected him with the Bai family. Before, she would have slapped him. What's the second option? Farman's words broke the tense silence. Xu Xing looked at her, her tone now slightly more human, and nodded with relief. Looks like you trust me. The second option. I suggest you seriously consider it. It is. Swear your utmost loyalty to me for 3 years, obeying my every command for that time. In return, I will provide you with resources to cultivate. During this period, when you are strong enough, you can go and personally avenge your enemies. Falman fell into deep thought. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow. Everyone says the elven race has unparalleled talent and unlimited resources. Don't you have the confidence to break through to the late stage of the innate realm? Don't you have the confidence to take revenge? Falman knelt down. Greetings, master. She was tempted. 3 years wasn't long. It was worth it to take revenge herself. Mother, wait for me for 3 years. After 3 years, I will bring you the head of my enemy. Hua Xo went to help her up, but Falman remained motionless, waiting blankly for Xu Xing to speak. Get up. From now on, Hua Xio's words are my words. Falman stood up, seemingly oblivious to what she had heard. Xu Xing sighed inwardly. Poor girl. In the Great Xia dynasty, a tall, mature woman like her could attract a swarm of admirers. By the way, how old are you this year? Xu Xing suddenly asked. Farman looked dazed. 19, I guess. Xu Xing's lips twitched. A mature woman? One could only say that development in this other world was incredibly fast. Princess, it's time, the old nanny suddenly reminded her. The princess pouted. I know. Xu Xing, Yao Yao, be sure to come play with me soon. The princess looked reluctant, knowing she had to leave. Bai Yanner clapped her hands happily. Little princess, take care. Humph, the princess didn't want to argue. She glanced at Farman and said sweetly, stay close to Xu Xing. He promised you, and he'll definitely keep his word. Even if he couldn't, she would secretly kill those scumbags, the little princess thought to herself. Xu Xing smiled gently. Princess, take care on your journey. The news of the heavenly spirit fire was still incredibly alluring. Okay, bye-bye. As soon as the princess finished speaking, the old nanny waved her hand, and a magnificent golden chariot appeared, passing through the wall and disappearing from sight. Xu Xing clicked his tongue in amazement. This thing was high class. He definitely wanted to get one sometime, only someone like that would be befit his status as a reseller. Miss Bai, we should be going now, Xu Xing said with a smile, looking at the elegant and charming Bai Yanner. Bai Yanner rolled her eyes at him. Heartless little man, in such a hurry to leave. Her alluring face and teasing words, he truly couldn't handle this woman. He preferred gentle, refined ladies. There are matters concerning the territory. If I don't work hard to develop it, I won't be able to stand before Miss Bai in the future. Bai Yanner chuckled softly, not exposing his disguise. The Chingling mountain territory? It's famous for its muscle-building ointment. It's a nice place. I'll finish things as soon as possible these next few days and come see you soon. Cough cough, I'd love to. I'll definitely prepare a grand feast to welcome Miss Bai, Xu Xing said, forcing a smile. Miss Bai glanced at Xu Xing's forced smile and couldn't help but purse her lips. Go, go, go. Hurry up and leave. The auction items are all in your carriage. Xu Xing smiled awkwardly. Miss Bai, see you again sometime. Xu Xing pulled Hua Xio along, with Ge Yan and Farman following on either side of them. Young master, it seems you don't want to get to know Miss Bai better. In the carriage, Hua Xio asked with a smile, her tone full of certainty. Xu Xing put his arm around Hua Xio's slender waist. What? You want me to like her? Hua Xio bit her finger and laughed. Of course I hope so. She's the eldest daughter of the Bai family. If young master marries her, you'll never have to worry about money again. Xu Xing picked up Hua Xio and laid her face down on his lap. Then, he slapped her pert bottom hard. Still hoping? Wah! Hua Xo covered her blushing face. Young master, you're so bad. Heh! Shu Xing sneered, if you don't discipline someone for 3 days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. Still hoping? No, I don't. Hua Xo huffed. Remember, you're my girlfriend. Don't think about anything else. Shu Xing didn't want to let such a good girl down. Choosing him a wife and willingly becoming a concubine? That's ridiculous. He had to correct Hua Xio's thinking as soon as possible. There were just too many beautiful women in this other world. He wasn't sure if he could still stay true to his original intentions and only love Hua Xio in the future, so he needed her supervision even more. Young master, let's change Farman's name. Hua Xio turned and nestled against the young master's warm, broad chest. Change her name? Shu Xing looked puzzled. Hua Xio hummed, because her past was so tragic, and she hates her father so much. Changing her name would be better, letting her start a new life. Not bad, you're so thoughtful. Okay, why don't you think of one? Shu Xing smiled. Hua Xio shook her head. Young master, come on. Young master, don't touch me. We're still on our way. Wait, it's not too late when we get back. Hua Xio's eyes were alluring, and she breathed heavily as she reached out and grasped Shu Xing's restless hand. She was afraid of being seen by outsiders. The young master was becoming more and more of a rascal. Shu Xing nibbled on her cool, fleshy earlobe. Whatever my wife says. Hua Xio's body was burning hot, and she lay limply in Shu Xing's arms, letting him touch her all over. Half a month ago, on his first carriage ride, Shu Xing was so bored he dozed off. Now, it was very comfortable. He wished the carriage would keep running smoothly. Chingling Mountain, a small courtyard next to the castle. This was Gabuda's newly built office. The castle belonged to the young master, and he didn't want to be misunderstood. Looking at the anxious Tai Niu, Gabuda frowned slightly. Tai Niu, what happened? This man was a soldier personally recruited by the young master, and supposedly from a knightly family. His tone was much more polite. Tai Niu clasped his hands in a fist salute. Lord Bulletin, our patrol team discovered something unusual. 20 miles to the west, it seems someone is monitoring Chingling City. Monitoring? Tai Niu nodded, his expression serious. We've noticed strangers frequently entering and leaving Chingling City before, Lord Bulletin. In Chingling Mountain, apart from the regular merchant caravans, almost no strangers come here each month. After all, who would come to this godforsaken place unless they were desperate? Of course, young Master Shu Xing is an exception. He's rich and willful. Gabuda tapped the wooden board and said in a deep voice, did this phenomenon begin after we dealt with the merchants? Tiny thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Yes, sir, could it be? Go door to door and re-verify the list of merchants who died at that time. Gabuda's expression was grim. If any merchants were missed during the hunt that day and escaped, they would definitely retaliate fiercely with their respective forces. Although the young master was safe and sound, the future of Chingling City, which had just begun to show signs of improvement, was uncertain. And if Chingling City were to fall, the uncle and nephew would be nothing but good for nothings. Forget about making any contributions, they'd be lucky to even survive. Report. The Lord has returned. A sudden, urgent report from outside the door made Gabuda's eyes light up. Quickly, go and greet him. Greetings, Lord. Lord, thanks to you, you are our savior. Yes, I doubted you before, I deserve to die. On the way back, countless hard-working farmers swarmed forward, their faces filled with joy and excitement, offering heartfelt thanks and apologies, much like a fangirl's frenzied reaction to seeing her idol. No, comparing these farmers to those people is inappropriate, somewhat insulting, Shu Xing thought silently. After a dozen minutes, the carriage stopped. Outside the dilapidated Chingling City, 100 burly men in neat black armor, their faces cold and stern, brandished large machetes, clearing away any unrelated people. The Lord was arriving soon, and his safety had to be ensured. Young master, welcome back, Gabuda said respectfully, standing outside the carriage. Hua Xio lifted the curtain and helped Shu Xing down. Shu Xing's gaze swept over the soldiers, each one was burly and robust, their faces flushed, their eyes filled with admiration, respect, and gratitude. Shu Xing smiled and nodded, patting Gabuda on the shoulder. Looks like Chingling City is developing quite smoothly. Gabuda flattered, it's all thanks to you, young master. Young master, your trip was quite fruitful? Gabuda looked at the smiling young master and already knew the answer. Yes, I met Miss Bai and the ancient clan princess. By the way, they'll be coming to buy some goods in a few days. Keep an eye out for them, Shu Xing instructed. Gabuda's hand trembled. Miss Bai? The ancient clan princess? Wasn't the young master supposed to be at the auction selling rare treasures? Understood, I'll arrange everything perfectly, Gabuda quickly agreed. Has everything been going smoothly at Chingling Mountain these past few days? Shu Xing asked casually, as if it were a routine matter. Gabuta, recalling his subordinate's report, gave a wry smile and forced a smile, saying, "Young master, there might be a little trouble." Shu Xing frowned. There really was trouble? Even Gabuta, at the innate level, couldn't handle it? What is it? Gabuta glanced around and whispered, "Young master, there are too many people around. Please allow me to go back and report." So cautious. It seems the problem is significant. Chingling Mountain is the foundation upon which he stands in this other world. He can't afford to be careless. Alright, report to the castle immediately. Xiao, take her to wash up and change her clothes first. Shu Xing took the lead, quickly heading towards the castle. Along the way, the clean streets were refreshing, although there was still a slight odor, but it wasn't a big problem. The ordinary citizens on the streets bowed their heads in respect when they saw Shu Xing. If there was a beautiful young woman in the household, every girl's eyes would light up with admiration, her heart would race. The nobleman's illustrious lineage and handsome young face perfectly matched their fantasies of a Prince Charming. Following behind, Gabuta and Dian. Gabuta tugged at his uncle's sleeve and whispered, "Uncle, who's that?" Gabuta gestured with his chin, looking at the tall, graceful figure beside Hua Xo. Dian gave his nephew a sharp slap, warning, "That's the young master's new maid, a dark elf. Don't get any ideas about her." Gabuta looked aggrieved. "How could I dare to get any ideas about the young master's person? I was just asking out of curiosity." Dian snorted coldly, "Good. Don't come up with any dirty ideas to harm Miss Hua, or I'll be the first to punish you." Gabuta, looking at his uncle, whose fists were much bigger than his own, Gabuta felt he shouldn't argue with an elder and silently endured the lecture. The group quickly arrived at the castle. Shu Xing sat high above, picking up a teacup, only to find it empty. He then remembered that Hua Xo had gone to bathe her. "Young master, let me do it, Ge said obsequiously, fawningly pouring hot water. Gabuta sensed something was off about his uncle. Previously, his uncle had been respectful, but never to the point of being obsequious. It seemed something had happened at the auction. "Gabuta, what happened?" Shu Xing asked calmly. Gabuta snapped out of his daze and hurriedly said, "Young master, there might have been some grain merchants we dealt with earlier who slipped through the net. We might face retaliation." Gabuta then relayed his subordinates' reports. "Young master, it was our incompetence, we didn't clean things up completely." Shu Xing waved his hand, "It's not your fault. I understand the consequences. Besides, with so many merchants, it's normal for some family members or servants who went out and didn't return to find out." However, he never expected them to dare retaliate so quickly. The merchants Shu Xing knew had limited power. Knowing there was a master of the innate realm involved, why would they dare retaliate? At that moment, a rough-looking brute outside the door carried a large bowl of hot water, walking briskly and fawningly handing it to Shu Xing. Shu Xing was still pondering the problem and, without thinking much, took the hot water and fed it to his mouth. Puffed! The scalding hot water instantly burned Shu Xing's tongue. Shu Xing glanced at Ge expressionlessly, only to see Ge display a smile more like a grimace. Young master, I said I didn't mean it, do you believe me?" Below, Gabuta almost burst out laughing. His rough, uncultured uncle actually wanted to serve a pampered noble young master? He'd truly seen something new today. "Uncle Yan, go train the soldiers. I know your loyalty." Shu Xing waved his hand, his expression indicating he didn't want to say anything more. "Yes." Ge, with a mournful face, lowered his head and left. "Young master, those merchants aren't scary. I'm afraid they'll collude with other lords and launch an attack on Chingling Mountain. These greenhorns simply can't defend against it." Gabuta was very worried about this. Although Chingling Mountain was in a remote location, it was rich in resources, and other lords had long coveted it. The previous lord made peace by offering tribute voluntarily, but to expect the young master to offer tribute? Gabuta just wanted to spit in the other lords' faces. Did they even deserve it? With a flick of a finger from the divine guards behind the young master, the entire lost lands would be within their grasp. However, Gabuta knew in his heart that the young master wanted to build his own empire. The future of Chingling Mountain depended solely on them. How many soldiers do the lords who might intervene have? What is their strength? Shu Xing asked. Gabuta said solemnly, "There are 3 lords who have long coveted Chingling. The first is the Ghost Wolf territory 30 miles to the west, with 100 Ghost Wolf Knights, comparable to 500 elite cavalry. However, Ghost Wolves cannot easily traverse mountains for long periods. To the east is the Hidden Flower territory, with its Flower Elf faction and 300 Flower Elves, each extremely skilled in planting and controlling plants. Their lord has been eyeing the vitality grass of Chingling Mountain for a long time, but their combat strength relies too heavily on plants. And to the north, Lord Thomas," Gabuta paused, then solemnly introduced. "Lord Toma possesses the largest grasslands, his territory is rich in warhorses, he commands 100 cavalry and 300 soldiers, supplies at least 100 warhorses annually, and is incredibly wealthy. It said the Lord himself is a late-stage innate realm expert. Moreover, and most importantly, half of our territory's merchants are in cahoots with Lord Toma. Shu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. You mean Lord Toma? Gabuta nodded. Young master, Tai Niu is making arrests of those monitoring outside. We should be able to identify the Lord behind it tonight. However, this is tantamount to tearing off the mask of civility and preparing for war. Young master, we must react as soon as possible. 100 cavalry, 300 will soldiers, Shu Xing murmured, then asked, what about our soldiers? Gabuta smiled bitterly, 20 will soldiers, plus 2 of us at the innate realm. Ah, maybe we should surrender, Shu Xing muttered. But young master, we're not without a fighting chance, Gabuta said, his eyes gleaming. Young master, the crossbows and armor you brought are enough to arm 20 armored electric baton knights, plus 50 sharpshooters. As long as we don't go to war immediately, after a few days of training, we have a good chance of holding the city. Besides, young master, didn't you say you had a few super decapitation weapons? If we can successfully decapitate them, we can even turn the tide. Gabuta became more and more energetic, his confidence growing. Because Gabuta believed that the young master's secret weapons likely came from a divine will expert, even a late-stage innate realm expert would be doomed, let alone an earth will expert. Especially the secret weapon in that black box, which the young master valued highly, must be incredibly powerful. Since the young master put them in the warehouse, they must be usable. Shu Xing was taken aback, he'd almost forgotten about the pistols and grenades in the warehouse. That was indeed nothing to worry about. If they couldn't win, a few grenades could be thrown at the leaders, and they'd all be done for. The death of a general on the battlefield would be a fatal blow to the morale of the soldiers. But this time they could use pistols and grenades to get through it. But what about next time? He couldn't always go to Great Xia to get guns and ammunition. Shu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Secret weapons can be used in a crisis. After all, the soldiers haven't had enough training time, which I understand. However, I hope that next time we encounter this situation, we can solve it ourselves. The territory doesn't support useless people. Gabuta's expression turned serious, and he quickly assured him, in half a month, we will definitely have 100 rotating soldiers. Shu Xing nodded in satisfaction. All right, go. Be vigilant about attacks at all times. Continue to train soldiers at all costs, and ensure their loyalty. Yes, young master. Gabuta breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the castle. Suddenly, as if remembering some good news, he quickly turned around. Young master, some of the potatoes you had us plant have already sprouted. So fast. Shu Xing clearly remembered that it had been no more than 3 days since the potatoes were brought back. Yes, that batch was planted in the Vitality Grass Nursery, full of vitality. Gabuta smiled. Young master, at this rate, we should be able to harvest a batch of potatoes in less than a month. Very good. Tell them to keep it a secret and notify me as soon as they are ripe. Shu Xing instructed. Gabuta nodded, bowed, and turned to leave. Young master, is the territory in danger? Hua Xo entered through the side door, her pretty face full of worry. Shu Xing waved his hand, this time, we're fine thanks to the great Xia weapons. Hua Xo understood the implication in her young master's words. She stepped forward and gently massaged Shu Xing's temples. Young master, they're just a bunch of farmers. 20 people breaking through to the human realm in 10 days is quite good. Shu Xing smiled wryly, perhaps I was too impatient. Mainly, I didn't want them to develop a habit of relying on external things. Young master, don't forget, I'm about to break through to the innate realm. The future will only be better, Hua Xo said, not wanting Shu Xing to worry. Shu Xing's eyes lit up, and he pulled Hua Xo into a tight embrace. That's right, our territory will have another innate realm expert. That senior said that before taking the innate realm pill, we need to use the spirit nourishing liquid first. The spirit nourishing liquid needs to be applied all over the body. Shu Xing's face was full of anticipation. His girlfriend, his future wife, this was a task only he could handle. Hua Xo buried her face in Shu Xing's arms, too shy to look up. Xio, let's break through now, okay? Shu Xing panted, gently kissing Hua Xio's delicate neck. Hua Xio nodded gently, she would never disobey her young master's wishes. Shu Xing quickly got up, locked the door, and carried Hua Xio into the bathroom. The bathroom, large enough to accommodate several people, was now filled with hot water. Snow-white skin, long, beautiful legs. Shu Xing felt his blood rush to his head. However, Shu Xing hadn't forgotten his main purpose. He poured the spirit-nourishing liquid into his hand and first applied it to her jade-like back. The smooth, supple skin almost overwhelmed his last shred of consciousness. Hua Xio's body trembled slightly. Shu Xing gently bit her earlobe and said softly, "Focus on your breakthrough. I said, I won't cross that line before marriage." As Shu Xing applied the liquid, it seeped into her skin, beginning to cleanse her marrow and strengthen her bones. Hua Xiao disregarded her shyness and circulated her inherited cultivation technique. Points of spiritual light from the outside world gathered and merged into her delicate body, strengthening her internal organs. Feeling the time was right, Xu Xing opened a jade box beside him and took out a primordial pill the size of a longan. He gently placed it in front of Hua Xiao's small mouth. "Open your mouth." Hua Xiao obediently opened her bright red lips and swallowed the primordial pill in one gulp. The powerful medicinal effects instantly spread, permeating her limbs and bones. A large amount of pure soul power followed, merging into her mind and beginning to expand her spiritual consciousness. With a bang, Hua Xiao felt her mind clear instantly, her spiritual consciousness spreading on its own. In the void, bright points of light, like dazzling stars in the sky, filled the surroundings. These were points of light formed from condensed primordial energy. These points of light seemed to possess consciousness, frantically surging into Hua Xiao's body. A large amount of spiritual energy washed over her, cleansing her flesh and bones, before flowing endlessly into her danshan. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the handsome face before her, the worry in her eyes was hard to express. "Young master, I succeeded." Hua Xiao jumped up naked and threw herself onto Xu Xing. Xu Xing embraced her smooth, slender waist. "Congratulations, Miss Hua, you've reached the innate realm." "Oh dear, young master, turn around quickly, I'm not dressed yet." Hua Xiao's pretty face immediately turned bright red, and she almost fainted. Xu Xing grinned mischievously. "You jumped up here yourself." But despite saying that, Xu Xing still let go. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to resist. As soon as Xu Xing released her, Hua Xiao, barefoot, hurriedly ran into her bedroom. Xu Xing watched her, amused. Her flustered state showed no trace of the composure of a Xiantian master. The instant Hua Xiao broke through to the Xiantian realm, her information panel updated, displaying the data in his mind. Name, Hua Xiao. Master, Luo Yi Xinglan. Inheritance, Spirit Archer, Mystic Rank. Strength, Innate, Level 20. Name, Hua Xiao. Master, Luo Yi Xinglan, Xu Xing. Strength, 120. Agility, 140. Constitution, 130. Skills, Perfect Basic Archery, Ice Triple Strike, Perfect Shot. This other world doesn't have these stats. Xu Xing guessed that the reason he saw Hua Xiao's stats was because he had taken her back to the Great Xia dynasty, or something like that, causing a system mutation, allowing him to better understand the power levels in this other world. For example, 1 point of strength is roughly equivalent to 10 jin, 5 caddies, of strength in the Great Xia dynasty. Hua Xiao's punch now has a force of 1,200 jin, 600 caddies, and her inherited skill is still that of an archer. The immense power of a single punch, like 1,000 pounds, was something Xu Xing dreamed of possessing. Unfortunately, his body couldn't accept any professional inheritance. Hua Xiao didn't understand, but Uncle Yan explained it this way. As a nobleman, your elders wouldn't let you ruin your future, they must have placed a restriction on you. This was also why Xu Xing had been indulging in food and drink these past few days, not practicing martial arts. Of course, medicinal baths for body tempering were no problem, but they were too tiring and arduous. After 2 days of practice, he went to spend time with Hua Xiao, rolling around in bed and sunbathing. The body tempering here wasn't like the protagonists' tempering in novels, where they would consume divine medicine, bathe in dragon blood, and achieve a divine body in a single day, becoming indestructible. For ordinary people, body tempering involves scorching sun and beatings with sticks, relying solely on their physical bodies to endure the pain. If they survive, they achieve a minor success in body tempering. If they don't, they suffer lifelong injuries. Xu Xing was wealthy and could afford numerous medicinal baths, but the pain was still vivid in his memory. After one such bath, Xu Xing gradually gave up on martial arts. With Hua Xiao protecting him, he figured he might as well continue living off her. "Young master, would you like dumplings for lunch?" Having changed her clothes, Hua Xiao stood gracefully before Xu Xing, her smile as radiant as a flower. Hua Xiao knew that people from the secret realm loved dumplings, and given the young master's familiarity with the realm, he likely grew up there. These past few days, the young master had been frequently gazing at the sky, clearly missing the secret realm. Xu Xing snapped out of his reverie and looked at Hua Xiao with amusement. "You can make dumplings." Hua Xiao wrinkled her nose and hummed, "Of course. With the flour you brought, young master, it's very simple." "Dumplings? Okay, we'll have dumplings for lunch." Xu Xing was genuinely missing Xia. Xu Xing stood up and patted Hua Xiao's head. "We'll go back to Xia in a few days, it'll be fine." Xu Xing noticed Hua Xiao's worry, and he sincerely thought, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? "Come on, I'll help you make dumplings." Xu Xing pulled Hua Xiao into the kitchen. "Young master, our resources are limited, so we'll just have cabbage and pork filling." "Whatever you say, I'll eat whatever you make." Xu Xing wasn't picky about food. Hua Xiao's eyebrows curved into a smile. Young master, let me show you my innate strength. Hua Xiao poured flour into water, added baking powder to ferment, and then, with her slender, fair hands, she kneaded the dough with lightning speed, almost like she was performing Tai Chi. Then, controlling a kitchen knife, she swiftly sliced the dough into small pieces, white energy gathering in her hands as she cut paper-thin, square sheets of dough with the precision of a knife. Hee, young master, how was that? Impressive, right? Hua Xiao looked like a little girl who had just received a certificate, waiting for Xu Xing's praise. Xu Xing raised a finger and praised, impressive. My wife is definitely the most impressive. Hua Xiao hummed twice, her face full of joy. She never tired of being praised by the person she liked. Suddenly, Hua Xiao let out a soft moan, feeling warm hands on her waist. She blushed shyly. She turned and gently patted Xu Xing's chest. Young master, cooking, she said, rolling her eyes at Xu Xing's restless hands. Hee, you cook yours, I'll do mine. Xu Xing realized that since becoming intimate with Hua Xiao, he couldn't live without this feeling. Hua Xiao exuded a captivating fragrance, and her delicate touch was irresistible to him. Except for the final step, they had already been completely intimate. They were practically an old married couple. Young master, you promised to help me. Hua Xiao wriggled her ticklish body, complaining playfully. The young master's little actions made her feel hot all over, and she had no interest in making dumplings. At this rate, lunch would definitely become dinner again. Why again? Of course it's because the two of them do this all the time. Xu Xing chuckled. Go ahead and hit me. Xu Xing gently patted Hua Xiao's delicate waist. Hua Xiao's legs went weak, and she collapsed into Xu Xing's arms, her eyes glazed over as she breathed heavily. Young master, let's talk after we finish cooking. You haven't eaten breakfast for many days. If you don't eat lunch soon, your health will collapse. That's not good for the future. Not good for the future, young master, princess, either, Hua Xiao muttered softly. Xu Xing was taken aback, then realized what he meant and chuckled mischievously. Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Oh dear, young master, what are you saying? I just. Hua Xiao blushed deeply, pulling away from Xu Xing's mischievous hands and hurriedly explaining. Xu Xing chuckled, this time when we return to Great Xia, I'll take you to meet my grandparents. Ha! Hua Xiao was a little confused. Xu Xing thought for a moment. Hua Xiao had always believed the Great Xia dynasty was a secret realm. Luckily, he had already prepared a reason. He took Hua Xiao's hands and explained, it's the elders of the families in the secret realm. I haven't lost my memory regarding anything related to the secret realm. Oh. Hua Xiao nodded blankly. Xu Xing tapped her head. What? Oh, it's time for the ugly daughter-in-law to meet the parents. Hua Xiao intertwined her fingers, nervously unable to contain herself. This, so soon. I really can? Although she was beautiful, her status was that of a refugee. She was extremely afraid that the young master's family wouldn't agree, even if she were only a concubine. Xu Xing held Hua Xiao's trembling hands, his tone firm. If I say you can, then you can. Don't overthink it. Everyone in the secret realm is an ordinary person. They might even think I'm trying to climb the social ladder. Hua Xiao shook her head repeatedly, like a rattledrum. Young master, how can you compare yourself to me? Don't joke like that. Xu Xing sighed and didn't continue the topic. Then come with me. Hua Xiao replied softly, I'll do whatever you say, young master. Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction. I'll tell you what to pay attention to later. I guarantee they'll all like you, so don't worry. Let's continue cooking. I'm hungry too, Xu Xing said with a smile. Okay. Hearing that her young master was hungry, Hua Xiao quickly continued chopping the dumpling filling. Young master, why don't you go see Xing first? Hua Xiao wanted to get rid of her troublesome young master. Of course, this was only Hua Xiao's superficial meaning. She genuinely hoped the young master would go see Xing. Xing was Farman, that poor, long-legged girl. Xing was the new name the young master had given her. Her. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with her? Hua Xiao stuck out her tongue. She's not quite right. Oh well, anyway, young master, just go see her. I'll come call you when dinner's ready. Hua Xiao nudged the young master and left the kitchen. Xu Xing touched his nose, surprised to be rejected by this girl. She was really bold. He decided to give her a good spanking that night. He walked slowly through the empty castle towards the backyard. The vast castle now contained only Hua Xiao and himself, plus Xing. Xu Xing dismissed all the cleaning staff, of course, to make it easier for him and Hua Xiao to be intimate anytime, anywhere. Under the blazing sun, a graceful figure was soaking in scalding, pale green medicinal water in the backyard. The woman's brows were furrowed, seemingly enduring immense pain. The graceful woman was undoubtedly Xing. she followed Xu Xing into the castle. Hua Xiao helped her wash up and gave her a brief introduction to the castle. Knowing that she was eager to cultivate, Hua Xiao gave her the medicinal herbs in the castle and presented her with the best low-grade Xian-level cultivation manual, assuring her that she could focus on her cultivation and that she would bring her meals. As for serving Xianjie, Hua Xiao had no complaints, especially after witnessing Xianjie's terrifying talent for cultivation, comprehending techniques in minutes and absorbing a whole tub of medicinal power in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. She wished she could worship Xianjie. At this rate, with unlimited resources, Xianjie would break through to the innate realm in just a few months. Her talent was terrifying. Moreover, the innate realm dark elves possessed combat strength comparable to ordinary earthly realm cultivators. Each one had keen senses, hearing in all directions and seeing 1,000 meters ahead the best guards. Seeing Xianjie absorbing and refining the medicinal baths one tub after another, Hua Xiao couldn't help but worry. It wasn't that she was stingy with the money, but rather that she feared Xianjie might explode and die. Hua Xiao didn't want her young master to lose this long-legged beauty with unlimited potential, so she asked Xu Xing to come and persuade her. Xu Xing leisurely strolled to the backyard and immediately saw Xianjie, naked, with her back to her. Hearing footsteps behind her, Xianjie calmly turned around. She recognized the footsteps as Xu Xing's. Xianjie turned around, facing Xu Xing at the doorway, and stood up straight without a trace of emotion. The medicinal liquid flowed down her smooth, white body. "Greetings, master," Xianjie bowed, her tone indifferent. Xu Xing, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, blood streaming from his nose as if it were free. His fair skin reflected the dazzling sunlight, and he was only wearing a bright red linen shorts, revealing his snow-white, rounded legs. As for his upper body, his slender, delicate body was completely exposed to the blazing sun and his gaze. Xu Xing's eyes were glazed, his mind blank. If he hadn't grown accustomed to the allure of Hua Xiao's beautiful body these past few days, Xu Xing was sure he would have fainted by now. Xu Xing wiped the blood from his nose, quickly turned around, and stammered, "I'm sorry," quickly put on some clothes. "Take a bath. Why didn't you go to the bathroom?" Xu Xing never expected to encounter this situation. However, recalling Hua Xiao's wicked smile before he left, he seriously suspected it was intentional. Xu Xing gritted his teeth, thinking he would have to punish her that night. She had really screwed him over. Xianjie calmly squatted down, continuing to soak in the medicinal bath. "Young master, this is a medicinal bath. Thank you for the herbs and the cultivation method. For the next 3 years, whatever you say, I will do." Xianjie completely believed Xu Xing. Being an elf, she naturally understood the preciousness of this medicinal bath. 1 tub of it was equivalent to 10 years' worth of food expenses for a poor family of 5. She had already absorbed 6 tubs that morning, stepping into the early stages of the human will cultivation technique. This filled her with confidence for her future revenge. "Ahem, this is what I promised you. I'm sorry about earlier, I didn't know you were taking a medicinal bath." Xu Xing apologized awkwardly. Seeing a girl's precious body naked was a grave sin. Xianjie's expression froze. She hadn't expected Xu Xing to say that. Shouldn't he be scolding her for using so many herbs? Even if she was exceptionally talented, she was still just a servant. 6 tubs of medicinal baths every morning, even the sons of barons and nobles didn't receive such treatment. Besides, since signing the agreement, she belonged entirely to him. Watching her bathe, or even serving him every day, was perfectly normal to Xianjie. Where in this world does a master apologize to a servant? If his previous humility was a pretense to gain her trust and ensure a perfect spiritual transformation ritual, now he didn't need to pretend at all. The ritual was complete, the contract was established, and whatever he wanted her to do was just a matter of a word. Her body and even her soul would willingly comply. She wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in her otherwise emotionless eyes. "Master, I've broken through to the human realm." Confused and unable to understand, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Xu Xing was startled and turned to Xianjie with some concern. "So fast? No side effects?" Xianjie, half naked, was startled again. She stretched out her slender, lotus root-like arm and clenched her fist. "No side effects, just expensive." Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards that area. Well, this must be a man's nature, he couldn't control himself. Xu Xing slapped himself, turned his head away, and said awkwardly, Expensive is fine, I have plenty of herbs. Continue your medicinal bath, come back for dinner in half an incense stick's time. I'm leaving now." Xu Xing felt that if he didn't leave soon, he would lose control of his animalistic nature. He had just promised Ji Yao he would meet her parents, and now he had seen another girl's body. What a scumbag. "Oh, right, next time you take a medicinal bath, close the door, or leave a note on the door." Xu Xing left these words and hurriedly departed. Leaving behind a silent Xianjie, her mind in turmoil, she silently got up, dried herself, and put on the short-sleeved shirt and shorts that Hua Xo had prepared in advance. The soft cotton material was only the second time in her life she had worn such fine clothes. The first time was a sweater her mother had knitted for her herself. Inside the kitchen, Xu Xing snorted coldly, quietly walked forward, and slapped Hua Xo hard. Ah! Hua Xo was startled, feigning pain and surprise. In truth, she had sensed Xu Xing entering the kitchen. Her innate abilities weren't limited to cooking and massage. Xu Xing slapped her forehead in annoyance. You pretend to be the same, you must have noticed me a long time ago. Hua Xo dropped the dumplings and hung them on Xu Xing like a koala. Hee, doesn't this make the young master happy? She didn't even say a word to me when she was taking a medicinal bath. She wanted to be beaten, Xu Xing said in a bad tone, glaring at Hua Xo. Hua Xiao's eyes were rolling wildly. Of course, a beautiful guard like Xinjie couldn't take advantage of others, but she couldn't tell the truth to the young master. She smiled and said, I forgot. By the way, young master, she takes medicinal baths too frequently. You should have seen it. 6 buckets in one morning. She absorbs too much vitality and her body cannot digest it. If she does this for a long time, she will explode and die. When Xu Xing heard this, he immediately frowned. Really? Of course, the princess told me. Hua Xo said confidently. Xu Xing nodded. Okay, I'll tell her to be careful. Such a small matter, you could have just told her. Why make me go over there and get me into this mess? Xu Xing started to say. But Hua Xo interrupted in a mature tone, she's mentally unstable. Only if the young master speaks up will she possibly change. Even if she can't change, she can't disobey the young master's orders. A month has passed since he arrived in this other world, and Chingling City has entered autumn. Since the end of the last auction, and learning that his territory might be invaded, Xu Xing has stayed indoors, living a truly aristocratic life within the castle. During the day, he sunbathes in the backyard, eats fruit, and watches 2 beautiful women practice swordsmanship, a feast for the eyes. At night, he enjoys massages and bathing from Hua Xo, then holds her fragrant, soft body as he falls asleep peacefully. Happy days are always fleeting. After many days, Gabuta, his face grim, strides quickly towards the castle. Young master, we must prepare for war. Lord Thomas has declared that he will send troops in a month to take our Chingling city. Ha! The news circulating is that we innocently killed their trade envoy, utterly shameless. Gabuta wanted nothing more than to kill Thomas immediately. How dare they attack his young master's Chingling city? Gabuta still hoped to develop Chingling city, striving to achieve great things for his young master and rise to prominence. Xu Xing nodded, somewhat expecting this. It had been over 10 days since he last interrogated the scout. It seemed that Thomas's information network was extremely limited. Having thoroughly studied the 5,000 years of history of the Great Xia dynasty, Xu Xing understood that war was all about information asymmetry. The side that gained the upper hand would always be at a disadvantage. How is the strength of our soldiers? Xu Xing asked calmly, looking at the noticeably thinner Gabuta. Gabuta beamed. Thanks to his tireless resource mobilization and his uncle's relentless training, the soldiers had improved dramatically these past few days. Young master, he said, 60 ordinary soldiers, 12 knight inheritors, 4 archer inheritors, and Tai Nia will break through to the innate realm in 10 days at most. Xu Xing stroked his chin, nodding in satisfaction. You've all worked hard these past few days. Now that Thomas has confirmed the war will begin in a month, you can relax a bit today. We'll slaughter pigs and sheep later to reward the soldiers. As for you two, uncle and nephew, 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 cans of cola each. Thank you, young master. May you live a long and prosperous life. Gabuta bowed deeply, never lagging behind in his attitude. Xu Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. How's the construction of the 100 Treasures Pavilion going? Reporting to young master, it's completed and being decorated according to your layout. Good. From now on, you'll be in charge of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. As for those less important tasks you were previously responsible for, you can delegate them to your subordinates, Xu Xing instructed. Gabuta was a good prospect, capable and eloquent. He didn't want him to die young from overwork. Appropriate care for capable subordinates would motivate them to work even harder and be more loyal. Sure enough, Gabuta trembled with excitement upon hearing this. I will certainly live up to young master's expectations. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was personally overseen by Gabuta. Knowing its importance, Gabuta was overwhelmed with excitement. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was a merchant guild directly under Xu Xing, essentially a royal merchant guild. It offered 100 kinds of goods, hence the name 100 Treasures Pavilion. If it were a merchant guild established by another lord, Gabuta would at most chuckle. After all, what good stuff could a small lord from a remote, impoverished area, whose lineage had only lasted 1 or 2 generations, possibly have? In the entire Lost Lands, the Bai family reigns supreme, all other merchant guilds are trash. But the young master is different. He has the Xingling family backing him, possessing countless treasures. His rise to power is only a matter of time. Now that the treasure pavilion was being handed over to him, it meant that meteoric success was just around the corner. All the hardships he'd endured these past few days had been absolutely worth it. Here you go, these are the 10 items that will be available in the treasure pavilion initially. Go to the warehouse to collect them later. Shu Xing stepped forward, handing him a key and a piece of yellow paper. Gabuta looked at the items listed on the white paper, his breathing quickening. Instant noodles, perfume, refined salt, glassware, muscle regenerating ointment, grain, yellow rank cultivation techniques, a number of weapons. The treasure pavilion I've established mainly targets the high-end market, serving the nouveau riche and noble lords. The focus is on quality, not quantity, Shu Xing explained to Gabuta. With over a decade of experience as a businessman, Gabuta immediately understood. He patted his chest and assured him, "Young master, rest assured, the treasure pavilion will feature 100 unique and precious treasures belonging to Chingling City. I will make them famous throughout the world. Of course, money will also flow into our pockets continuously," Gabuta added with a smile. "Good, you understand. Go now. I'll gradually hand over the remaining treasures to you. Of course, you can also choose some local specialties outside and put them on the shelves when the time is right." Shu Xing waved, signaling him to leave. Gabuta shouted, "Long live the young master." Then, clutching the keys and the shopping list, he slowly left. "Wait, have Uncle Yan come over." Shu Xing suddenly remembered he needed to speak with Ji Yan. Gabuta turned back, bowed respectfully, and said, "Yes, I'll go get Uncle right away." He didn't ask such a foolish question. He would do whatever the young master asked him to do. Chingling City was currently in dire need of rebuilding. He and his uncle had already gained the young master's favor. Now, all they needed to do was focus on developing Chingling City. He firmly believed that within a year, Chingling City would be the talk of the town. Then, no one would dare to mock them, uncle and nephew, as goblins. Even their families would be revered by thousands. After Gabuta left, Shu Xing went to the backyard alone. Two beautiful women, one tall and one short, stood in the blazing sun. One with arms outstretched, each holding a bucket of water, in a perfect horse stance, sweat dripping from her tanned face. The other stood in the shade, bow drawn, arrows shot one after another towards the target, hitting the bullseye. Upon seeing Shu Xing, the two beauties nodded slightly to Xing, while Hua Xo dropped her bow and arrows and ran over. "Young master, let me get you some water." Shu Xing wrapped his arms around Hua Xio's slender waist from behind. "I'm not thirsty, but are you? I'll get you a can of Coke." Hua Xio blushed slightly, turned her head, and gently pushed Shu Xing away, whispering, "I'm not thirsty, young master. I'm training, I'm covered in sweat, and I smell terrible." Shu Xing affectionately nuzzled her cheek and gently wiped away her sweat. "Who said you smell bad? I can't smell anything." He buried his face in Hua Xio's neck and took a deep breath. "Hee, not at all smelly, and there's even a faint floral scent." Hua Xio went limp and collapsed into Shu Xing's arms, too shy to look at him. "Young master, Sister Xing is watching." Shu Xing didn't care. "So what if she's watching? You're my wife, what's there to be afraid of?" Thump thump, a knock came at the front door. Hua Xio immediately broke free from Shu Xing's grasp and said sweetly, "Young master, I'll go open the door." Shu Xing smiled and shook his head. This girl was still so shy and adorable. "Xing, get ready for the shooting test," Shu Xing said gently, looking at the tall, beautiful woman who seemed tireless. A few days ago, to divert the attention of this cultivation fanatic, Hua Xio suggested that she learn firearms. Hua Xio wasn't without reason. She had been training with Xing these past few days, and Xing's eyesight and hearing had given Hua Xio a flash of inspiration. She believed Xing was a natural-born sniper. This dark elf certainly didn't disappoint Shu Xing. After less than a day of practice with the pistol, she could hit the bullseye 100 times. "Young master, where's the divine artifact?" A gruff voice rang out before the man even arrived. Shu Xing's lips twitched. "Uncle Yan, it's here." The tall, imposing figure looked up, his eyes lighting up when he saw Shu Xing. He strode over. "Young master, let me see this divine artifact that can kill a Xiantian expert with a single blow." Shu Xing toyed with the pistol in his hand, smiling mysteriously. "Uncle Yan, this is it." "That's it." Ji Yan's eyes widened, somewhat disappointed. He had thought the young master had brought a new secret weapon, at the very least a top-grade Xian level item. The black, metallic lump in the young master's hand showed no fluctuation of Yuan Qi. Let alone killing Thomas, a late-stage Xiantian expert, it was unlikely to even kill a novice newly entering the Xiantian realm. Once someone enters the Xiantian realm, they awaken spiritual sense. They can foresee danger. Unless the attack is so fast they can't react, and simultaneously possesses the power to kill with a single blow, lacking either, it's impossible to take the life of a Xiantian expert. "Don't believe me?" Shu Xing raised an eyebrow. Ji Yan scratched his head and chuckled dryly. "Young master, I don't like lying." Shu Xing smiled. It's alright, just tell the truth. I don't like deceiving either. Ji Yan breathed a sigh of relief and boldly said, I don't believe it. Even this thing could hurt me in the slightest. Shu Xing didn't refute, tossing the pistol to Xinjie beside him, 100 meters away, shoot his right arm. Xinjie steadily caught the pistol, quickly retreating 100 meters. One of the visual abilities granted to her by the Dark Elf was precise distance control. At the mid-stage of the human wheel realm, she could see with the naked eye up to the millimeter within 100 meters. She quickly loaded the magazine, raised her hand, aimed at the bewildered Ji Yan, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A small bang. By the time Ji Yan reacted, his right arm was already bleeding profusely, his clothes torn with a hole the size of a finger. Feeling the foreign object stuck in his muscle, Ji Yan was dumbfounded. How did I get hurt? What is this thing? Ouch, it still hurts a little. Ji Yan casually pulled out a small knife from his pocket, ripped open the wound with a swift motion, removed the metal eggshell, and then applied some muscle-regenerating ointment. The wound visibly healed. Shu Xing's eyelids twitched. It looked painful, only a ruthless person in this world would do something like that. This was also why he felt comfortable experimenting on Ji Yan. Ji Yan, a late-stage innate realm cultivator specializing in physical strength, could easily handle a small pistol as long as it didn't hit a vital spot. Uncle Yan, how is it? Shu Xing smiled. Ji Yan frowned slightly. Young master, again. I wasn't serious just now. As he spoke, a thick white aura enveloped Ji Yan's entire body, his eyes like those of a hungry wolf, fixed intently on Xinjie head. Shu Xing nodded. Xinjie, 3 shots, to his left and right shoulders, plus his left thigh. As soon as Shu Xing finished speaking, Xinjie raised his hand and fired 3 shots with incredible speed, leaving Shu Xing speechless. He thought, even the great Xia's king of soldiers can't do this much. Fen had only been holding a sniper rifle for 3 days, and had already used less than 200 rounds of ammunition. She was truly a born sniper. Next time he returned to Great Xia, he would definitely find a way to get her a sniper rifle, so that even if she encountered a master of the Earthwheel realm, she wouldn't be afraid. The instant the shot rang out, Ji Yan's pupils constricted sharply, her muscles sending out danger signals. She twisted her body in an inhuman manner, but only managed to dodge the bullet. The other 2 shots hit him squarely in the left shoulder and left thigh, deflecting to his right calf. Hiss! The pain made Ji Yan gasp. He could clearly feel the bullet spinning rapidly inside his body after impact, instantly tearing through his surface muscles. He was a late-stage innate realm cultivator specializing in physical strength. With his entire body covered in yuan qi, ordinary swords and blades couldn't possibly penetrate his skin. Even weapons made of refined iron could withstand some damage. Ji Yan looked at the iron lump in Xinjie's hand, feeling extremely threatened. His young master was indeed a young master. Even a casual weapon could make a mid-stage human realm girl unleash the power to hunt down innate realm experts. Xinjie, on the other hand, frowned deeply, very dissatisfied with missing her 2 shots. Her master had given her such good conditions, yet she couldn't even complete a simple test task. Master, I'm sorry, I'm terrible. I missed both shots. Xinjie knelt on both knees, awaiting punishment. She deserved the punishment for failing her master's test. She only begged that her resources not be reduced and that she not be deprived of the right to use this divine weapon. Ever since she grasped the pistol, she had fallen in love with this weapon, perfect, mysterious, and powerful. It was the best weapon she had ever used, bar none. Moreover, with this weapon, she was confident that she could avenge herself within 6 months. Ji Yan's lips twitched. This was bad? You alone are taking on a mid-stage girl, what more do you want? 1 shot and she'd be dead? Seriously, if this girl had hit him in the vitals with those 3 shots, would he have survived? Ji Yan felt a chill run down his spine. 3 shots to the vitals, and he'd be crippled, if not dead. This weapon was terrifying, horrifying. He had been lax these past few days. He needed to further train his physical body and improve his reflexes, or he wouldn't even know how he died when he went out. Shu Xing was extremely satisfied with Xinjie's progress, but seeing Xinjie kneeling, Shu Xing had learned his lesson. He coldly commanded, "Get up. You can't kneel anymore. Also, your test was alright, barely passing. Keep up the good work." Xinjie's beautiful face lit up with joy. "Thank you, master. Ahem, from now on, call me young master." "Remember that," Shu Xing corrected her. Having learned from Hua Xio's experience, he now dealt with Xinjie with ease. "Yes, young master. I'm going to continue training." Xinjie wiped the sweat from her brow and continued training. Shu Xing beckoned. "Xiao, get a case of cola and some ham. High-intensity training requires adequate nutrition." Hua Xiao nodded, a gentle smile on her lips. The young master was indeed very gentle. "Uncle Yan, how was it?" Shu Xing asked with a smile, looking at Ji Yan, who was dazed from being shot several times. Ji Yan grimaced as he cleaned the bullet holes in his body. Young master, amazing, truly amazing. Young master, could you get me one? Ji Yan asked shamelessly with a sheepish grin. I'm willing to exchange my merits for it, Ji Yan quickly added, afraid the young master would misunderstand. Shu Xing chuckled and patted Ji Yan's shoulder. I'll give you one later, I don't have any now. Ji Yan was overjoyed. Ignoring his pain, he clasped his hands and thanked him loudly. Thank you so much, young master. Shu Xing, serious, asked about the important matter, how powerful do you think this gun is? Can it kill someone at the innate realm level? Ji Yan thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, mid-innate realm, I guess. A beginner in the innate realm can be killed with a single shot if aimed at a vital point, but someone at the mid-innate realm, with exceptionally strong spiritual sense, is very likely to dodge vital points. A one-shot kill is unlikely, but after a few shots, killing them shouldn't be a problem. As for the late innate realm, it's almost impossible. Shu Xing nodded. This was just a pistol, the weakest firearm in Great Xia. He was already quite satisfied with its power. In the void, Xinglan, observing the pistol's power, felt a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Such an ingenious contraption, if widely deployed among elite soldiers, could allow her to recreate the Xinglan family's glory within 10 years. The abilities her young master had displayed excited her even more. The matter in the Holy City was only finishing up. Once it was completely resolved, she could lead 3,000 star soldiers and rightfully appear by her young master's side to assist in his development. She and the 3,000 star soldiers would be Shu Xing's strongest support. Uncle Yan, secretly train a group of people with shooting talent. This will be our foundation, Shu Xing said, sitting on the tiger-skin sofa, to Ji Yan, who was covered in white gauze. Ji Yan stood at attention, his face solemn. Young master, rest assured, those who are not under contract are not allowed to wield this weapon. Although he was a rough and uncouth martial artist, he could imagine the consequences of such a weapon being leaked. Chingling Mountain would then be besieged by the lords of the Lost Lands. Young master, with this weapon, that old bastard Thomas will definitely not leave alive this time. Ji Yan grinned, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Thomas was exactly the kind of trash who used to look down on the goblin race. This time, of all times, he'd provoked the young master. Revenge and merit a perfect solution. Shu Xing chuckled, a cold glint in his eyes. You have one more month. Continue your rigorous training. I don't want to merely repel them. Since he dared to attack my territory, he must have been prepared for an invasion. 25 days from now, I want you to take Thomas's territory, as the first battle to make Chingling City famous. Thomas will be hunted down by her. I'll also give you 10 pistols and 100 bullets. Are you confident? Ji Yan's eyes gleamed, thumping his chest as he assured him, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Thomas' territory, aside from Lord Thomas's late-stage innate realm cultivation, only 2 mid-stage innate realm cultivators remained. He alone could easily kill them both, not to mention that Tai Nia would also break through to the innate realm in 20-odd days. The soldiers weren't strong enough, but without a leader, these worthless rabble would be wiped out after a round of pistol fire. If they still couldn't win, they'd all be buried on the spot. The lavish feasts were for the strong soldiers, not for the good-for-nothings. Go, Shu Xing waved his hand. Yes, Ji Yan bowed, turned, and strode out of the castle. Young master, when are we going back to the secret realm? Hua Xo opened a can of cola and handed it to Shu Xing. Shu Xing took it with his right hand, took a small sip, and said, no rush. First, stabilize your cultivation level. Besides, the first batch of potatoes in the territory is about to ripen. I want to see it with my own eyes. As the first product of Great Xia in this other world, he had to witness this historical moment. Perhaps 1,000 years later, the descendants of Chingling Mountain would worship him daily, the pioneer who brought them new food and eliminated their hunger. Hua Xo nodded, then quickly took out her small notebook and began scribbling and drawing, noting down the young master's upcoming trip. She needed to prepare in advance, such as getting a comfortable carriage ready, bringing hot water and fruit. Shu Xing patted her earnest little face, feeling satisfied. By the way, young master, are we taking Xing back? Hua Xo suddenly thought of this question. Shu Xing glanced at the cultivation fanatic, thought for a moment, and said, Xing, we might disappear for a while in a few days, so don't worry. You stay and guard the castle. Don't spend all your time cultivating. Xing nodded slightly. Yes, young master. Looking at Hua Xo, so affectionate with the young master, a fleeting sense of loss crossed her heart, perhaps unnoticed even by herself. Time flew by. 10 days later, the once overgrown wasteland of the boundless plains was now lush and green, covered with unknown, waist-high, rhomboid-shaped, single-leaved plants. The otherworldly potatoes, after more than 30 days, had finally ripened. Gabuta beamed. Young master, 1,000 caddies per mew. a divine crop yielding 1,000 caddies per mu. After the potatoes ripened, Gabuta rushed over immediately, personally leading the way, planting potatoes on 1 mu of land. Afterwards, he counted the harvest, fist-sized, yellow-skinned potatoes, a full 1,132 caddies. Throughout the planting period, he strictly followed the young master's instructions, watering once a day and fertilizing with farmyard manure every 15 days. The current yield made him want to hug and kiss the young master. This is practically a godsend for commoners. On land where the yield is less than a few hundred pounds per acre, potatoes are a lifesaver for ordinary people. Easy to grow, high yield, and enough to fill their stomachs. If potatoes spread far and wide, in a year the young master will have the support of the entire Lost Lands populace. Of course, covetous enemies will swarm in. Young master, potatoes can't be spread. This place must be heavily guarded. Gabuta looked at the dozen or so farmers around him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The current Chingling city can't withstand the crisis of this divine food leaking. These old farmers who witnessed the whole thing are a huge threat if left alive. Shu Xing pulled Gabuta back. Find someone to guard them 24/7. Besides, without them, who will help you continue planting? Shu Xing couldn't bring himself to harm a group of innocent old farmers. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. A group of trembling old farmers knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. The old farmers knew that if any other lord had shown them this divine food, they would surely have perished. At this moment, they were filled with gratitude toward Shu Xing. Gabuta sighed helplessly, his overly kind young master would definitely suffer for it later. Since the young master doesn't want to kill them, I suggest Uncle Yin lead troops to garrison here. They're looking for a new training ground anyway, and it will effectively solve their food problem. The potatoes here would allow them to eat as much as they wanted. The wheat and other grains saved by the soldiers would be enough to maintain stability within the city. That's a good idea. Arrange it as soon as possible. Shu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Having a quick-wit steward made things much easier for him. From now on, all the potatoes produced will be used to feed the soldiers. If there are any left over, store them all. After we occupy Thomas's land, we can gradually release them more widely. Shu Xing looked into the distance and spoke calmly. Gabuta grinned, young master, Chingling City will surely win. Shu Xing chuckled, I hope so. Keep up the good work. Hua Xo and I are going out for a few days. As before, don't worry, we'll be back within 10 days. Shu Xing pulled Hua Xo along, boarding the carriage back to the city. His loud, calm voice continued to echo across the plains. Prepare for the conquest of Toma's territory. I hope that when I return, I'll see a group of soldiers brimming with fighting spirit. With a blink of an eye, Shu Xing, pulling Hua Xo and Sanglan from the void, returned to the great Xiao warehouse. Shu Xing, just opening his eyes, stared blankly at the two people in the warehouse. Lu Xiao, legs spread wide, and a muscular man with a face full of scars. The two were also stunned. A living person appearing out of nowhere, wasn't that terrifying? Lu Xiao, instead of being shocked, was delighted. Uncle Hong, it's him. Kill him. Having searched for Shu Xing for dozens of days, Lu Xiao was almost driven mad. Now, every time he slept, he dreamed of being rendered infertile. He wanted nothing more than to drink Shu Xing's blood and tear his bones out. The muscular man with a scarred face exuded a strong aura of killing intent. Having spent so long in this other world, Shu Xing could naturally recognize it. However, Shu Xing wasn't worried about that right now. In a bare-handed one-on-one fight, there wasn't a single person on the entire Blue Star who could defeat Hua Xo, who was at the innate realm. Hua Xo, with her 1,500-pound strength, could easily knock out the intestines of the two people before her with a single, light punch. Shu Xing's real worry was that his transmigration had been witnessed. Lu Xiao, currently consumed by hatred, might not have noticed anything amiss, but once he went back and reflected on his actions over the past 2 months, the possibility of his supernatural abilities being exposed would reach 99%. Thinking this over, Shu Xing's eyes gradually turned dangerous. To kill, or not to kill? Kill him, throw the body back into the other world, but then what? The outside world was under constant surveillance. Unless he left this room, once outside, he would be the prime suspect. Even if he couldn't be identified as the murderer, the police would continue to watch him, and his supernatural abilities would still be exposed. Shu Xing narrowed his eyes, looking at the two people at the door. Sensing the young master's murderous intent, Hua Xo felt a chill run down her spine. This was the first time she had felt such a murderous urge in him. It seemed these two would pose a great danger to him. Hua Xo tensed, her heart churning with killing intent. Whoever the young master wanted dead, she would kill. Beside Lu Xiao, Lu Hong felt a deep chill creep into his heart. The two people who had appeared out of nowhere had greatly shocked him. Having served as a mercenary abroad, he wasn't going to believe it was an illusion. However, now wasn't the time to think about that. The young girl opposite him gave him the feeling of facing a man-eating lion extremely dangerous. This was the intuition honed by his 20 years as a mercenary. Xiaoer, run. You can't win, Lu Hong said in a low voice, forcing back the chill in his heart. Lu Xiao looked incredulous. Uncle Hong, how is this possible? He caused your only nephew to be childless, and you're just going to let them go like this? Lu Xiao couldn't accept this fact. Could his uncle, who had killed and been on the battlefield, not be two mere children? Lu Hong's face darkened. He wanted nothing more than to kick his stupid nephew to death. He was utterly idiotic. If it weren't for the money, he wouldn't have bothered avenging him. Get out of here, or don't even mention revenge, Lu Hong growled. Unfortunately, in the instant Lu Hong retreated, Hua Xo moved as well. Like a lithe female leopard, she charged towards Lu Hong, raising her long leg to lash out at both of them. Sensing the sharp gust of wind, Lu Hong's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he shoved Lu Xiao aside, growled, and assumed a horse stance, raising his arms to try and block. Unfortunately, Hua Xo, having stabilized her cultivation realm, delivered a kick with the force of over 1,000 jin, approximately 500 kilograms, even without using her inner energy, something no mortal could withstand. Puffed. Lu Hong was sent flying back several meters, crashing into the earthen wall of the warehouse, coughing up mouthfuls of bright red blood. Lu Hong struggled to his feet, raising his head to look at the petite and beautiful Hua Xo, his eyes filled with terror. This was definitely not the power of a human being. The human body has its limits. No matter how many techniques you have, you can't kill an elephant with a single punch. That kick almost broke his 180 jin, approximately 90 catties, back. He could feel his internal organs shifting. Looking at the relaxed Hua Xo, Lu Hong absurdly believed that she hadn't used her full strength. Cough cough, don't kill me, this is Xia. Lu Hong's brain raced. Based on his previous investigation, the girl before him obeyed Xu Xing's orders, and Xu Xing was a third-year university student, a model student in the eyes of her family since childhood. He could sense the murderous intent in Hua Xio's heart. Only Xu Xing could save him now. He couldn't die. He had fought his way up for 20 years, finally achieving success, and now was the age to enjoy life. He couldn't die, he absolutely couldn't die. Xu Xing sighed. Xiao, seriously injure that one too. He didn't want to kill anyone in Daxia. He didn't want to easily break the educational principles he'd upheld for over 20 years. Besides, if he killed them, he would likely be discovered and arrested by the authorities, implicating his family. He had also promised his sister that he would bring his girlfriend home to meet their grandparents and relatives for the new year. Lu Xiao, pale-faced, stared at his uncle lying on the ground, coughing up blood, and at Hua Xio slowly approaching. He weakly roared, Xu Xing, don't make a mistake. I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family from the capital. Let me go, and we'll keep to ourselves from now on. Xu Xing sneered, too lazy to listen to his nonsense any longer. Knock him out. Hua Xio strode forward and kicked Lu Xiao in the neck. Lu Xiao's neck snapped, blood trickling from his mouth as he fainted. Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Taking advantage of Hua Xio's attack, he secretly crushed the red chip on his back. Lu Hong wasn't a foolish nephew who only knew revenge. Now that they had witnessed Xu Xing's secret, Xu Xing would definitely not let them off easily. His life couldn't be left to others to decide. If he could just buy a few more minutes, he could be saved. Having lived a law-abiding life for the first half of his life, Xu Xing was unaware of Lu Hong's underhanded tactics. As for Hua Xio, her understanding of the Great Xia dynasty was superficial, making it even less likely she would notice anything amiss. At most, she might have sensed a slight movement from him. Xu Xing slowly approached Lu Hong, crouching down, her face full of helplessness, and muttered as if to herself, tell me, why are you all so persistent in chasing me? Why did you chase me here? Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. Admitting it now would mean certain death. Coughing weakly, Lu Hong said, I just came with my nephew to find you, to get revenge, to beat you up. Xu Xing felt a surge of annoyance. Looking at the middle-aged man trying to bluff his way out, she said irritably, stop playing dumb. We saw you. Tell me, how did we get here? Xu Xing was genuinely curious about how others perceived her journey. Lu Hong shook his head blankly. I don't know. Bullshit. I wish I could kick you to death. Xu Xing's sudden outburst startled the three around him. I had a perfectly good plan, developing my strength stealthily, but you, this idiot nephew, ruined everything. Did you really force me to kill you? Xu Xing hesitated for a long time, then steeled himself and decided it was safer to kill the two. Only the dead can keep secrets, and besides, neither of these two were good people. Killing them would be doing the public good, and he felt no guilt whatsoever. As for what to do afterward, he figured he'd deal with it after the killings. At worst, he could stay in the warehouse and return to the other world to hide. Lu Hong's eyes widened, goosebumps rose all over his body, and he cautiously stammered, young Master Xu, let's talk this out. You're so young, you have a bright future ahead of you. There was only 1 minute left. He had to hold on no matter what. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. Maybe he could even inherit the other party's secret. Thinking of this, Lu Hong's body trembled involuntarily, whether from fear or excitement, he couldn't tell. "TCH, do it." Xu Xing waved his hand and addressed Hua Xo. He was already mentally prepared to be a wanderer abroad. It was all the idiot lying on the ground's fault. Speaking of which, why did this idiot also have the surname Lu? Could he be related to that jerk in the dorm? He'd have Wu Yulong investigate when he had time. If they really were family, he'd find time to reunite them. Mad had tormented him for 3 years, Xu Xing muttered to himself, a surge of malice rising within him. "Wait, young Master Xu, I know some very important news for you, concerning the safety of your parents and grandparents." Lu Hong, very self-aware, didn't wait for Xu Xing to ask and quickly spoke up. "Young Master Xu, after you left, my idiot nephew on the ground hired some foreign mercenaries. If they can't handle you, then what?" Xu Xing frowned, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Lu Hong dared not continue to hide anything and quickly and cautiously said, "They attacked them. I heard they were armed. I know their contact information and their hiding place." Lu Hong spoke quickly while listening to the countdown coming from the invisible earpiece. 10, 9, 8. "Young master, how about letting me out? I'll give you the list and the location," Lu Hong pleaded. Without a word, Xu Xing pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Lu Hong on the ground. "Speak now, or I'll shoot you dead. Trust me, I can find out myself." Lu Hong's eyes burned with even more hatred. He lowered his head, feigning obedience. "They're hiding in 1-0. In the King of Hell's place. Make your move," Lu Hong roared. The previously weakened Lu Hong, with that shout, pulled out a dagger and leaped toward Xu Xing. Hua Xio's expression changed drastically. She quickly turned and stood in front of Xu Xing, throwing a powerful punch at Lu Hong. Lu Hong sneered, "Two chicks, die." Bang! On the distant top of the cross tower, an unknown sniper rifle was perched high up. It was 108 centimeters long, with a jet-black body and a snow-white trigger, like a black and white Grim Reaper, sealing lives. An adjustable 8x scope was mounted on the top of the barrel, and a silencer hung from the front of the black barrel. A slender metal bullet, traveling at supersonic speed, hurtled toward Xu Xing's heart. A chilling cold enveloped Xu Xing. The sniper bullet was far too fast, even a powerful earth-wheel cultivator would be certain death without warning. Xu Xing had no time to react, but at that moment, a beautiful figure unhesitatingly stepped in front of him. Hua Xio, dressed in white, her chest stained crimson, resembled a snow plum blossom budding, pointed yet beautiful. The bullet pierced both of their bodies, falling heavily to the ground. Hua Xio laboriously raised her bloodied hand, wiped it on her clothes, and gently stroked Xu Xing's cheek. "Young master, remember to eat breakfast from now on." A smile played at the corners of Hua Xio's eyes as fragments of memories surged through her mind, the young master's smile, his gentleness, every move he made. Cough cough. She looked at the stunned Xu Xing with satisfaction. She had done it, she had protected the young master. Although the young master was still seriously injured, it didn't matter, as long as he was alive, that was enough. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent in the void, her only concern vanished. The divine will expert behind the young master had appeared, his safety from now on was in her hands. The moment the gun fired, Xinglan in the void sensed something, but having never witnessed the advanced technology of the great Xia dynasty, she was still a step too late. Hua Xio shielded Xu Xing, the sniper rifle shattering her heart before the bullet traveled through Xu Xing's lungs. The sight of the two falling to the ground deeply affected Xinglan, who appeared slowly in a long black dress, her bloodshot eyes flashing. They all deserved to die. With a flick of her finger, Lu Hong's terrified face froze into ice, shattering into pieces. Then Xinglan soared into the sky, her chilling aura freezing everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, she reached the top of the cross tower a kilometer away, and with a single stomp, the entire tower, along with the foreign sniper, vanished into the dust of history. If this hadn't happened in the middle of nowhere, this scene would likely have been broadcast worldwide within 3 minutes. With a heavy heart, Xinglan slowly approached Xu Xing. Xu Xing stared blankly at Hua Xio, who lay motionless on top of him, feeling her body grow colder. Xu Xing was gripped by extreme panic. Why did this happen? Xu Xing couldn't understand, much less accept it. The gentle, smiling figure who had just been chatting and laughing with him was now as cold as ice. "Young master, her heart is broken." Xinglan slowly knelt down, looking at her distraught young master, her heart aching. 3 years ago, the general left, and the young master lost his last support. Now, he had finally emerged from the fog of despair, but now, she felt utterly useless. 3 years ago, she couldn't save the general, now, she couldn't even save the young master's beloved. Xu Xing's pale pupils stared at the cold, beautiful face in the black dress. He seemed to see a dazzling sun in the darkness. Ignoring his own broken heart, Xu Xing struggled to help Hua Xo to her feet. Seeing this, Xinglan quickly knelt down to support Xu Xing's weak body. "Fairy sister, please save Hua Xo. Please, I'll give you anything you want, even my life. Please save her." Xu Xing screamed desperately, kneeling down without regard for his dignity. It was all his fault that Hua Xo died. If it weren't for him, Hua Xo wouldn't have followed him to Great Xia, and she wouldn't have died such a tragic death. Just a few months ago, he had confidently assured her that Great Xia was perfectly safe. If it weren't for his indecisiveness, if it weren't for his weakness, Hua Xo would never have perished. Last time was the same, and this time is the same. It's all his fault. Xinglan felt a pang of pain in her heart and quickly helped Xu Xing up. "Young master, I'm just an orphan adopted by the Xinglan family. You are my young master, you absolutely cannot do this." Xu Xing wouldn't listen at all. "You're so powerful, you must have a way to save her, right? Right?" Xinglan sighed deeply, her heart breaking. If Hua Xio's cultivation had broken through to the earthly wheel realm, there might have been a chance to save her. But she was merely a newly initiated innate realm martial artist, her physical body and blood circulation insufficient, even a miracle couldn't save her. However, seeing her heartbroken young master, she feared he would never recover. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth, steeling her resolve. "Young master, perhaps we can try." Xu Xing's eyes welled with tears, overjoyed, he grasped Xing Yan's hands. What method? Having spent nearly 2 months together, he had already considered Hua Xio the most important person in his life. He wouldn't hesitate to risk his life for her. Xinglan hesitated for a moment, then sighed. A forbidden technique, the life-sharing art. This was a truly forbidden technique, on par with the necromancy she had used to threaten Empress Huangyu. A technique forbidden by heaven and earth, its user would surely suffer divine retribution. However, she couldn't worry about that now. She dared not gamble. If her young master succumbed again, he would never regain his senses. Divine retribution was nothing, she could bear it herself in the future. With her talent, as long as her young master didn't advance to the divine will realm, she was confident she could handle it. Thinking and acting, Xinglan was not one to hesitate. "Young master, take us back to Chingling City. The spiritual energy here is thin, and there are people disturbing us, it's not convenient to use it." Xinglan glanced indifferently at the distant carriage, too lazy to pay it any attention. Xu Xing nodded, struggling to hold Hua Xio's delicate body, and supporting Xinglan, they returned to the otherworldly castle in the blink of an eye. "Young master, take it." Upon returning to the otherworld, Xinglan immediately opened her spatial ring and took out a longan-shaped, emerald green pill. Before Xu Xing could refuse, Xinglan explained, "Young master's physical condition directly affects the success rate of the spell." This wasn't a lie. With the life-sharing spell, if the caster's vital energy was insufficient, it would only result in 2 deaths and 1 injury. Hua Xio died completely, Xu Xing died, and Xinglan, who was maintaining the spell, was severely injured. The life-sharing spell, as the name suggests, involves life-sharing. The caster unilaterally shares their own life with the recipient. Afterwards, whenever the recipient is seriously injured and on the verge of death, they can actively seek the caster's life to repair their fatal wounds. However, the life-sharing spell is called a forbidden spell not because of its heaven-defying life-sharing nature, but because of its limitations. It cannot be successfully performed by anyone other than a close and trusted person. Because of this restriction, hundreds of years ago, many nobles adopted orphans, selecting the most talented and sending them to the care of their direct descendants of noble families. They raised these children, feeding and nurturing them like siblings, waiting for the opportune moment to induce the orphans to willingly perform forbidden magic for their offspring. Hundreds of years ago, almost no orphans survived, they all became scapegoats for the noble descendants. Eventually, even the heavens seemed to take pity on them, unleashing divine retribution, and none of those noble descendants escaped either. Thus, the name forbidden magic originated. Now, the only surviving member of the Xinglan family has become the caster of this magic to save a refugee girl. If it weren't for the fact that only close relatives could succeed, Xinglan would have followed the example of the nobles 100 years ago, choosing anyone to act as the caster. In Xinglan's eyes, her young master's life is paramount. No one else can die, but her young master cannot. As for whether others agreed, Xinglan couldn't care less. She was powerful, her word was law. At most, she might show mercy and offer some money to save her life. This was the way of the world, cruel and ruthless, where strength reigned supreme. "Young master, are you ready?" Xinglan's expression was serious. Even at the peak of the divine will realm, she wasn't entirely confident. After all, Xu Xing had no cultivation. To revive the nearly dead Hua Xio, the required life force and vital energy would be so immense that it could instantly drain Xu Xing completely. She had to simultaneously refine the rare and precious materials within the spatial ring while Xu Xing was casting the spell, continuously supplying them to his body, refining them for him, and maintaining the integrity of the spell. Single-mindedly managing 3 things at once, the slightest mistake would lead to total failure. After absorbing the life-sharing spell transmitted by Sang Lan, Shu Xing understood the stakes. To be on the safe side, he first placed Hua Xo on the bed. Wait a minute, I need to give you some instructions. From now on, a radius of 500 meters around the castle is a restricted area. Anyone who approaches will be killed on the spot. He had to ensure that no one would disturb him during the spell. Upon reaching the backyard, Xinjie continued training as usual. Sensing someone behind him, he looked up and saw a familiar figure, a slight joy rising in his heart. Young master, you're back so soon. Shu Xing suppressed his turbulent emotions. Xinjie, I have a favor to ask. Call Gen back within 5 minutes. Mobilize all troops to fully protect the castle. No one is allowed to approach within 500 meters. If anything goes wrong, kill them on the spot. Open all weapons in the warehouse. Until I come out, you have full authority over the territory. Xinjie's heart tightened. Yes, young master. I'd rather die than let anyone break into the castle. Hearing the word die, Shu Xing trembled. He stared intently at Xinjie's handsome face. Live. Don't die. Xinjie nodded gently. Noticing her young master's strange state, she asked softly, Young master, has something happened to Ji Yao? Shu Xing turned his head and said calmly, She'll be all right. The life-sharing spell will succeed. Go quickly. I must begin casting the spell in 5 minutes. Xingyan Spirit Seal has a maximum of 10 minutes, there are still 5 minutes left. Xinjie's heart skipped a beat. Life-sharing? Miss Hua's injuries are that severe? However, the young master personally performed life-sharing for her, he's truly good to her. Xinjie couldn't help but think. In an instant, she dispelled the chaotic thoughts in her mind. The most important thing now was to quickly mobilize troops, calling back Jiyan, Kabuta, and Taimiu, the only 3 and 8 realm experts. I hope everything goes smoothly. Xinjie prayed sincerely. Shu Xing returned to the bedroom and nodded slightly to Sang Lan. Having regained his senses, he realized that the person before him was the contract god Will Guardian who had never appeared in his mind. Although he had no memory of her, the existence of the contract in his mind meant he could unconditionally trust her. Young master, I'm so sorry, if only I had. Xinglan was filled with remorse. A master of the divine wheel, she couldn't even protect her young master. Shu Xing shook his head, calmly saying, let's not talk about that now. First, wake Xiao. Begin the ritual. With that, Shu Xing fiercely cut his palm, gently placing it on Hua Xiao's injured chest, using his bright red blood to draw intricate runes. Xinglan's cold, beautiful face softened slightly. She raised her slender, white hands, continuously forming hand seals. Herbal herbs brimming with vitality occasionally emerged from her spatial ring on her left hand, covering the two on the bed. As the inscriptions on Hua Xiao's chest took shape, a red thread from Shu Xing's life palace extended, entwining itself into Hua Xiao's life palace, beginning to repair her broken heart. In an instant, Shu Xing seemed to age decades. His vital essence continued to flow along the red thread into Hua Xiao's body, and Shu Xing endured it silently. Meanwhile, Hua Xiao radiated a soft, glowing light, flowing with a mysterious rhythm, and her shattered heart began to slowly heal. At the same time, Sang Lan relentlessly refined rare earth-rank and heaven-rank medicinal herbs, carefully introducing them into Shu Xing's body. The rich, gentle vitality seeped into Shu Xing's body, instantly invigorating him and rapidly replenishing the vital essence he had lost. Outside the castle, 100 soldiers were armed with ordnance, their faces were slaughtered, and their superiors gave death orders, and from now on, even a fly could not fly into the castle. Otherwise, all apologized to death. Kabuta looked worried and kept pacing around. Their uncle and nephew had already gotten the news from Zinzwan, so they were worried. Once Miss Hua was not rescued, Kabuta estimated that even if the young master was not crazy, he would go crazy, and his temperament would change drastically, and he would cut them down if he was not good. Rough asterisk. Kabuta couldn't help but curse, TM who dares to kill Miss Hua? Don't let him find out, otherwise his descendants will be destroyed, and the ancestral grave will not be let go. Miss Zins, what's the specific situation inside? Miss Hua, she? Getta's eyes were full of anxiety. Zins held the pistol in her hand and stood straight at the gate of the castle. She said expressionlessly, I don't know, do what we should do. However, she paused and said lightly, don't worry too much, the young master's family is coming. It should be a peerless master of the divine wheel. She passed by the door of the young master's bedroom before, glanced at the strange woman from a distance. The cold aura emanating from her body was comparable to the elf clan leader she met when she was a child, terrifying and suffocating. Kabuta breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, great, great. After getting along these days, he sincerely hoped that Miss Hua would be happy, not to mention that last time he heard from his uncle that Miss Hua also helped their goblin tribe. Where is Uncle Yan? And the Iron Bull, why haven't they come over yet? Zins frowned slightly, and had already notified them for 8 minutes. Kabuta squinted his eyes, there may be something delayed. He had a bad feeling in his heart, that Lord Thomas would not attack Chingling City at this time. If that's the case, then, urgent report, urgent report. Gabuda's eyelids jumped violently, and he looked up and heard the soldiers on horseback shouting. The soldier jumped off his horse and knelt down on one knee. Lord Bulletin, Lord Toma led the troops to raid, and Lord Yan and Lord Tai resisted fiercely and temporarily repelled them. Master Yan already knows the emergency summons in the city, and has already let Master Tai return first. If it doesn't work, he will return quickly. After the soldier finished speaking, he gasped heavily. Gabuda almost didn't hold back. Ma Dan. If they had known this, they should have done it earlier and leveled Thomas first. Thank you for your hard work, but the urgent military situation, return immediately. Tell Master Tai to let him return the same way. Follow Master Yan to resist foreign enemies. Let them guard the gate of Chingling and die in battle. Ge Yan's eyes were sharp, and he pushed his warhorse to the soldiers. Without saying a word, the soldier clenched his fists and mounted his horse, clamped his legs, and returned the same way again. Zins clenched the pistol in her hand, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No one knew how many days the life-sharing technique lasted. She and Gabuda must stay here, close to Gian and Tainiu. I don't know if they can stop it. Gabuda knew that they might not be able to hold on to their uncle, so he thought to himself, 2 dogs, pick 20 newcomers to come out. 20 thin men in the front row were immediately selected, all together. Walking to Gabuda's side, Gabuda patted Urguzi on the shoulder. Take this key, go to warehouse 03, and carry everything in it to Master Yan, especially the black boxes in the middle. If any of you can't come back, each person will receive a subsidy of 50 gold coins, plus an admission place. Urguzi grinned. Thank you, Lord Bulletin, the Lord has raised us for so long, and it's time for us to contribute. We are all refugees, we lack everything, but we don't lack courage, right? The 2 dogs yelled behind them. The 20 people behind him responded loudly, yes. Since Shu Xing arrived, he has never collected a penny of tax from the people, and he has become a soldier of the Lord, and he can also get high wages and subsidies, and one person is a soldier to support a family of 5. Shu Xing was the best lord these soldiers had ever seen. There was no one, they didn't know what was going on in the castle, but they knew that now someone was invading Chingling City, and someone wanted to break the good life that the Lord had brought them. Even for their own wives, children, they will not allow foreign enemies to invade, and it is enough to die for the territory where they see hope. Gabuda didn't say much, took the key, turned around and continued to guard the castle. Urguzi held the key, with the 20 young faces behind him, and moved forward quickly. Daxia, the warehouse rented by Shu Xing, is now surrounded by heavily armed police uniforms. 3 lives are considered a major accident in Daxia. What's more, sniper rifles were also issued at the scene, and the troublemakers were simply lawless, comparable to robbing a bank in broad daylight, a major criminal case that is rare in 10 years. Captain, this person is still alive. Suddenly, the young policeman who was investigating shouted, and he touched Lu Xiao's body with residual temperature. The captain, who was in his 30s, walked quickly and looked at Lu Xiao on the ground. Take him down and rescue him with all his might. A big case involving human life, no merit is a crime. What about the other 2? The captain frowned and asked. The young policeman pointed to the place where it collapsed thousands of meters away. There is one in it, but the other one, I can't find it, as if it disappeared out of thin air. But, the captain raised his head. But what, is this the time for inking? The young man Nunu said, there is a lot of cold air in the west corner of the warehouse, I don't know if it is related. I have asked the relevant personnel to conduct instrument testing, and the results came out in 2 hours. The captain rubbed his brows tightly. What about the identity of the deceased during his lifetime? Just got it. The young policeman pulled out his mobile phone, saw the identity of the deceased, and his eyes were a little incredulous. Head, we seem to be in big trouble. The one who just carried away was Lu Xiao, the heir of the Lu family in the imperial capital. Lu Xiao's uncle Lu Hong disappeared, and the famous foreign mercenary Hard Eye was buried in the ruins. In peaceful times, even a robbery case is rare, only a dozen a year, or some petty thieves. As for the big case of human life, there may not be a single case for a few years. In fact, this phenomenon is very good, which means that the society is very stable. But now it's good, at least 2 lives, and foreign mercenaries and sniper rifles are involved. This is not a novel, ordinary people in reality may not be able to meet it once in a lifetime. The captain ignored the complaints of his young men, he scanned his eyes and asked lightly, what about surveillance? Tisk tisk, it's a coincidence, most of them are broken. Other technical teams are still retrieving, I hope there are surviving survivors. Head, look at this. As soon as the young policeman finished speaking, the technical team Spark ran over holding a notebook. Head, this is a few kilometers away surveillance, we can't judge, you can take a look. With a spark in his big eyes, he slowly put down the computer and clicked on a document. The picture is taken of the cross tower, but due to the distance, the picture is extremely blurry. In the middle of the playback, a figure in the middle of the picture shuttled from bottom to top, appearing above the cross tower in the blink of an eye, and then the entire cross tower collapsed. Impossible. The captain denied that the woman in the video is more like a special effects clip, not to mention how people float in the air, just the terrifying speed, hundreds of meters per second? When making a fantasy blockbuster, Spark lifted his glasses and said in a solemn tone, "Head, you are looking at it a few more times, pay attention to the woman's movements, and the position directly below the woman's stay." To be honest, when Spark watched it for the first time, she didn't believe it, but the monitoring would not go wrong. This was the original video, without any processing. She believed in her own skills and vision. It was a young policeman on the side, and after reading it once, he exclaimed, "I wipe, immortal cultivator? Okay, let me believe in science." The captain glared at his startled subordinates, and said angrily, "Do you have nothing to do? With such a major case, why don't you check what happened to the relevant people recently?" "Yes, yes." The young policeman hurriedly ran away to inquire about the information. Needless to say that the captain will also investigate. Such a special case may involve the legendary immortal cultivator. No matter what, first check the major events of the parties in recent months. The legal net is sparse and not leaky, and those who violate the law must be brought to justice. The captain watched the video more than a dozen times again, and the more he looked at it, the more solemn his face became, until the end of the video. The captain sighed, "Hua, what do you think?" Spark hesitated for a while, but still spoke, "Captain, although I also believe in science, science is also a real event visible to the naked eye. The meaning beyond the words of the Spark is that what happens in the video is real and scientific." "Science? Immortal cultivator?" The corners of the captain's mouth twitched unconsciously, and his entire outlook on life was subverted at this moment. This case is suppressed, waiting for the news above. This matter is far beyond his imagination, and it gives the people above a headache. Call Zyla back, don't check, from now on, everything here will be sealed, and the monitoring must not be leaked. Yes. Chingling City, inside the castle. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed, and the red line between the two people on the bed became more and more solid. The hole penetrated by Hua Xio's chest began to be repaired, and perfect and glossy skin grew, releasing full vitality all over the body. The broken heart in the body was gradually repaired and slowly resumed beating. Xingling on the side didn't let go of her heart until now, refining the elixir for a day and a night to maintain the spiritual array. Even though she was at the peak of the divine wheel, there was little vitality left in her body. She was originally cold and glamorous, but at this moment her face was pale, her steps were floating, and her hair was scattered at will. "Young master, you can cultivate with peace of mind. I'll go deal with the garbage outside first." Xingling gently touched the weak young master who had not yet woken up, covered the two of them with a quilt, turned around and looked murderously at the gate of Chingling City. A group of innate garbage almost ruined the young master again. All damn it. 10 years ago, she had already won the title of the first god of killing in the mainland, and you can imagine how heavy her murderous intention was. Over the years, everything that she didn't like went to hell, and for her, this world, since the general left, there was only a young master in garbage. Even if it was the Star Army under her hand, she was not merciless in killing it, but the Star Army was loyal to the young master. As long as they did not betray the young master, she would generally not do it. The moment Xingling walked out of the castle, the monstrous murderous intent soared into the sky. These days, she was very angry. The young master almost died in front of her again. She hadn't finished avenging the last time, and now there was a batch of garbage that invaded the young master's territory. The leader was just the garbage of the late innate stage. How dare they? She was super upset now. She just wanted to kill people to vent her anger, only to see that wherever Xingling passed, the whole world seemed to have fallen into a monstrous purgatory, and countless wrong souls floated out, roaring and biting everywhere. Xingling, dressed in a black dress, was like a killing god stepping out of the depths of hell, full of vitality, like a sea like a hell, making people dare not look at it directly. The heart and others who were guarding with peace of mind outside the castle, the moment Xingling walked out, their hair stood on end, like the cold killing intent of the 9 netherworlds, so that they could not have the slightest intention of resistance. Fortunately, Gabuta reacted quickly, bowed his head with a puff. "Great, my lord, we are the young master's people." He was afraid that it would be too late, and this killing god even killed them. The legend of this person is simply crying, and those who see it can't sleep. The red-eyed Xingling glanced lightly at the kneeling goblin, finally put away the coercion on her body a little, and said in a cold voice, "Give me the 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren of the main personnel of this invasion, and give you an hour." Then Xingling glanced at the other personnel, including the heartbroken, and snorted coldly, "Half-hearted people." With a light touch of 10 fingers, more than half of the personnel condensed the crushed ice, and all the people cried and called their mothers in pain, and the crushed ice on their hearts was slightly lighter, but it also distorted her painful face. Xingling did not stay, and the whole figure disappeared. It's good to be alive. This is Gabuta's first thought, and the second thought is, fortunately, I am heartfelt enough to the young master. Half-hearted, it must mean that these people are not loyal enough to the young master, and he quietly wrote down all the soldiers, except for the happy fold. The heartbreak is not something he can decide, it is the person who belongs to the young master alone, and he is not qualified to dictate it. Gabuta slowly got up, his face couldn't help but be embarrassed, but full of excitement, kneeling down to the peerless master of the divine wheel, and even said a few words to him, which was a great honor, and countless people could meet an unsottable fate. 50 of you, go to the city to collect all the news about Thomas's territory, especially the 18th generation of relatives of their Lord Thomas, and the relevant people under his command cannot be let go. Remember, you only have half an hour, each of you will collect at least one useful message for me, and for each more one, you will be rewarded with 1 gold coin, the number is unlimited. Of course, if someone can't collect one, beat 20 military sticks. Yes, my lord. The faces of the 30 people were full of ecstasy, a message, and a gold coin? This kind of good thing seems to have passed the welfare of that person. The 30 men looked at each other and smiled, hurriedly ran to various streets, and began to inquire about the news through their own channels. The 30 people Gabuta ordered were all people who had not been punished by Lord Chingling, and since they had passed the approval of Lord Chingling, they would be their own people in the future, so of course they should focus on training. Thinking of this, Gabuta glanced at the heartbreak that was squatting on the ground and struggling to support it, and sighed softly in his heart. He did not step forward to comfort or mock him, as if nothing had happened. Outside Chingling City, thousands of soldiers engaged in a chaotic hand-to-hand combat. Crimson blood and mangled limbs littered the ground, a scene both tragic and heroic. Tiny roared, cleaving the lowly enemy who had attacked his groin in two with a single stroke. Tiny, panting heavily, looked up at the soldiers falling around him, his eyes bloodshot. These were once his neighbors, now lying wounded and on the verge of death before his very eyes. There was nothing they could do. Thomas was a seasoned lord, far superior to Chingling City, which had only been established for less than 2 months. If it were a fully fledged Chingling City, with their young master's strange and unusual weapons and armor, they might have been able to put up a fight head-on. But now, with half their forces guarding their young master, these men were already giving it their all to hold out for a day and a night. Seeing the city gate about to crumble, Tainia dragged his exhausted body forward, slowly charging towards it. He remembered Gabuta's orders, fight to the death, never retreat. He figured the young master inside the castle must be facing something extremely urgent, otherwise he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him. The young master's orders were his to fulfill, even at the cost of his life. Besides, his younger brother and grandfather were inside the castle. His own death didn't matter, as long as Chingling City and the young master were protected, it would all be worthwhile. Lord Yan, you retreat into the city and close the gates. I'll cover your retreat. Tiny roared, gathering his last breath as he charged towards the city gate. Bare-chested and covered in blood, Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. I can still hold the line. You're my soldiers. If I'm left to live alone, how will the young master view me? Tinyu's eyes were filled with tears, but this wasn't the time for sentimentality. He roared, Lord Bulletin said to hold the city gates to the death. We must complete our mission and continue to buy time, otherwise we'll all be letting the young master down. Keep the gates tightly shut. Only then is there any chance of holding them off. Even if we can only hold them off for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that's still time. Go! Yan gripped his broadsword tightly, his face contorted with rage, his teeth nearly breaking. Brother, hold on. He left those words and charged towards the city gate alone. If Tainia were to die in battle, then his father would be his own father. However, just as Yan was struggling to close the 2 massive, 10-foot-long red wooden doors, a figure wearing delicate black cloth shoes appeared before him. Then, Yan felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, and the red wooden doors he had been pushing with all his might shattered into countless splinters, scattering everywhere. Yan's eyes widened in shock, nearly dying of fright. Before he could even see who it was, he was shoved aside by a violent, murderous force, a cold voice ringing in his ear, "Get out of the way, don't get in my way." The newcomer was Xing Lan. Dressed in a black dress, her beautiful face was frosty. She had somehow picked up a broken, 2-meter-long cleaver from the battlefield. With a single stroke, she wielded the cleaver, and wherever she struck, blood gushed forth. Half of a body lay flat on the ground, the remains evenly dissected from head to toe, from left eye to right, a horrifyingly uniform sight. Tainia, who was prepared to die, was astonished when he saw Xing Lan killing people as easily as drinking water or eating. In just a few seconds, Tainia was horrified to discover that this unbelievably beautiful young woman had killed more enemies than he had killed in a day and a night. Is this the young master's family bodyguard? Tainia looked at him, his heart overflowing with unparalleled joy. Who would rather die than live? Tainia, stop looking. Let's go. Suddenly, Yan walked up to Tainia and pulled him away. Tainia looked puzzled. Lord Yan, this is a great opportunity. Shouldn't we observe and learn? There are probably no more than 10 experts of this level in the entire Lost Land. Even learning a move or two, even just the basics, would be incredibly beneficial. Yan's lips twitched. He lowered his voice and cautiously said, "That's the legendary god of slaughter. Be careful, she might go berserk and cut you down with one strike." Anyone could tell that Xing Lan was unhappy in this state, and Yan dared not provoke her. Tai Niu trembled and quickly averted his gaze. He must have heard the legend of the god of slaughter. Ji Yan patted Tai Niu on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry too much, she's the young master's bodyguard. Normally, we'll be fine. Since she's here, the young master must be alright inside the castle. Let's go back first. That way, we can send someone to collect the brothers' bodies. Ji Yan looked at the corpses scattered everywhere, his eyes reddening. They had lived and eaten together for over a month, and now only the two of them remained. Tai Niu felt a lump in his throat. Everything had happened so suddenly, he wasn't mentally prepared. Sigh, let's go. The young master will definitely compensate their families, and of course, I will too, Ji Yan promised, word by word. In the castle bedroom, on a 2-meter wide bed, Hua Xo, in a daze, felt as if she were floating on a cloud, comfortable and warm. She slowly opened her blurry eyes, looking at the familiar figure holding her tightly. She paused slightly. Was she dreaming? The young master was in her dream too. How wonderful! Speaking of which, what is the young master doing now? Is he heartbroken because of her? Hua Xo felt a mixture of anticipation and worry. She hoped the young master would miss her, yet she worried that his longing would overwhelm him and disrupt his normal life. Her head was small enough to hold only the young master. Meeting him in her life was enough. Thinking this, a silly smile crept onto her face. Xu Xing, standing to the side, inhaled the delicate fragrance of orchids and herbs filling his nostrils. This rich aroma was a warm scent he couldn't forget. Xu Xing instinctively hugged the person in his arms tighter, slowly opening his eyes. Xu Xing immediately met Hua Xio's beautiful, dreamy eyes. Still somewhat dazed, his mind didn't immediately process it. Looking down, his gaze followed the two patches of white skin beneath Hua Xio's neck. Hua Xio's pretty face flushed red. She murmured softly, "The young master in my dreams is just as lustful." As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. The thought of never seeing the young master again filled her with heartache. Xu Xing was stunned for less than a second before he realized. Xiao was awake. The spell had succeeded, Xiao wouldn't leave him. Xu Xing wept with joy, holding Hua Xiao tightly, wishing he could melt her into his very bones. Hua Xiao frowned slightly, then gasped, "Young master is holding me too tightly, it hurts." Pain? Hua Xiao froze. How can a dead person feel pain? Could it be? Hua Xiao trembled as she raised her hands, cautiously touching the young master's cheek. The mere centimeters felt like an eternity, a world apart from life and death. She was terrified that the slightest touch would cause him to vanish. Xu Xing seemed to sense Hua Xiao's unease. He grasped her delicate hand and pressed it against his cheek. "Xiao, we're still alive. From now on, we will never be apart again. I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm again, I swear to heaven." Hua Xiao's eyes welled with tears as she covered her young master's lips. "Young master, I believe you. I'm so pathetic. I'm actually afraid of death. The thought of never seeing you again makes me breathless." Xu Xing listened silently to Hua Xiao's rambling complaints. He knew this foolish girl had endured far too much pain for him to bear. Even if he were to face death directly, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't hesitate or be afraid. No, he had completely overestimated himself. Faced with death directly, he would be terrified. If it weren't for his cowardice and incompetence, he wouldn't have repeatedly allowed Hua Xiao to get hurt. The Lu family of the capital? A flash of hatred crossed Xu Xing's eyes. 3 days, at most 3 days, he would wipe the Lu family completely from the great Xia dynasty. His cowardly and hesitant nature had completely changed from the moment Hua Xiao was shot. Even without Xinglan, he would find a way to eliminate the Lu family, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of a few innate masters. There were countless desperate criminals in this other world. The money for selling their lives in the free market was endless. He had indeed been a fool before, cowardly and hesitant. "Young master, am I being too long-winded?" Hua Xiao sobbed, a little embarrassed, and quickly wiped away her tears. Xu Xing snapped out of his reverie and gently stroked Hua Xiao's slightly pale cheek. "How could that be? My wife's voice is like a nightingale's song. I wouldn't allow anyone else to hear it." "Puffed, young master, you're going too far. I feel embarrassed even when I hear it myself." Hua Xiao flashed a beautiful smile, blinking her large eyes and gazing at Xu Xing with adoration. Xu Xing chuckled. "Young master never lies. Don't you believe me?" "Humph, young master, you're being shameless." Hua Xiao wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at her young master. "Shameless it is, Xiao, it's so good to have you. If you left, I really wouldn't know what to do." Xu Xing hugged Hua Xiao tightly, leaning on her shoulder. Hua Xiao's heart trembled. "I'm all right, young master. I'll be more careful from now on." There was something else she didn't say. If she were in that situation again, she would still stand in front of him without hesitation. Xu Xing nuzzled Hua Xiao's soft, delicate cheek, outwardly believing her words, but inwardly warning himself that he must learn martial arts as soon as possible. Enduring some hardship was nothing, even if it meant protecting Hua Xo in times of danger. At the very least, he couldn't let her take harm for him. He was a man, not a useless piece of trash. He had previously fantasized about how blissful it would be to be a kept man, but now the reality was that Hua Xio's talent for martial arts was limited. She couldn't be invincible. Chingling could be invincible, but he still almost died. Therefore, relying on himself was better than relying on anyone else. The ancients were right. Oh dear, it's already afternoon. Young master hasn't eaten yet, has he? I'll go make you something. Hua Xio looked at the dazzling sun and quickly got up. Unfortunately, her heart, having just been repaired, was far too weak. She felt dizzy as soon as she stood up, but thankfully Xu Xing reacted quickly and caught her. Xu Xing was furious and slapped her bottom hard. This is my wife's body. How can you take care of it? What if you get hurt? Hua Xio was mortified, her face flushed red, her head practically steaming. Young master, I was wrong. Had, Xu Xing sneered, wrong? Apologizing now is quite skillful. If you dare get up while still in bed, you'll be punished according to family rules, Xu Xing sternly instructed. Then, forcing himself to get up despite his discomfort, he decided to cook porridge for Hua Xio. Young master, your body is so cold. What happened? How did you save me? Hua Xio asked anxiously. She had been so focused on being affectionate with the young master that she hadn't noticed his weakness. Besides, she knew her own injuries all too well. She had thought she was going to die, but now she was alive. How had the young master saved her? Could it be a case of one life for another? The more Hua Xio thought about it, the more frightened she became, clinging to Xu Xing and refusing to let him leave. Xu Xing sighed, then turned back with a gentle smile. I'm fine. I just haven't slept for a few days and lost a lot of blood. As for your injuries, it was my family who did it, the one you mentioned before, the divine will master I have in my mind. Really? Hua Xio was starting to believe him. After all, only a legendary divine will master could possibly heal her injuries. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Besides, you'll see her in a little while. Be good, lie down and sleep. I'm fine. If you don't believe me, feel my strong heartbeat. Xu Xing joked, but Hua Xio took it seriously. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest. Xu Xing's face darkened. This girl was getting harder and harder to fool. Lie down properly. Wait for me for half an hour. I'll be in the kitchen next door. Xu Xing tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and left satisfied, leaving behind a silly, adorable girl with a goofy grin. As soon as Xu Xing stepped outside, he saw Xinglan kneeling on the ground, refusing to get up, and beside her, Uncle Gabuta and his nephew, kneeling in unison, trembling. They had just been dragged by Xinglan to clean up the carnage outside the city. Of the remaining 500 soldiers in the Toma territory, over 1,000 had been turned into corpses. The blood at the scene stained the area for 5 miles around. Jiyan thought that even if there were a whole bowl of instant noodles in front of him right now, he wouldn't be able to eat a single bite. Being with Xinglan, the uncle and nephew felt completely unsafe. Seeing her was like seeing a vengeful ghost. She was too ruthless and terrifying. No wonder she was known as the continent's #1 killing god. Xu Xing frowned. What are you doing? Xingyan's cold, beautiful face was filled with shame. We failed to protect young master. Please punish us, young master. Uncle Jiyan and his nephew chuckled sheepishly. Young master, it's all right. You two talk. Don't worry about us. Kneeling is comfortable, very comfortable. With the killing god kneeling, how could they dare stand? Xu Xing remained silent, ignoring Jiyan and the other man. He spoke calmly to Xinglan, get up. Don't let this happen again. Xu Xing couldn't blame Xinglan at all. If it weren't for Xingyan's intervention, he would have died in the abandoned warehouse of Xia, especially since she had saved Hua Xio's life. Xinglan refused to get up, stubbornly saying, please punish me, young master. Xu Xing narrowed his eyes. Anything? Xinglan looked directly into Xu Xing's calm eyes and nodded. Then pack your things and prepare to kill someone for me. The process will be somewhat dangerous. You might die over there. Are you willing? Xu Xing deliberately exaggerated the situation. Knowing the people here, he knew Xinglan wouldn't get up unless he said it this way. Sure enough, Xinglan immediately agreed, young master, is one person enough? Xu Xing was also somewhat uncertain. A powerful family appearing in a novel, even without nuclear weapons, would certainly possess airplanes and artillery. He thought for a moment and asked, what level of power can you achieve single-handedly? Like, flying or disappearing underground? Shattering mountains with a punch? Xinglan pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, I can't disappear underground, I possess ice attribute energy, but a full-force attack could easily destroy this small town. Xu Xing swallowed hard. A punch. Yes, I guarantee utter annihilation. If that's not enough, I can use forbidden techniques to ensure silence for miles around. Xinglan stated casually, as if it were a matter of course. A humanoid nuclear bomb. Xu Xing truly realized the terror of this world. Then, if you encountered the weapon that injured me before, could you dodge it? The damage was definitely enough. Speed was also important. Since the opponent dared to use a sniper rifle last time, they might pull out a missile this time. He had to be fully prepared. A flash of anger crossed Xinglan's eyes. She bowed respectfully and said, "Easy peasy. If we encounter it again, within 3,000 meters, I guarantee he won't have time to use that strange contraption." Last time, she hadn't seen that thing, and believing the secret realm was safe, she had let her guard down. After all, in the Great Xia, she couldn't even sense a trace of Yuan Qi. The strongest person there had barely reached the threshold of the human will realm. Xu Xing nodded. "Alright, one is enough. Too many people will make things difficult." The Lu family of the capital, Xu Xing's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. This time, none of them would escape. Without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. He once again believed the ancients were right. In Shanghai, at a roundtable conference, 7 or 8 people sat facing each other. A closer look revealed several of them to be the very same influential figures frequently appearing on television. "Gentlemen, what do you think of this video?" The elderly man at the head of the table spoke with a kind and gentle expression, as if it were a casual conversation. To his left, a middle-aged man sighed, "Unbelievable. I still can't believe it." He dedicated his life to science, and now he was being told that some people in the world could cultivate immortality? Elder Wang, the authenticity of the video has been confirmed multiple times, and I don't think this is a bad thing. Perhaps this is our opportunity, an opportunity that is ushering in a new century full of hope. Take a look at these documents. At the outermost edge of the round table, the youngest man in military uniform stood up and respectfully passed 7 documents to the others. Xu Xing's photo came into view. Each sheet of paper was filled with details of Xu Xing's life, especially events from the last 2 months. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the man from before the new year chuckled and said, "Judging from his strange behavior over the past 2 months, we can almost certainly conclude that he truly possesses supernatural abilities that we cannot comprehend well, what young people nowadays call superpowers or cultivation. My suggestion is to try communicating with him. After all, he's relatively law-abiding, and friendly cooperation would be a win-win situation." The old man at the top smiled without speaking, silently listening to the others' discussion. The man called Old Wang didn't rush to refuse, instead asking Lin Qi, "Who will go and negotiate? How can we guarantee the success rate? You know, the law-abiding person you speak of, who let 2 lives disappear without batting an eye, and the one who survived, went insane too." "That's right, Lu Xiao was rescued, but suffered severe mental trauma and went mad." Lin Qi didn't answer the question. Instead, he took out another document. "Elder Wang, I looked through this person's family information and found a pleasant surprise. This person's grandfather was actually my grandfather's high school classmate. Wow, it's unbelievable." Lin Qi's words caused a stir among the people present. Even the elderly man at the head of the table paused slightly. "Is this true?" Lin Qi stood at attention, saluted, and loudly assured them, "Absolutely." Elder Wang was intrigued, as were the others. They already knew Xu Xing's personality, extreme, vengeful, but exceptionally filial. This might be an opportunity. Elder Wang nodded slightly, "Give it a try. However, be careful." The woman's superhuman strength was terrifying. More importantly, she killed without blinking an eye. Lin Qi looked at the old man at the top, who smiled and nodded. "This is the era of the young, be bold and do it. If we can cooperate, we can make some concessions. Of course, the premise is that he guarantees to abide by the law and not act recklessly." Daxia, November 11th, sunny. 3 figures emerged from the abandoned warehouse. "Young master, it's safe. There's no one within a kilometer." Xinglan spoke immediately. Xu Xing released the 2. "It's good that they're safe. It saves us from having to act in front of the officials. This time, it's best not to offend the authorities if possible. Even after taking revenge, he'll still be wanted by the authorities." Xu Xing went to a corner in the warehouse to charge his phone. "Xiao, Xinglan, you 2 sit there and play for a bit, wait a few minutes." Once the phone was charged to 10%, he turned it on and immediately called Wu Yulong. "Yo, young Master Xu, you still remember me? Wu Yulong's last call was over a month ago." Xu Xing was surprised to hear Wu Yulong's joke. A whole day and night had passed. Logically, news of Lu Xiao's death should be widely known. Could it be? Xu Xing had a bad feeling. Xinglan's actions had been too loud, and being so close to the cross-shaped structure, she might have been caught on nearby security cameras. "Hey, what the hell? Can't you hear me?" Wu Yulong said impatiently. Xu Xing, realizing what was happening, laughed. "What are you yelling about? I was just trying to surprise you." "Pa, more like a shock." By the way, you rascal, if you hadn't come back soon, I was going to postpone the wedding. His wedding was set for December 1st, and today was already November 11th. He thought Xu Xing was in a rush and was planning to postpone it. Xu Xing was taken aback, then smiled apologetically. I've been held up by something very important these past few days. I hope I can make it on December 1st. Wu Yulong frowned slightly. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? Xu Xing sighed. Probably, but don't worry, I can handle it. Do me another favor. Wu Yulong's eyelids twitched. Thinking of Xu Xing's strange requests before, he had a bad feeling. Tell me, if I can help, I definitely will. Transfer the contract for that vitality ointment under my name to my family, or leave them 10 million, to be transferred to them regularly every month. Damn it. Wu Yulong couldn't hold back anymore. What are you up to now? Could it be that the scheme to cripple Lu Xiao last time was exposed? If that's the case, it's completely unnecessary. I'll ask my dad to think of a way. Wu Yulong comforted him. Xu Xing chuckled. Thanks, but that's not it. Don't ask any more, you'll probably find out tomorrow morning. Also, from now on, we're severing ties. We're nothing to each other anymore. Xu Xing finished speaking, hung up the phone, and manually destroyed SIM card 1. Then he called SIM card 2 and contacted the blacklisted client with whom he had previously made numerous transactions. 1 million for information on all of Lu Xiao's direct relatives in the capital, just facial photos and current locations. In a basement, the same receptionist who had previously set Xu Xing as its special contact heard the pleasant notification sound and was overjoyed. He quickly got up and replied, "Okay, wait 10 minutes. 2 months had passed since his last transaction with Xu Xing. All the jobs he had taken in those 2 months combined didn't even amount to a fraction of what this big client, Xu Xing, had given him. Although this time it was only 1 million, it was just to check the photos and locations of a few people. He was sure to earn at least 100,000 from this deal, albeit with tears in his eyes. 10 minutes? Xu Xing thought for a moment, then dialed his grandfather's number. Xiao Xing, have you eaten? A kind, aged voice came through the phone. Xu Xing smiled and said, Grandpa, yes, I ate stewed chicken. Good, good, eat whatever you like. Do you have enough money? That's enough, there's still plenty. Grandpa, I have good news for you, I'm bringing my girlfriend home for Chinese New Year. Xu Xing smiled broadly as he looked at Hua Xo, who was sitting quietly cross-legged. On the other end of the phone, Grandpa was visibly taken aback, then overjoyed, exclaiming, Good, good, you have a girlfriend. Bring her home. Where is she from? Xu Xing smiled wryly. Grandpa, I can tell you that when we get back. Listen to something else first. I might be going on a trip for a while. Don't worry about my safety. Grandpa, unsuspecting, said, Going on a trip is good. Have a good time with her, as long as it doesn't interfere with her studies. If you need money, just ask Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa, bye-bye. Finally, Xu Xing took a picture of Hua Xo, set it to be automatically sent to his sister in 10 hours, with a voice message. Your brother is taking his girlfriend on a trip for a few days. Tomorrow there might be some really bad news about me. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter, but I can absolutely guarantee my safety. From now on, I'll video chat with you at least once a week. Take good care of Grandpa and Grandma at home. They're getting old. If you need money, contact this person, Wu Yulong. Phone number. With everything ready, Xu Xing memorized the information about the Lu family of 4 from the unregistered account and tossed the phone aside. Xiao, Xinglan, let's go. Xu Xing, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, easily hailed a private car at the intersection. In this era, beauty is timeless. Xu Xing also enjoyed looking at beautiful women, but he disliked other men lecherously staring at Hua Xo. Xu Xing smiled and approached the driver, thinking he was just borrowing a car, but, Xinglan, knock him out. Make sure he doesn't wake up for a day, Xu Xing said calmly. Before the driver could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Xu Xing opened the back door. Get in. Xu Xing got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and used the phone unlocked by the unconscious driver's fingerprint to navigate straight to Liujiazhuang in the capital. The entire journey was 800 kilometers. If all went smoothly, it would take 8 hours. It would be exactly midnight then, dark and windy, perfect timing. In the back seat, Hua Xo sat upright, looking at Xinglan's expressionless face, somewhat at a loss. This was a legendary divine will master, hailed as the #1 killing god in the world. Beautiful, young, and incredibly powerful, truly amazing, Hua Xo muttered softly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a divine will master among the top 10 in the world was only a few years older than her. Indeed, comparison is odious, such talent could only be matched by the human empress. Thank you for saving me, Hua Xo said earnestly, turning to Xinglan. Xinglan glanced at Hua Xo. It's only right. Just take good care of the young master. Hua Xiao nodded blankly, saying sweetly, taking care of the young master is my duty. Anyway, thank you for saving my life. Xinglin's cold expression softened considerably. I'll teach you cultivation when we get back. Your strength is too low. Hua Xiao pointed to herself, somewhat incredulous. Me? Really? Of course. What, you don't want to? No, I just can't believe it. Hua Xiao stuck out her tongue. Her aptitude was practically common. Don't worry, I'm confident I can break through your innate limits. Xinglin explained deliberately to ease Hua Xiao's concerns. Yes, you're the 10th strongest in the world. Of course I believe in you. Hua Xiao smiled happily. With higher strength, she could better protect the young master. By the way, what is the young master going to do? Hua Xiao looked at the young master's calm face ahead, her heart pounding. Xinglin blurted out without hesitation, murder. Hua Xiao covered her mouth, murder. This was the Great Xia dynasty, not some other world. She remembered the first time her young master brought her here. He emphasized the importance of obeying the law. Now, he wanted to kill someone? Young master, do you really have to go? Hua Xiao asked worriedly. Xu Xing turned around, smiling easily, it's all right. Looking at the resolute look in her young master's eyes, Hua Xiao didn't say anything more. She wouldn't stop him from doing what he insisted on, she only needed to support him and clean up the mess. In the capital, in Lu family village, which spanned 100 miles, Lu Xiao's mother knelt on the ground, wailing, you good for nothing. Your son has been beaten insane, and you're just sitting here waiting to die. Are you even a man? My Xiaoer. Your father won't avenge you, but I will avenge you myself. Even if I die, I'll have the face to face you in the afterlife. The beautiful woman, clutching her drooling, simple-minded son, lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, tears and snot streaming down her face. The middle-aged man beside her clenched his fists, veins bulging, and roared, isn't it all because of your excessive pampering? If he had stayed home obediently, this wouldn't have happened. The beautiful woman stood up, her hair disheveled, and screamed, how should I know? How should I know? My Xiaoer, I'm so sorry. I'll go avenge you. The middle-aged man, seeing the scene, nearly ground his teeth to dust. His eyes red, he uttered each word slowly and deliberately, I will avenge you, but I can't find any information about that woman. Someone of his caliber naturally had ways to see that video. Although that woman displayed superhuman strength, even if it were true, so what? She could stop bullets, she could stop artillery shells, but could she stop the power of a nuclear bomb or a hydrogen bomb? As long as I can pinpoint her location, I can kill even a god. Useless trash, that woman and that brat are together. Won't you threaten him with his family? The whole family tied together, kill one a day, I don't believe he won't come out. The beautiful woman spoke viciously, her eyes filled with indescribable madness. Her youngest son had gone mad, driven insane by a lowly commoner. Killing him alone was far too lenient. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Revenge killing was vastly different from indiscriminate killing. What, you don't dare? Open your eyes and look at Xiaoer now. The middle-aged man looked at his youngest son, rolling on the ground and grinning foolishly. He sighed softly, closed his eyes, and made his decision. Within 3 days, I will send someone to bring his whole family here for you to deal with. Tisk tisk tisk, you old bastards, you've made it so I have no choice but to kill you. Suddenly, Xu Xing hovered in the window, looking at the two inside and speaking calmly. Xinglin jumped in first, followed by Xu Xing carrying Hua Xiao, as they entered the antique-style bedroom, spanning over 100 square meters. Lu Xiao's father, Lu Zikang, narrowed his eyes sharply, pulled out his phone, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang. 9 bullets were fired in quick succession, all aimed at Xinglin. Xinglin stood motionless, the bullet stopping a foot in front of her before falling to the ground with a series of clear, metallic clangs. Sigh, why struggle? Xu Xing said helplessly. Tell me, your idiot son, the first time he saw me, he mocked me for no reason, and even dared to gang up on me in public. I only broke his limbs, thinking that would be a good end of it. But then, you bastards dared to set up sniper rifles and try to kill me. A worthless life, crippling my Xiaoer, killing you would be too good for you, Before the old lady could finish speaking, Hua Xiao pulled out a pistol and shot her dead. Pa, your whole family's worthless lives. Hua Xiao angrily finished firing a magazine of bullets, then, still feeling unsatisfied, stomped on the old lady's head twice. Xu Xing was both amused and exasperated, pulling Hua Xiao away. You're filthy, don't stomp on me. Lu Zikang broke out in a cold sweat. Having witnessed Xinglin's extraordinary abilities firsthand, he realized the depth of his despair. Yes, let's talk this out. I won't hold you accountable. I know nothing today. I have a secret stash of money. If you let me go, I'll give it all to you. A spineless man, even worse than her, Xu Xing said disdainfully. Xinglin, do it. Keep it low-key. There are still 2 to kill, we can't let them escape. Of course, it's best if your whole family is safe and sound. Xinglan lightly raised her finger, and Lu Xikang, his face filled with terror, was transformed into an ice sculpture. Xinglan clenched her fist, and Lu Xikang disintegrated into ice crystals, vanishing without a trace. Xinglan, turn the remaining 2 into ice sculptures, don't break them, Xu Xing instructed. Although there might be cameras around, it's better to be safe than sorry. He wasn't afraid of being seen by his superiors, he was afraid they wouldn't see this. Since he had decided to take on the Lu family, he was prepared to be exposed. Demonstrating force appropriately could give him leverage in future negotiations. With unequal strength, he would only be met with air power and artillery next time. He was a model student of Great Xia, he didn't want to be an enemy of Great Xia. Cooperation was the best option. Xinglan nodded, not asking why, because it wasn't necessary. Suddenly, Xinglan frowned slightly, looking towards the corner of the wall 100 meters away. Young master, that thing seems to be spying on us. Xu Xing was overjoyed. Where? He had searched the security cameras for a long time without finding anything. Following Xinglan's finger, Xu Xing indeed saw a 360-degree surveillance camera emitting a red glow. Xu Xing quickly straightened his clothes, waved at the camera in a greeting gesture, and silently uttered a phrase. Let's go, let them reunite as a family. Xinglan, with one on each hand, led Xu Xing and Hua Xo through the air, flying towards the residence of the other 2 men 1,000 meters away. Lu Xiao's eldest and second eldest brothers. Actually, Lu Xiao's uncle was also involved. Logically, his uncle's entire family should have been killed, but Xu Xing felt that would be too cruel. Mainly, his uncle's family knew nothing about him, and indiscriminately killing innocent people went against his original intentions. After much deliberation, Xu Xing decided to let them go. Killing Lu Xiao's entire family would suffice. Around midnight, the small attics of Lu Xiao's 2 older brothers were still brightly lit. Without wasting any time, Xu Xing had Xinglan freeze them solid. Ugh, what a damn bad luck, Xu Xing sighed, standing on the rooftop, gazing at the sky. Hua Xo and Xinglan flanked Xu Xing, not disturbing his lament. Let's go. We'll be on the run for a while now. That idiot Lu Xiao. If it weren't for him, I might already be happily cooperating with the Great Xia government and at the pinnacle of my life. Damn it, now I'm dealing with the Great Xia government in this way. Bad luck, really bad luck. Xu Xing was filled with resentment. Lu Xiao's appearance had disrupted all his original plans. I'm hungry. Never mind, let's grab some hot pot before we run. Xinglan, take us there. At 4 p.m. on November 11, Lin Qi, dressed in military uniform, drove a black sedan towards Ping'an village in Huangzhong City. The back of the car was piled high with liquor and health supplements. His grandfather was supposed to come in person, but unfortunately, he was too old and suffered from chronic illnesses from a gunshot wound years ago, so Lin Qi had to come in his grandfather's place. Xu Rugong, 72 years old, an old farmer, was a robust and honest man with strong moral principles. He didn't covet small gains, had a slightly volatile temper, and doted on his only grandson, Xu Xing. Over an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Lin Qi got out of the car, carrying a very inconspicuous gift box. He politely knocked on the door. Uncle, are you home? Lin Qi's parents had married young and were 7 or 8 years older than Xu Xing. Calling him grandpa wouldn't be appropriate, so he decided to call him uncle and aunt. Who is it? Xu Xing's grandmother opened the door, somewhat bewildered to see Lin Qi in his military uniform. Lin Qi smiled gently. Aunt, is this Xu Xing's hometown? Don't worry, Xu Xing hasn't done anything wrong. I'm just here to get a basic understanding of the situation. Lin Qi lied, insisting Xu Xing hadn't done anything wrong. 2 lives had been taken, and although he hadn't killed them, he was closely involved. Oh, yes, please come in. Xu Xing's grandmother quickly opened the door. Grandpa, we have a guest. Come out quickly. Who is it? I heard Singer's name. Did something happen to him at school? An elderly man emerged from the bedroom, his back slightly hunched, his aged face etched with the marks of time. Lin Qi quickly stepped forward, supporting the old man. Regardless of Xu Xing's future, this was his grandfather's high school classmate, his elder, and he should respect him. Uncle, I'm from the 111th Army. I'm here mainly to ask if you'd be interested in letting Xu Xing join the army. As soon as Lin Qi finished speaking, he pulled out his identification with his left hand. Xu Rugong's face immediately lit up with excitement after reading the identification. You're saying Xiao Xing can join the army? But what about his health? Lin Qi smiled slightly. Of course he can. Besides, your grandson is exceptionally talented, otherwise, the organization wouldn't have sent me on this home visit. Good, I fully support him. But it still depends on Singer's own wishes. I won't force him. Xu Rugong seemed to have seen through Lin Qi's intentions and spoke with a smile. His grandson had really made something of himself, receiving a personal invitation from the military. But he still maintained that his grandson's life was his own to decide. Lin Chi smiled wryly, not too disappointed, as he had been mentally prepared. "It's all right, uncle. I came to ask for your opinions, and also to visit you and offer my grandfather's apology." "Apologize? Apologize for what?" Shu Rugong asked, puzzled. Lin Chi took out a decades-old pencil his grandfather had given him. "Uncle, do you still recognize this pencil?" Shu Rugong took the pencil, his face full of wistful emotion. "You're Lin's son? Wait, you're too young. Are you perhaps his grandson?" Lin Chi nodded awkwardly. "My mother gave birth to him early, otherwise he might still be Shu Xing now." "Uncle, this is fate. My grandfather wronged you at that gathering, please forgive him." Shu Rugong waved his hand, his eyes full of smiles. "It's been decades, I've long forgotten. But you, at such a young age, are already a colonel. You've brought him great honor. A prodigy, truly a prodigy." Shu Rugong looked Lin Chi up and down, full of affection. Having lived most of his life, he never expected to meet his high school classmate's child again. His aged face was filled with smiles. "Grandma, go and cook some dishes," Shu Rugong called out in a strong voice. Lin Chi did not refuse. His purpose in coming to inquire about Shu Xing was genuine, as was his visit to the old man before him. "Uncle, did Shu Xing say when he'd be back?" Shu Rugong sighed. "You've come at a bad time. He just finished a phone call, saying he's going on a trip with his girlfriend. Otherwise, I would have called him back tonight so you two could have a proper get-together." "Just now?" Lin Chi exclaimed in surprise. Shu Rugong nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Lin Chi suppressed his inner turmoil and forced a dry laugh. "Nothing, nothing. Uncle, did he say where he's going on the trip?" Shu Rugong shook his head. "No, but he did say he'd definitely be back for the new year." Lin Chi was about to ask more when his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression changing. "Uncle, it's the team calling. I'll go answer this call." Shu Rugong understood. "Go ahead." 3 should have appeared. "They're still tracking his exact location. How's it going on your end?" A serious voice came through the phone. Lin Chi went outside and lowered his voice, saying, "I have 2 pieces of good news. First, his family is extremely supportive of his joining the army. Second, they know he'll definitely be going back to his hometown for the new year." The other end paused, then slowly replied, "That's good. No need to disturb the old folks. He's preparing to come back, damn it. Lin Chi, you come back right now." That kid knocked out a bunch of people, hijacked a car, and headed straight for the capital, heading straight for Lu family village. Lin Chi took a deep breath. Where is he now? He's already near the capital. Damn it. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Lin Chi couldn't help but curse. The other end. Get the entire Lu family to evacuate immediately, especially Lu Xiao's family. Quickly. Lin Chi almost lost his temper, anxiously ordering. A month ago, Lu Xiao beat up Shu Xing, and Shu Xing dared to cripple both of Lu Xiao's legs. At that time, Shu Xing only had Hua Xo by his side. Now, another woman has appeared with Shu Xing, clearly a bodyguard he hired in this other world. With greater support, Shu Xing's audacity will surely grow even stronger. Lu Xiao's men shot Hua Xo in the heart. Given Shu Xing's affection for her, Lin Chi had a horrifying premonition that Shu Xing was using that woman to seek revenge against the Lu family. The possibility was 100%. How could Shu Xing's sniper wound heal so quickly in less than 2 days? Although Hua Xo shielded Shu Xing from the fatal blow, according to expert analysis, even with the highest level of medical technology on Earth, Shu Xing would need at least 6 months to recover. Truly a cultivation world. I already sent people to negotiate with the Lu family, but they wouldn't listen. Asking them to withdraw now is probably futile, the other side said helplessly. Lin Chi's face rarely showed anger. Idiot, you've been living in a powerful family for too long, you think you're still living in ancient times. Keep pushing those idiots, give them death orders. The danger San is in is unimaginable. There's no use me rushing back now. Wait for me 40 minutes. Promise the elders you'll eat here. If you contact San, have him call me. I'm at his hometown now, maybe we can have a good talk. Lin Chi arranged things methodically. Okay, I'll do my best. I'll contact you anytime. In a private room of a hot pot restaurant on a famous snack street in Shanghai, various hot pots, half spicy, half mild, tomato, were laid out on a round table, piled high with various dishes. Shu Xing sat by the window, eating and watching the scenery outside, occasionally glancing at the movements in Lu family village. Hua Xo, meanwhile, was carefully explaining to Xing Lan, whose eyes were filled with confusion, how to prepare and eat the various hot pot ingredients. Lord Lan, try this, it's a beef meatball, so fragrant. Hua Xo said with a grin, adding a gray meatball to Xinglan's bowl. Xinglan awkwardly picked up her chopsticks, took a small bite of the meatball, and the broken meatball released scalding juice. Xinglan frowned slightly, but quickly forgot the slight pain, her heart instantly filled with the aroma of meat. Hee, Lord Lan, I didn't expect you hadn't been to the young master's secret realm either, Hua Xo said, somewhat surprised. Xinglan looked up at Shuxing, the joy on her face slowly fading. I failed to protect the young master. This must be an opportunity that arose during his disappearance. Hua Xo quickly apologized, Lord Lan, I didn't mean to. It's all right. In terms of taking care of the young master, I'm indeed far inferior to you, which is why I need to train you. Your strength is too weak, Xinglan said nonchalantly. She only knew how to kill. Besides her killing skills, she knew nothing else. No, you're the 10th strongest expert in the world. With you by my side, the young master will almost never be in danger again, Hua Xo said earnestly, both envious and eager for Xinglan's strength. Gentlemen, let's talk privately on the way. Eat quickly, we'll be leaving soon. Do you really think we can eat this kind of delicious food every day while we're on the run? Shuxing looked at the two of them and said helplessly. He found the bond between the women somewhat incomprehensible. They'd only met for less than 2 days, yet they acted like they'd known each other for years, constantly whispering secrets to each other, making Hua Xo less inclined to joke and play with him anymore. His interruption wasn't out of jealousy. Hua Xo stuck out her tongue and huffed, Young master, where do we go next? Shu Xing shook his head. I don't know. We'll take it one step at a time. If all else fails, we'll go back to the Lost Land for a couple of days. However, before that, he needed to find out about the mercenary who had shot him. The person was dead, but the forces behind him were still at large. Shu Xing had no concept of innocence towards foreign mercenaries. He'd rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. He didn't want to be assassinated every few days. He wanted to eliminate them completely, to the point that foreign powers wouldn't dare touch him. Wait, we've been eating hot pot for half an hour. Why hasn't there been any movement from Lu family village? Shu Xing couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but complain. Hua Xo was utterly shocked. Young master, we committed a secret murder. Shouldn't it be better to remain hidden as long as possible? Shu Xing sighed. Normally, yes, but now he had changed his mind. While eating hot pot, he realized he felt incredibly guilty towards Wu Yulong. The Vitality Grass formula hadn't even turned a profit yet, and he had already depleted the Wu family's working capital. Although the Vitality Ointment had unlimited potential, he felt it was too late, and his crime might even affect Uncle Wu's business. He decided to do something to make amends to his good brother. Other worldly treasures were out of the question. He could give them in large quantities later, but not now. He was certain that if he gave them to Wu Yulong today, the relevant authorities would be swarming the Wu family tomorrow. The compensation needed to be substantial enough, yet it also needed to separate the Wu family from him. After much thought, he realized there was indeed a perfect solution. Xinglan, make some noise, wake everyone in Liu Jiazhuang, but don't let anyone die. After giving the instructions, Shu Xing took out his phone and dialed a number he'd remembered since childhood but never dialed. Hello, I need to call the police. I saw someone kill someone, please come quickly. My name is Wu Yulong, ID number 429 *XX, do you understand? The dispatcher was solemn. Sir, where are you? Are you in danger? Please protect yourself. Shu Xing sighed, wishing everyone were as gentle and dedicated as this dispatcher. He nervously said, the location is Liu Jiazhuang in Shanghai. I'm safe, thank you. Phew. The dispatcher breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we've dispatched the team. Is there anything else? Yes. Afraid the dispatcher would hang up, Shu Xing quickly said, the murderers are 1 man and 2 women, extremely vicious. Okay, please take care of yourself. Anything else? No, but I wanted to ask, is the reward for reporting murder substantial? The dispatcher hesitated. There's definitely a reward. We'll contact you after verification. Okay, remember this, my name is Wu Yulong, age 22, ID number 429 *XX. Hua Xo stared wide-eyed at her young master, who was earnestly reporting her. She was completely dumbfounded. She cautiously tugged at Xinglan's sleeve, intending to ask if the young master was all right, but found Xinglan also staring blankly, utterly stunned. Having dealt with Shu Xing, who was now finished, she felt refreshed. This way, even if the higher UPS didn't help the Wu family, they wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for them. As for himself, he was already burdened with debts, so it didn't matter. Have you finished eating, beauties? Shu Xing asked with a smile. Hua Xo immediately snapped out of her daze. Yes, I'm done. Xinglan's cold, beautiful face flushed slightly. This was the first time she had heard her young master speak so frivolously. After losing his memory, he seemed like a completely different person. Compared to the previously dull young master, she preferred the current one. Let's go. I've decided where we'll go next, deep in the mountains, for a picnic for a few days. Xu Xing's previous university life had been too monotonous and boring. While they were still young, he wanted to take Hua Xo to explore the entire planet to make up for it. A picnic? Hua Xio's eyes lit up. Young master, we also need to prepare tableware, seasonings, and bedding. Xu Xing gently pinched Hua Xio's nose. My sweet little cotton-padded jacket, let's go on a big shopping spree. In Lu family village, the deafening crash of a rockery that Xing Lan casually smashed successfully woke everyone. Countless figures rushed back and forth, searching for the murderer's location, and then the bodies of Lu Xikang and the others were quickly exposed. Screams and cries filled the air, and before they could even call the police cars had already arrived at the gate. This incident was later recorded in the capital as the fastest police response time for a major accident in history. The kind-hearted and beautiful voice dispatcher also received numerous accolades. Getting back to the point, the police quickly secured the scene and began their investigation. Captain Wang, 4 lives lost. Just like last time, one body is missing, leaving behind a pile of ice crystals. But this time, the man called Captain Wang looked extremely grim. But what? The reporter swallowed hard. Why don't you go take a look yourself? Captain Wang snorted coldly. In all his years of rushing to crime scenes, what kind of brutal murder hadn't he seen? Captain Wang walked into Brother Lu Xiao's house. The 2 ice sculptures that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. Suddenly, he remembered that Wangjiang City seemed to have had a similar case a few days ago, but in the end, special operations were taking over this case now. This is the handover procedure. Tai Heiran, who had rushed over from 800 miles away, looked at the ice sculptures, his heart filled with shock and anger. He was still a step too late. Captain Wang Yang, right? If there are no problems, proceed with the handover procedure. Tai Heiran said calmly. Wang Yang shuddered. No problem, no problem. He hadn't heard of the Special Operations Group, but he'd seen the official seal it belonged to the highest-ranking military officer. Captain Wang, keep today's events to yourself. Release the information publicly, wait for further announcements. Wang Yang quickly replied, understood? He then hurriedly led his men away. What had happened today had completely shattered his worldview. Outside the house, Wang Yang put his arm around 2 of his subordinates and said sternly, we didn't see anything, understand? His 2 subordinates weren't stupid. Yes, we don't know anything. Wang Yang returned at the same speed he had come. Tai Heiran stared at the ice sculpture, his face extremely grim. Was this the legendary immortal technique? But did cultivators have the right to act with impunity? This was the 7th life lost. He suppressed his anger and dialed Lin Qi's number. In Ping'an village, Lin Qi was having dinner with Xu Xing's grandparents when the phone rang. He smiled apologetically, Uncle, I'm sorry. Xu Rugong waved his hand dismissively, work is important, go answer it. It's confidential, I understand. Your grandfather was like that too. Lin Qi chuckled dryly and quickly ran out. Lin Qi, I'm going to blow that bastard up. Lin Qi, who had just answered the phone, immediately heard Tai Heiran's furious roar. Lin Qi's eyelids twitched, a bad premonition creeping in. Damn, how many did you kill? Tai Heiran gritted his teeth. 4. 7 lives in total. And he even froze them into ice sculptures, deliberately telling us it was him, huh? Lin Qi smiled bitterly. Have you contacted him? I'll talk to him. Talk my ass. I'm going to blow that bastard up. He's too arrogant and lawless. Lin Qi frowned, sighing deeply. Can you blow him up? With her speed and strength, if she stays in the city, are we going to have to raise the whole city to the ground? Tai Heiran breathed heavily through his nose, his voice low. So we just let him run rampant? Lin Qi shook his head. Of course not. He went too far this time. We need to find him first, then we can use force appropriately. At all costs, find him within a day. Tai Heiran grinned maliciously. Don't worry, I'll find him within half a day. Calm down. Don't harm civilians, Lin Qi said. Tai Heiran snorted coldly, I know. Brother Tai, take a look at this surveillance footage. The technician handed over the video with a strange expression, pulling up the most peculiar part in the middle. Xu Xing's large face was revealed. He raised his hand and slowly waved it, mouthing, hello. Thanks for your hard work. Click. Tai Heiran's phone started smoking. The technician, without a word, dropped the video and left. He didn't want to provoke the enraged Brother Tai. Was that a criminal suspect just now? He was indeed too damn arrogant, actually greeting them and saying, thank you for your hard work. If they didn't arrest him, it would be an injustice. On the other side, Lin Qi, listening to the busy tone on his phone, frowned deeply. He didn't want to kill Xu Xing, whether out of consideration for their relationship or for the bigger picture. Xu Xing couldn't die, although he was truly heinous, but, sigh, Lin Qi looked at the 2 elderly people in the room and sighed deeply. What kind of mess is this? What happened to the promised win-win cooperation? Now, he came to negotiate, and Shu Xing has already taken out 4 people. That idiot Lu Xiao. After thinking it over, Lin Chi felt that everything was caused by him. Lin Chi rubbed his stiff face, forced a smile, and returned to the table. No matter what, he wanted to keep the 2 elders from finding out. They were old and couldn't handle the shock. Although this matter might not be completely suppressed, he could at least keep it a secret for as long as possible. Uncle, I have a question for you. Please tell me the truth, Lin Chi asked with a smile. Shu Rugong, having drunk a little, patted his chest and said, Godson, you tell me. Lin Chi's face darkened. He was already 30, but this wasn't the time to dwell on such things. I want to ask you, if someone hit your grandson, what would you do? Lin Chi stared intently at Shu Rugong, wanting to hear the truth. After all, Shu Xing had grown up with him and was most influenced by him. Upon hearing this, Shu Rugong's eyes immediately reddened. Who dares to hit my grandson? I'd kill him. Of course, I'd hit him back. Lin Chi smiled wryly. So that's how it is. Uncle, just kidding, don't get agitated. November 12th, early morning, the sun shines brightly. Shu Xing and his 2 companions, carrying a large bag of belongings, arrive at their destination. Mangshan, the infamous Wild Man Mountain of Shanghai. True to its name, legends of sightings of wild men circulate every few years. Shu Xing doesn't care about wild men. Having seen beastmen and elves from other worlds, he's not interested in them. His main reason for coming here is Mangshan's remote location, sparsely populated, and notoriously poor and desolate area. He plans to stay here for a few days, observe his superior's attitude towards him, and then decide his future. Young master, it's ready. Here you go. Hua Xo gets up and hands the largest skewer on the grill to Shu Xing. Seeing the young master's satisfied smile, Hua Xo is also filled with joy. Shu Xing watched Hua Xo bustling about, feeling a pang of heartache. He stepped forward and wiped the sweat from her brow, saying softly, Go rest for a bit, I'll grill it. No need, young master, do you think my grilling isn't good? Shu Xing sighed helplessly. Since she'd said that, he could only let her continue grilling. Shu Xing went to Xing Ian's side. What are your plans for the future? Xing Lan, who had been staring blankly ahead, snapped out of her reverie. She glanced at Shu Xing and was about to rise to greet him, but Shu Xing stopped her. Just be friends. I still need your protection. Xing Lan blinked. Protecting young master is my duty. Shu Xing waved his hand. Nothing is a duty. I don't know what the me of the past thought, but this is how I am now. Relax. You're the 10th strongest martial artist in the world. What are your plans for the future? Xing Lan shook her head slightly. Following young master. Whatever young master tells me to do, I'll do. Shu Xing sighed again and asked a different question. What do you like? A hint of confusion appeared in Xinglan's eyes. Like it? Yes, it's the thing you've done the most, the thing that makes you happy while doing it. Xinglan understood somewhat. Then it must be killing people, right? Shu Xing covered her face. Okay. Don't just focus on fighting and killing in the future. Is this barbecue good? Is the cola tasty? Shu Xing's sudden change of topic made Xinglan pause slightly, then slowly nod after thinking for a moment. Shu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Life is for enjoyment, take it slow. By the way, when I asked you about coming here to kill people, you said you were sure you could manage on your own? What did you mean? Do you mean I have a divine wheel expert with me? Shu Xing was somewhat expectant. Xinglan honestly shook her head, denying it outright. Of course not. Originally, the Xinglan family had a divine will expert, but he went with the great general. This. Shu Xing clicked her tongue, somewhat disappointed. But Xinglan's next words excited him again. Although there are no divine will experts, the general has left you a foundation, 5,000 star soldiers, the lowest being the innate realm and the highest the heavenly will realm. The lowest being the innate realm? My goodness. Shu Xing felt that this force, plus Xinglan, would easily crush the Lost Lands. They'll be gathering in Chingling City in the next couple of days, and then they'll be completely under your command, young master, Xinglan added. Young master, will you stay in the Lost Lands or return to the Holy City? Xinglan turned around and suddenly asked. What are your thoughts? Shu Xing asked with a smile. Xinglan said seriously, although the Lost Lands are impoverished, their people are honest and kind, making them suitable for development. Shu Xing chuckled, but this place can't avenge the great general you speak of, well, that is, my cheap old man who's already gone. Xinglan lowered her head in silence. Young master, Lord Lan, let's eat barbecue, let's not talk about those sad things anymore. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Hua Xo, holding a large bunch of grilled skewers, handed them over with a grin. Shu Xing ruffled the squirm-like Hua Xo's hair. All you ever think about is food. Hua Xo grumbled twice, young master, how are we going to sleep tonight? Shu Xing said matter-of-factly, of course, I'll sleep with you, Pa. Hua Xiao blushed and spat lightly. Young master, I was asking about Lord Lan. I can't protect you anymore. Hua Xiao still remembered the sniper rifle incident. If another shot were fired, she might not even be able to shield her young master from the bullet. Young master, you can sleep in the middle, either side is fine with me. Chingling tried to appear calm, speaking with an indifferent expression, but the flush on her cheeks betrayed her. Hee, young master, are you looking forward to it? Hua Xiao suddenly whispered in Xu Xing's ear. Xu Xing expressionlessly reached out and poked her waist with his finger. Hee. Young master, no. It tickles so much. Hua Xiao squirmed, but how could she easily escape Xu Xing's clutches? Looking forward to it? Looking forward to it? Xu Xing asked each time, poking her again. A weak, languid laugh escaped Hua Xiao's lips as she nestled in Xu Xing's arms, whimpering, I'm not looking forward to it at all. Young master, Lord Lan is watching. Xu Xing shrugged indifferently. She's special. Even if she sees you exposed, I won't be jealous. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes. Xing Lan was a delicate beauty, the young master certainly wouldn't be jealous. This idea wouldn't work. Hua Xiao stared at the barbecue grill ahead, her dark, gleaming eyes darting around. Young master, the barbecue's burning. Let me up quickly, or we won't have lunch or dinner. Xu Xing didn't continue teasing Hua Xiao. He easily released her, giving her a hard slap on the bottom before leaving. Hua Xiao glared fiercely at Xu Xing, then turned and quickly ran to the barbecue. Xing Lan watched, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. Wangzhou City, police station. Wu Yulong, bewildered, led his girlfriend inside, and emerged in shock. Looking at the bustling street before him, Wu Yulong was at a loss. Su Yi squeezed Wu Yulong's hand and said softly, let's get in the car first. Wu Yulong nodded. This was indeed not the place to talk. Yi, did he really kill Lu Xiao's entire family? Wu Yulong still couldn't believe it. Although Xu Xing had already given him a heads up, he never imagined Xu Xing would kill people, let alone wipe out an entire family. Su Yi's pretty face was filled with a bitter smile. I'm even less willing to believe it. Now we need to think about what to do. Su Yi looked worried. Wu Yulong's lips twitched. How can we think of a solution? Murder? Is it just a matter of money? But thinking of Xu Xing's relaxed expression in the video his father had shown him, he had a plan. Yi, sell some of our less important businesses and raise 10 or 20 million. Since that fool is pushing the credit onto me, I must fulfill my promise to him. This is what we can do for him now. As for what happens next, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. In the vast mountains, a man and two women chatted and laughed, roasting sweet potatoes and eating barbecue when hungry, drinking beverages and cola when thirsty. They lived a carefree life. An outsider would have thought they were on vacation. They showed absolutely no awareness of being fugitives. Xu Xing, lying on Hua Xiao's white lap, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looked at Xing Lan, who sat cross-legged. Xing Lan, do you have any magical artifacts or runes that can protect ordinary people? He wasn't worried about his own safety, but his family was a different story. Although family members shouldn't be harmed, his situation was somewhat unique. Some might resort to unethical means, and he had to be careful. Xinglan opened her bright, star-like eyes. Yes, but what kind of damage does young master need to withstand? Shuxing thought for a moment. At least enough to withstand the level of the sniper rifle attack last time. How much? That level is easy. Does young master want to protect some of the people in the secret realm? Shuxing shifted to a more comfortable position and lazily replied, yes, preferably something that can actively detect danger and protect ordinary people. I have 20 Earth-rank Jade tokens. Is that enough? Xinglan asked. 20? That should be enough, thank you, Shuxing smiled. Xinglan replied seriously, it's nothing. A flash of silver-white ring appeared on Xinglan's right hand, revealing 20 thumb-sized, pale white jade tokens. You can use your spatial ring? Shuxing was greatly shocked, knowing that even the armor provided by the flower jade system couldn't be used. Xinglan explained, perhaps my Yuan Qi exceeds the suppression limit here. Ever since she first entered this place, she had noticed its strangeness. There was no Yuan Qi at all, yet it could suppress her cultivation by 50 or 60%. Even the top array masters of the holy city, with prearranged arrays, could not suppress her strength by more than 40%. This secret realm of the young masters was truly unheard of. Xu Xing toyed with the jade token in his hand. Xiao, prepare to pack your things. We're leaving tonight. Okay. Hua Xiao obediently nodded, her slender fingers moving to Xu Xing's temples, gently massaging them. On the other side, Tai Heron, utilizing satellites in the sky and ground surveillance, finally locked onto Mangshan. Assemble. Head to Mangshan. Tai Heron, exuding murderous intent, got into an off-road vehicle and drove straight towards Mangshan. A dozen soldiers exchanged glances, quickly unloading equipment and heading towards Mangshan. They knew clearly in their hearts that the enemy they were facing this time was the legendary cultivator. To be honest, if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that immortals truly existed in this world. Vice Captain, can we kill her with this cannon? Tisk, definitely not. She's the only cultivator right now. If we kill her. Ahem, the Vice Captain coughed twice, speaking seriously, stay alert, don't let your guard down. That woman doesn't blink when she kills. The others replied solemnly, yes, sir. Their main mission this time was simple forceful intimidation, paving the way for later negotiations. The group traveled quickly, arriving at the foot of Mangshan Mountain an hour later. Tai Heron got out of the car, looked at the 3 red dots on the satellite, snorted coldly, and ordered, set up the cannon, prepare to load ammunition. This, boss, isn't the plan to issue a warning first, and only fire if negotiations fail? Tai Heron spat, fire first, give them a heads up. Otherwise, they'd really think we're pushovers, that they can do whatever they want in Great Xia. Tai Heron knew that firing the cannon meant offending the other side, but he represented the Great Xia government. What Xu Xing had done deserved to be executed 100 times over. Firing the cannon was a warning, a way to make them behave. Furthermore, the higher UPS wanted to see just how strong this cultivator was, and what level he could reach. If this shot killed him instantly, then they wouldn't care about this worthless cultivation inheritance. If he survived, then the future would truly undergo a major transformation. Of course, they were also prepared for the consequences of Xu Xing surviving. Having Lin Qi's grandfather's connection greatly increased their chances of success. The soldiers were incredibly efficient. In less than a minute, a cannon with a 3-meter-high chassis, a 2-meter-long barrel, and an 80-centimeter-thick diameter was successfully assembled. Automatic positioning successful. Tai Heron, his face cold, waved his hand and said, release. With a whoosh, the dazzling fireball flew towards Xu Xing and the other two under the setting sun. Tai Heron activated the satellite for real-time monitoring. He wanted to see if that woman was really like the cultivators in novels, capable of flying and shattering mountains and rivers with her fists. Halfway up Mangshan Mountain, Chingling, who was helping Hua Xo pack her things, felt a warning in her mind. This feeling was exactly the same as the one with the sniper rifle, only this time it was more obvious because it was aimed at all 3 of them. Chingling frowned, her killing intent instantly rising. It happened once before, and now it's happening again? Xiao, keep an eye on the young master. Chingling lightly pushed off with her right foot, heading straight for the fireball. A group of soldiers watching the live broadcast at the foot of the mountain trembled at the corners of their mouths. Judging from the woman's calm and contemptuous expression, the shell seemed rather rubbish. Chingling didn't disappoint them. She stood in midair and slapped the incoming fireball out of the air. The shell, originally blazing and reeking of gunpowder, instantly froze into layers of ice. Chingling didn't stop there. She used her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, but Tai Heron and his group were too far away. She could only pinpoint their general location. Chingling snorted coldly and slapped the ice bullet towards Tai Heron and his men. The ice bullet was much faster than the fired fireball, hurtling towards them in the blink of an eye. Tai Heron was terrified and shouted, get down. A dozen soldiers scrambled to the ground with a thud. Bang! The ice bullet struck a large tree less than 100 meters from Tai Heron and his group. The tree, too large for 2 people to hold, snapped instantly, leaving a crater over 3 meters wide and 1 meter deep, emitting a chilling aura. The group slowly raised themselves, looked at the massive crater, and couldn't help but swallow hard. My goodness, over 8,000 meters away, these are cultivators. Human navigation system? That's insane. Luckily we're far enough away. If we'd been hit, our team would be etched into history. I've already thought of a name, the XX team, heroically sacrificing themselves for the descent of the cultivation era. Tai Heron's face alternated between pale and dark. This woman's strength far exceeded the assessment above. It seemed the cultivation plan needed to be planned well in advance. This would inevitably mean letting the heinous Xu Xing go, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he had no choice but to accept it. The priority now is peaceful negotiations, to get the other side to abide by the law as much as possible, and to reduce innocent casualties. Let's talk it out, let's negotiate, Tai Heron said helplessly. The other soldiers quickly responded. They weren't afraid to die, but no one wanted to die an innocent death. Xu Xing, this is the Great Xia Special Operations Team. We want to talk to you and the beautiful woman beside you. Halfway up the mountain, Chingling, to prevent the enemy from using a diversionary tactic, immediately returned to Xu Xing's side after blocking the artillery shell. Xu Xing, witnessing everything below, stroked his chin. It seemed those above were moving faster than he expected. They hadn't foolishly taken planes or high-speed trains along the way. With Chingling present, the 3 of them could run just as fast as on a high-speed train. Young master, shall we wipe them out? Xinglan's eyes blazed with killing intent. Shuxing shook his head. No rush, Xiao, continue packing. He had a guess in his mind. That artillery shell was a test from above. He truly had no intention of being enemies with Great Xia, but the way they greeted him had surprised him somewhat. Just then, a booming sound came from below. Shuxing, we are from the Great Xia Special Operations Team. Shuxing never expected that the same people who fired the shell 2 minutes ago would demand to talk to him 2 minutes later. The chill in Xinglan's eyes intensified. Shu Xing shook his head with amusement. That's how quickly they changed their tune. If Xinglan hadn't been so powerful, they'd probably be at his feet, guns pointed at him, ready to talk. Tisk tisk tisk, let's go talk to them first. Shu Xing, with Hua Xo in his arms and Xinglan supporting him, covered dozens of meters in a single stride, quickly rushing down the mountain to the location where the sound came from. Below, on the satellite monitor, watching Xingyan's seemingly flying speed, everyone stared wide-eyed, filled with longing. I wonder where her strength compares to other cultivators. Yeah, if everyone in the cultivation world had this terrifying strength, then Blue Star would be. Tai Heron's expression turned solemn, and he firmly stated, no, these cultivators will likely face significant limitations here. Moreover, these cultivators' arrival here is inextricably linked to this kid. The only 2 cultivators in the world are the 2 women beside that kid. To call it a coincidence is unbelievable. Right, team leader Tai is smart. Definitely, otherwise, how could he be our captain? The scene briefly spiraled out of control, but thankfully, Tai Heron didn't lose himself amidst the cheers. Ahem, everyone, be serious, he's coming. The 8,000-meter high mountain was like flat ground under Xingyan's feet. In less than a few minutes, she had reached the hillside 500 meters away from Tai Heron and his group. Wang Xiao put down his weapon, stepped out of the car, and, holding a megaphone, cheerfully asked, Shu Xing, how have you been? One doesn't hit a smiling face, so Shu Xing chuckled in return, not bad, no need for you all to worry about me. Shu Xing's voice naturally couldn't carry 500 meters, but with the enhancement of Xinglan Yuankai, it was effortless now. Wang Xiao's lips twitched. Who would want to worry about you, he thought to himself, but still spoke softly, Shu Xing, we're both sensible people, so I'll get straight to the point. We're a special operations team, and this trip is for you and the 2 special people behind you. Oh, Shu Xing said calmly. Wang Xiao chuckled dryly, Shu Xing, isn't that a bit too cold? Shu Xing glanced at him sideways, I'll give you a little nudge, and then we can continue our warm conversation, how about that? Cough, cough, Wang Xiao choked, inwardly smiling bitterly. This guy really wasn't one to back down. Shu Xing, you should know the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. 7 lives, logically speaking. Shu Xing sneered, logically speaking? Indeed, logically speaking, those trash from the Liu family should have been executed by slow slicing long ago. Now I'm cleaning up this mess for you for free, and you won't even say thank you. Inside the car, Tai Heron was furious. He couldn't help but get out and shout, the country has its laws, they are guilty, and someone will deal with them. If everyone acted as recklessly as you, what would society become? Shu Xing scoffed, someone will deal with them? Does someone mean you? You. Boss, calm down. The other soldiers ordered themselves to get out of the car and restrain Tai Heron. Wang Xiao, steeling himself, looked at Shu Xing. Shu Xing, your grandparents are still waiting for you to bring your girlfriend home. Shu Xing squinted. How are my grandparents? Don't pressure me. Wang Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. Your grandparents are fine. We represent the authorities. If you don't believe me, you can call and confirm right now. This was part of their plan. Lin Qi was currently chatting and laughing with his grandfather. Shu Xing didn't stand on ceremony. Toss me a phone. Wang Xiao walked 200 meters forward, placed the unlocked phone on the ground, and then returned the way he came. Xingyan's hand deftly drew out a palm-sized phone, which landed in her hand and handed it to Shu Xing. Shu Xing gave Xinglan a thumbs up that was a cool move and dialed a video call on WeChat. It rang for over 20 seconds, Shu Xing's fingers tense. Fortunately, the call connected a few seconds later. The image on the screen showed her grandfather's aged, slightly ruddy face. Shu Xing was somewhat taken aback. Grandpa, have you been drinking? Ahem, little Xing, Grandpa's happy today. By the way, are you on your trip with your girlfriend? If not, I came back first to meet the grandson of my high school classmate. Lin Qi's lips twitched. Something about this sounded off. Shu Xing looked through the screen at Lin Qi, who was dressed in military uniform. Grandpa, is this the descendant of the general classmate you mentioned before? Yes, I never thought we'd meet again. Shu Xing thought to himself, that's right. When we were poor, we couldn't find him anywhere. But as soon as they discovered his special status, they rushed over to get close. Grandpa, we're on a trip now. We'll definitely treat him to a meal when we get back. They were pragmatic, and Xu Xing was pragmatic too. Going back would only bring harm. With Xu Rugong on speakerphone, Lin Qi naturally heard everything Xu Xing said. "Uncle, can I talk to him?" Tai Heiran had already sent him the message, and he felt he had to do something. Xu Rugong didn't think much of it. "Xiao Xing, let your brother say a few words to you." Xu Xing nodded with a smile. Hello, classmate Xu Xing." Lin Qi's calm and composed voice came through. Xu Xing clicked her tongue and said, "Old classmates reuniting, what a coincidence." Lin Qi's expression remained unchanged. "Xu Xing, we're all adults now, this is just reality." "Heh, that's true, so this is your reality now." Xu Xing naturally wouldn't let his grandfather hear these things, and Lin Qi wouldn't say it in front of Xu Rugong. After taking the phone, Lin Qi went to a corner alone. "Xu Xing, no matter what, it's a fact that your grandfather and my grandfather were good friends in high school. It's only right that you call me Big Brother." "Of course, let them be. As for you now, I can't accept being called Big Brother. I am now, in my capacity as a colonel, representing Daxia, formally requesting your cooperation and a serious discussion." Xu Xing chuckled, "Of course, but first I'll show you something good. So that some of you won't be plotting against me and my family every day." As Xu Xing finished speaking, Xing Lan, who was already prepared, stomped her foot hard. "This is my confidence. I look forward to a sincere negotiation." With one stomp, Xing Lan bypassed Tai Heiran and the others, and a thick layer of ice formed within a kilometer radius, as if entering an ice age. Hiss! The officials present and those absent all gasped in shock. Wang Xiao, who was so frightened he didn't collapse to the ground, possessed remarkable composure. Being closest, he felt the chill of the ice layer most acutely. It penetrated to the bone, a chill even the polar regions couldn't feel. Shu, please calm down. Please trust Great Xia. We won't harm your family, on the contrary, we will protect them." Wang Xiao shivered uncontrollably. Now, having witnessed such divine power, he was even more determined to negotiate. Xu Xing chuckled. "I'm very calm. I believe the higher UPS have seen my sincerity." Wang Xiao gave a dry laugh, not daring to respond rashly. Just after Xing Yan's kick, he heard at least 10 heavy breaths through his left earpiece. "So, Xu Xing, you agreed to negotiate?" "Of course. I'm a model student, I never lie," Xu Xing said earnestly. Wang Xiao's lips twitched. "A model student? A model student who kills an entire family at the slightest disagreement? But I'm in a bad mood right now, I don't want to talk," Xu Xing added calmly. Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched. "Xu Xing, we were wrong this time, we'll make appropriate compensation, as long as you mention." Xu Xing waved his hand, interrupting Wang Xiao. "I don't actually blame you for firing the cannon, after all, I did break the law. How about this, you do me a small favor first, and then we'll negotiate formally." "What is it?" Wang Xiao asked cautiously. This person couldn't be judged by common sense, he dared not agree rashly. "Simple. I heard that the person who shot me with a sniper rifle last time was a foreign mercenary. I need all the information and real-time locations of the key members of the organization behind that person." Wang Xiao felt a chill. Did this person intend to go abroad and wipe them all out? "Say yes." A deep, authoritative voice rang in Wang Xiao's ears. Wang Xiao's expression remained unchanged, forcing a smile. "No problem. Pleasant cooperation. This is our first collaboration, I hope both sides enjoy it," Xu Xing said with satisfaction. "Of course it's enjoyable, very enjoyable," Wang Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Then, can I travel openly to various cities from now on?" Xu Xing suddenly asked. Wang Xiao was taken aback. This. As if sensing Wang Xiao's worry, Xu Xing considerately added, "Don't worry, like I said, I'm a model student. For the past 2 months, except for those few idiots from the Lu family, I've been very law-abiding, I haven't run a single red light." Wang Xiao, "Promise him. Keep an eye on him from a distance. As long as he truly obeys the law, let him go." Receiving the instruction, Wang Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "Xu, as long as you obey the law, all the major cities welcome you. I hope you can keep your word," Wang Xiao earnestly reminded him. Like Xinglan, a human nuclear weapon that appears and disappears unpredictably, they couldn't stop her even if they wanted to. Instead of trying to block her, it's better to guide her. This way, they can still monitor her movements in real time. Xu Xing gave him an okay sign. "Give me their location information within 3 days, and I'll send you some of their precious medicinal herbs." Having taken several lives on their shoulders, even with Xinglan's presence, they wouldn't dare speak openly, but they certainly harbored much resentment. Offering them some benefits to give them hope of cultivating immortality would facilitate better cooperation. Sure enough, Wang Xiao's previous gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile. "Student Xu, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer within 3 days. I'll send the information to your email then? No problem, let's go. Xu Xing clapped his hands, and Xingling, leading the two, covered several meters in a single step, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Wang Xiao clicked his tongue. The thought of coming into contact with immortal herbs among cultivators in 3 days filled him with excitement. As the first group to have close contact with Xu Xing, they would undoubtedly be the fastest to experience the transformative power of cultivation. With the assurance from above, Xu Xing, along with Hua Xo and Xingling, drove swaggeringly towards his hometown. Although they had their promise, Xu Xing never relied on verbal guarantees. He still intended to hide Xingling's jade tokens, one by one, on his family members. As for how to hide them, with Xingling, a master of divine wheels, around, a simple illusion would perfectly resolve the problem. In total, the 20 jade tokens would be distributed among his family of 5, his aunt's family of 3, his uncle's family of 5, and a few close friends like Wu Yulong. He would stay in Wangjiang City for the next few days. If the jade tokens reacted during this time, Xingling, at full power, could reach the scene within a minute. If it really came to that, he would have to consider whether to transfer his parents and relatives to another world. Of course, that would be a last resort. He believed the ending would be happy. At 4 in the morning, at the secret base in the capital, less than a day later, another emergency meeting was held because of one person. The meeting topic, Immortals. The group of Xu Xing and his companions, flying back and forth, finally managed to secretly hide the various jade tokens on their relatives and friends before dawn. Now, Xu Xing had to deal with a troublesome little matter. The secret meant he would inevitably have to frequently deceive his family in the future. He needed to deal with the message he sent to his younger sister quickly, otherwise she might call the police. Luckily, his sister was in high school and usually didn't get her phone until Friday. Xu Xing drove past a shopping mall, his eyes lighting up. Let's go buy some clothes for you guys, and I'll get a few for my sister too. Before, when he didn't have money, his aunt bought him clothes. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to repay her. Young master, you've already bought me a lot, but we haven't bought anything for Lord Lan yet. Let's buy him a few more. Hua Xo didn't want to waste her young master's money, she only needed enough clothes for herself. Xu Xing, of course, wouldn't listen to Hua Xo. Come in, everyone must choose 7 outfits, at least one to change every day. Besides, wearing the same clothes every day will get boring, Xu Xing explained seriously. Hua Xo blushed and lightly spat. Young master, keep your voice down, there are so many people here. So, are you going to buy it or not? Buy, whatever young master says. Hua Xo reluctantly complied. Xu Xing, holding Hua Xio's right hand and Xingling's right hand, attracted the attention of countless men as they entered the mall. The sales assistant, noticing the 2 elegant young women beside Xu Xing, approached with a smile and bowed slightly, asking, "What would you 3 like?" Hua Xio shook her head, looking at Xu Xing. As for Xing Lan, her mind went blank. It was the first time she'd ever been so intimately touched by a man. It was only because of Xu Xing. Anyone else would have been slapped and sent to their death. Xu Xing said confidently, "Recommend a few outfits that would suit them. If they're suitable, I'll pack them all up. Oh, and I also need a few sets of high school girl outfits that fit her figure," Xu Xing added, pointing to Xing Lan. His aunt's daughter, his younger sister, had developed early. By her senior year of high school, she was already 1.73 meters tall, which had once made Xu Xing feel insecure. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. "Okay, sir and lady, please follow me." Less than half an hour after entering the mall, Xu Xing emerged, satisfied, with his girlfriend from another world. His girlfriend from another world was so much better, gentle, considerate, and obedient. If she thought a piece of clothing looked good, Hua Xio would never disagree. This meant Xu Xing could buy whatever he wanted, decisively and quickly, avoiding the embarrassing situation of spending 10 hours shopping with his girlfriend and not buying a single item. Of course, Xu Xing always asked Hua Xio's opinion before buying anything, but the answer was always the same: whatever young master says. Having gotten used to it, he stopped asking. If Hua Xio's gaze lingered on an item for more than 3 seconds, he would buy it without hesitation. 3 seconds was Hua Xio's standard for liking an item. As for Xing Lan, who stood stiffly to the side, Xu Xing couldn't figure out her thoughts. Following the sales assistant's recommendations, he bought 1 item of each item. When paying, the sales assistant practically offered herself up. Nearly 20 sets of women's clothing, 10,000 yuan. Her monthly turnover might not even reach this much. Take care, and welcome back next time. Xu Xing smiled kindly. Thank you for your hard work, and I wish you booming business. From childhood, his grandfather taught him to be a model student, and most of the time, he truly lived up to that. Most of the time, of course, meant that no one deliberately provoked him. "Xiao, when you see my little sister later, remember, don't call me young master, or I'll give you a good spanking when we get back." Xu Xing repeatedly reminded her. He didn't want to be embarrassed in front of his little sister. Hua Xiao hummed twice. Having come to understand Daxia, she wasn't the naive girl she used to be. I know, young master. Xinglan too, no need to call me young master. Xinglan, Xinglan. Shu Xing turned around helplessly, looking at the bewildered Xinglan. Hua Xo covered her mouth and chuckled. The legendary killing god was actually quite adorable. She whispered in Xinglan's ear, quickly repeating the young master's words. Oh, Xinglan snapped out of her daze and quickly replied. Before getting on the bus, Shu Xing bought a bunch of roadside snacks and fruit, carried them, and headed straight for her younger sister's school. Li Qingran, dressed in her blue and white school uniform, should have been carefree studying at school, but her delicate face was now deathly pale. She bit her lip, asking unwillingly, "Doctor, do I have to be hospitalized? Is there any other way? I'm about to take the college entrance exam, being hospitalized now." The pristine white consultation room was adorned with thank you plaques praising her high medical ethics and healing the sick. A young doctor sat in the center, glanced at the young girl, and said calmly, "Excessive curvature of the cervical spine. If she isn't hospitalized immediately, she will be paralyzed." Li Qingran's face changed drastically. For a high school senior, paralysis was an unimaginable fear. "Go back and prepare. Bring an adult tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. I'll handle your hospital admission procedures. I only have time tomorrow." The young expert finished speaking and waved his hand. Next. Li Qingran clutched the diagnosis report in her hand, her heart filled with anxiety and fear. This diagnosis was hard for her to accept. She didn't dare tell her parents. They had raised her with great difficulty and had high hopes for her college entrance exam, and now this unexpected event had occurred. A bitter smile appeared on Li Qingran's pale face. Although she could try again next year, it was easier said than done. What if another unexpected event occurred next year? And the doctor's assessment was so serious, could her illness really be completely cured in just a few months? She was filled with uncertainty about her future. Should she call her older brother first? Li Qingran's spirits lifted. No matter what, her brother was far more capable than her. Asking him might give her a solution. Even if he couldn't, it would at least give her the courage to face reality. If all else failed, she would have to tell her parents that night. Her phone was still with her homeroom teacher at school. She needed to get back quickly. Meanwhile, Shu Xing secretly slipped 2 packs of cigarettes to the security guard and entered the school smoothly. He was a student from this school himself, so his reason for entering was perfectly valid, but he still chose to slip cigarettes partly for convenience, and partly to ensure the 2 people with him could also enter smoothly. After a brief visit to his former teachers, Shu Xing got straight to the point. "Teacher, could you tell me where class 10 of this year's senior year is? To be honest, my cousin studies there." The homeroom teacher said kindly, "It's on the 3rd floor of the old teaching building. Call me if you can't find it." The homeroom teacher had a fairly good impression of Shu Xing. After all, he was the 6th best student in the class back then, obedient and studious, and all the subject teachers had high praise for him. "Thank you, teacher. Take care of yourself." Shu Xing left a box of apples and departed. The homeroom teacher chuckled and shook his head. This kid has really made something of himself. Those 2 incredibly beautiful girls must come from very wealthy families. "Hey, Lao Wang, is one of your star pupils coming to see you? Those 2 young girls, are they also your students?" "That's unlikely." Lao Wang rolled his eyes, saying irritably, "What, you want to date a young girl? Aren't you afraid your wife will give you a good beating?" "Haha, just kidding, don't talk nonsense in front of your wife." Lao Wang laughed heartily, squatted down, and unwrapped an apple. "Come on, try this apple from my star pupil." Shu Xing and his 2 companions successfully found class 30 of the senior year, but class was still in session. Shu Xing patiently waited for the get-out of class to end. After finishing his lesson, Pang Long saw Shu Xing outside the window. "Student, what's up?" Shu Xing smiled gently. "I'm looking for Li Qingran, she's my cousin. I've come to see her." Pang Long frowned, looking at Shu Xing suspiciously. Shu Xing patiently explained, "I'm also a student here. My name is Shu Xing, and I was a student of the teacher before me, Wan Yang." Upon hearing this, Pang Long's doubts subsided slightly. "You've come at a bad time. She wasn't feeling well this morning and took leave to go to the hospital for a checkup." Shu Xing's heart sank. "Which hospital?" Pang Long hesitated. "Wait, let me make a call." For the student's safety, as Li Qingran's homeroom teacher, he had an obligation to find out Shu Xing's identity. Shu Xing nodded understandingly. "Uncle Yang, didn't you have a student named Shu Xing before?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Nothing. Uncle Yang will treat you to a meal next time." Pang Long breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Xing was quite satisfied with Li Qingran as her homeroom teacher, so responsible for the student's safety. "Teacher, here's what I'll do, I'll give you her parents' phone numbers so you can be completely at ease." Shu Xing smiled and recited a series of phone numbers. Pang Long said seriously, "It's all for the student's safety. I hope you understand." Shu Xing smiled and nodded. I understand. Which hospital is she in? She's at the Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. She's been gone for almost 2 hours, she should be back by now. Okay, thank you, teacher. Xu Xing thanked her and turned to leave. Young master, I can quickly locate a person within a kilometer radius, requiring only one item that the person has touched within the last 3 days. Suddenly, Xing Yan's words brought Xu Xing back to class 30 of senior high school. After receiving permission from the teacher, Xu Xing entered the classroom and took Li Qingran's coat from her desk. Young master, your sister is nearby. Xingling expressed her bewilderment at the presence of the young master's relative, but guessed it was likely due to the secret realm's rules, and since she posed no threat to the young master, she didn't pay much attention. Lead the way. Xu Xing said anxiously, walking quickly forward. Leaving the school gate, less than 200 meters around the corner, their eyes met. Li Qingran's eyes were red, and upon seeing Xu Xing, she looked on in disbelief. Until Xu Xing smiled and spoke, "What? Don't you recognize your older brother?" "Wah!" Li Qingran immediately broke down, throwing herself at Xu Xing and wailing. Almost turning 18, she cried like a child, attracting the attention of many around them, especially the eligible bachelors. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent towards Xu Xing. Pure, mature, student, it was utterly depraved, inhuman, and a complete scumbag. Li Qingran, oblivious to everyone around her, sobbed uncontrollably on Xu Xing's shoulder. The short 2-kilometer walk from the hospital to school was agonizing for her. The thought of failing her college entrance exam and being paralyzed for life filled her with dread, making her tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't bear to face her parents and family. Xu Xing stiffened, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although they had grown up together and slept together as children, that was childhood. Now, she was an 18-year-old young woman. Cough, cough, Qingran, what's wrong? Xu Xing tried to separate her. If this scene were uploaded online by passersby, or seen by her uncle and father, wouldn't they each break her legs? Li Qingran, still clinging to Xu Xing's shoulder, sobbed until half of Xu Xing's clothes were soaked, her body occasionally trembling with sobs. The observant Hua Xo noticed something amiss and whispered, "Xiao Xing, she's scared and worried. Let her cry for a while to relieve her stress." Xu Xing's eyes narrowed, and he realized what was happening. Qingran hadn't been like this before. Scared? Worried? Xu Xing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Who dared to bully his sister at this time? Damn it, bury them all. Ever since he'd taken down those fools from the Lu family, he'd completely let loose. In this world, when you have the ability, you should live however you feel comfortable. Now that Xingling was in his hands, he didn't need to worry about much on Blue Star. What did the higher UPS mean? They'd agreed to a pleasant cooperation 1 minute, and now someone was bullying his little sister? In his view, during a pleasant cooperation, the government should be responsible for the safety of their relatives and friends. Since his little sister had been wronged and they hadn't addressed it promptly, he would resolve it in his own way. Li Qingran cried for a while, barely managing to stop the tears. Her large eyes were swollen, making Xu Xing feel both heartache and anger. "Qingran, tell me, has someone bullied you?" Xu Xing vowed that if his little sister nodded, even if the higher UPS came with a rocket today, he would cripple the culprit. Li Qingran gently shook her head, sobbing, brother, the doctor said I'm going to be paralyzed." While Li Qingran almost cried again. Xu Xing first breathed a sigh of relief, then his eyes widened. Paralyzed? He quickly examined Li Qingran's body. What did the doctor say? What kind of illness is so serious? I don't know, my neck has been hurting these past few days. Final exams are coming up, and I wanted to get some medicine. Then, the doctor made me do all sorts of tests. After they were done, the doctor said I need to be hospitalized as soon as possible, otherwise I'll definitely be paralyzed. Li Qingran sobbed as she finished speaking. Xu Xing felt a chill in his heart, thinking how unlucky his little sister was. But thankfully, even if she were paralyzed, with the miraculous medicine from this other world that could bring the dead back to life, she could be completely cured. It's okay, don't cry. Your brother has a way. Li Qingran looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Really? Xu Xing nodded firmly. Really, when have I ever lied to you? She does have some health problems, but she will definitely not be paralyzed, Xinglan suddenly said calmly. Xu Xing's eyes widened. Xinglan, you know medicine? No, Xinglan answered honestly, but this rudimentary method of diagnosing injuries and illnesses is a piece of cake for me. Li Qingran noticed the two incredibly beautiful young women standing beside her. She quickly wiped away her tears. These must be her brother's friends, and she couldn't let him down. Hello, I'm Li Qingran, his cousin. Hua Xo smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Hua Xo. Xinglan uttered softly, unaccustomed to speaking to strangers. Brother, who are they? Li Qingran asked softly. They were so beautiful, like fairies, even more beautiful than most female celebrities she had seen on television. Shu Xing chuckled. Hua Xiao is my girlfriend, your future sister-in-law. This is her good friend, the one you called your best friend. There'll be plenty of time for detailed introductions later. First, get to know your situation, Shu Xing interrupted Li Qingran, whose gossip had been piqued. Xinglan, is my sister really alright? What kind of minor illness are you referring to? Is it life-threatening? Shu Xing asked anxiously. His younger sister's life was at stake, he couldn't be careless. Xinglan thought for a moment, then personally touched Li Qingran's neck. She nodded firmly, absolutely no problem. It's just a minor muscle strain in her neck, a little movement will fix it. As for other ailments, it's nothing more than excessive internal heat. Find some quack doctors, get some medicine, and she'll be fully recovered in a month or so at most. Young master, Sister Lan is probably right. Could it be a misdiagnosis by the doctor here? Actually, using her inner energy, she could roughly tell that Li Qingran's body didn't have any major problems. Shu Xing's face darkened. This reminded him of the baby coconut shell incident. Had his younger sister encountered an incompetent doctor? Qingran, did you book an appointment with a specialist? Li Qingran nodded. Her family wasn't short of money, her parents gave her 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses. Although a specialist appointment was expensive, it was manageable for her. Come on, we'll go to the hospital with you again. What's the name of the doctor who treated you? Shu Xing asked. Li Qingran thought for a moment, it should be Gong Jianhong. Brother, do you think it was a misdiagnosis? Shu Xing shook his head, I don't know, but compared to the doctor's diagnosis, I'm more willing to believe Xinglan's diagnosis. Don't worry, if she says you're fine, then you really are fine. You can think of her as the heir to a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in a novel. She's really amazing. Shu Xing joked after learning that his younger sister was alright. Li Qingran's eyes lit up, she believed her brother's words without a doubt. She wasn't foolish, nor was she blindly trusting. For her brother, who already knew a billionaire, befriending a scion of a medical family was perfectly normal. She had always been confident in her brother's personal charm. However, the thought of the doctor who had made her worry for hours made her grit her teeth. Shu Xing chuckled, noticing her anger. Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. Let's go see this expert first. Okay. Li Qingran's bright, pretty face returned, and she skipped ahead, leading the way. Shu Xing pulled the two behind her, smiling as they followed. Young master, teach this quack a lesson later. I hate quacks the most. Hua Xiao said, her face tense, her tone full of hostility. Shu Xing turned back in surprise. This was the first time she had heard Hua Xiao express such dislike for a certain type of person, excluding enemies, of course. Anyone who doesn't hate their enemies is either a fool or a saint. What a coincidence, young master, I also particularly dislike quack doctors, especially those without medical ethics. But we can't wrongly accuse someone, so I'll make an appointment myself and test his skills. Hua Xiao chuckled, hopefully that person will know what's good for him. Brother, sister-in-law, young lady, hurry up. Li Qingran turned around and called out impatiently. Hua Xiao blushed slightly, while Shu Xing laughed heartily, all right, coming right away. The four of them arrived at the Municipal Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital in less than 10 minutes. Having pre-registered on his phone, Shu Xing went straight to Gong Jianhong's consultation room without a word. At the door, Shu Xing hesitated for a moment, then stopped the three women from entering. Wait at the door. Come in when I tell you to. Hua Xiao was somewhat reluctant, it's too dangerous. Shu Xing was speechless. He's just a doctor. Besides, Xinglan is just outside the door. Can Xinglan react in time? Xinglan's expression was solemn. Even if I die, I won't let the same thing happen again. Li Qingran didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. Shu Xing didn't waste time explaining, saying, wait for me. By the way, Xinglan, give me a light tap on the neck. Just a little more pain than my sister's, but just pain, don't actually hurt me. Shu Xing carefully instructed. Xinglan obediently did as she was told, gently tapping Shu Xing's neck with her finger. Hiss! Shu Xing entered the clinic, grimacing, and tilting her head. Doctor, my neck hurts so much, please take a look. Gong Jianhong looked up in surprise. Another student with a sore neck? He didn't pay much attention, though, many students did have neck problems. Of course, there was also the saying, students' money is easy to make. Sit, Gong Jianhong said calmly. Shu Xing obediently sat down in the chair. Gong Jianhong came behind Shu Xing, raised his hands, and began pressing on Shu Xing's neck. Hiss! Shu Xing immediately cried out. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't for the show, it wasn't faked, it really hurt. Gong Jianhong used all his strength, almost choking him unconscious. Shu Xing's face turned ashen. He thought, don't let me find out you did this on purpose. Damn it, that's really ruthless. This will make even a healthy person sick. frequent neck pain, headaches, and dizziness. Xu Xing was taken aback, then quickly replied, yes. How many years? Xu Xing's eyes flickered, and he made up a story, 5 or 6 years, I guess. His younger sister had said 2 or 3 years, so 5 or 6 years wouldn't be an exaggeration. Tisk, young man, your condition is not optimistic. Cervical lordosis, curvature, affecting blood supply to the brain and the whole body, in severe cases, lifelong paralysis. Ah, yes, doctor, now that you mention it, my back has hurt before too, Xu Xing said with a look of horrification. Damn it, the moment this quack doctor opened his mouth, he was pretty sure this guy was a quack. What kind of nonsense is this cervical lordosis, affecting blood supply and causing lifelong paralysis? Does he think I'm uneducated? But he hasn't given a diagnosis yet. Damn it, let him jump around for a while. What bad luck to run into this kind of scum. As a child, he had already been harmed by an incompetent doctor. Back then, rural areas were poorly equipped, the houses were made of red brick and black tiles, and the summers were incredibly hot and stuffy. He was watching TV alone at home when he suffered heat stroke. Then he went to the clinic. The doctor, I don't know what he said, started him on an 4 drip for 7 days straight, almost crippling him. If he had been truly seriously ill, and the doctor had tried so hard to treat him, he wouldn't have complained. But the irony was, he only had simple heat stroke. 7 consecutive days of 4 drips would have been unbearable even for a 3-meter-tall man. After 7 days, he was emaciated, and the doctor dared not continue the medication, sending him home. He clearly remembered his grandfather pleading with the doctor to treat him, but in the end, he went home anyway. And then, after drinking a bowl of mung bean soup from a neighbor, he was cured? He would remember this for the rest of his life. He would never forget his grandfather's pleas, nor would he forget those medical staff. Now, the tables have turned. He, Xu Xing, is now in power. From now on, anyone who dares to mess with him can only blame their bad luck. For example, this expert in front of him. Doctor, what should I do? Xu Xing pleaded. Gong Jianhong said coldly, you've been in this for too long. You need to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time, with daily massage and medicated plaster treatments. Ha! You diagnosed me just by touching me? No need for any tests? Xu Xing was shocked, thinking, that shouldn't be happening. Shouldn't I be getting a full-body checkup? Gong Jianhong waved his hand, your time is urgent. Just admit me to the hospital. I'll give you a hospitalization certificate. The tests and follow-up arrangements are all there. Xu Xing, damn it, so ruthless. Hospitalizing right away? Was it really necessary to be in such a rush? No, doctor, I'm still a student, I don't have enough money, Xu Xing finally blurted out. Gong Jianhong impatiently replied, is your life more important or money? Your condition is very serious, you need immediate treatment. You can call your parents now, or have them come and pay the medical expenses in a couple of days. Xu Xing gave a thumbs up. Doctor, you're amazing. I want to ask, do you even know how to write the words medical ethics? Gong Jianhong was taken aback, then instantly became furious. What do you mean? I don't want to see this. Let me tell you, your illness is really serious, you may be permanently disabled. Xu Xing sighed deeply, looking at the wall covered with thank you banners, feeling a deep sadness. Looking up at the biography behind Gong Jianhong, he saw postdoctoral fellow, graduate supervisor, associate professor, chief physician, one of the top 10 outstanding figures of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The sheer number of honors shattered his understanding. Compared to this doctor, the doctors at the local clinic when he was a child seemed incapable of treating such a difficult condition as heat stroke. He. Xu Xing laughed. Gong Jianhong's face turned ugly, he sensed something was wrong. Please leave, I'm off work. I'll leave your grandpa, Xu Xing roared, slamming his fist on the table. Hearing the commotion, Hua Xo kicked open the clinic door, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Young master, are you all right? Xu Xing looked at the 3 who entered. Perfect. Close the door, don't let anyone in. Xinglan, also, silence this room. Now it's my time to diagnose and treat patients. Xu Xing grinned maliciously, pulling a revolver from his pocket. Say it again, what serious illness do I have? Before he finished speaking, a deafening gunshot rang out throughout the hospital. Gong Jianhong collapsed to the ground, his thigh a pool of blood. Damn it, I forgot to put on a silencer. The clinic room was filled with Gong Jianhong's agonizing screams and Xu Xing's mutterings. A deafening gunshot echoed through the small room, less than 20 square meters, making Xu Xing frown. Hua Xo and Sanglan showed little reaction, but Li Qingran stood completely frozen in place. Where was she? What happened? Was she still asleep? She idolized her older brother, believing him to be incredibly capable since childhood. Whether in academics or friendships, he far surpassed others. Although he usually appeared gentle, she knew he possessed a unique pride and confidence. If he believed something was right, it was right, and no one could dissuade him. She never doubted her brother's capabilities, but not in this way. A handgun? Murder? This must be her imagination. It must be. Her brother had earned so many excellent student certificates since childhood they could be used as kindling. How could he commit a crime? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yes, it must be a dream. My brother is still in college, so busy every day, and besides, it's not winter break yet, Lee Qingran muttered to herself, then pinched her arm hard. Shu Xing chuckled wryly, turning around and swatting Lee Qingran's hand away. You've gone mad from studying too much. Why are you pinching yourself so hard? Lee Qingran groaned. The pain in her arm, and the physical contact with her brother, told her it was real. Looking at her brother, familiar yet strange, Lee Qingran hesitated, unable to speak. Shu Xing chuckled. Little sister, don't be afraid. Shu Xing is Shu Xing, always your brother, that won't change. As for what you're seeing now, just consider it an illusion. I'll explain later. Shu Xing had deliberately dragged Lee Qingran in. On the way here, he had thought it over carefully and realized that it was better to let his little sister know beforehand than to keep it from all their relatives. That way, even if their grandparents suspected something in the future, his little sister would be there to cover for them. Moreover, having already made contact with the government, he no longer needed to hold back on Blue Star and could begin to aggressively establish his own businesses. Of course, it was best to have his own people manage these businesses, and his younger sister was the best choice. After all, his sister was born in the 2000s, and she would easily accept these fantastical tales of flying and teleporting. Lack of experience wasn't a problem. With this other world at his disposal, even selling dog poop would be a guaranteed success. Letting his sister take over his future businesses in Great Xia would not only train her but also help him appease his grandparents, parents, and relatives, and earn money to support his army from the other world. A triple win. Wu Yulong belonged to Wu Yulong. He couldn't just take money from him whenever he needed it, especially since the Wu family seemed to be broke. A hallucination? Lee Qingran's face darkened. She was educated. Brother, why don't you call the police and turn yourself in? We'll be your witnesses. This doctor made a botched diagnosis, cheated people out of money, and might even be practicing medicine without a license. We'll do our best to bail you out, Lee Qingran said anxiously. Possessing a firearm and shooting someone, even TV drama protagonists wouldn't dare portray such a crime. But now, she could only try to lessen her brother's punishment as much as possible, to prevent him from making another mistake. It's nothing, really nothing, Shu Xing said nonchalantly. He had only wounded Gong Jianhong's right thigh. The punishment was far too lenient for him. If it weren't for the fear of frightening Lee Qingran, the man on the ground would have at least 4 bullets in his body. Damn it, one diagnosis after another, one hospitalization. Have they never seen money before? You dare to possess firearms illegally. I've already called the police. You'll never get out of here. Gong Jianhong clutched his wound, his voice filled with rage. TCH. Shu Xing thought for a moment, then decided to shoot him again, otherwise, it would be too easy. Old man, you're lucky you met me. At least I've stopped you from going too far, so you don't have to worry about divine retribution later. Shu Xing said, raising his hand and firing another shot, hitting him in the right arm. Ah! Gong Jianhong screamed in agony, his face deathly pale. Hua Xo stepped forward, gently covering Lee Qingran's eyes, her voice soft. Don't worry, your brother will be fine, really. Wait a few minutes if you don't believe me. Wherever Shu Xing went, he was always followed by 2 tails, one of whom was Ma Xiao, whom she had seen before. Hua Xiao guessed they would arrive in a few minutes. Lee Qingran nodded, half believing, half doubting. Everything that had happened today had shattered half of her worldview. However, in the next few minutes, her entire worldview would be repeatedly crushed by a truck, shattered beyond repair. Xinglan, freeze his wounds, like a fountain, so there's nowhere for him to stand, Shu Xing said calmly. Xinglan nodded, pointing a finger in the air, and Gong Jianhong, except for his head, was frozen solid. The instant he froze, Gong Jianhong didn't even have time to panic. He lost too much blood, and the cold caused him to faint. Lee Qingran leaned against Hua Xiao, her eyes glazed, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, outside the clinic, Ma Xiao and his companion were both dark-skinned, cursing the person inside in their hearts. The gunshot had almost caused a riot in the entire hospital. He had tried everything to explain and calm the crowd, but for safety reasons, he had immediately evacuated all hospital personnel. Now only a few people remained inside. Ma Xiao's heart pounded. After that gunshot, there had been no further sound from inside. He suspected the doctor inside was likely dead, but Shu Xing had no reason to kill him. Could it have been an accidental discharge? After all, Shu Xing's childhood friend list didn't include Gong Jianhong. Brother Ma, should we just keep waiting like this? Or should we knock on the door? A young technician beside Ma Xiao asked quietly. Ma Xiao glanced at him, his face cold. You knock. Who knew what that killer was doing inside? If he happened to ruin his plans, oh my god, the consequences. Ma Xiao trembled with fear just thinking about it. He had thought that after finishing his last mission, he could finally rest for a few days, mend his emotional wounds, and await the path to immortality. But to his utter surprise, he was given the task of monitoring Xu Xing's movements from afar again, with the explanation, Xu Xing smiles the most when he sees you, this task is perfect for you. Wang Xiao was moved to tears. He didn't want this immense credit. Serving a ruler was like serving a tiger, serving this man was like serving the king of hell. He didn't know when he would kick the bucket. Waiting idly wasn't a solution, especially since the higher UPS were watching his surveillance live. They didn't dare directly monitor Xu Xing. These past few days had been a honeymoon period of cooperation. Before understanding Xing Yan's true capabilities, Xu Xing's every move depended on what he saw. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth, his expression twisted, because he reluctantly realized he still had to knock. His heart pounded, his hand trembled, and he slowly placed it on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp, merciless knocking echoed in the empty, silent hospital. The technician behind him swallowed hard, silently taking a few steps back. He knew the person inside's temperament. Xinglan had blocked out the room's sounds, so Xu Xing could naturally hear Ma Xiao's knocking. Xu Xing pursed his lips, knowing someone from above had come. He wasn't surprised, he would have been surprised if they hadn't. Come in, Xu Xing said, then realized they couldn't hear from outside. However, Xinglan tactfully went to open the door. The moment the door opened, Ma Xiao felt a surge of joy. It seemed the person inside wasn't angry. After all, if she were angry, the door would have been kicked open. Ma Xiao was quite confident of that. But when Ma Xiao looked up and saw Xinglan, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. He forced a smile, his face contorted with fear. Why hello? Xinglan ignored him and turned back to stand beside Shixing. Ma Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, lifted his stiff legs, and slowly stepped into the room. When their eyes met, Ma Xiao immediately shifted his gaze from the women to Shixing. He smiled and nodded, then quickly searched for Gong Jianhong. His main purpose in coming here was to confirm Gong Jianhong's safety. When he saw the human-shaped ice block in the corner, and the 2 bullet holes in Gong Jianhong's thigh and shoulder, his expression froze, his mind racing. What to do? What to do? How can I maintain my relationship with this person while saving Gong Jianhong's life, and also my own? Xu Xing smiled at Ma Xiao, also wanting to gauge the tolerance his superiors had for him. However, Ma Xiao's next reaction shocked Xu Xing so much that his jaw dropped, and Li Qingran's worldview completely collapsed at that moment. Ma Xiao, his face contorted with rage, rushed forward and, without a word, slapped the unconscious Gong Jianhong more than a dozen times. The resounding sound was enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. While slapping her, Ma Xiao shouted, "You have eyes like a dog, daring to provoke Lord Xu. You deserve to die. Stop pretending to be unconscious. Get up and apologize to Lord Xu." Ma Xiao didn't care whether Gong Jianhong was right or wrong. Being confronted by Xu Xing was the biggest mistake. He showed no mercy in his slaps. Firstly, he genuinely wanted to save Gong Jianhong's life. As an official, personally avenging Xu Xing would surely prevent Xu Xing from making things difficult for her. Secondly, it was also a personal matter. He was somewhat angry. After all, if things weren't handled properly, he could be the next one lying on the ground. Therefore, Ma Xiao's blows were utterly merciless. Finally, even Xu Xing couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Ma Xiao, who was getting carried away with the beating. "Brother, that's enough, that's enough." Xu Xing looked at Ma Xiao suspiciously, thinking that this kid must have been scammed by this unscrupulous doctor too. Now he was hitting him just as hard as he was. Ma Xiao also realized what was happening and quickly stopped, looking at the pig-headed man on the ground, inwardly crying out, "Forgive me, forgive me." He realized he was under too much pressure. Even if it was to save someone, he didn't need to fight so hard. Thinking about the peephole above his head, Ma Xiao sighed. He knew he was going to get a long letter of self-criticism and be confined. "Xu, can I ask you a few questions?" Ma Xiao pointed to the peephole above his head, having already told Xu Xing beforehand. Xu Xing nodded nonchalantly. "Want to ask this guy on the ground?" Ma Xiao smiled wryly. "After all, you said yourself, you'd obey the law. Constantly pulling out a gun, is that obeying the law?" Xu Xing sighed. "It's not my fault. I also want to live peacefully and amicably with people. But in the end, there are always treacherous people who harm me and those around me." Ma Xiao's eyelids twitched as he looked at Li Qingran. This was Xu Xing's cousin. He remembered her. He had memorized everyone connected to Xu Xing. "What happened to your sister?" Ma Xiao asked cautiously. Xu Xing sneered. He said, "My sister is going to be paralyzed." Cough cough, Ma Xiao choked. "Well, if your sister really is seriously ill, we will definitely do our best to treat her. But after all, he's the one who diagnosed her illness. It's fine if you don't thank him, but you can't." Ma Xiao didn't dare continue. Xu Xing scoffed, before you doubted me, why didn't you doubt his diagnosis? Damn it, he just said I was going to be paralyzed too. I didn't kill him, that's giving you face. Ma Xiao's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and he quickly rummaged for a backup of the diagnostic records on the table. Ma Xiao understood in his heart that this was a quack doctor. He glanced at Gong Jianhong on the ground with disgust, thinking he hadn't hit her hard enough. Doctors are a respectable profession, but unfortunately, Gong Jianhong didn't deserve the title. Shu, I understand the situation. I'll report it to my superiors. But next time you encounter a similar situation, could you call the police first? No, next time someone offends you, or if you encounter someone you don't like, call me. I guarantee I'll be there within half an hour in Wangjiang City and will solve all your problems. How about that? Ma Xiao earnestly suggested. The country has its laws, and the police will never let criminals go unpunished. Even if someone has powerful connections, the state won't tolerate it. He didn't want Xu Xing to call the police because he understood Xu Xing. Xu Xing needed efficient solutions, otherwise, she wouldn't have come directly to the person involved. Special circumstances call for special treatment. He had direct contact with Xu Xing, and the authority granted to him by his superiors was considerable. Therefore, as long as Xu Xing was in the right, Ma Xiao wouldn't stop her from doing whatever she wanted, even if she was from a powerful family. He had the right to act first and report later. Xu Xing patted Ma Xiao on the shoulder. You should have said so earlier. I have high hopes for you. You'll be in charge of the handover from now on. Hey, did the bigwigs up there hear that? Xu Xing approached, smiling broadly. Ma Xiao's face darkened, and he slowly backed away. What are you afraid of? Xu Xing said, displeased. Here, have something good for you. Xu Xing thought to himself, this person has been quite kind to me, I can't treat him unfairly, look how scared he is, sweating buckets. Xu Xing had seen Lan bring out a yellow rank vitality grass and casually tossed it to Ma Xiao. Here, it's a otherworldly muscle regenerating grass. It can instantly stop bleeding and slightly repair injuries. The medicinal effect is incredible. Eating this one raw isn't as effective, but for injuries like severed arms or legs, it only takes about 10 seconds to stop the bleeding. Xu Xing spoke loudly, his face directly facing Ma Xiao. Giving Ma Xiao the muscle-regenerating grass ahead of time was a way of telling his superiors that he, Xu Xing, was trustworthy and generous. Ma Xiao was overjoyed, carefully taking the herb, holding it gently as if it were a precious treasure, afraid of damaging even a single leaf. Thank you. The higher UPS have already checked most of the information you requested. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow morning at the latest, Ma Xiao said with a smile. Xu Xing waved his hand. It's all right, it's just cooperation. Let's keep it up in the future. Remember to take good care of my family. What you want will come in time. Okay, then, Shu, if there's nothing else, I'll take him and leave, Ma Xiao said with a smile. Having obtained the legendary elixir of immortality, the higher UPS must be in urgent need. Xu Xing nodded. By the way, I'm short on cash lately. Could you transfer a small amount to my account? Xu Xing suddenly remembered he was broke. At the door, Ma Xiao stumbled, turned back, and chuckled awkwardly. I'll report it to the higher UPS and try to lend you some. After all, the country's money belongs to the people, we can't just give it away. No problem. Here, take this vitality grass. Report it properly when you get back. Xu Xing tossed him another one. He believed the higher UPS would transfer the money, maybe not a small amount, but tens of millions should be enough. That way, he wouldn't have to think about robbing for a while. After the Liu family incident, I don't know how much the higher UPS paid to suppress it. Xu Xing felt that it was best to stay in China and behave himself for now, otherwise he would be letting down the big shots above. The hospital incident seemed to have come to a successful end, and Xu Xing led the three beautiful women into a restaurant. While his younger sister wouldn't starve at school, the food was just so-so, certainly not as good as what a professional chef would cook. The four of them sat facing each other. Li Qingran glanced at Xu Xing every now and then at Xing Lan and Ji Yao. Xu Xing chuckled, what do you want to know? I can tell you part of it now. Li Qingran tentatively asked, brother, are you a national agent? Xu Xing shook his head, no. Then, brother, have you acquired some kind of superpower from a novel? Li Qingran vividly remembered seeing Lan freezing Gong Jianhong. Xu Xing nodded slightly, acknowledging it. Li Qingran's mouth dropped open, she was still shocked by her brother's open admission. The legendary superpower? It actually exists. Then Li Qingran's eyes lit up as she eagerly looked at Xu Xing. Brother, what special abilities do you have? Miss Xinglan can control ice, can your sister-in-law do that too? Li Qingran asked incessantly, like a curious child. Xu Xing rubbed his nose, I can't, but your sister-in-law definitely can. Hua Xiao blushed slightly, flattered by the title sister-in-law. Qingran, look. To satisfy Li Qingran's curiosity, Hua Xo released her pale white innate energy. Her aptitude wasn't great, her 5 elements were mixed, but fortunately, she had broken through to the innate realm, allowing her to project her spiritual energy. Li Qingran clicked his tongue in amazement. Sister-in-law, what kind of ability is that? Hua Xo smiled shyly. You can think of it as the art of creating illusions. It's not very useful. My talent isn't great, but Sister Lan is very powerful. Hua Xo pouted, looking at the upright Xinglan with a smile. Li Qingran looked at Xinglan expectantly. Sister Lan, could you demonstrate again? Xinglan thought for a moment, then extended her delicate white hand, which conjured a snow lotus flower. This is for you. Wow, 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 so beautiful. Li Qingran exclaimed in amazement, quickly standing up and accepting the flower with both hands. Xu Xing thought to himself, his little sister's ability to accept things was far stronger than he had imagined. Little sister, this needs to be kept secret. You can't even tell our parents or grandparents, Xu Xing said seriously. Li Qingran patted her budding chest. I understand. It's a special ability, it's the dragon group, it's a confidentiality agreement. But brother, what do you need me to do to tell you all this? Li Qingran asked with a smile. Xu Xing gave a thumbs up. You're really smart. I need you to help me manage all my belongings and companies in Daxia. The 3 of us might be out of sight for a long time for certain reasons, and won't have time to attend to Daxia's affairs. Li Qingran understood. Possessing superpowers meant saving the world, which was definitely classified information. She wisely didn't ask further, but she was very puzzled by her brother's request. Brother, I'm only a senior in high school. How can I help you? How about we ask my dad and your dad to come along? Li Qingran suggested. No way, Xu Xing immediately refused. Little sister, don't you know what my dad's thinking? If you dare tell him anything superstitious, you're lucky he won't beat you up. Getting him to believe you're too much trouble, especially with adults being so complicated. We young people should just do our own thing. Li Qingran chuckled. That's true, but are you sure I can handle it, brother? I'm still in school, and the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Xu Xing waved dismissively. Just focus on your studies. Before the exam, all you'll need to do is get some signatures. After all, it's my company, so it's safer to have someone sign. As for company management and operations, we'll have professionals handle that. You're basically a hands-off manager. Just leave me a message if there's anything important. And as for my parents and relatives, if they ask about my whereabouts, just hide it from them and make up an excuse. How you do it is up to you. Hee hee, sounds good. Is there a salary? Li Qingran flashed her little tiger teeth and held out her hand, demanding payment without hesitation. Xu Xing laughed heartily. Of course. Is 100,000 a month enough? Consider it pocket money for his little sister, compensation for the care his aunt's family had given him before. Li Qingran clicked her tongue. Brother, how rich are you now? Paying me 100,000 a month, did your money grow on trees? 1,000 would be fine with me. Xu Xing, while his money didn't grow on trees, he wanted to say that picking up money that grows on trees is too much trouble. He could just ask for money when he needed it. The big boss was very accommodating. 10 minutes ago, his account was fully unfrozen, and 60 million was deposited into his account. It was more than he expected. The big boss was indeed generous. The 2 regenerative herbs he gave him were well worth it. 100,000, not a penny less. Buy whatever you like. Here, 60 million, just deposited. Your brother really doesn't need the money. Xu Xing showed Li Qingran his account details. Li Qingran's eyes widened. Her family wasn't short of money, but her parents said that after a year of hard work, their net profit was only around 200,000. This 60 million, did her brother rob a bank? What are you thinking about? Xu Xing looked at Li Qingran, whose gaze was becoming increasingly absurd, and said irritably, I earn my money through my own abilities. Just remember, I don't need money. Take whatever I'm given, don't complain if it's not enough. Alright, then I won't be polite. Li Qingran agreed with a grin. His older brother, with a net worth of 60 million, certainly didn't need him to worry. By the way, brother, what kind of company are you running? Li Qingran asked curiously. Xu Xing stroked his chin. Currently, I'm planning to acquire 2, a food processing plant and a steel mill. Li Qingran didn't understand. What were these 2 plants? They seemed so low-end. Don't underestimate them, they'll be very useful to me. Xu Xing, who understood this other world, knew how scarce steel was there. He wanted to ensure that his Chingling mountain soldiers would each have a suit of armor and a large sword in the future. If their cultivation wasn't enough, their equipment would make up for it. The opportunity has arrived. With everyone armed with a submachine gun, they can simply unleash a burst of fire on anyone they dislike. Imagine thousands of people firing simultaneously. The sight is spectacular. As for the food processing plant, it's equally useful. Firstly, it satisfies the cravings of those around him. Secondly, it facilitates trade. He needs to establish the Chingling Mountain Treasure Pavilion, spreading its unique products throughout the Lost Land and monopolizing the high-end luxury market among the nobility. He also wants the nobles of this other world to experience the taste of monopoly. Brother, your smile is so wicked, Li Qingran said with a hint of disgust. Xu Xing snapped out of his reverie and calmly sipped the hot tea Hua Xo handed him. That's all for now. Go back to school after you finish eating. Someone will contact you when you need to sign a contract. Li Qingran pouted. Heartless brother, can't you let me play a little longer? Xu Xing shrugged. Going to school is great, I went through the same thing. Sister-in-law, Sister Lan, I'm leaving. If brother bullies you, tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. Li Qingran slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode away. Hua Xo covered her mouth and chuckled. Drive carefully on the road, take care of yourself. Xu Xing stretched, took out his phone, and dialed the number saved as Comrade Xiao Wang. Wang Xiao, who was eating out, was startled by the sudden ringtone. Forgetting his food, he quickly answered, Shu, what's up? Wang Xiao thought to himself, it's only been a few minutes since the hospital incident, I hope he hasn't gotten into trouble again. Thankfully, Xu Xing's words relieved him. What? You want a large supermarket now? Xu Xing repeated clearly, yes, can you buy it in half an hour? Don't worry, I'll pay. Wang Xiao was speechless, thinking, your money just arrived and I haven't even had a chance to enjoy it yet, but he dared not say it aloud. He just smiled and agreed. How big of a supermarket do you want? Any specific requirements? No requirements, just a large supermarket that sells common snacks. I want to pack them up and take them back to the immortal realm for those country bumpkins to try, Xu Xing said casually. Upon hearing immortal realm, Ma Xiao swallowed hard. Okay, half an hour. I'll send you the supermarket location. I knew you'd find a way. By the way, don't leave anyone near the supermarket. I don't care if they see something they shouldn't, but I'm not responsible for any trouble. Ma Xiao smiled wryly. Don't worry, they won't. Shu, someone asked me to ask you if you could buy some other immortal realm treasures? Or maybe show them off. Having resolved Xu Xing's problem, Ma Xiao, taking advantage of his good mood, tried to relay the message. Xu Xing sneered, show them off? Do you think we're monkeys? Why don't you let them show me the Great Xia's unique secret technique breaking a boulder on their chest? Ma Xiao almost burst out laughing after hearing this. Xu Xing's words were too venomous. He disagreed, fine, but then he went and threatened to break a boulder with his chest. It was utterly absurd. In the entire Great Xia, only this person dared to spout such nonsense. Pass a message to the higher UPS, I've shown my sincerity. Now I need to see your sincerity. The premise of cooperation is fairness. Consider the 2 immortal herbs a patriotic gift from me. As for the other cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and rare treasures, if you want them, exchange them with good items. Don't try to use shameless methods to get something for nothing, you're dreaming. Luckily, Ma Xiao had recorded the whole thing. Of course, he wanted to pass this message on to his superiors so they could hear it themselves. He wasn't ready to be punished yet. Okay, I'll pass it on. Ma Xiao hung up the phone, first handing the recording to the technician behind him to upload it, while he quickly searched for a suitable supermarket. The other person said half an hour, he had to get it done in 20 minutes. Young master, are we going back to the other world? Hua Xo asked. Yes, it's been so long. It's time to go back and see my Chingling city. I don't want my home to be raided. Great Xia is almost stable now. With that person's guarantee, his family should be safe. After all, Great Xia has always prioritized its people. Besides, he'll only be back for 1 day. He has to come back tomorrow to deal with those mercenaries from abroad. Those mercenaries must die, not only to avenge Hua Xo, but also because he's after their weapons. It's probably difficult to get them domestically in the short term. It will only be possible after several collaborations with higher UPS and establishing a foundation. What? Have you gotten used to staying here? Don't want to leave? Xu Xing put his arm around Hua Xo, chuckling softly. Hua Xo gently tried to break free, but when she couldn't, she leaned against Xu Xing's shoulder contentedly. Wherever young master goes, I'll go. Xinglan looked at the two of them and slowly turned around. Seeing Xinglan's reaction, Xu Xing chuckled. Before, when Xinglan saw him being affectionate with Hua Xo, she would only stand expressionless to the side, like a machine devoid of feeling. These past few days, however, she had become much more human, and Xu Xing noticed this most clearly. Xinglan had learned to be shy. Let's go, empty the supermarket. Ma Xiao had already sent the location, and Xu Xing led the way. Hua Xo followed first, followed by Xinglan. Outside Chingling City, demonic energy soared to the sky. From the ground, a mixture of black rock and soil, grew a towering demonic creature, a 100-foot-long bloodthirsty vine, its countless dense, dark blue branches plunging into buckets of pig, cow, and sheep blood, frantically sucking and devouring it. The branches seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Diamond-shaped eyes cracked open on their backs, their blood-red light blazing as they stared at Chingling City, giving off an extremely sinister and terrifying aura. On the walls of Chingling City, Ge Yan swallowed hard, realizing he'd messed up again. Last time, Xinglan, the god of slaughter, single-handedly slaughtered Lord Thomas and over 1,000 men, turning the battlefield into a river of blood, littered with severed limbs. Seeing this, he thought, this is perfect nourishment for the bloodthirsty vine. Without much thought, he planted it. He'd intended to cultivate a perfect city-defending general for his young master, but it was indeed a general, but something went wrong. The bloodthirsty vine absorbed too much blood at once, mutated, broke free of its restraints, and transformed into an enemy general. He was only alive thanks to the thousands of cattle and sheep he had brought with him. The bloodthirsty vine was now drinking their blood, hundreds at a time. The blood of all the livestock in Chingling City was only enough to last a day. If the young master didn't return within a day, then Ge Yan wanted to curse. The seller had ruined him. If this were a high-grade Xian-level demonic plant, he'd be dead already. Damn it, in less than 10 days, it had mutated and demonized, breaking through to the late stage of the innate realm, just one step away from breaking through to the earthly wheel realm. Terrifying beyond belief. If given enough nutrients and blood, he couldn't even imagine what realm it could break through. Fortunately, the young master had the god of slaughter by his side. As long as they could hold out until the young master returned, even the strongest demonic plant would be nothing more than a single strike from the god of slaughter. Tai Niu, go and inform Gabuta to prepare for a full evacuation of Chingling City. Ge Yan's expression was solemn. He had to prepare for the worst. Yes, sir. Tai Niu glanced at the monster swirling below, covering thousands of meters, and shivered violently. A few days ago, he witnessed firsthand how several unlucky souls touched the demonic plant and were instantly drained of their life force, reduced to dried-up shells by a gust of wind and sand. In Daxia, on Shuxing's side, Shuxing led the two women to their destination, a 3-story attic supermarket in the suburbs, filled with all sorts of snacks and treats. Wherever Xinglan went, shelves vanished. Wherever Shuxing went, Xinglan carried it away. In less than 10 minutes, the 3-story attic was emptied. Shuxing nodded in satisfaction. Thank goodness for you, otherwise relying on me and Hua Xo would have been too slow. We still need to get to the basement. Once we're done, we'll go back. Shuxing headed straight for the basement, the two women quickly following. The basement wasn't large, about 30 square meters, filled with boxes and boxes of instant noodles, drinks, biscuits. Shuxing accepted everything without hesitation. After carrying it all, he took the two women's fair hands, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them were back in the antique castle. Xin Jia, who had been pacing outside the bedroom, sensed the movement inside and rushed in, shouting, "Young master, something's happened." Xu Xing's face darkened. Why did something happen again? Can you make yourself happy for a few days? What's the matter? Xu Xing asked helplessly. Zins looked at Xinglan beside Xu Xing. A big stone fell in her heart, and she knew how terrifying the out-of-control blood-devouring vine outside was. If it weren't for Xinglan, she would now carry Xu Xing and run away. Young master, you should take Masterland to take a look outside the city. My heart was broken and pointed outside the city, and a trace of horror flashed in my eyes. Xu Xing looked at Xinglan. Xinglan explained calmly, a mutated demon plant, it barely stepped into the threshold of the earth wheel, I went to solve it. Xinglan's expression suddenly stagnated, and a smile appeared on his face. Young master, the Star Army is here, and the 10 breaths have reached the gate of Chingling City, which is just right for you to see the strength of the 3,000 Star Army left for you by the old general. Xinglan grabbed Xu Xing and Hua Xo with her big hand, and with a light stroke of her footsteps, she came to the Chingling City wall in the blink of an eye. In another world with abundant vitality, Xinglan can cross half of Chingling City in one step. As soon as they arrived at the city wall, Uncle Ge Yan and his nephews noticed something unusual behind them, turned around and looked. Their faces were overjoyed. Young master, you are back. See Lord Lan. The two people who saw Xinglan in turn trembled all over, bowed their heads and smiled. Xinglan is not like the young master, her attitude is not good, she makes her unhappy, she dares to cut them all to death with one knife. Xu Xing patted the two of them on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, I have to leave for a few days tomorrow, and when I come back next time, I will find a way to improve the strength of your uncle and nephew. Gabuta shouted, the young master is wise, and the young master will last for thousands of generations. Xinglan raised her eyebrows and looked at Gabuta more, but her eyes were not good. In Xinglan's opinion, the boasting was all faint ministers. If she hadn't seen her a few times before, she would have had a good impression of Gabuta, and Xinglan would have done it long ago. At Xinglan's glance, Gabuta almost went into cardiac arrest, and he kept in mind that next time he would never talk nonsense in front of Xinglan, just be a shrunken turtle. Tisk tisk, so spectacular, what is this? How did it grow like this? I don't remember before I left. Shu Xing looked at the blue and black monster that was 100 feet in size and lived 1,000 meters in size, and was amazed. Ji Yan touched his head in embarrassment and wanted to kneel down to admit his mistake, but thinking that Shu Xing didn't like to kneel, he had to slap himself twice, and said loudly, "Young master, I'm sorry, it's the blood-devouring vine seedling I brought. I thought of cultivating the city protector spiritual plant, but after absorbing the blood and chi of the old thief Toma, this thing mutated and demonized, and then it got out of control and became like this now." Shu Xing frowned. What about the loss of personnel in the city? Kabuta said in a deep voice, 10 soldiers were killed, 2 ordinary people were killed, and livestock were wiped out. Shu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. People are fine, money is something outside the body, the entire Chingling mountain is worth these people. If the person dies, he will still be the lord of the fart. Ji Yan is dismissed from the position of instructor, 12 military sticks, do you accept it? Shu Xing said lightly. There are rewards and punishments, and you cannot let the Hu people come to you. Ji Yan stood up and said loudly, there is no objection. This punishment is not painful or itchy, it can be said that it is already very light. Young master, they are coming soon, I will tell them to hurry up. Xinglin's eyes stared forward, and she let out a long howl, the sound waves rolled. The young master is waiting for you, why don't you meet quickly? Xinglin's voice at this moment was like a general who issued military orders on the battlefield, majestic and full of killing spirit. From a kilometer away, the 3,000 army stepped forward in unison, and suddenly a familiar voice sounded in their ears that made them admire and be afraid, and the 3 people in the front of the star army looked at each other and soared into the sky, and the 3 powerful auras overwhelmed the sky, showing the barbaric domineering, as if responding to Xinglin. Go forward and meet our young master. It's been 10 years, I don't know if the young master is doing well. The hateful nobles of the holy city dare to frame the young master. I will say to pick up the little young master as soon as possible, and we will take care of him, who dares to harm him. You can pull it down, just you, a fool whose brains are full of muscles for 3 generations. The young master handed it over to you. It is simply an insult to Xinglin's bloodline. Haha, that's right, but Masterland seems to only kill people. The other 2 suddenly didn't dare to answer, but looked at him with pity, and spit out their mouths, ask for more blessings. Xinglin snorted coldly, and said in the air, get here, those who have not arrived in 3 breaths, hang the city gate for 3 days. Accelerate forward, hurry up. All run for me. And if you don't get 3 breaths in Chingling City, hang the city gate for 5 days. Rumble. 3,000 muscular men with tiger backs and bare waists, running forward with full strength, and 3,000 people ran out of the momentum of tens of millions of troops. The fear of being dominated by Master Lan, even 10 years later, still dare not forget. Feeling the vibration of the ground, Shu Xing looked up and saw 2 meters of bald heads running wildly in the dust of the sky. This is the Star Army? Shu Xing looked shocked. These ones looked down on them, saying that the bandits looked down on them. Xinglin nodded seriously. 3,000 star troops, 1 is not a lot. The 3 in front are Xiong Gang, Xiong Ba, and Xiong Hu, all of whom are at the peak of the heavenly wheel, each responsible for 1,000 star troops. Ji and uncle and nephew, looking from a distance, saw a big man with a big mouth full of bloody muscles, exuding a strong killing intent. Their uncle and nephew were sincerely glad. Fortunately, they surrendered early. Just the 3,000 people in front of them, just fished out one of them, and their uncle and nephew couldn't win together. Which is the young master? Before the Xiong Gang people arrived, a loud voice came first. In the blink of an eye, Xiong Gang and the 3 of them were already standing on the city wall. Unfortunately, before the 3 of them stood firm, they were kicked off the city wall by Xinglin. There are no rules, go down and meet me. Xiong Gang and the 3 of them were not angry, stretched out their palms the size of a cattail fan and patted the dust on their bodies, and smirked. Master Lan, long time no see, the one next to you is the young master, I haven't seen you for 10 years. We Xiong Gang, Ba, Hu, see the young master, the escort is late, please forgive me. Shu Xing listened to the strong apology and concern in the words of the 3 people. Shu Xing, who had never met them, seemed to have never been cut off from their bonds in his heart. He covered his heart and smiled sincerely. 3 uncles, how have you been lately? Okay, we're good. Young master, you have suffered alone over the years, do you have any enemies? We don't know anything else, we will kill people, young master, even if it is the emperor's head, we will bring it over to make you into a ball to play with. The 3 of them looked at Shu Xing's eyebrows, their rough and murderous faces showed gentle smiles, and after hugging the little young master once when they were children, they met again today. Looking at the young master who is now in high spirits, they seem to have seen the general in his youth, and he is also so full of energy. Damn, what kind of plane are you doing, don't touch me. Xiong Gang, who was falling into sensational memories, suddenly felt that his brain was soft and was touched back and forth. Xiong Ba took a breath. It's shameless, whoever touches you, damn it, mad, which of you sneaks up on my ass? At this time, they also felt something was wrong, and each turned around, only to see that at some point, the blue-black blood-devouring vine entangled the 3 of them. Xiong Gang looked puzzled, thinking that this was a spiritual plant planted by the young master. It's too weak, and he will personally catch one another day. He pulled his hand casually and said like a doll, "Don't be so affectionate, we have already felt the enthusiasm of the young master." Unfortunately, it seemed to be too hard. Xiong Gang clicked, and directly tore off half of the blood-devouring vine. "Damn, I didn't mean to." The other two also reacted similarly, thinking that they had torn up the little young master's toy for the first time, and apologized one after another. "Young master, we will cure it now." I saw the three of them pulling and shaking hard, the tall and ferocious blood-devouring vine, as if they were cramped, and they were weak and unable to resist. Shu Xing was speechless. They really couldn't see it. Was that an enemy? Xingling had a black line on her face and scolded in a low voice, "A bunch of fools. Young master, they are a little stupid, but their strength is really good." Xingling was afraid that the young master would not look down on the Star Army, so she rarely said again that they were strong. Shu Xing held back a smile. "It's okay, it's good, it's all good. Got 3,000 pure masters." Shu Xing was in a good mood. Shu Xing saw them, and instantly understood in his heart why Xingling was so relieved of them. A person with a pure mind, the things he recognizes, will not change even in a lifetime. His cheap father in this world can be recognized by these people. It is quite powerful. The dramatic scene was ended by Xingling. If it weren't for Shu Xing's mouth, Xiong Gang and the three of them would still be hanging on the city wall. "Uncle Xiong, you come with me tomorrow." Shu Xing liked Xiong Gang and the others in front of him. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. This appearance and temperament, which one to stand to, who dared to provoke Daxia? Xiong Gang and the three of them, patting their chests. "What the young master says is what he says, but I want to ask, is there any wine there?" They have been hiding in the deep mountains and old forests for the past 10 years, and the birds have faded out of their mouths. Shu Xing laughed. "After finishing things, drink as much as you want." "That's fine, the young master asked us to kill people?" Xiong Gang asked indifferently. Shu Xing asked curiously, "How does Uncle Gang know?" Xiong Gang said proudly, "I will know as soon as I hear whether a person's words contain murderous intent." Xingling curled her lips and ruthlessly interrupted him to brag, "Young master, what are you taking them for? I'm enough alone." Shu Xing hadn't spoken yet. Xiong Ba was already anxious. "Masterland, we are different from the past, we are just a divine wheel, we can step in at any time." Xingling sneered, "And then? You can block 50% of my strength together?" Xiong Ba's old face turned red and he hesitated. "Poor, almost." It's embarrassing to say, the three of them still watched Xingling grow up, and the result has become this down-and-out appearance now. Xingling's talent, even the generals are looking up to him, and no one can compare to him. Shu Xing explained with a smile, "Take them over to support the field, otherwise they will think that you are the only master by my side. Jiao, go and arrange it. The whole city will celebrate at noon, and the hot pot seasoning in the warehouse will be released, ensuring that every Star Army brother can eat and drink." "Okay." Hua Xiao jumped out. Xiong Gang and the three of them looked at Hua Xiao curiously. They were old and fine, and they could see the difference between the little young master and her after a few glances. But didn't the general arrange a marriage for the young master? Although they didn't like the empress, after all, the general died in battle because of her, but it is undeniable that the empress is peerless and is one of the most suitable candidates for the young master in the world. In fact, they prefer Xingling, a girl, but Xingling doesn't seem to have this idea, and the three of them don't dare to say it clearly. They will be hung up and beaten. Young master, there is a request for an audience outside the city who claims to be Miss Bai, saying that it is to discuss trade." Gabuta lowered his head and reported in a decent manner. Everyone in this room, the strong aura scared him. He knew that in the future, he must strictly abide by the rules, and he could no longer be as casual as before, and he must not touch this group of bald heads. "Bai Yanner? Let her in, I'll wait for her in the living room." Shu Xing remembered that he had promised her to establish a business road before, but the assassination of Hua Xiao came out last time, and it has been delayed until now. "The young master is busy, don't worry about us." Xiong Gang and the three of them didn't care about these brain-teasing things at all. In addition to fighting, they care about drinking, punching, and sleeping. "The three uncles are free, I'll come when I go." Shu Xing smiled apologetically, turned around and walked to the living room, followed by Hua Xiao Xingling. Outside the city, Bai Yanner, dressed in a big red dress, strolled in Chingling city, with only amazement in her eyes, as expected of the man I like. Gabuta looks at his heart, looks at his nose, and leads the way honestly. This beauty is not something he can provoke, just lead the way with peace of mind. "What is your young master busy with every day?" Bai Yanner asked curiously. Gabuta responded with a smile, "The young master naturally does what the young master should do." "Miss Bai, are you here to talk about business this time, or do you visit the young master mostly?" Bai Yanner raised his eyebrows. "Is there any difference?" "Of course," Gabuta said seriously. "In the former, Miss Bai can only take the goods from my Bibao pavilion at the original price, and if it is the latter, it will start at 80% off." Bai Yanner covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "So straightforward, aren't you afraid of offending me? You should know who I am." Gabuta almost sneered. After all, He didn't know the young master's attitude towards this woman. Kabuta said lightly, I am the young master's person, what am I afraid of? After seeing Chingling and the strength of the bald heads, Kabuta felt that he would not be afraid even if he met the person in charge of the lost land in the future. By Yanner thoughtfully, Kabuta's attitude, let her confirm the news in her hand. It seems that General Chingling has appeared, this time it is the right time, how far is it? Is it okay for Miss Hua to come in? Kabuta, 1 minute, Miss Hua is very good. I'm here to give Miss Bai a little advice, sincerely, thank you Miss Bai for taking care of my tribe. Bai Yanner chuckled, yes, thank you for your suggestion, I will remember it. Bai Yanner twisted her graceful waist and pushed the door in. Shu Xing sat on a wooden chair, enjoying Hua Xiao's massage. Miss Bai, a rare guest, I haven't seen you for many days, and you are still so beautiful and moving. Bai Yanner looked at Yan Chingling calmly, and rolled her eyes charmingly at Shu Xing. I waited for Shu Xiao to shang, but I didn't expect Shu Xiao to be so heartless, it seems that he has forgotten the slave family. Shu Xing smiled awkwardly, how could it be, it's just that something is delayed. Then I believe in Shu Xiao's words, I hope not to release the slave pigeons next time, the slave family brought good news this time. Shu Xing was a little curious, what's the good thing? Bai Yanner opened her red lips and said slowly, strange fire, the secret realm is about to open. I don't know if Shu Xiao, are you interested in this feeling? A strange fire? The one from the auction? Shu Xing was somewhat surprised. It had been a month or two since the last auction, and it was only now starting? Bai Yanner nodded excitedly, yes, and it's the legendary twin spirit flame, a once-in-a-millennium event. Xinglan rarely interjected, young master, you could try to get it. The twin spirit flame, at its birth, contains a trace of innate essence, which would be extremely beneficial to both the young master and Hua Xiao. Shu Xing hesitated, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Are we going to snatch it from the little princess? He had a good impression of that proud little princess. Don't overthink it, he wasn't a lecherous man who couldn't resist beautiful women, especially since the little princess was still a child. He just didn't like taking things from his friends, it felt unethical. Bai Yanner snorted, muttering under her breath in dissatisfaction, she remembers things quite clearly. Despite her dissatisfaction, knowing Shu Xing well, she was prepared for this. Young Master Shu, I knew you'd answer like that, which is why I said from the beginning it was twin spirit flames. One mother, one child. The little princess merges with the infant's body, the mother body belongs to you, what a perfect solution. Belongs to me? Shu Xing chuckled. So generous? Miss Bai traveled all this way just to bring me warmth. Bai Yanner glared at Shu Xing, believe it or not. This stumped Shu Xing. If she truly had no desires, Shu Xing would find it troublesome. He wasn't afraid of a price tag, after all, free things are often expensive, so expensive that you can only repay the favor. Ahem, Miss Bai, anyway, thank you for your information. I will seriously consider it. How about this, all the goods you need this time will be half price, as an apology for standing you up, Shu Xing said with a dry laugh. Bai Yanner gave Shu Xing a deep look. Thank you, young Master Shu. I think we can be considered friends now. Haha, of course we're friends, Shu Xing chuckled, responding promptly. This woman's thinking was so unpredictable, he almost couldn't keep up. Then, may I stay here for a few days? After all, the secret realm only opens in 3 to 5 days, Bai Yanner asked pitifully. Shu Xing, no problem. The entire Qingyang city is your home. Stay as long as you want. Bai Yanner's eyes lit up, and she patted her chest, giggling, thank you, young Master Shu. Then I'll settle here for a month or so. Don't worry, the rent and food expenses won't be reduced by a penny. Shu Xing, he seriously reviewed what he had just said. Was he sure it wasn't just polite talk? Or were people in this other world all honest and straightforward, without any culture of politeness? Bai Yanner's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shu Xing with a bright smile. Shu Xing sighed helplessly. Let them stay. With 3,000-star army soldiers stationed there, why would they attack Chingling City? Even if they did take it, they'd be spitting blood in the process. These days, even thieves would have to leave a bag of rice behind before leaving Chingling City. Young Master Shu, be careful of other forces in the strange fire secret realm in a few days. There are quite a few experts who know about the twin spirit flames. However, with Lord Lan and the legendary third commander of the Star Army, the journey to the secret realm should be as easy as drinking water and eating. Bai Yanner giggled, bowing respectfully to Xing Lan. Even the Bai family patriarch would have to bow respectfully to Xing Lan, the 10th-ranked figure in the world. In this world, strength still reigns supreme. Xinglan nodded slightly, out of consideration for Linjian's message and her friendship with the young master. As for the 3 burly men in the next room, they acted as if they hadn't heard a thing. They didn't care about anyone except the young master and Xinglan. They'd rather play drinking games than waste time. Burp, this is called Lao Bai Gan, it's strong. The young master is really generous. Ha ha ha, coward, you can't even handle a dozen bottles? Watch me, glug. No, drinking like this isn't fun. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses gets beaten up. Alright, come on, rock, paper, scissors. Tiger, you lost. Take this. Xiong Gang's massive fist slammed Xiong Hu against the wall. Xiong Hu dusted himself off, grinning foolishly as if nothing had happened. Keep going, I'm going to get my revenge. Haha, Tiger, you lost again. Bang! Xiong Gang and Xiong Ba struck in perfect unison, each landing a punch. Xiong Hu was sent flying again, this time crashing through half the wall. At first, the three of them were somewhat restrained, but by the end, the punches were so loud that Xu Xing could hear the pain. Xing Lan, her face darkening, kicked the wall open with a cold expression. Go play somewhere else, don't bother the young master. But Xiong Gang, drunk, raised his hand, grinning foolishly, and beckoned, Lord Lan, wanna play? Xing Lan sneered, you have guts. Only half the room remained, enveloped in a chilling aura. The chill brought the three of them back to their senses, but before they could react, they each felt a sharp pain in their chests and were sent flying out of Chingling City, unconscious. Before passing out, Xiong Hu muttered, who the hell lacks martial ethics, daring to ambush me? I haven't lost yet. Bai Yanner's lips twitched violently. Xing Yan's kick, even for a heavenly will expert, would be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. It was too brutal. Young master, I'm sorry, they were just too happy. Normally, they wouldn't go this far, Xing Lan said, lacking confidence herself. Unless she personally trained the Star Army, it would be back to this state in less than 3 days. Like father, like son. The entire Star Army was pretty much the same, except the weaker ones played it easy. Of course, they joked around normally, but they wouldn't dare be like that on the battlefield. After all, carelessness on the battlefield meant either their own death or the death of their brothers. They knew the difference between right and wrong. Xu Xing smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. They're the same as before, just like always. But are all three of them all right? We have business to attend to tomorrow. Xing Lan said nonchalantly, just minor injuries. They'll be bouncing around again tomorrow. Xu Xing's lips twitched. All right then. Miss Bai, since you're here, how about we go to my treasure pavilion together? And maybe I can offer some business advice while I'm at it. Xu Xing extended his right hand, gesturing for her to proceed. Bai Yanner was looking forward to this. The thing Xu Xing had brought last time had opened a whole new world for her. It would be my honor. Xu Xing and his group of 4, 1 man and 3 women, each woman a stunning beauty, attracted countless stares from the citizens as they walked, their eyes wide with astonishment and envy. As expected of the Lord, even his wives are so beautiful. More than beautiful. Even the daughters of noble families in the holy city aren't this stunning. You're being too kind. I'm not even as beautiful as them. Pa, you have the nerve to take that personally? I'd like to bestow upon you the title of Miss £1,000. Ha ha ha, she's the blacksmith's little princess. Watch out, the blacksmith might give you a good whack. I'm not afraid. I've already passed the city lord's recruitment selection and will report for duty tomorrow. The others erupted in commotion, rushing forward to curry favor. Congratulations, brother, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. After months of renovation, Chingling City was completely transformed. The streets bustled with people, and everyone's face beamed with happiness. The Lord had not only exempted them from most taxes, but those with skills also received various subsidies. Now self-sufficient, they were filled with gratitude, and smiles never faded from their faces. The lively streets were a harmonious scene. Poor people hawked their wares, while wealthy merchants sold their wares. Though there were occasional arguments, no violence was tolerated. Anyone who dared to fight was arrested and imprisoned. Bai Yanner was shocked. Xu Xing's management methods were bold, surprising, and risky, but if successful, she seemed to see the future Chingling City, a magnificent scene where Xu Xing's call would be echoed by millions. Even decades later, the people of Chingling City would still hold Xu Xing in genuine respect. Was the Xu Xing before her truly the last surviving member of the Xinglan family? The one previously known as a good-for-nothing was terrifying. After years of forbearance, he unleashed his fangs upon entering the lost land. But she couldn't understand it. Who was Xu Xing's teacher? Someone who could teach such unconventional ideas was either a madman or a saint. How could she find absolutely nothing about it? Soon, Xu Xing and his group arrived at their destination. A 2-story pavilion occupying 1,000 square meters, with 3-meter-tall white and black pillars at each of the 4 corners. The surrounding walls were entirely made of white jade bricks, with exquisitely carved lotus flowers blooming alluringly among the white walls. Crimson gauze curtains hung from the entrance. At first glance, this was the most eye-catching building in the entire Chingling City, second only to the city lord's fortress. To build the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Gabuta had drained the entire city's wealth, even using his and his uncle's savings. Gabuta believed that with the current results, they would recoup their investment within a month. Today is the second day of Bibeoj's opening. As soon as the young master returned and resolved the bloodthirsty vine crisis outside, he activated Bibeoj. The booming business shows that Gabuta has not disappointed the young master's expectations. Young master, should I have Gabuta closed down? Hua Xo frowned, looking at the Bibeoj packed with people inside and out. Shu Xing waved his hand. Businesses open for business can't just close down. Wait a bit. It's almost noon, everyone's probably going home to cook. Bai Yanner sighed softly, the way you're behaving as a lord, people who don't know better would think you owe them something. Shu Xing touched his nose, not responding. Having received compulsory education, he was worlds apart from this world. He just needed to do what he was supposed to do, he wouldn't suffer any losses anyway. It just meant earning a little less. Money, as the saying goes, enough is enough. If it's not enough, we'll deal with it later. He could always rob the rich to help the poor. Inside the store, a dozen or so staff members greeted each customer with smiles, even though they were exhausted and drenched in sweat. Their smiles were genuine, and their voices were gentle and patient. Women from impoverished families, of low social status, were often shunned by most families because of their lack of physical strength. They struggled to make ends meet, unable even to afford a purse. But things changed after the Lord arrived. For example, the Treasure Pavilion recently recruited female service staff, prioritizing them. After simple training, they could start working. All they had to do was smile and patiently answer customers' questions, earning a high wage of 15 copper coins a day. They even received a commission if they sold more than 10 items a day. 15 copper coins a day, that's 450 copper coins a month. It's said that even serving in the Lord's army, as a common soldier, didn't offer such a high wage. This kind of work, where money seemed to fall from the sky, felt like a dream. They wished they could work 25 hours a day, smiling. With money to be made, they wouldn't hesitate to cry, let alone laugh. Peach wiped the sweat from her brow. She was one of the staff members, busy until noon. It was lunchtime, so she grabbed a large white steamed bun from the table, went outside, and greeted passers-by with a smile, asking if they needed anything. Each additional customer she brought in meant an extra copper coin. For her, this was the only opportunity to earn money, and she cherished it. Her younger sister was of school age, and it was said that the Lord would personally establish a school at the end of the month. She had to send her sister there so she could learn skills from the Lord and not end up like her, knowing nothing and suffering scorn everywhere. In their poor family, education was practically the only way out. While martial arts were an option, women were generally less physically efficient than men, and the family's meat supply favored men. Unless a woman had exceptional talent, learning martial arts was the best option. She had to stick to her studies and acquire a skill. Speaking of which, the Lord had several female guards, and she heard they were even innate masters truly impressive. Peach was envious, but she knew she didn't have that talent. She was already very content with her current 400 or 500 copper coins a month. If her younger sister became the Lord's student, her life would be complete ahead of time. Peach grinned foolishly, dreaming of a bright future. Beautiful lady, I'm here to buy something," Shu Xing gently interrupted Peach's reverie. "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir, please come in." Dizzy realized her mistake and quickly bowed her head in apology. Shu Xing chuckled. "This should be lunchtime, yet you're still working. Why?" Shu Xing set the working hours for the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Dizzy looked up, revealing her freckled, slightly yellowish cheeks. She said somewhat shyly, "I want to earn more money to pay for my younger sister's tuition." "Studying, huh? Studying is good. I wish your sister all the best in her studies." Shu Xing sincerely wished her well, then pulled Hua Xo into the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Desi smiled happily. "What would you like, sir?" "Nothing much, I'm just looking around." "You eat first, I'll talk to you if I need anything." Shu Xing didn't want to keep her from eating. Unfortunately, Dizzy misunderstood. She thought her momentary daze had offended the handsome customer, but she didn't dare to persist. Forcing a smile, she said, "Please take your time looking around. I'll be there whenever you need me." Shu Xing's demeanor and the three women following closely behind him exuded an air of high status. Desi was filled with regret. She was so stupid, why was she daydreaming during work hours? Not only had she missed this deal, but she might also face complaints and lose her job. Shu Xing didn't think much of it. Walking on the spacious, smooth jade floor, glass counters displayed a dazzling array of goods. Basic necessities, wheat, corn, rice, coarse salt, women's products, perfume, bath towels, purses, a special section for lords, lollipops, fine perfumes, glasses, wooden chopsticks, spicy snacks, cola, premium salt, high-end tea sets, hot pot base, weapon counter, second floor, purchase limit, cultivation manual counter, second floor, purchase limit. The basic goods were all there. Shu Xing nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased with both the prices and the selection. These prices were for the local residents of Chingling City, a special benefit for them. He wasn't expecting to make a profit. Once the trade routes were established and trade was opened, the 100 Treasures Pavilion would flourish. Then he could sit back and count the money. These were unique to the Great Xia dynasty, sold exclusively here, and the prices were entirely his to set. Gabuda, who was patrolling the second floor, suddenly received the news and hurriedly came downstairs. Seeing the 4 familiar figures, Gabuda respectfully approached Xu Xing from behind. "Young master, just let me know if you need anything, you didn't need to come in person." Xu Xing waved his hand. "Just taking a look around, this place is quite nice." "It's all thanks to young master's excellent guidance," Gabuda complimented casually. After speaking, Gabuda cautiously looked at Xing Lan, afraid of displeasing her. Xing Lan remained unmoved, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Xu Xing. "I see your goods all start at copper coins, don't you have any smaller currencies?" Xu Xing knew the spending power of the poor people here. 3 copper coins for a Great Xia lollipop expensive? For most of the people here, expensive, absolutely too expensive. Even though the treasure pavilion was selling them at a loss for 3 copper coins, they still couldn't afford them. 3 copper coins could buy 3 caddies of coarse wheat, a spoonful of coarse salt, or a lavish bowl of noodles with meat at a restaurant. Gabuda smiled wryly. "Young master, copper coins in the city are limited." Bai Yanner spoke up. "I can urgently send 3,000 copper coins." Xu Xing glanced at her in surprise, but didn't refuse. "Then thank you very much, Miss Bai. As for smaller currencies, I'll give them to you next time I return." Xu Xing thought the game tokens from his childhood in Dexia were quite good. They were both temporarily counterfeit-proof and plentiful. The market needed circulating currency. Since copper coins couldn't meet the demand, he would simply create a new kind. Whether the foreign merchants accepted it or not was of no concern to him. "Young master, there's something else to report." "What is it?" "Tell me all at once," Xu Xing said. Gabuda looked at the weather outside. "Young master, a cold wave is coming soon, and we don't have enough quilts. In previous years, we relied on those unscrupulous grain merchants at this time. Now, that's definitely not necessary, since they've all been wiped out." "A cold wave? What's the temperature?" "Judging from your anxious expression, it seems quite serious." Xu Xing had never experienced a winter with a low of more than -5 degrees Celsius. Gabuda's face was grim. He said in a low voice, "A cold wave lasts a month, with wind and snow, and a temperature difference of 40 degrees between day and night." Xu Xing's eyes widened. 40 degrees? -20 or 30 degrees at night? How did they survive in previous years? Looking at the people outside dressed in their thin clothes, Xu Xing couldn't even imagine it. Bai Yanner said coldly, "Most can only hide in the cellar and try to survive. If they don't survive, naturally the next generation will have to continue living. For decades, through alternating cold and heat, it's always been like this. It's not that Bai Yanner is heartless. How many can she save alone?" Chingling City is relatively well off, sparsely populated. But in Yang City, with its hundreds of thousands of permanent residents, even if the entire Bai family were to sacrifice everything, they couldn't save many people in Yang City. Besides, not everyone is like Xu Xing, selflessly saving their people. Other lords are already being generous by not imposing additional taxes. Xu Xing looked at the people coming and going outside the door, each face beaming with smiles and eyes brimming with hope. They seemed unconcerned about the approaching cold wave. Had they all become accustomed to it? Habit is truly terrifying. "I understand. I'll handle it. You go and count the elderly, the weak, women, and children, leave no one behind," Xu Xing instructed, rubbing his temples. Gabuda gritted his teeth. "Young master, 1 cotton-padded coat per household is enough. You've already done more than enough." Xu Xing glanced at Gabuda and said calmly, "I asked you to do the statistics, but you're full of nonsense. Don't worry, young master has plenty of money, though. Do your job well. I'll need you to work for me in the future." "Yes, young master," Gabuda replied loudly. Desi and the others stared blankly at Xu Xing. They never expected that the person before them was the legendary Lord, let alone that the Lord would provide cotton-padded coats for free. Was this really the Lord? Was he a savior sent from heaven? "Keep your words to yourselves today," Gabuda snapped at Desi and the others. Desi and the others bowed respectfully and said, "Yes." The news of the young master's cotton-padded coats wouldn't spread until they arrived. They couldn't ruin the young master's reputation. The people outside had limited education and were easily misled. "Anything else?" Xu Xing asked. Gabuda shook his head. "No, but I suggest we expand the potato planting. Everyone should plant more now. We might be able to harvest a batch before the cold wave, increasing their food supply. You can decide that yourself, no need to report. Open the trade routes outside as soon as possible. Try to make the name of Bibeoj known far and wide after the cold wave ends." Yes, 2 batches have already been shipped to other cities, and the profits and reputation are quite good. Gabuda was proud of this. After all, he had been in charge of Bibeoj from start to finish. "That's good." Go back and collect a batch of vitality grass and send it to the castle. We also need other herbs, the lower the quality, the better. With these herbs, they could easily exchange for hundreds of thousands of sets of cotton clothing. Gabuta was used to his young master's strange requests and simply complied. Young master, I'll get back to work. Go. Shu Xing waved his hand. Before leaving the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Shu Xing bought 5 lollipops, one for each of his companions, and gave the last one to the shop assistant, Dizzy. On the way back, Shu Xing felt awkward towards Bai Yaner beside him. The guests had only been there for less than a day, and the owners were all planning to run away tomorrow. Bai Yaner, feeling Shu Xing's frequent gazes, giggled, "You think I came at the wrong time? Go about your business tomorrow, I won't bother you." Shu Xing chuckled dryly. Who said big breasts mean no brains? This woman was quite clever, wasn't she? Bai Yaner tossed a strand of hair. Young Master Shu, do you believe me if I say I want to work for you? Ahem, Shu Xing looked bewildered. What do you mean, Miss Bai? Bai Yaner rolled her eyes at Shu Xing. Don't misunderstand, I just simply think that working for you has a future. To build the business empire I envision, nothing more. Come if you want, I'd love to have another talented person, Shu Xing said indifferently. Bai Yaner was taken aback. She had prepared a long explanation, but Shu Xing had agreed so readily? Wasn't he afraid she had ulterior motives? After all, she was the little princess of the Bai family, half-successor to the business empire. If you're willing to come, you can only work as Gabuta's assistant for now, how about that? Shu Xing inquired. No matter how capable Bai Yaner was, she couldn't rise to the top overnight, and he couldn't let his subordinates lose heart. As for whether the other party had ulterior motives, with 3,000-star army soldiers and Senglan in charge, military strength was always the strongest backing. Bai Yaner chuckled. Thank you, young master. No, let's be friends. Just call me Shu Xing. Shu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Bai Yaner's allure was natural, every smile and gesture sent shivers down his spine. Hee, young master, I'm extremely interested in the goods in the 100 Treasures Pavilion. I'm going to study them now. Don't worry about me. Bai Yaner excitedly ran back. This decision wasn't impulsive. After learning Shu Xing's identity and the various strange and unusual goods he brought, she had already formed an idea. Having witnessed Shu Xing's character firsthand, she was certain of her decision. Following Shu Xing would never be a bad idea, this was a businessman's unique intuition. Besides, building a commercial empire and making a name for oneself in history was the ultimate pursuit of every businessman. The next morning, after Hua Xo brought out Noodles, Shu Xing ate a simple meal. Chingling, call the 3 uncles, get ready to go back. With those 3 simpletons, robbing foreign mercenaries would be a breeze. The thought of the 3 possibly tearing mercenaries apart filled him with anticipation. Chingling was a woman of action. The moment Shu Xing gave the order, she flashed into Xiong Gang and the others' room. The 3 bald men, still slurping instant noodles and sipping strong liquor, instinctively shuddered at the sight of Chingling. Boss, finished eating? Finished eating. Let's assemble. The 3 hadn't forgotten their mission. Wearing straw sandals that exposed their toes, they grabbed their instant noodles and rushed out of the room. Brother Gang, these instant noodles are said to come from young master's unique secret realm, the place we're going to this time. Do you think we should pull off a heist? Xiong Hu slurped down the last mouthful of noodles, feeling a pang of reluctance. Such a divine food, gone in a single bite. Xiong Gang handed him a large bag. What do you mean, do one job? We're reformed now, we're the young master's men, don't embarrass him. Oh right, but such delicious noodles, are we just going to give up like this? The warehouse is empty for us. Xiong Hu looked dejected. After eating this instant noodles, who would want that bland roasted meat? Xiong Gang said irritably, you have the nerve to say that? You ate 120 buckets in one night, the inventory is empty, naturally we have nothing to eat. Xiong Ba pouted, big brother, what are you talking about? You ate 150 buckets. Look how angry that little goblin was, his face turned black. Pa, we just couldn't resist. I didn't say we couldn't do it. We'll do it like this, then like this, understand? Xiong Gang said in a low voice as he ran. Xiong Ba and Xiong Hu's eyes lit up. Let's do it, big brother. And there's Lao Bai Gan, a type of Chinese liquor. The young master's personal maid said the best wine there is red. We definitely have to try it. Right, ha, my big knife is itching for a fight. Shu Xing, holding Hua Xo and Xing Yian's hands with his right and dragging the 3 bald, burly men with his left, appeared in the bedroom in the blink of an eye. Uncles, feel free to look around. Don't do anything rash, Shu Xing specifically instructed. The 3 patted their chests. Don't worry, young master, we're the most obedient. You go about your business. The 3 looked around with surprise, their expressions almost like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Damn, a lump of iron that can run without a horse. Holy crap, 100 houses taller than me. Where did the young master bring us? The immortal realm? Idiots, how could this be the immortal realm? There's not a trace of spiritual energy. Quiet down, do you want to be utterly humiliated by Lord Lan? Shu Xing's face darkened. Xiao, show them a war movie to warn them not to mess around here. Hua Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled. Okay, Lord Lan, would you like to take a look too? Xingling thought for a moment and nodded. She was quite interested in the unique weapons of Great Xia. Hua Xiao directly searched online for a video of an atomic bomb explosion. In her opinion, Earth's weapons were only at the atomic bomb level, enough to shock the 4 people present. Shu Xing then dialed Wang Xiao's number. He had already received the documents in his encrypted email. He was now reporting to his superiors. He was about to depart. Major matters are reported to superiors, minor matters are handled internally. This is the tacit agreement between the two sides. Xiao Wang, we're going to take them out. Cover for us, you don't want us to be filmed abroad, do you? Shu Xing said earnestly. Wang Xiao, if you don't want to be filmed, why not just stay in China? Being shot in the back and then wiping out the entire gang, he could only say, typical Shu Xing. This was very Shu Xing's approach. What's with those 3 guys next to you? Wang Xiao changed the subject, looking at the 3 2-meter-tall bald men in Shu Xing's room. Their physiques and demeanor clearly indicated they were no pushovers. The appearance of 3 of them at once almost prompted the higher UPS to send in the army. Shu Xing's face suddenly turned cold. You dare to monitor my room? Although Shu Xing knew he couldn't escape the surveillance, he still felt uneasy. Hearing the hostility in the young master's tone, Xingling flicked her wrist, shattering all 3 surveillance cameras several kilometers away, and the monitoring screen beside Wang Xiao went completely black. Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched violently. 5,000 meters away, pinhole-sized cameras, they could still detect him at that distance? Those higher UPS are really treacherous. Now that they've discovered him, he has to clean up their mess. Wang Xiao wanted to curse, but he said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I didn't know about this. I'll give you a satisfactory answer in 1 minute. Who came up with this idea? Apologize to my face, or we'll live stream his every move 24/7, Shu Xing said calmly. Wang Xiao's face darkened. How could he possibly agree to that? 5 million in cash, immediately. Shu Xing roared, do you think I'm short of money? Wang Xiao sighed helplessly, 10 million. The higher UPS are fully intervening in the alliance. Go ahead and do it this time. Who will take responsibility if anything goes wrong? Shu Xing snorted coldly, don't let it happen again. I brought these 3 people here to show you their high-end combat capabilities. Pretty generous, right? Shu Xing casually explained why he brought them. Wang Xiao smiled wryly, that's enough. This is Great Xia, the higher UPS won't trust us with too many. I know. It's just a few people for now. Oh, and send me 200,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes. Shu Xing demanded an exorbitant amount. Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched. What do you need so many for? My friend's people are freezing over there. Hurry up, I'll give you 3 days. Wang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. My friend's people? They have a country over there too? Just pay me, Wang Xiao quickly added, afraid Shu Xing wouldn't pay. I'm just a wage earner, my family's savings are only a few 100,000. Shu Xing curled her lip. So stingy. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't pay? 2 life-giving herbs. Wang Xiao, 10. 2 life-giving herbs, plus a new herb. Take it or leave it, Shu Xing said indifferently. Wang Xiao readily agreed. Okay, deliver it to the warehouse in 5 days. I'll lend you the warehouse too. While Shu Xing was on the phone, Hua Xiao and the other 4 also began watching a war documentary. It was a documentary about the entire process of the atomic bomb's development and detonation decades ago. Hua Xiao fast-forwarded through most of it, getting to the explosion part. The 5 of them stared intently at the television screen. Xiang Gang and his 2 companions, who had initially paid little attention, suddenly felt a surge of energy in tense muscles the moment they saw the atomic bomb explode on screen. The 3 of them nearly punched the television. On the screen, a huge, fiery red mushroom cloud rose, and when it dissipated, the ground was a scene of utter devastation. The area destroyed by the explosion reached a terrifying radius of several kilometers. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there was utter silence, everything was instantly leveled. Xiang Gang and his companions swallowed hard. If that thing had exploded within 100 meters of them, they would have been 100% dead. The speed was too fast, and the area it covered was too vast. Even with less than half their strength, relying solely on their physical strength, they would have been completely obliterated. Even Xing Lan, at the epicenter of the blast, couldn't be guaranteed to survive. Xiang Gang and his 2 companions wore solemn expressions, wondering if their plan to steal the instant noodle should be cancelled. They certainly didn't want to be hit by a weapon of that power. Hua Xiao's face was also filled with shock. Although she studied the Great Xia dynasty every day, she hadn't imagined the atomic bomb's power was so terrifying. This was the yield from decades ago. Even now, that level wouldn't be considered a weapon of that magnitude. Hua Xo quickly dispelled the bad thoughts in her mind. Worried about discouraging Lord Lan, she forced a smile and explained, "Lord Lan, don't worry, this kind of weapon has long been banned." Hua Xiao's words greatly relieved Xiong Gang and his companions. Banned, huh? Indeed, such a brutal weapon could wipe out an entire city in a single strike, even they found it inhumane. Finished watching? What did you think? Shu Sang asked Xiong Gang and his companions with a smile. Xiong Gang clicked his tongue. Young master, could you get a few of those things? With the atomic bomb and Sing Lan in charge, the Sing Lan family's reputation would spread throughout the continent again within half a year. Shu Sing shook his head. Don't even think about it. We can't get it now. I'm showing it to you so you can be careful here and not get caught off guard. Xiong Gang was deeply moved and patted his chest loudly. Thank you for your concern, young master. We'll be careful. Alright, you stay here. Food will be brought over. We'll depart promptly at midnight tonight, Shu Sing instructed. Yes, sir. Xiong Gang obeyed Shu Sing and Sing Ian's orders without question. Wang Xiao was just preparing to arrange a flight for Shu Sing to go abroad when he suddenly received a call from his direct superior. The higher UPS have developed this spirit measuring device overnight. Go and test the spirit values of those people. Wang Xiao's face darkened. Boss, we can't handle this. I haven't lived enough yet. I'm a meritorious official. You don't have to put me to death every time. This subordinate is disheartened, Wang Xiao complained, disregarding his image. Letting him take that thing and start snapping photos at that woman is worse than just killing him. He won't do it, absolutely not. Besides, those 3 new bald guys are even more terrifying than Xinglan. Kids are so scared they can't sleep for days after seeing them. The person opposite, addressed as boss, chuckled dryly. Comrade Wang, the conditions are tough, aren't they? Look, doesn't Mr. Shu own a pharmaceutical company? He can give you the green light for everything, 10 years of tax exemption, and loans are a piece of cake. Just tell Mr. Shu your purpose, we're just collecting some basic data, the equipment has no side effects. Really? Wang Xiao, having been scammed before, didn't hesitate to question his superior. An awkward laugh came from the other end. There shouldn't be any side effects. We've conducted thousands of data tests, and so far, there haven't been any problems. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. I need emotional compensation. Of course. Comrade Xiao Wang, you've worked hard. The organization won't forget you. The Rising Star Project includes your entire family. Wait 10 minutes. Knock knock knock. Hua Xiao opened the door. Wang Xiao, carrying a large pile of fruit, stood at the door with a broad smile. Hello, Miss Hua. I'm here to see classmate Shu. May I come in? Hua Xiao smiled. Of course. I'll go call the young master. Wang Xiao was an old acquaintance. Hua Xiao knew he represented this country. Young master, someone's looking for you. Shu Sing emerged from his study, looking at the visibly uncomfortable Wang Xiao. What? Did the higher UPS change their minds? Wang Xiao quickly waved his hands. No, how could that be? As long as you abide by the law, we will never interfere with your freedom. But, Wang Xiao said, steeling himself, pulling out what looked like a toy target gun from his pocket, Shu, this is a spirit testing device that the higher UPS developed overnight. It's said to be able to roughly test the spiritual energy, yuankai, within a person's body, as well as their rudimentary physical strength. Shu Sing curiously took it. How accurate is it? Wang Xiao honestly replied, I don't know. The higher UPS gave it to me, they want to test it on Shu and a few others. Of course, the higher UPS know their request is a bit excessive. Shu's pharmaceutical company will have a smooth runway from now on, tax-free and interest-free, everything's negotiable. Besides, this thing is harmless and won't invade privacy. I'm willing to test it first. Saying this, Wang Xiao took the target gun and pressed the middle button without hesitation. Beep, spiritual energy 0.1, strength 100. Shu Sing marveled. Interesting. I'll go first. Shu Sing also wanted to know how much power Sing Lan and the others could generate with a single punch. He really liked the technology of Great Xia, which could digitize most things. If this little gadget's data was accurate, it would be incredibly useful. When traveling to another world, anyone with lower stats than Sing Lan could be slapped without a second thought, while those with higher stats could be run away. Beep, spiritual energy 3, strength 150. Wow, not bad. Shu Sing became interested. The data matched his own. Ji Yao, you try it too. Hua Ji Yao pressed the button. Beep, spiritual energy 300, strength 6000. Wang Xiao's eyes widened. The data from the spirit measuring device was blood red. The usually gentle and weak Miss Hua, a punch with 6,000 jin of strength? Shu Xing raised an eyebrow, continued aiming at Xinglan, and pressed the button. Buzz buzz buzz. The target gun stat spiked, then with a click, it started smoking. Shu Xing silently placed the target rifle back in Wang Xiao's arms. Don't try to extort me, it's a problem with your product quality. Wang Xiao smiled wryly. Was this reaction tantamount to blackmail? Watching the spirit testing device explode, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Having personally witnessed Xinglan's immortal technique of freezing 1,000 miles, her power was undeniable. Overnight, the higher UPS had developed a spirit testing device using only trace amounts of spiritual energy from a few regenerative herbs. This was beyond imagination. Regarding Xinglan's data, Wang Xiao believed that if the instrument could be upgraded to tester within 6 months, it would be a great success. Shu, the higher UPS said they'd arrange military aircraft for you. Do you have any objections? Wang Xiao asked, ending the discussion about the spirit testing device. Shu Xing glanced sideways. Someone up there isn't trying to kill me, is there? A plane crash mid-flight? Wang Xiao's eyelids twitched. He chuckled dryly. How could that be? It's a military plane. Nobody would dare tamper with it. If you're worried, Shu, I'll accompany you the whole time, Wang Xiao said through gritted teeth. Shu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go together. Let's make this clear first. If it really crashes, my men won't be rescuing you. Wang Xiao sighed. Nothing will happen. Is there anything else you need, Shu? Of course. Prepare food for me first, especially for those 3 bald guys in the house. They can't go to battle hungry, Shu Xing instructed. Wang Xiao said no problem. Is enough for 30 people? Not enough. Double it. Shu Xing knew those 3 had eaten over 300 buckets of instant noodles in one night. They were practically gluttons. By the way, we still have some time before departure. Prepare a secret testing room for me to test the power of conventional weapons like pistols, rifles, axe, and grenades. Shu Xing was worried about the 3 people in the room, whose intelligence was limited. He wanted them to experience the power of firearms beforehand to avoid any unexpected mishaps. He couldn't afford to lose 3 super experts at the half-step divine will level. Wang Xiao frowned slightly. I need to consult my superiors. Shu Xing, go ahead. Talk to them properly. It's just testing the power. I won't touch the firearms, at least not now. Wang Xiao smiled wryly. Okay, please wait a moment. Shu Xing didn't pay much attention. He trusted his superiors would agree. He checked his phone. It was already the end of November. Was Wu Yulong's wedding banquet postponed to December 12th? He'd been too busy these past few days. Now that he was back, he needed to prepare a wedding gift for him. What should he get? Xiao, what kind of gifts do you usually give for weddings over there? He didn't need gifts from Daxia. Wu Yulong had plenty of money and power. Upon hearing the word wedding banquet, Hua Xiao's face flushed crimson. She stammered, young master, I don't need any. Shu Xing chuckled, gently rubbing Hua Xiao's delicate cheek. What are you thinking? It's a wedding gift for Wu Yulong. Ah! Hua Xiao's eyes widened, embarrassed and spinning around, wishing she could disappear into the covers. Hee, if you're in a hurry, we can have it together, Shu Xing said with a grin, nuzzling Hua Xiao's cheek. Hua Xiao shook her head wildly. No need. Just do as young master wishes. Shu Xing chuckled, after I avenge you, I'll take you to meet my grandparents. Hua Xiao nodded obediently. Young master, will they agree? Hua Xiao looked up, her eyes filled with trepidation, nervousness, and joy. Of course, they'll agree. Grandpa and the others will definitely like you when they see you, Shu Xing nodded confidently. I'll try my best, Hua Xiao encouraged herself inwardly. Shu Xing laughed heartily. What do you need to try to meet my grandparents? Hua Xiao gave a disgruntled huff, nestled in Shu Xing's arms, enjoying a moment of peace. Since the young master had been surrounded by more girls, she had spent less and less time with him. However, she knew in her heart that this was a good thing. It meant the young master's career was flourishing, and she was genuinely happy for him. Young master, I'm going to make you some soup. After a moment of tenderness, Hua Xiao happily went to cook. Wang Xiao stepped forward at that moment. Student Shu, the higher UPS have agreed, but only in the designated room. Shu Xing didn't make things difficult for Wang Xiao. Okay, I'll have them go with you. Wang Xiao was taken aback. Student Shu isn't going? Shu Xing waved her hand. I haven't eaten yet, I trust you. Wang Xiao's lips twitched. At this moment, he would rather Shu Xing not believe him. It would be safer for her to accompany him. Those 3 bald guys, would they listen to him? Wang Xiao felt that from now on, he should obediently go along with Xiang Gang and the others, giving them whatever they wanted and never contradicting them. Of all the people he had contacted so far, only Hua Xo made Wang Xiao feel normal and safe. Xu Xing pushed open the door. "Three uncles, would you like to go out and have a look around?" The three men, who had been sitting on the floor, bored out of their minds, brightened at the young master's words and nodded eagerly. "Young master, can we go out?" Xu Xing smiled and nodded. "He'll show you the unique weapons here. Just follow his instructions. Don't lay a hand on him on the way. Of course, he'll still try to hurt you, but I allow you to retaliate." Xu Xing looked at Wang Xiao and said bluntly. Xiang Gang smiled gently at Wang Xiao, patting his exaggerated pectoral muscles. "No problem. Go ahead. He'll take care of you if you're thirsty or hungry." Xu Xing casually transferred 500,000 yuan to Wang Xiao. He couldn't let a working-class man suffer a loss. The extra was compensation for Wang Xiao's emotional distress over the past few days. Wang Xiao had no choice but to lead the three men away. As soon as they came downstairs, Xiang Gang and his two companions' eyes lit up, looking around excitedly. Wang Xiao opened his car door, turned back to see the three old men still standing there, and reluctantly turned back, saying, "Gentlemen, get in and let's go." The three men saw the car and immediately burst into laughter, running over. "So this is the metal lump that can run. Strange, where's the horse? Is it crammed inside?" Wang Xiao's face darkened. "This is called a car, there's no horse." The three men looked confused. "A car?" Xiang Ba slammed his hand on the car body. Crack! The 8-year-old sedan, under Wang Xiao's horrified gaze, instantly collapsed a quarter of its length, the right rear tire bursting. "Holy crap, my beloved car!" Wang Xiao was so angry he almost exploded on the spot. He'd spent a whopping 300,000 yuan on this car, with hundreds of thousands more spent on modifications. Over 400,000 yuan, and one slap and it's totaled. Wang Xiao wanted to smash his head against the street. What kind of monsters were these? He'd just been careless and a car had been smashed to pieces. If that slap had landed on him, Wang Xiao's face turned pale, and he frantically tried to banish the terrible thoughts from his mind. Xiang Gang slapped Xiang Ba on the head. He knew without a doubt that Xiang Ba had caused trouble. "Idiot, you come out and caused trouble. Take your wages and pay them back." This was the young master's friend, he couldn't mess with him. Xiang Ba reluctantly pulled out the last 10 taels of silver he had. "Here, is that enough?" Wang Xiao's lips twitched. He wanted to take it but didn't dare. Luckily, Xu Xing's transfer arrived at that moment, a full 500,000 yuan. Wang Xiao's expression softened considerably. "No need, Xu has already compensated me." He felt perfectly justified in accepting the 500,000 yuan. For the next leg of the journey, Wang Xiao was prepared for bankruptcy. These country bumpkins were all incredibly strong, and the resulting destructive power was naturally superhuman. However, he was also resigned to it. Bankruptcy was fine, as long as his own people were safe. As for the money, Xu Xing and his superiors would reimburse him. Xiang Ba chuckled and quickly put away the silver. Not having to pay was of course best. He only had 10 taels of silver on him, and once it was gone, it was gone. "Good lad, you're very good. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me." Xiang Ba happily approached and patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder. Wang Xiao turned pale with fright and retreated in terror. "Stop. I know your intentions. I'm just an ordinary person, I can't withstand a single punch from you." Xiang Ba scratched his head and muttered, "I know my limits." Wang Xiao was too lazy to pay him any attention. Know his limits? With a light tap, the car was totaled. He couldn't accept such a disservice. "The car's broken down. Follow me all the way." Wang Xiao didn't dare let these people take a taxi. "You guys stay right behind me and don't cause any more trouble. Your young master told you to listen to me," Wang Xiao said, his face dark, each word distinct. The three men nodded. "Okay, but could we have some drinks when we get there?" Wang Xiao, "No problem. As long as you behave, you can drink whatever you want." If a meal would keep them from causing trouble, Wang Xiao was willing to pay for it himself. "Haha, you may be frail, but you're a good guy. Sell us some red wine, we'll pay." "Red wine? Red wine?" Wang Xiao glanced at the three behind him in surprise, thinking, "They're quite fashionable, drinking red wine. No problem, I'll treat you, but you have to behave and listen to me. Let's go." Wang Xiao quickly walked towards their destination. Fortunately, the place wasn't far, only 7 or 8 li, about 3.5 to 4 kilometers, a walk of 10 or 20 minutes if you walked quickly. In the otherworldly Chingling city, Gabuta sat on a wooden chair, constantly dealing with various trivial matters. Knock knock knock. "Lord Gabuta, the salty stone or the Lord mentioned has been found." A tall and imposing Minotaur warrior stood outside the door. Gabuta was overjoyed and looked up, asking, "Where?" The Minotaur warrior said in a deep voice, between two large mountains north of Chingling Mountain. We've already dug out over 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms. Good, inform Lord Tai that he will personally oversee the salt mines from now on. Anyone who obstructs the transport of salt or will be executed without mercy. Yes. Kabuta, ignoring the matters on the table, said, lead the way, I'll personally boil the salt. Kabuta knew that if it really was salt ore, then according to the salt-making method left by the young master, the entire Chingling city would never lack salt again. From now on, they could produce the refined salt brought by the young master themselves, achieving self-production and export. In Daxia, Wang Xiao and his group of 4 entered the underground secret chamber. This was the entrance to an old air raid shelter, perfectly suited for these people to test their guns. You wait here, I'll go get the guns, Wang Xiao instructed, still worried. Xiong Gang and the other 2 nodded. Go quickly, and don't forget our drinks. Wang Xiao's lips twitched. Got it. Wang Xiao entered another room. 2 men in black stood inside, each carrying 2 briefcases. Wang Xiao extended his hand. Thank you for your hard work. These 2 were personnel assigned by their superiors to deliver the weapons. They had followed a similar procedure when carrying out missions abroad. 2 pistols, 1 rifle, 1 AK, 4 grenades. Monitor the entire operation. The higher UPS need the data, one of them said calmly, opening a briefcase. Wang Xiao nodded. No problem. The 3 men outside knew nothing, even if he shoved his face in theirs, nothing would happen. Oh, by the way, could you please buy me 8 bottles of good red wine and order dinner for 80 people? The man in black. Wang Xiao carried the 4 briefcases out in 2 trips. First, he picked up the pistol, assembled it, and cocked it. Did your young master say how to test it? Xiong Gang shook his head in confusion. Wang Xiao was speechless. Gentlemen, watch closely. I'm going to demonstrate the pistol's power by shooting at the wooden dummy over there. Wang Xiao fired 2 shots. The bullets pierced through the 3-inch thick solid wooden dummy. The expectation in Xiong Gang's eyes instantly vanished. That's it. Where's the atomic bomb? How about you demonstrate an atomic bomb for us? Xiong Hu shouted. He looked down on the pistol's power. The speed was okay, but the power probably wouldn't even pierce his skin. Wang Xiao's face twitched. You promised to behave and not cause trouble. Xiong Hu curled his lip, snatched the pistol from Wang Xiao's hand, and this time he was smarter. Controlling his strength, he mimicked Wang Xiao's actions and fired 3 shots into his own arm. See? Isn't this looking down on us? Wang Xiao was immediately shocked. He thought, could the test data Xu Xing mentioned be this kind of thing? Seeing Xiong Hu, whose skin wasn't even broken, the viewers watching the live stream from afar felt a chill run down their spines. Is this what cultivators are like? Seeing Lan was one exception, but what about these 3? That was a pistol. 1 shot, and their skin was only slightly red. What else could this be but immortals? Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement. If his soldiers could perform like this, what would they fear in war? Charging back and forth on the battlefield, who would dare stand in their way? Soon, Wang Xiao received a new order, continue this probing with other weapons as much as possible. Wang Xiao silently observed the 3 men before him. If it were Xing Lan, he wouldn't hesitate to accept this mission, but with these individuals, the room for maneuver was far greater. Their strength and intelligence were clearly inversely proportional. A simple test wouldn't pose a significant problem. Before he even gave the order, the 3 had already started playing around. Rock, paper, scissors, haha, tiger, you lost again. Bang! Xiong Gang and Xiong Ba each shot Xiong Hu. Xiong Hu, looking indignant, said, let's continue. Do you want to play? Xiong Hu asked Wang Xiao with a kind smile. Wang Xiao shuddered. No, you guys play. He didn't want to play this game, and he couldn't afford to. Rock, paper, scissors, bang. Rock, paper, scissors, bang bang bang. In less than a minute, there were more than a dozen spent cartridge cases on the ground. Hey, why isn't it firing? Fix it. Xiong Gang pointed at Wang Xiao with dissatisfaction. He was extremely satisfied with the pistol's performance. It was essential for rock paper scissors. Before, when they played rock paper scissors, their opponents were tough and resilient. After a few punches, the opponents weren't seriously injured, but his own hand would hurt. Now, with a pistol, it was so convenient whoever lost could shoot the other. Wang Xiao, speechless, assembled the other pistol. This one only has 12 bullets. We have others, want to play? Xiong Gang's eyes lit up. Get them out. By the way, where's our wine? Almost there, almost there. You guys finished the tasks your young master assigned you first. Wang Xiao noticed that as long as Xu Xing was mentioned, these 3 would obey. Xiong Gang scratched his head. Yeah, so the people we're going to kill next are all carrying this kind of weapon? Xiong Gang asked casually. Wang Xiao nodded. Normally, it won't exceed these 4 types. The pistol is the least powerful. Will the next test be the same? Xiong Gang grinned. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to test. No problem, let's go. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, brother Gang, finally your turn. Xiong Ba and the other man grinned maliciously. Which one to play next? Wang Xiao silently handed over the AK. This one's pretty powerful, don't aim for vitals. Wang Xiao kindly reminded him. Xiong Gang snorted coldly, hurry up, it's your turn next. Following Wang Xiao's instructions, Xiong Ba aimed at Xiong Gang's thigh and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, the AK spewed fire. Wang Xiao closed his eyes, somewhat afraid to watch Xiong Gang's fate. He was still wondering if he had been too wicked, too heartless? If something happened to Xiong Gang, would Xu Xing shoot him dead? On the other side, several people tensed up, looking nervously at Xiong Gang. Pa, this little thing, it hurts pretty badly. Xiong Gang grimaced as he pulled out the bullets from his thigh. Blood gushed out, but Xiong Gang pulled out some ointment from his pocket, applied it briefly, and the wound quickly stopped bleeding and scabbed over. Damn it, let's continue. This really hurts, you guys have to try it too, Xiong Gang said nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Xiong Ba and Xiong Hu didn't seem to care either. Come on, let's continue. Then it went back to normal, the sound of gunfire echoing incessantly. Wang Xiao stayed far away, not daring to approach. Looking at the 3 men before him, Wang Xiao felt a deep sadness for these foreign mercenaries. Making enemies with these people was utterly stupid. The 2 men in black who returned, seeing the scene, almost turned and ran. What had they seen? They saw 3 bear-like men, grinning maliciously, laughing as they fired their axe at each other, spent shell casings clanging on the ground. Wang Xiao approached the 2 men. Brothers, you'll get used to it. Don't be afraid. Give me the red wine, everyone else come in. The 2 men in black left behind a cart full of food and 8 bottles of red wine and quickly ran off. Brothers, the wine you ordered is here. Want to have a drink first? Wang Xiao shouted. Xiong Gang, clutching his AK, ran over excitedly. Red wine? Wang Xiao nodded. Here, 2 bottles each. The 3 men were overjoyed. They wiped the blood from their hands, took the wine, and with a slight pressure of their fingers, the rim of the bottles looked as if they had been sliced cleanly with a knife. Xiong Gang, full of anticipation, gulped down half the bottle. But then, the sour, astringent taste made Xiong Gang's eyes widen instantly. Xiong Gang was furious. Narrowing his eyes, he raised his AK-47 without a word, pointing it at Wang Xiao. I hate fake alcohol more than anything. How dare you sell us 3 brothers fake alcohol? You're asking for trouble. Wang Xiao was completely bewildered. He slowly took a sip of his red wine. The familiar taste, the familiar aroma, it was true. Was the other party deliberately picking a fight? That seemed unlikely. Wang Xiao didn't care about 3, 7, 21, and then stepped back and held his head and then squatted down. A series of movements flowed smoothly, as if they had been rehearsed thousands of times in advance, and the skill was distressing. Big brother, I have something to say. I am your young master's person. Don't do it, don't do it. Xiong Gang curled his lips. If it weren't for the young master, you would still be standing here and talking now? A few people over there, get out. Where were you meowing at the beginning? Don't you know when you are an uncle? Wang Xiao felt cold in his heart, and there were still people around? Still pointing a gun at these people? How did you guarantee him above? Isn't this to kill him? Bastard. The more Wang Xiao thought about it, the more angry he became. He worked hard for his superiors every day, and he ended up doing this to him? Big brother, I really don't know how many people over there. I'm a good friend of your young master, really. If you don't believe me, I call him now. No, call him over. Wang Xiao was about to cry. This time he will definitely change the leader. A group of rice buckets, bastards. Xiong Gang squinted his eyes. Stay away. Since the mouse doesn't want to come out, I'll take it out for him personally. Huzi, catch him alive. Xiong Hu smiled fiercely. Don't worry, sneaky, catch him back and hand him over to Master Lan. Maybe he can still deserve a severe beating. Wang Xiao swallowed his saliva and ran behind Xiong Gang in a smoke. He was not stupid. If there was a fight, guns and ammunition would fly all over the sky, and it would definitely be safest to hide behind this group of ruthless people. As for the people hiding around him, he didn't bother to care about their lives and deaths. He didn't know anything. His task was only to contact Xu Xing and act as a microphone on both sides. There are always some people who want to destroy the friendly cooperation between the two sides. Take this opportunity to let them restrain themselves. Those people are close to Xu Xing's family, he knows very well. Click. The 2-meter-tall man Xiong Hu, the soles of his feet were slightly bent, and the next moment he appeared on the corridor 1,000 meters away, leaving deep footprints on the ground. A team of 10 people in the distance, their faces changed drastically. Captain, can you fight? The captain's face was gloomy, looking at the bear and tiger with only a few hundred meters left. He gritted his teeth. There are many people above who are dissatisfied with Xu Xing. A person's strength is always limited, even if it is an immortal. Now is the age of science and technology after all. These people can resist pistols and rifles. Could it be that they can also block nuclear bombs? Give the maximum dose of anesthesia and catch the live. The captain said in a deep voice. 10 people quickly filled the ammunition. Each anesthetic was enough to kill hundreds of elephants, plus special firearms. A needle could be fired in a thousandth of a second, and 10 people fired at once. They didn't believe that they could all dodge. Whoa! Hundreds of 3-inch pinholes were shot out, and the bears and tigers looked disdainful, and opened their arms to deliberately take them. Dozens of injections of anesthetic hit Xianghu in an instant. What garbage, just this? Xianghu felt dizzy in his brain, and 20 more shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Damn, medium, poisoned? Xianghu stood there dangling around, his face red. Xiang Ba's face darkened. Fool, the young master told you to be careful. This group of rats is weak and can't help the wind, and there are a lot of means. Xiang Ba snorted coldly. Pure white vitality was all over his body, and the anesthetic needle hit it with a jingling sound. Specially made silver bullets and buckshot hit the limbs. The captain ordered unhurriedly. They have been specially trained and know that this group of people is special. Xianghu's majestic body was extremely flexible in the narrow corridor, and after being shot several times, it was already close to 10 people. Bang bang, bang, bang. Xiang Ba greeted him with a big hand like a fan, and the few people hiding in the corners seemed to be hit by a large truck, spitting bright red blood in their mouths and flying backwards for dozens of meters. The faces of the remaining few people changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost, and the information given to them above was not so terrifying. Xiang Ba flashed a few times, stunned all the remaining people, and dragged Xianghu back with a dark face. Boy, detoxify him. Xiang Ba shouted at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao shook his head cautiously. I won't, but don't worry, this is an anesthetic, there is no danger to life, my people will come over to detoxify him immediately. Xiang Gang curled his lips. Okay, boy, I'll settle the score with you after the fake wine. Wang Xiao smiled bitterly. Yes, although he still can't understand why they say it's fake wine. Could it be that they want to drink 82 Lafite? Disgusted and not qualified? Jingle bell. Wang Xiao's phone kept ringing, and he answered without changing his face. Attack the soldiers in public, Wang Xiao, this is your surveillance. Lu Hailong reprimanded loudly and unceremoniously. Wang Xiao pretended to be angry. Master Lu, what do you mean? Aren't those people enemies? Could it be that you are the one who is the only one? Lu Hailong was choked. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. Then the adult is calling to chat with me? Don't be weird, Wang Xiao, don't forget your identity. Lu Hailong's face turned blue with anger, and a big-headed soldier dared to confront him as a lieutenant. Wang Xiao was too lazy to continue to be perfunctory. He said angrily to Lu Hailong, be careful recently, don't end up in the wilderness for a few cousins. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Then he dialed Xu Xing's phone. Xu, have you finished eating? Still eating, what's wrong? Xu Xing's voice came. Wang Xiao went straight to the topic. There are fools who want to hinder the friendly cooperation between us, and I can't do it with the identity of the other party. Oh, give me his detailed address, and it will be done in an hour. Xu Xing said lightly. Ahem, classmate Xu, I am an official Sanyeo employee. Xu Xing curled his lips. Then you print out their names, phone numbers, and ID cards. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, it's almost the new year, and I don't want to kill anyone. By the way, prepare the plane and take off directly in 10 minutes. By the way, prepare a few printers and hundreds of A4 white papers on the plane. Wang Xiao agreed one by one, although he didn't understand Xu Xing's intentions, as long as he didn't kill people directly. 10 minutes later, Xu Xing and his party of 7 people boarded the military plane. Xu Xing looked at the list of personnel in his hand and sneered, there are still a lot of people, what do you think they think? Wang Xiao laughed dryly and didn't answer. In fact, he didn't understand that the top few should know what Lu Hailong did, but why did he still let him do anything? Print all 500 copies. Xu Xing threw it to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao had no choice but to get up. In front of Xu Xing, he was a miscellaneous man. Xu, the satellite above can only interfere for a quarter of an hour. Xu Xing touched his chin. A quarter of an hour? Enough. Can you act Uncle Hu in a while? Xu Xing couldn't help but worry, and took the initiative to take dozens of injections of super anesthetic, and he was also a talent. Xiang Hu's old face turned red. Less, young master, I don't have a problem. Xiang Gang was not angry and held him down. Young master, Xiang Ba and I are enough. Xu Xing nodded. No need to keep your hands, there are 373 people inside, and not a single one will stay. These people are proficient in gambling and drugs, and each of them has at least one human life on their hands, so they don't need to be soft. Xiong Hu struggled to get up. Young master, I'm really fine. Shu Xing patted him on the shoulder. You have other things to do. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but unfortunately he is not a gentleman, and his revenge is usually avenged on the same day. These 500 cards are guaranteed to let them have a good year. This military aircraft can reach speeds of 4,000 kilometers per hour, making cross-border travel only a few hours. The instant the plane took off, everyone, including Chingling, tensed involuntarily, even though Shu Xing had repeatedly assured them there would be no danger. Young master, this thing is so fast, can we? No, Shu Xing refused curtly. One plane is worth several small targets, and besides, they wouldn't know how to fly it. Sit still and don't move. Shu Xing didn't want to experience the feeling of a plane crash. Shu, after you've finished your business, are you sure you don't need us to pick you up? Wang Xiao asked worriedly. Shu Xing shook his head. No need. We'll return to China in a few days. But you, are you sure you can get back safely? Wang Xiao smiled wryly. I think I can. If I die a glorious death, please take care of my family afterward. Ever since meeting Shu Xing, Wang Xiao had been prepared to leave at any moment. Shu Xing patted his shoulder. No, once we reach our destination, we'll turn around and head back home. Don't linger. Shu Xing's words fell silent, and the plane went silent. Flying non-stop for several hours, the plane appeared above a mountain range. Shu, it's up to you now. Shu Xing gave an okay sign. We'll parachute out. You guys go back now. Wang Xiao aside, actually, I got along quite well with Shu. Safe travels. Shu Xing laughed heartily. Just a bunch of small fry. Let those people back home watch the show. Let's go back. Xinglan pulled Shu Xing and Hua Xo, jumping from 10,000 meters without hesitation. Xiong Gang and Xiong Ba dragged the dazed Xiong Hu, jumping one after the other. Wang Xiao silently watched them, circling for 3 hours. If anything happens, open fire and rescue them at all costs. He could die, but Shu Xing and the others could not die, because Shu Xing represented the new era. This was the order from above. For this reason, the plane was equipped with a miniature nuclear bomb. If necessary, even if it meant violating the Alliance's rules, Great Xia had to rescue Shu Xing. However, given Xinglan and the three bald men's strength, Wang Xiao believed they would be safe. 10,000 meters below, Shu Xing and the others plummeted rapidly. 1,000 meters from the ground, Xinglan stomped her foot hard, causing the air to vibrate and the group to pause, slowing their descent. Then, every second, Xinglan stomped her foot, and the group landed safely in the dense forest. The three men, Xiong Gang and his companions, looked at Xinglan with admiration. Only she could do such a thing. If it were them, they would have been free fall and smashed to pieces. Full speed ahead. After taking them out, loot the armory. Just these weapons, don't damage them, Shu Xing instructed. The two men, Xiong Gang and Xiong Hu, nodded. Don't worry, young master. Xiong Hu poked his head out. Young master, what about me? What about me? He didn't want to be a burden. You're in charge of scattering these papers all around, leaving not a single one. Xiong Hu patted his chest confidently. No problem. Let's go. Xinglan, leading Shu Xinghua and Ji Yao, leaped dozens of meters at a time into the jungle. Xiong Gang and the other two followed swaggeringly. Great Xia, the capital city. Ready. Satellite signal interception ready. Support ready. Lord Lin, those papers? He's probably trying to frame. Lin Chi scoffed. I didn't see anything, did you? The subordinate wisely shut up. Didn't see anything, but we're ready. Start on time. Yes, sir. The Dark Knight Mercenaries, a notoriously ruthless large mercenary group in this area, soldier after soldier in camouflage uniforms, gathered around a fire, eating, drinking, playing, singing, and dancing, completely unaware of the impending danger. Inside the house, Brother Yeah, two of our brothers from Xia have been killed, one of them was a sniper. Should we get revenge? A scarred man sitting on the ground sneered. Go ahead, Xia. There's not much loot there, but it's one of the most dangerous places. Haha, yeah, those two idiots. But I heard their deaths were a bit suspicious. Apparently, a woman fell from the sky and killed them with a single palm strike. Rat, you believe that? Have you been doing too much lately? Are you hallucinating from exhaustion? Rat chuckled dryly. Brother Yeah, you're joking. By the way, Brother Yeah, I've got my eye on a top-tier customer, from a scholarly family. Do you want her? Brother Yeah scoffed. No, go play by yourself. Be careful, don't get caught off guard. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Bang bang, enemy attack, enemy attack. Brother Yes' face changed drastically. He scrambled to his feet, pulled out his pistol, but before he could even see the enemy, everything went black. A large hole appeared in his chest, and he lost consciousness. Xiong Gang's face was filled with murderous intent. Every strike he made claimed a life. The mercenaries, accustomed to the danger of bloodshed, reacted instantly, drawing their weapons to retaliate. Bullets spit out like fiery serpents, weaving a net of bullets towards Xiong Gang and his companion. Xiong Gang casually tore off a steel plate, using it as a shield to charge recklessly. These machine gun bullets wouldn't kill them outright, but they hurt. Damn it, a ghost. It's a ghost. Run, ghost my ass. They're bleeding. Suppress them with fire. We have so many of us. Where's the rocket launcher? Set it up. I'm going to kill them. Ah, Erden. Damn it. Brothers, fire. It's just 2 people. Xiong Gang and his companion charged recklessly, leaving a trail of blood and gore in their wake. Xiong Hu, meanwhile, staggered behind, dropping an A4 sheet of paper every few meters to avoid being destroyed by the fire. Xinglan, along with Shuxing and Hua Xo, sat atop a large tree, gazing at the battlefield below engulfed in flames. Shuxing sighed, "This is the power of a peak heavenly will cultivator. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level in my lifetime." Xinglan turned and said earnestly, "Young master, if you wish to learn martial arts, go back and receive the inheritance. Within 10 years, you'll be able to step into the heavenly wheel realm." The great general had long ago prepared the inheritance for the young master, but he had previously refused to learn martial arts. Shuxing's eyes lit up. "What inheritance?" Xinglan shook her head. "I don't know either. Only the young master can open the stone tablet left by the great general." "Alright, we'll go take a look when we have time. They've almost finished. Let's go move the armory. By the way, Xinglan, is your spatial ring still spacious enough?" Shuxing asked curiously. Xinglan replied confidently, "Don't worry, young master. This was prepared for me by the great general. In the world today, apart from the one in the Empress's possession, no one can compare." Shu Xing, carrying Sang Lan, dashed into the mercenaries' secret armory. Wherever they passed, guns and shells turned to ice and fell to the ground. To prevent a fall, Shu Xing held Xing Yan's soft body tightly. Xing Yan's body stiffened several times unnaturally, her face slightly flushed. The strange sensation in her body made Xing Yan's heart itch. Having been raised as the successor to a great general since childhood, she knew very little about matters of the heart. Feeling the young master's burning heat, Xing Lan felt a strange sensation within her, her restless heart filled with confusion and panic. Young master, it's safe now," Xing Lan said, trying to appear calm and collected, but the blush on her face wouldn't fade. Shu Xing skillfully got down, completely oblivious to Xing Yan's strange behavior. Hua Xo, however, looked at Xing Lan with amusement. Shu Xing strode to the door of the secret room, and with a show of bravado, kicked it down. Instead of the scene from the novel where he'd blasted the door open, there was a loud crack, and a sharp pain shot through his foot. Shu Xing groaned, his face turning green. Hua Xo couldn't help but chuckle. Xing Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. "Young master, this damn door, let Lord Lan avenge you," Hua Xo said gently, supporting Shu Xing, feigning anger. Unfortunately, the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Shu Xing grimaced and pinched Hua Xio's cheek. "You've got some nerve, daring to laugh at your young master." Hua Xio chuckled foolishly. "It's all because the young master spoils him. It's too late to regret it now." Shu Xing lazily leaned into Hua Xio's arms. "How could I regret it? Girlfriends are meant to be pampered." Hua Xio carefully caught Shu Xing, looking helplessly at her young master in her arms. "Young master, is this how you show your love?" "Of course," Shu Xing continued matter-of-factly, "don't you think so?" Hua Xio found it amusing. Yes, but young master, shall we go take care of business first? Only 5 minutes left out of 15. Shu Xing stood up and stretched. Xinglan kicked the door open. Xinglan obediently went up and kicked hard. The ground shook violently. The heavily secured special door, like a poorly constructed tofu block, instantly shattered into pieces embedded in the inner walls. Shu Xing limped inside. Looking around, he saw rows of rifles and machine guns neatly arranged, and pistols and crossbows scattered everywhere. Tisk tisk tisk, Shu Xing could imagine the chaos abroad at a glance. How could such a large-scale private arms depot possibly exist in Great Xia? Although Great Xia also had its dark sides, in his view, Great Xia was the safest and most stable country in the world. There were many minor problems, but where in the world was there absolute justice? Even the god of fairness can't be absolutely fair. Xinglan, put them all in. Be careful, don't shake these boxes. These boxes were full of grenades and shells. Even if they all exploded, they wouldn't hurt Xinglan, but he was counting on these shells to make a name for himself in this other world. Xinglan nodded. A flash of her ring, and a large section of shelves and boxes disappeared, leaving a scene so clean it would make even the most thieves blush. Xinglan collected everything she passed into her ring, taking a full 2 minutes to collect it. Shu Xing's lips curled into a smile. This armory was far more abundant than he had imagined. These pills were enough to arm thousands of people in Chingling City. This trip had been incredibly worthwhile. Young master, it's all in my pocket. Xingling quietly returned to Xu Xing's side, her expression calm. Xu Xing smiled contentedly. Let them come back. Let's head back to Chingling City first. After such a major incident, he didn't want to be dragged into a meeting. It was a good opportunity to go back and store the weapons, and it was also the start of the school year. He needed to teach his students from another world their first lesson. His childhood dream of teaching in a rural area was the same for them. In fact, their minds needed education even more. Xingling transmitted her thoughts, and Xiong Gang and the other two exchanged glances. Their young master had said to kill them all, and they had to do it. Xiong Gang and the others unleashed a torrent of energy, condensing it into weapons, and charged towards the few remaining mercenaries. Within a radius of several miles, all the mercenaries fell like dumplings being dropped into the ground. The three of them didn't even look back, they leaped and ran towards Xingling's location. The six of them regrouped. Xu Xing calmly dialed Wang Xiao's number. Comrade Wang, let them clean up this mess. I'm going back to the immortal realm first. Next time, I'll bring some good stuff for the higher UPS, like cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Let them prepare some tempting offers. By the way, tell those who don't like me that my family is my bottom line. Anyone who touches them will have their entire family die. If any of my family's protective magic treasures are broken, even if they aren't injured, I will kill them all without exception. After saying this, Xu Xing didn't wait for Wang Xiao's reply, hung up the phone, and pulled the five of them back to the other world. Xingling's protective jade pendants were personally crafted by her and imbued with her divine soul aura. Therefore, even when crossing realms, she could sense if the pendants were damaged. This was his confidence to travel freely in the future. With Xingling's help, at full power, he could reach any location within 5 minutes. The jade pendants Xingling gave him could withstand artillery bombardment for 5 minutes, unless someone used a nuclear weapon. If it really came to that, even Xingling's personal protection would be useless. However, he believed it wouldn't come to that. The casualties of an entire city under a nuclear attack were something the higher UPS couldn't afford. The six figures disappeared from the armory. Before disappearing, Xiong Gang and the other two smacked their lips, muttering, "Damn it, we didn't even get instant noodles, and the alcohol we drank was fake." Xu Xing didn't bother with these three scoundrels. As soon as he returned to the castle, he tricked Xiong Gang and the others into leaving. Inside the castle, all that's needed are beautiful women, their beauty is pleasing to the eye, and one can easily eat 3 extra bowls of rice. The three of them left the castle, turning back every few steps. Their trip to the Great Xia, though brief, had deeply shaken them. Especially those 80 boxed meals, they practically ate the boxes too. Damn it, it's all your fault, you useless bastard. You stupidly got ambushed. I wonder if the young master will take us to the secret realm again next time, Xiong Ba said regretfully, his tone unfriendly towards Xiong Hu. Xiong Gang also looked regretful, kicking the dazed Xiong Hu. Just seeing you sway makes me angry. A dignified peak heavenly will cultivator, ambushed by a bunch of guys who aren't even as good as you. Xiong Hu chuckled dryly, not daring to argue. He couldn't possibly beat the two of them right now, and talking back would only mean getting beaten up for nothing. He wasn't that stupid. Let's go. Damn it, my instant noodles, my beiju, Xiong Gang thought to himself as he walked forward. After a quick meal, Xu Xing called over Gabuta. Is the school finished? Xu Xing asked. Gabuta nodded. It's finished. And as young master instructed, we've enrolled the first batch of 50 students, but, Xu Xing sighed, he hated hearing the word but. What is it now? Gabuta said with difficulty, some people in Xingjun, hearing that young master is personally teaching, all want to send their children there. Initially, Xu Xing only planned to enroll 50 students. He couldn't manage so many students alone. Rather than teaching haphazardly, he preferred careful instruction. 50 intellectuals would be the future pillars of Chingling City. He didn't want his subordinates to be all martial arts talents like Xiong Gang, who would get red-faced and thrashed in fights, but when it came to operation and development, Xu Xing had no expectations for them. When the territory was short of money, Xiong Gang and his gang would only shout, "Brothers, we're out of money, let's rob them." Too crude, Xu Xing couldn't accept that. Young master, how about cutting some ordinary children from the commoners? Gabuta tentatively suggested. Regardless, Xingjun was a member of the young master's family. Compared to Chingling City, which he had just taken over, Gabuta already knew the answer in his heart. Xu Xing glanced at Gabuta, never expecting that one day he would also have to deal with the issue of favoritism. The commoner children who have already registered for enrollment will continue to attend school as usual. They must not be forced to give up their enrollment in any way. Gabuta smiled wryly, young master is still the same. I understand. There are 34 commoner children already enrolled. The remaining 16, all to Xingjun? Xu Xing stroked his chin. Xingjun was, after all, the foundation left by his cheapskate father. He couldn't just treat them carelessly. Recruit 30-star army students first. Make it clear to them, never mind, I'll tell them myself. Have Xiong Ba and the others come over. School will start as usual tomorrow morning. The school rules will be posted at the school gate. Inform every student that they must familiarize themselves with the rules today, or they will face the consequences. Yes. Gabuta slowly withdrew from the castle. A few minutes after Gabuta left, Xiong Gang and the other two came running excitedly. Young master, are we still going to the secret realm to kill people? Shu Xing's face darkened, and he said irritably, are you guys interested in going to school? Xiong Gang shook his head, saying directly, not interested. It won't make us stronger. Counting on our fingers is useless. Shu Xing thought to himself, just as I thought. The less educated a person is, the less they value education. Although this is a cultivation world, for most ordinary people with average talent, studying is a good choice, especially receiving the technological education of the great Xia dynasty. Shu Xing patiently explained, studying is good. With a systematic education, you might be able to build cars and guns in a few years. Xiong Gang curled his lip. Those horseless carriages aren't even a tenth of my full-speed running speed. As for guns, they can't even break through the skin of someone at the Earthwheel realm. I'm not learning, I'm not interested. Shu Xing's face darkened further. I didn't make you learn, but I'll tell your descendants. Those who want to come, report to school tomorrow. I will personally teach this batch of students. Xiong Gang scratched his head. Young master will personally teach? Then I'll have my son report tomorrow. Xiong Gang still looked down on schools, but if the young master taught him personally, that would be a different story. He couldn't embarrass the young master, even if he didn't learn anything there, it would just be another place to play. Shu Xing had anticipated this answer. He explained earnestly, Uncle Gang, listen carefully. I intend to genuinely teach a group of students because future development cannot be separated from knowledge. But martial arts are equally essential, so there's no need for you to force your children to attend school just because I'm teaching. I don't have that much energy. Don't worry, I won't demote them to the Star Army just because they don't go to school. Absolutely not. I hope you'll make it clear to the other Star Army members that if your child lacks martial arts talent or is interested in knowledge, they should report to school tomorrow. I will personally teach them literacy, arithmetic, and the basic rules of the universe. Xiong Gang scratched the back of his head. I see. Don't worry, young master, I'll make it clear to them. Shu Xing didn't have high hopes for Xiong Gang's promise. Gabuta would explain it to him later. I'll recruit a maximum of 60 students. I'll give a trial lecture tomorrow. Those who are interested can stay. There will be an assessment a week later, and the top 60 will be selected. Go and gather all the Star Army members. Gabuta will repeat what I said later. You'll back him up and give him your assurance, understand? Shu Xing instructed. Xiong Gang patted his chest, understood. Go, Shu Xing waved. He still needed to prepare his lessons. For tomorrow's first class, he needed to spark their interest in knowledge. At the same time, he also needed to instill in them a sense of awe for knowledge. He didn't need to worry too much about the commoner children in Chingling City, but the Xingzhen kids were teenagers, the most mischievous age. Plus, they were all highly skilled and arrogant. Even though he was the young master of the Xinglan family, those little devils wouldn't completely listen to him. But they were just teenagers, he had a firm grasp on their little schemes. Early in the morning, the once empty streets on the west side of Chingling City were now crowded with people, mostly ragged commoners. The older generation was giving their youngest sons and daughters, grandchildren, countless instructions, urging them to listen to the Lord and study hard. Xingjun, on the other hand, was much lazier. More than half of their parents hadn't even come. Instead, a group of robust, arrogant teenagers, still in their pajamas and bleary-eyed, entered the school. If it weren't for their father's beatings, they'd still be sound asleep in bed. As the only school in Chingling City, it wasn't luxurious. There was only one large classroom, with neatly arranged wooden tables and chairs, exactly like the classrooms in Daxia. Dozens of students sat in the classroom, all looking on with curiosity. This was the first time they'd ever seen a school like this. On the first day of school, Shu Xing had specially added 20 extra sets of chairs. Unfortunately, fewer than 60 people had arrived yet, with commoners making up more than 40 of them. The trial period covered all citizens of Chingling City, and the extra dozen or so commoners made Shu Xing feel gratified. However, Shu Xing sneered at the Xingjun children, daring to be late on their first day of school? He'd teach them a lesson in respecting their teachers in a moment. Quiet down, Shu Xing tapped on the iron podium, the crackling sound drowning out the noise below. Most of the students fell silent, staring wide-eyed at Shu Xing. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, awe, and gratitude. Shu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, I am Shu Xing, the Lord of Chingling City, the young master of the Xinglan family, and also the future teacher of some of you. Now, tell me why you're here. Tell the truth, and I won't be angry, Xu Xing said with a smile. Xiang Ji pouted. My dad sent me. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother coming. Xu Xing smiled first, then his face turned cold. He pulled out a pistol from his pocket and fired 3 shots at Xiang Ji. 2 minutes late, wearing pajamas, and answering questions casually. Xiang Ji felt a sharp pain, 2 bloody holes appeared in his arm. Everyone below was stunned. The commoner children were shocked because wasn't the Lord supposed to be kind and approachable? As for Xing Jun's side, everyone stared wide-eyed. Xiang Ji was Xiang Gang's youngest son, practically the crown prince of the Xingjun army. Who would dare hit him normally? Xiang Ji was furious and almost charged forward to retaliate. Xu Xing chuckled, not convinced. Xiang Ji sneered, not convinced? My father and the others are willing to listen to the general because he is both wise and brave. But you, I'm not convinced. Xu Xing was only a few years older than them, and they looked down on his previous reputation. You said you wouldn't complain to my father if you weren't angry, Xiang Ji added. Xu Xing squinted. Of course, I'm not a child. I admit I'm weak, but as I said, I'm here to teach you. In terms of intelligence and courage, I dare say all of you combined couldn't match me, including your relatives and elders. Xiang Ji scoffed. Xu Xing chuckled. Here's the deal, I'll ask you a question. If you can answer it, I'll let you do as you please. You have 3 days, during which time you can ask anyone else for help. Of course, if you can't answer, you either get out of here, or you'll behave yourself from now on. I mean what I say, and anyone who dares to disobey will bear the consequences. Xiang Ji snorted. Stop bragging. I'll bet. Xu Xing glanced at the others. Silence means you all agree, huh? Xu Xing smiled maliciously. The question is simple. Please explain to me, why can't you lift yourselves? Each of you here has at least several hundred pounds of strength. Why can't you lift yourselves, who weigh less than 100 pounds? As Xu Xing finished speaking, Xiang Ji grabbed himself by the neck, straining to get himself out of the way first. The others tried in various ways, some holding their heads, others crossing their arms. Their creativity was boundless. Xu Xing almost burst out laughing. Given the knowledge system here, even 100 years from now, it was unlikely anyone would understand this problem. The knowledge system of this other world was inferior to that of the feudal dynasty of Great Xia 1,000 years ago. This was a crushing difference in eras, not something that could be solved by 1 or 2 geniuses. It required generations of research and popularization. Of course, the cultivation methods of this other world were the same in Great Xia. It would take 100 or 200 years to even begin to grasp them. No rush, take your time thinking. Don't say I'm bullying you because I'm older. You can go home and ask your parents, relatives, or even other scholars. If no one can answer this within 3 days, then you'd better behave from now on, or you're out. Xu Xing leaned on the podium, looking down at the group of kids. Xiang Ji, with his nostrils flared, muttered in dissatisfaction, I know. Seeing Xiang Ji speak, the others responded in unison. Xu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Alright, warm-up's over. Let's begin class. We'll have this one class for the next 3 days. I'll assign homework after school, and I'll check it 3 days later. Anyone who hasn't finished will stand against the wall, it doesn't matter who they are. For the first lesson, I'll teach you practical math. Your numbers are too complicated. Forget them from now on and learn mine. Xu Xing didn't care whether the students were paying attention or not and started lecturing. The first week was for screening students, he wouldn't force anyone who didn't want to learn. Knowledge is important, but too many people will lead to inflation. 1 horizontal line is the number 1, 2 horizontal lines are the number 2, 3 horizontal lines are the number 3. Xiang Hua laughed loudly. Teacher, 4 horizontal lines are the number 4. Your numbers are simpler than ours, but if it's 100, wouldn't you be writing it until tomorrow morning? Xu Xing turned around and looked at the 14 or 15-year-old girl, 1.8 meters tall, with bulging arm muscles. At first glance, she looked like a legendary boxing champion. Xiang Hua, a young girl at the peak of the heavenly wheel realm, had already broken through to the earthly wheel realm at a young age, making her one of the most outstanding talents among the younger generation of the entire Star Army. It was said her talent rivaled that of Xinglan. Xu Xing didn't answer directly, first asking with a smile, Hua, have you read the school rules? Is this how you answer a teacher's questions? Xiang Ji clutched his wound, grimacing as he retorted, you said the week was a trial period, you're not our teacher yet. Xu Xing silently raised his pistol. Xiang Ji's face paled, he dared not speak rashly. Xu Xing was one of the few people in the world who could beat them up at will. After all, he was the only son of the great general. Even without the protection of the great demon king Xinglan, if the matter reached his father, they would be in trouble. Xu Xing ultimately didn't fire. Threatening with force would damage his image. He looked at Xiang Hua and explained with a smile, next time, please follow the school rules when asking questions. However, forgot in the first class is understandable. Now, to answer your question, 4 is naturally not for horizontal lines. Listen patiently. It's good to ask questions, but it's best to wait until after class, because class time is limited, and we can't waste other students' time. Any other questions? Xiang Huahua shook her head. Okay, let's continue. Xu Xing didn't waste any more words and continued explaining the numbers on the blackboard. Outside the window, Hua Xo, Xinglan, and Bai Yanner, 3 beautiful women, watched Xu Xing's lesson with bright eyes. Bai Yanner's face was full of curiosity about the unknown knowledge. Miss Hua, your young master is really amazing. First, he brought out all sorts of unheard of treasures, then salt-making techniques, and now he dares to pioneer a new kind of education. Bai Yanner exclaimed in amazement. Hua Xo tilted her head back proudly and said, "Of course, young master is the most amazing person in the world." Bai Yanner chuckled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The more amazing Xu Xing was, the better her judgment proved, and the more likely he was to one day join the world's #1 merchant guild. Miss Hua, may I attend some of your lectures in the future? Bai Yanner had a premonition that the new knowledge Xu Xing was sharing was closely related to the various novel items in the 100 Treasures Pavilion. A wealth of knowledge is the guarantee of every excellent merchant. Hua Xo tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think so. I'll ask the young master for you. Bai Yanner thanked her. A single word from Hua Xo was worth 1,000 treasures. The person inside lacked nothing, so cultivating a good relationship with Hua Xo was paramount. By the way, Miss Hua, the opening time of the secret realm has been confirmed. It's noon 3 days from now. We need to arrive in Ling City at least 1 day in advance. Bai Yanner's red lips parted slightly. Her people had told her that morning that Ling City was currently riddled with innate obstacles and filled with earthly deities. Even the heavenly deities wouldn't dare claim invincibility. Hua Xo nodded solemnly. I will inform the young master. Does Miss Bai have any other important news? Hua Xo had no expectations for her own intelligence system. Bai Yanner glanced at Xinglan lightly, then pulled Hua Xo aside and giggled. As far as I know, there are currently 10 heavenly wheel members and over 100 earthly wheel members gathered in Ling City. However, with Lord Lan by your side, young master, this trip is almost a sure thing. Ring ring. The familiar, manually rang school bell of childhood rang out. Xu Xing patted the blackboard. That's all for today's lesson. Go home and copy the 11 numbers I taught today, 10 times each in hundreds. Xu Xing thoughtfully broke down the number 1,000. For these illiterate students, 10 hundreds were much easier to understand than 1,000. Report back here in 3 days with your workbook and answers to the questions. Understand? Xu Xing said calmly. Teacher, I have a question. A soft voice came from below. Tao Xian's petite figure stood up and bowed respectfully to Xu Xing. Xu Xing pondered for a moment. Tao Xian, what's the question? This girl was Tao Zi's younger sister, the receptionist at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He vaguely remembered her. Tao Xian clutched her slightly worn clothes tightly, stammering, Teacher, the pens and paper are too expensive. My family can't afford them. A sheet of coarse yellow paper cost at least a copper coin, and the brush was even more expensive. With pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, it would cost several hundred copper coins to complete the homework Xu Xing assigned. Several hundred copper coins was at least several months' net income for an ordinary person. To ensure Tao Xian's admission to school, her older sister had already spent money bribing officials and paying tuition, leaving the family barely enough to live on. Xu Xing's heart tightened. Looking down, he saw that all the children from ordinary families below had their heads bowed. A single assignment cost several hundred copper coins. If their parents found out, they would never let them continue their studies, even if Xu Xing personally taught them. This was also the case for some of the Star Army children. Xu Xing smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry, it was my oversight. Since you're my students, I'll naturally cover your tuition fees. Tomorrow morning, I'll distribute pens, paper, and other necessary school supplies to everyone free of charge. Tao Xian looked up in disbelief. Even Xiang Ji stared at Xu Xing in surprise. These days, academies were all about making money, practically sucking every last drop of cash from their students. In that light, having a teacher like this seemed really nice. School's out. Go home and eat your meals. If you have any difficulties, tell me. While I can't save everyone, I'm confident I can help dozens of students. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Tao Xian's eyes welled with tears as she bowed deeply and thanked him loudly. Most of the other students thanked him spontaneously. Xu Xing smiled and waved his hand. Go back now. You don't need to bow anymore, just call me teacher. Xu Xing didn't feel particularly great. As a teacher, helping his students to the best of his ability was perfectly normal to him. Perhaps he was lucky, most of his junior high teachers were like that. Especially his homeroom teacher. He clearly remembered that when he was in junior high in the countryside, the school cafeteria was contracted out to capitalists. He never saw a piece of meat all year round, and each person only got one bowl of rice per meal. It was so disgusting that he still wanted to blow up that cafeteria just thinking about it. As a teenage junior high student, he was busy studying and preparing for physical education exams, and when it came time to eat, there wasn't even enough cabbage and steamed buns. Although it was really cheap, he was genuinely hungry back then. That year, his homeroom teacher ate with them every day. Each time, the teacher would take enough food for 4 or 5 people and distribute it all to the students. Shu Xing was fortunate enough to eat that many times. If it weren't for those teachers, Shu Xing might be proud of being a notorious troublemaker by now. The thought of that cafeteria made Shu Xing furious. He wondered if he should go back and visit it sometime, maybe even blow it up. Having unleashed his true nature, Shu Xing found the idea increasingly daring. As a child, he accepted his lack of ability and the hardships he endured. Now, of course, he wanted to maintain a good mood. Anyone who made him unhappy would be dealt with. Young master, who upset you? Let's chop them up right now. Hua Xo skipped over to Shu Xing, naturally taking his arm. Shu Xing was both amused and exasperated. Don't be so quick to kill people. Be more ladylike. Hua Xo hummed twice. I'm very ladylike, you know, and I have long, straight black hair, hee hee. Hua Xo knew exactly what her young master considered the perfect girlfriend. She had always been striving to become the perfect girlfriend in his eyes. Shu Xing blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Xinglan. What nonsense are you spouting? Want a beating? Hua Xo covered her mouth and giggled. Young master, Lord Lan isn't an outsider. Xinglan glanced back at the two laughing, her expression blank, her thoughts unreadable. I'll settle accounts with you tonight, Shu Xing said in a low voice. Hua Xo stuck out her tongue, completely unfazed by her young master's harsh words. Young master, Miss Bai said the secret realm opens in 3 days at noon. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. What about your classes? Hua Xio's playful demeanor vanished. Business was more important. Shu Xing frowned slightly. If classes can't be held up, we'll have to postpone them. We'll act quickly, grab the strange fire, and come back. Hua Xio nodded. Xinglan, have someone catch me a rabbit that's just entered the human gang stage, and while you're at it, pick out a few yellow rank cultivation techniques in secret realms. Put them in the castle in half an hour, Shu Xing suddenly said. Xinglan nodded and transmitted her voice to Gabuda. Throughout Chingling City, her words could reach anyone's mind at any time. Young master, shall we have braised rabbit for dinner? Hua Xio licked her lips, her eyes full of anticipation. Shu Xing tapped Hua Xio's forehead, annoyed. Rabbits are so cute, can you even eat them? Hua Xio pouted. I can just catch a demonized rabbit, they smell so good, of course I can eat them. Shu Xing was immediately amused. It's almost the year of the rabbit in Great Xia, you're not allowed to eat rabbit these days. Oh, okay then. Hua Xio's tone was full of regret. Night fell. Shu Xing and the two women prepared to return to Great Xia. Shu Xing held their hands, while they each carried a cultivation manual and a rabbit in their other hands. These were gifts Shu Xing brought to Great Xia. From now on, he would officially trade extraordinary items with them. Possessing the ability to travel between worlds, he would eventually have to face the nation. Rather than mutual suspicion, mutual benefit was preferable. If he didn't cooperate with the nation, was he supposed to lead an army from another world to attack Great Xia? A battle between cultivators and nuclear weapons? Even setting aside the possibility, what if he did conquer it? Become a king of 2 worlds? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was a model student, a patriotic and upright university student. Don't slander him. Cooperation and mutual progress were the only sustainable way. In the blink of an eye, the 3 disappeared from the castle. In the rented room, 3 figures reappeared. Hua Xio jogged over, grabbed her phone from the table, handed it to Shu Xing, and then boiled water and washed fruit. Shu Xing sat comfortably on the sofa and dialed Wang Xiao's number. Xiao Wan, I've brought the things. I need to negotiate directly with the person at the top. Make the arrangements. Wang Xiao's breathing quickened. The higher UPS were constantly thinking about the cultivation technique Shu Xing mentioned. Okay, that person also wants to meet you. Shu Xing interrupted. No, a video conference is fine. As for a meeting, we can talk about it another time. Wang Xiao smiled wryly. Okay, wait 10 minutes. Time passed in the blink of an eye. An unknown video call rang. Hua Xio looked at Shu Xing. Answer it. Shu Xing straightened his clothes. He was about to talk to this person he often saw on TV. He felt a little excited. The call connected. In the dimly lit room, a kind old man sat in a wooden chair, his face beaming. Shu Xing flashed a wide, genuine smile. Greetings, sir. Have you eaten yet? The old man paused, then burst into laughter. Yes, I have. And you, young man? Shu Xing scratched his head. I haven't eaten yet. Then let's talk after you've finished dinner, the old man said gently. Shu Xing waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 thank you for your concern. Let's get straight to the point. Shu Xing beckoned, and Senglan, carrying a pure white rabbit and 3 yellow-covered cultivation manuals, came to the screen. Sir, a rabbit with cultivation from the immortal realm, plus these 3 cultivation manuals. My sincerity is more than enough, isn't it? The old man leaned forward, carefully examining the rabbit. This little guy doesn't look too well. Shu Xing chuckled, taking the rabbit himself. The previously listless rabbit immediately bared its teeth and hissed, as if it wanted to devour Shu Xing whole. Sir, I don't sell counterfeit goods. The old man smiled kindly. Young man, you're quite humorous. Those 3 cultivation techniques? Could you explain them in detail? Shu Xing shook his head. I don't really understand them either. Singlan definitely knew, but Singlan wasn't talkative, so he wouldn't force him. The old man didn't mind and asked in turn, just tell me what level you can reach through cultivation. For example, this female immortal beside you. Shu Xing was taken aback. Sir, even if you were given those techniques, you couldn't possibly reach her level. The old man narrowed his eyes. Because of spiritual energy? More or less. Besides, cultivation also depends on talent. In the immortal realm, this person is a powerful figure who commands respect. The old man nodded. I understand, thank you for the explanation, young man. Shu Xing waved his hands repeatedly. No, let me make this clear first, this is just an ordinary cultivation technique. Even if you master it, you won't be able to fly or teleport. After all, you get what you pay for, Shu Xing said honestly. The old man smiled wryly. Honestly, what would we need to give up for a better technique? Shu Xing made a ridiculous demand. How about a nuclear bomb? The old man's eyes widened. Ahem, young man, you're joking. Shu Xing pursed his lips, knowing it was impossible at the moment. Sir, there's no rush with cultivation techniques. These are enough for you to cultivate and research for a while. Take your time. The old man nodded. We were presumptuous. I have one last question. Shu Xing, please go ahead. The old man asked, word by word, where is the immortal realm? Will a large number of experts from there descend upon Blue Star? Shu Xing thought to himself, aren't these 2 questions? No problem, sir. The immortal realm and this place are parallel worlds. I don't know their exact location either. As for the experts there, don't worry, they have no way to descend upon Great Xia. They have no way? The old man glanced meaningfully at Shu Xing on the screen. Sure enough, the problem lay with this man. Thank you, young man, for clearing up this old man's doubts. Shu Xing chuckled. Sir, let me give you some private information. Immortal realm cultivation techniques, once you break through to the innate realm, can extend your lifespan by at least 20 years. Shu Xing's words struck a chord with the old man, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Extending one's lifespan is an eternal pursuit for humanity. Even the old man felt a burning desire within him, but alas, he was born at the wrong time. Shu Xing saw the disappointment in the old man's eyes. Now was not the time. When the opportunity came, he would bring some otherworldly inheritance beads to give them. Inheritors had no talent limitations, as long as the energy was sufficient, breaking through to the innate realm was effortless. The old man quickly concealed the disappointment in his eyes and said seriously, young man, tell me your request. As long as it's not too unreasonable, I can make the decision entirely on my own. Shu Xing's spirits lifted. Hadn't he been preparing for all this time just for this moment? If the cooperation went smoothly, whatever he needed in the future, he could simply say the word, and someone would bring it to him. With this person above him protecting him, who would dare to stop him? Deliver the 200,000 cotton-padded coats I ordered before, then 1,000 sets of school supplies, a large villa, a luxury car, and oh yes, my old home, don't demolish it. Make the developers take a detour. Shu Xing rattled off. The old man was stunned. His demands seemed numerous, but in reality, they weren't even worth as much as a cultivation manual. Had this guy changed his ways? It didn't seem like it. After all, just a few days ago he was casually asking for small goals with a few herbs. How could he become so generous in just a few days? Is that all, young man? The old man asked tentatively. Shu Xing pouted. Of course not. I haven't thought of anything else yet. Promise me 3 conditions, and we'll discuss them later. The old man frowned slightly. 1 condition, and it must be within a reasonable range. After all, these are basic cultivation manuals from the immortal realm, so they're very precious to us. But I hope you can understand my pressure, the old man added with a smile. Shu Xing thought for a moment. All right, but you still owe me an explanation. The old man sighed. What was coming would eventually happen. Lin Qi, take men and investigate the Lu family. Anyone involved in favoritism or corruption will be punished. The old man valued the current cooperation highly. These powerful families had become somewhat arrogant in recent years, it was time to put them down. Lin Chi, standing ramrod straight to the side, felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, sir. Investigating the entire Lu family would cripple them. Young man, is this acceptable? With my supervision, no lawbreaker will escape, the old man said kindly. Xu Xing understood the old man's implication, criminals could be arrested, but innocent people couldn't be touched. But this was about enough. If the Lu family dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't be so lenient, he would have to take action himself. Then let's leave it at that for now. Xiao Wang will deliver the contract to you tomorrow. As for the items you need, Xiao Wang will arrange them all, the old man said with a smile. Xu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Come have a meal with this old man sometime. The capital city welcomes you anytime. Sure, take care of yourself, sir. Bye. Xu Xing waited for the old man to hang up. Wang Xiao stood at the door like a wooden statue the whole time, his eyes fixed straight ahead, only letting out a huge sigh of relief after Xu Xing ended the call. Xu Xing chuckled. What are you afraid of? It's not like I can eat you. Wang Xiao smiled wryly. I can't compare to you, Xu. Can you deliver everything you want tomorrow? Sure, preferably by tomorrow night. Money is no problem, I can transfer tens of millions to you first. Xu Xing wasn't worried about Wang Xiao ripping him off. Wang Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. No need. It's been said that you can overdraft every year, Xu. I don't need to pay. He wanted to avoid touching this man's money if possible, it was too risky. If he later complained about the money, he couldn't afford to pay even if he sold himself. Relax. We've known each other for so long, when have you ever seen me kill innocent people indiscriminately? Xu Xing was very dissatisfied with Wang Xiao's reaction, he acted as if he'd seen a demon. Wang Xiao chuckled dryly, not nervous at all. By the way, Xu, your school has a professional exam tomorrow. Do you have time to go? Wang Xiao knew that the boy in front of him had a mysterious obsession with the 3 good students evaluation, possibly related to his grandparents, so he felt it necessary to tell Xu Xing. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow, remembering that most of the semester was already over. What subject? What time? Wang Xiao. Ahem, it seems to be analog electronics, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Xu Xing put his arm around Wang Xiao's neck. Little Wang, do you know how to take the exam? Wang Xiao shook his head. Xu, I studied humanities, and besides, I graduated several years ago. Oh, is that so? Xu Xing looked disappointed, having been hoping Wang Xiao would take the exam for him. Taking exams for someone else, you get used to it after a while. Forget it, I'll just take it myself tomorrow. Xu Xing figured that as long as he got a good seat, he wouldn't fail. More than 2 months have passed in a flash. He wondered how Wang Shui and the others were doing. In just a few months, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Wow, fate had truly been kind to him. The setting sun cast a golden glow. At the Daehe restaurant on the food street, in private room 306, a familiar scene unfolded. 2 men and 3 women sat around a table. Hua Xo set out the food. Braised pork with vermicelli, tomato, and egg soup, cola chicken wings. Wu Yulong stared expressionlessly at Xu Xing, who was devouring his food. Xu Xing smacked his lips. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen someone this handsome? Wu Yulong spat. Xingzi, what the hell are you doing? The Lu family is all dead. Now there are plainclothes police all around my house. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with you. A cold glint flashed in Xu Xing's eyes. Did they threaten you? Wu Yulong was startled by Xu Xing's gaze. Was this really Xu Xing? The change was too drastic. The subtle yet powerful aura emanating from him was even stronger than his father's. It's not a threat, and they all left today. We're fine now. But you, are you out of money? I have some. Take it and run, go abroad and hide. Wu Yulong had found out some things, which was why he was worried about Xu Xing. Xu Xing reached out and patted Wu Yulong's shoulder. I have final exams tomorrow, where would I go? Final exams? Wu Yulong was dumbfounded. What was this all about? Don't worry, it was all a misunderstanding before. It's okay to tell you now. Actually, I'm a member of the official dragon group. Back then, I was needed to fight evil and cooperate with the higher UPS in putting on a show. Now the bad guys have been punished, and I've been rewarded. Everything is perfect. Wu Yulong looked at him like he was stupid. Xu Xing sighed. Xingling, show him how to freeze water into ice. Xingling obediently extended her delicate finger and touched the large bottle of cola on the table. The cola on the table instantly froze, and the plastic bottle cracked open. Wu Yulong and Su Yi looked like they had seen a ghost, their worldviews collapsed at that moment. Now you believe me, right? And the vitality ointment from before, just consider it a reward from above, Xu Xing calmly bluffed. Once the first lie is told, countless more are needed to complete it. Wu Yulong nodded with difficulty, then her eyes lit up. Xingzi, are you a legendary cultivator? Or a superhuman? Are your two sisters-in-law the same? Xu Xing's hand trembled as she added food. She glanced at Hua Xiao and Xinglin's reactions. Both women were remarkably calm, smiling sweetly as if they hadn't heard a thing. Xu Xing coughed twice, then snapped, "Don't joke around. Xiao is my girlfriend. I forgot to introduce this beauty to you. She's Xinglin's best friend, a legendary cultivation master. Be careful, or she'll chop you in half with a knife." Wu Yulong shrank back, giving an awkward smile. "Sister-in-law Xiao, are you a cultivator too? The kind who can fly and teleport like in novels?" Wu Yulong kept calling her sister-in-law, quite frequently. "A legendary cultivation master indeed." Hua Xiao smiled gently. "What I can't do right now, she can." Wu Yulong exclaimed, "Beautiful lady, shall we get to know each other? My name is Wu Yulong, sister-in-law Xiao's little brother." Xu Xing gave him a light tap on the back of the head. "Watch out, Yi might beat you up. Be serious." Su Yi chuckled. "Xingzi, are you really alright?" "We're fine, don't worry. I called you here to ask if you want to cultivate," Xu Xing said seriously, his playful tone fading. Wu Yulong's heart pounded. "Can we do it?" Xu Xing nodded. "Of course, but once you enter this circle, you'll be monitored from above, and you can't tell anyone." Wu Yulong agreed without hesitation. "As long as I can cultivate, I'm willing to sell my possessions." Xu Xing chuckled. "It won't come to that. I can only allow your family to cultivate at most. As for your extended family, I can't help them. Widespread cultivation in Great Xia will take at least another year. He can't disrupt social order, he's only giving a few spots to his friends, which the higher UPS can tolerate." I understand. You're really a good friend. This is what it means to be loyal even in wealth and status, ha ha ha." Wu Yulong was deeply moved and prepared to give him a loving hug. Xu Xing pushed him away disdainfully. "I'm not gay. Get lost," Wu Yulong laughed and scolded. Xu Xing chuckled. "The cultivation technique can't be taken lightly. I'll personally choose one for you, but it'll take some time. Your wedding banquet is in about 10 days, so I'll present the technique as a gift then. Don't be offended." Wu Yulong licked her lips. "And some spirit stones or something, we wouldn't mind." Xu Xing scoffed. "We might have some later, take our time." He himself hadn't even seen an otherworldly spirit stone, and besides, even if he gave it to Wu Yulong now, he couldn't protect it. The wolf-like eyes above were fixed on his friends and family. Wu Yulong wisely didn't bring it up again. Su Yi asked softly, "Xingzi, won't the higher UPS blame you for giving us the technique?" Wu Yulong slapped her thigh. "Yeah, Xingzi, if it upsets your boss, let's just forget about it. We can always talk about it later." Xu Xing waved his hand. "No problem. My status is very high. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Don't wait until something goes wrong and you regret it for the rest of your life." "Ha ha ha, good heavens, Xingzi, we won't hold back." Wu Yulong was happy for Xu Xing's success and proud of his good judgment. Eat. We can get together anytime we have free time." After eating and drinking their fill, the group went home. Xu Xing, holding Hua Xiao's hand and followed by Senglan, returned to their rented apartment. The villa that had been provided was still under renovation. It would take at least another half-month before they could move in. "Young master, Lan and I are going to take a shower. Do you want to join us?" Hua Xiao, holding her pajamas, stood at the bathroom door, her eyes alluring and a mischievous smile on her face. Xing Yan's delicate body trembled slightly, her cold and beautiful face flushing slightly. Xu Xing's anger flared, and he glared at Hua Xiao. "You'd better watch yourself get burned." Hua Xiao giggled. "Young master, we're going. We won't mind if you peek." Xu Xing was furious and about to give her a good spanking, but Hua Xiao quickly dragged Xinglin into the bathroom. Xu Xing stood at the door, grimacing. This little girl had become so troublesome, it seemed he needed to cut her internet time. What kind of nonsense had she been learning? Shush. The sounds of two girls playing and laughing came from the bathroom, especially Hua Xiao, whose voices grew louder. Xu Xing expressionlessly filled a basin with cold water and plunged his head into it. The coolness instantly quelled his anger. After a quick wash of his face and feet, Xu Xing collapsed onto the bed, hoping that sleep would calm his mind. Damn it, let that little brat be smug for a while. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant after we're married. A few minutes later, Xu Xing fell peacefully asleep. He hadn't slept in for days. Like before in the dorm, he'd practically sleep 13 hours a day. Hua Xiao and Senglan, both wearing thin pajamas that revealed large expanses of their fair skin, were the envy of onlookers. Senglan felt awkward. She'd never worn such revealing pajamas before, though they were quite comfortable, the soft fabric a far cry from the leather she usually wore. Hee hee, Lady Lan, there's no one else here, relax a bit, Hua Xo chuckled. Seeing Lan nodded slightly. In her mind, the young master was certainly no outsider. Come on, let's go to sleep. The young master is too tired, don't wake him, Hua Xo said, pulling Sing Lan into the young master's bedroom. Xinglan was about to sleep on the floor, but Hua Xo shook her head seriously. Lady Lan, you must protect the young master closely. You sleep on his left, and I'll sleep on his right, Hua Xo said earnestly. Xinglan hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Hua Xo tilted her head innocently and said, what's inappropriate? Don't you want to protect the young master? Of course not, but then it's settled. The young master won't blame you. Do you think you're disliking him? No, Xinglan quickly shook her head. Then, all right. Xinglan finally nodded. The sniper incident had indeed left her a little frightened, and besides, she had washed off the bloodstains. The young master shouldn't mind. Hua Xo grinned mischievously, then go to sleep quickly. Hua Xo was fully aware of her status as a refugee. Even if the young master didn't mind, their future together was limited. Her status as a refugee would never be his principal wife. Even if the young master agreed, even if Xinglan agreed, the entire Xingjun army wouldn't. This concerned the continuation of the Xinglan family bloodline. The Xingjun army would never acknowledge her identity. Besides, the young master's principal wife had already been chosen. The Empress, with her unparalleled beauty, was indeed the best candidate. She understood this in her heart and wouldn't mind. If she couldn't be the principal wife, she had to be a concubine. Having been immersed in the culture of the great Xia dynasty every day, Hua Xio's deepest desires were amplified. She harbored ambitions to compete for the future wives and concubines of the young master. If she didn't fight for them, she might be completely eliminated by the powerful Empress. Forced to leave the young master's side? Absolutely not. Even if her opponent was the Empress, she wouldn't yield. With her own strength, she might not even be able to withstand a single glance from the Empress, so she needed to build alliances and find allies. Xinglan, completely ignorant of matters of love and relationships, was naturally the best choice. She was powerful, beautiful, and utterly loyal to the young master. The Empress was 6th in the world, probably, and Xinglan was 10th. Both were experts on the same level. With Xinglan, she certainly wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Wu Yulong's address of two sisters-in-law today gave her a great inspiration. The young master was of noble status, having another concubine was perfectly normal. Rather than letting other wicked women benefit, she would push Xinglan to the young master. That way, she and Xinglan would both be the young master's concubines, and given their close friendship, even the Empress wouldn't be able to drive her away. With two beauties sleeping beside the young master every day, she refused to believe that the young master would let another man marry Xinglan. She was proud of her plan. Thanks to the netizens of Daxia, and thanks to Daxia web dramas, they were truly wonderful. She needed to learn more from them in the future. The night passed without incident. Shu Xing woke up, smelling two different fragrances beside him. A bad feeling crept into his heart. He gently moved his hands, feeling softness of different scales. Shu Xing was immediately dumbfounded. Xinglan let out a muffled groan, her body tensing. The young master's hands made her body burn, an unprecedented sensation filling her heart. Hua Xio opened her sleepy eyes. Good morning, young master. Shu Xing glanced at her expressionlessly. Was this your doing? Hua Xio blinked her beautiful eyes, feigning confusion, and asked, what do you mean, good? Lady Lan, good morning. Did you sleep well? This is a Simmons mattress, the young master spent a lot of money. Xinglan blushed and answered softly, very comfortable. Whether it was the bed or something else, she slept very soundly. Hua Xio chuckled. Xinglan was too honest, reminding her of the first time she saw the young master looking so dazed. Shu Xing glared helplessly at Hua Xio. Don't give me a chance. Hua Xio stuck out her tongue, and in front of Shu Xing, threw back the covers and began to dress. Lord Lan, get up and help me cook. Xinglan also generously threw back the covers, preparing to dress. Unfortunately, the clothes Hua Xio had prepared for her were all things she had never seen before: camisoles, long-sleeved chiffon, lace lingerie, a skirt. Xinglan stared blankly at Shu Xing and Hua Xio. She had seen Hua Xio dress like this before, but her talent seemed to be entirely focused on martial arts and killing. Watching her once wouldn't teach her anything. Hua Xio suppressed a laugh and quickly ran out. Young master, please help Lady Lan. I need to go boil water and cook for you. Shu Xing was left dumbfounded, staring at the almost naked Xinglan. His nose nearly bled. If he still couldn't sense that Hua Xio was doing this on purpose, he'd be a complete fool. Young master, I don't smell of blood, Xinglan murmured softly, head bowed. She believed the young master disliked her. After all, she had killed countless people, and most people in the world feared and loathed her. Sensing the sadness and disappointment in Xinglan's voice, Shu Xing sighed heavily. What was going on? What was that girl Hua Xo thinking? These past few days, her actions have become increasingly erratic. The obedient and docile Hua Xo of the past is gone forever. Young master, I'm leaving now. Xinglan was about to leave naked. Xu Xing gritted his teeth, opened his eyes, and grabbed Xinglan. No, don't misunderstand, Xu Xing steeled himself. It wasn't the first time he dressed a girl, it was better not to act like he was the one suffering the loss. Xinglan, I'll teach you once, okay? You can learn to dress yourself from now on. Xinglan's lips curled up slightly. By the way, you're not allowed to let other men dress you anymore. Any man who tries to undress you, kill him. No need for further explanation. Xu Xing instructed seriously. Xinglan nodded in agreement. Hua Xo, who overheard their conversation outside, felt a surge of joy. She skipped and hopped to start boiling water and cooking. She felt no jealousy towards the innocent Xinglan, she was only happy for her young master. As for the young master's future concubines, she and Xinglan are enough, there's no need for other wicked women. She even wants to kill the empress if given the chance. She can't be the empress, but she can give the throne to Xinglan, even if it's just vacant. After a satisfying meal, Xu Xing and his two companions parked their car in the parking lot near the school. Xiao, wait for me outside with Xinglan, or you two can wander around the school, Xu Xing instructed. The analog electronics exam lasted 2 hours. Although with luck, they could finish in an hour, they couldn't let the two of them stand outside the classroom waiting indefinitely. Hua Xiao, with her arm around Xinglan, smiled brightly. Okay, I'll take good care of Lord Lan. Young master, go take your exam. Xu Xing entered the teaching building with peace of mind. Hua Xiao's understanding of Xiao reassured him. As soon as Xu Xing left, the two stunning beauties, Hua Xiao and Xinglan, became the most eye-catching sight in the area. Countless boys' eyes converged, eager to rush over and ask for her phone number, but most were all talk and no action, only daring to steal glances. Hua Xiao frowned, displeased by the surrounding gazes. Lord Lan, let's go for a walk in the mountains. It would be quieter up there. They could wait patiently for the young master to emerge. Xinglan nodded. When it came to trivial matters, she was too lazy to think about them while following Hua Xiao. Two beautiful ladies, are you art students? You're so pretty and elegant. Can we be friends? I'm XXX, a music student and also the vice president of the student council. If anything happens at school, just let me know. Hua Xiao didn't even look at XXX, coldly replying, sorry, we have other things to do. She pulled Xinglan away. XXX looked disappointed. To befriend such a fairy-like woman, one had to be shameless, he wouldn't give up. Xinglan followed Hua Xiao to a secluded spot in the back mountains. Xinglan casually asked, was that person talking to us just now? Hua Xiao chuckled, of course, what's wrong? Xinglan shook her head, nothing, I just don't understand. Known as the goddess of slaughter in this other world, who would dare to come and befriend her? Hua Xiao tilted her head and thought for a moment, Lord Lan, next time you encounter someone like this here, ignore them and just leave. They may not mean any harm, but their intentions aren't pure. Not pure? Xinglan's eyes were filled with doubt. Hua Xiao casually explained, they just want to sleep together. Xinglan narrowed her eyes, they want to take off my clothes? Something like that. Hua Xiao nodded. Xinglan immediately flew into a rage, coldly saying, then I'll go kill him. Young master said to kill anyone who tries to take off my clothes. Hua Xiao burst out laughing, quickly pulling Xinglan back, Lord Lan, he hasn't even touched you yet. Xinglan snorted, he's getting off easy. Hua Xiao was speechless. Judging by Xinglan's thinking, she probably wouldn't just kill anyone she saw. The kind who preys on both men and women. Hua Xiao was somewhat envious of Xinglan's figure and face. Having cultivated to the divine will realm, her skin was like jade, her figure was stunning, and her entire body was almost perfect. Let's sit here and wait for the young master. Room 404. Xu Xing looked at the exam room, muttering to herself, such an auspicious number, I hope I don't fail. At 8:30, the students gradually arrived at the classroom door. Seeing Xu Xing standing there, they could hardly believe their eyes. Singer, you actually knew there was an exam today? It's unbelievable. Everyone thought you gave up on the exam. After all, you got 0 on your coursework, passing would be like the creation of the world. Xu Xing's lips twitched, and he retorted irritably, what nonsense are you talking about? It's been so long. You don't miss me, fine, but you're even cursing me? Tisk tisk tisk, it's good you're here. This greatly increases my chances of passing. Adding some unspoken rules of university, generally, the percentage of students failing a course is used to calculate the pass rate. Xu Xing boasted shamelessly, I didn't want to disappoint you. With Wang Shui and the others around, passing will be a piece of cake. The others looked at Xu Xing with pity. Hey, brother, hopefully you'll still be smiling later. This time, the proctor was the professor of computer organization, the same one who risked his life to take attendance for Xu Xing last time. That old man mentioned Xu Xing every now and then during class, and even explicitly said that he'd be in trouble on the final exam. He was practically using him as a negative example to warn them every day. Xu Xing had a bad feeling, but based on his experience from the previous 2 final exams, he figured that unless the proctor was deliberately watching him, he could cheat. If he could get at least 90 points on the paper, he wasn't worried the professor wouldn't pass him. For a lazy college student like him, 60 points was enough, any more was a waste. Of course, good students couldn't do that. Studying their major was the key. Ring ring. The preparatory bell rang. Xu Xing saw that time was running out and Wang Shui hadn't arrived yet, so he had to go in first. The old man at the podium watched Xu Xing swagger into the classroom, a cold smile on his face. This former student representative was the most arrogant student he had ever seen, bar none. He had 16 weeks of classes a semester, and if he remembered correctly, he had only seen Xu Xing once, in the first week. If he hadn't taught Xu Xing in both the first and second years, he might not have remembered it so clearly. This proctoring job was unlucky for the kid. It'll teach him a lesson. If he doesn't study hard in college, does he have to go home and inherit his dad's Alipay account? Wang Shui, sit here, Xu Xing called out in a low voice as Wang Shui entered. Xu Xing knew his own limitations. Once his phone was handed over, he could only rely on the answers of the person next to him. Only Wang Shui and a few others in the class would let him copy freely. Wang Shui's lips twitched. He glanced at the old man at the podium. He was unlucky, he felt nothing good ever came of running into the old man. Wang Shui gritted his teeth and sat down next to Xu Xing. You idiot, even sitting next to you, I might not be able to copy anything. The old man was definitely watching them both closely. Xu Xing chuckled, I had no choice, I'll treat you to a big meal after the exam. Wang Shui suddenly remembered something and grinned mischievously, where's your sister-in-law? Did you break up? Xu Xing glanced at him, dream on. I was thinking of having your sister-in-law introduce you to someone, tisk tisk tisk, now. Wang Shui immediately panicked, patting his chest, don't worry, big brother, I'll cover all your final exams this semester. Either we pass together, or we fail together. Heh, so honest. Wang Shui didn't mind at all. He had met Hua Xo before, the friends of such a stunning beauty couldn't be too bad. He wasn't picky, any school beauty would do. What are you muttering about? Exam time. The old man slammed his hand on the podium, speaking irritably. Xu Xing and Xu Xing jumped in fright, not daring to say another word. Entwined in their bones, they instinctively feared teachers. After the exam papers were handed out, Wang Shui wrote a sentence, and Xu Xing copied one. Unfortunately, a few minutes later, the old man finished distributing the exam papers, glanced around, then pulled up a chair and plopped down in front of Xu Xing. Another proctor sat at the podium. Xu Xing was dumbfounded. He cautiously looked up. The old man glared at him. What are you looking at? I don't have the answers on my face. Xu Xing gave a dry laugh, then lowered his head in frustration, lost in thought. He recognized every word in the questions, but unfortunately, when they were put together, he couldn't grasp their deeper meaning. Wang Shui grinned. If Xu Xing failed, wouldn't his girlfriend be a distant dream? Just as he was about to risk writing the answers on a piece of paper and passing it to Xu Xing under the table, the old man's cold voice rang out, Xu Xing, answer the questions carefully, don't try anything funny. Look at Wang Shui in front of me, how diligent he is, head down, writing furiously. The other students in the classroom looked up, and laughter erupted. Wang Shui's face darkened. This old man was really petty. He still remembered the roll call incident from a few months ago. Wang Shui could only bury his head in his work, not daring to make any moves. Xu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. Was his first time going to end here? He'd heard that once you failed a course, you'd fail countless times. He didn't want to fail. Although someone like him, who had almost no professional knowledge, shouldn't say such things, he still didn't want to fail. The key was that when he glanced at the others behind him, he saw people taking pictures of answers with their phones, passing notes, and even exchanging test papers. Out of more than 50 students, half were cheating, and this old man was only targeting him. It was truly outrageous. This was definitely revenge, blatant targeting. Xu Xing was helpless. Failing was fine, responsible professors like this were rare in universities, and encountering one was considered lucky for a student. But he didn't need that kind of luck. He just wanted to get by. Wang Shui wasn't having an easy time either. He was caught in a final internal struggle. Although he knew most of the answers, the thought of his future girlfriend made him grit his teeth and decide to fail along with Xu Xing. A man's word is his bond. It's just one failing grade, a university experience isn't complete without failing. Damn it, all he wanted now was for his future girlfriend's female friends to be pretty enough. In the last few minutes, Xu Xing answered C to all 5 multiple-choice questions, perfectly finishing the exam. To ensure he failed, Wang Shui damn well chose to hand in a blank paper. Old Wang collected both of their papers, shaking his head and sighing. These days, students, Xu Sing and Xu Xing walked out of the classroom arm in arm. What does my future girlfriend like to eat? Lunch is on me, Wang Shui said, clearly very attentive to his future girlfriend. Xu Xing didn't answer, but instead asked, why did you hand in a blank paper? I won't blame you if you couldn't copy in that situation. Wang Shui looked indifferent. We agreed to fail together. Do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on their word? Hey, it's all over now, don't worry about that little thing. Hurry up, tell me the inside scoop. What level is your sister-in-law's best friend? The class beauty? The school beauty? Or a celestial being like your sister-in-law? Xu Xing rubbed her nose. She had intended to joke, but now it seemed she had to find him a girlfriend. Your sister-in-law has a celestial girl right now. Wang Shui was overjoyed, but unfortunately, Xu Xing's next words shattered his hopes. But you shouldn't even think about her. She's a bit special. Anyway, don't get any improper ideas. Wang Shui winked. Xingzi, you won't. That's not right. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful. Don't mess things up, or you'll end up with nothing, Wang Shui earnestly advised. Xu Xing smiled wryly, too lazy to argue. Does your sister-in-law have any other options? Damn it, don't tell me you were just kidding. Wang Shui grabbed Xu Xing's neck fiercely. If she dared to say no, he'd take her down with him. Cough cough, yes, yes, yes. Xu Xing's face flushed red as she quickly begged for mercy. You're not lying to me. Wang Shui looked suspicious. Xu Xing was speechless. Yes, 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 I have tons of female friends, you know that. Heh, shameless. You change your tune so quickly, don't you even want a girlfriend? Seeing that Xu Xing wasn't joking, Wang Shui started rubbing her shoulders and back. Xu Xing felt a chill and quickly dodged away. I'll introduce you to someone in a few days, guaranteed to be at least the class beauty. Only the class beauty? Wang Shui was somewhat disappointed. After seeing a beauty like Hua Xo, his standards had risen. Xu Xing said curtly, at least the class beauty, how about it? Xu Xing knew Su Yi had many high-quality female friends, all with good temperaments and family backgrounds, so it wouldn't be unfair to Wang Shui. Yes, yes, of course. Wang Shui quickly replied. A month ago, his only requirement for a girlfriend was that she be a woman. Okay, I'll arrange for you two to meet in a few days. She's my friend's best friend, don't ruin her life, Xu Xing said seriously. Wang Shui solemnly assured her, I won't. Xu Xing found Hua Xo Xingling, had hotpot with Wang Shui at the school, and then left. Before leaving, Wang Shui repeatedly reminded him not to forget about his girlfriend. While Wang Shui was immediately struck by Xingling's beauty, he knew at a glance she wasn't his type. He wasn't good enough for her. Her cold, exquisite face and aloof aura separated them into two different worlds. He knew very well that he wanted to find a girl to spend the rest of his life with. As for Xu Xing, he wasn't worried. After leaving school, Xu Xing was no longer in their world. Fortunately, she still considered him a friend. From now on, they could just meet up occasionally for a meal. Xu Xing left the school with the two girls. As they passed the school gate, Xu Xing looked at the stone statue at the library entrance. It depicted an elderly man with a flowing white beard, holding a book in his left hand and a bird resting on his right palm. Xu Xing sighed sincerely. The ancients were right. Studying, what good is it? Hua Xo covered her mouth and chuckled. Young master, be careful, don't let the headmaster hear you, or he'll make things difficult for you. Xu Xing was fearless. Let's go, I almost forgot, there's one more thing to do. We're going back to Chingling City tomorrow to prepare for the trip to the secret realm. Hua Xo asked suspiciously, what is it? Xu Xing smiled mysteriously, by a carriage. A carriage? Hua Xo was even more puzzled. Young master, your luxury car will arrive tomorrow, you don't need to buy another one, right? Although the young master has a lot of money, he can't just waste it. Xu Xing turned back and ruffled Hua Xio's hair. We won't drive it in Daxia, we'll buy a carriage to take back to Chingling City. I don't want to ride in that old-fashioned carriage for tomorrow's trip to the secret realm, it's slow and uncomfortable. With the conditions in Daxia, why would he be foolish enough to ride in an outdated carriage? Leading a group of motorcycles blazing with ghostly flames, they'd be the coolest guys on their journey through the secret realm. Their fame would resound throughout the Lost Lands, providing free advertising for his treasure pavilion. As for being too conspicuous and potentially attracting attacks from other forces, Xu Xing scoffed. Just those three bald men anywhere they stood, people would have to think twice before attacking. Hua Xio was stunned. The young master truly lived up to his reputation, he really knew how to enjoy life. He'd thought of having Wang Xiao buy it, but Xu Xing decided against it. It was a small matter. He felt bad bothering him every day. Su Yi was selling a car anyway, it was almost New Year's, and he'd forgotten about helping her with her business. It wasn't too late now. He could also ask Wang Shui about his girlfriend. He was a master of time efficiency, it was fantastic. Get in, ladies, Xu Xing gestured politely. Hua Xiao smiled broadly and pulled Xinglin to sit in the back. Young master, I need to keep Lord Land company, so I won't sit in the front. Don't be jealous. Xu Xing generously replied, of course not, I'm so generous, I wouldn't mind if you two ate and slept together. Xu Xing fastened his seatbelt, stepped on the gas, and sped towards Su Yi's workplace. Xiao, call Wu Yulong and tell him we're planning to go to Yi's place to buy a car. Ask him if he's coming. He needed to let Wu Yulong know, after all, Su Yi was his girlfriend, and he couldn't let it get misunderstood. Hua Xiao skillfully unlocked Xu Xing's phone and dialed Wu Yulong's number. Young master, he said he doesn't have time today and that we can go by ourselves. He also said that the vitality ointment experiment has made great progress, and mass production is expected in about a month. Xu Xing looked ahead. I know. Send him another message, transfer the pharmaceutical contract to my sister's name. Mentor her in important matters from now on, but of course, don't let it affect her studies. Qingran needs to grow quickly. His businesses will only expand in the future. Officially, Li Qingran will be his representative, responsible for all his ventures. With higher UPS looking after him, few would dare touch his businesses, so Li Qingran wouldn't be under too much pressure. Of course, if she didn't want to, that was fine too. He could just hand it over to Wang Xiao and give him a few million in management fees every year. More than an hour later, Xu Xing returned to Mia Real Estate Agency after many days. Mia Real Estate Agency was now thriving. The higher UPS knew about his relationship with Wu Yulong, so naturally, they would give him some preferential treatment. Su Yi, dressed in professional attire, was diligently conducting her inspection as usual. Suddenly, she caught sight of Xu Xing and the other two out of the corner of her eye. Su Yi dropped her work, her face beaming as she greeted them. Xingzi, why didn't you give me a heads up? Xu Xing waved her hand. I couldn't disturb your work. I'm always so free. It's a pity Longzi couldn't come. Su Yi nodded. He said it was about an experiment with the vitality ointment, she said, jokingly turning to Xu Xing. Xingzi, you're about to become a billionaire. She had witnessed the effects of the vitality ointment firsthand. It truly lived up to its reputation as a medicine from the cultivation world. Xu Xing chuckled, you guys are the same. We're here to buy a few good Ghostfire motorcycles and an off-road vehicle. Su Yi didn't ask why. You're all picking the best performance? Any requirements on the appearance? The best performance is fine. Price isn't an issue. As for the appearance, the cooler and more eye-catching, the better. Su Yi's expression turned strange. Taking girls for a ride? Showing off? Xu Xing has really changed a lot.